System Black technology shocks the single female protagonist. Transmigrating to a parallel universe, becoming a student at a technology university, she unexpectedly awakens a black technology system. Starting reward, an arc reactor. Shocks the world in an instant. What the heck? Iron Man really appeared? The big shots don't believe my invention? No problem, I don't care about you either. With the system, Wang Zhe can constantly sign in and acquire new technologies. Lithography machines, anti-gravity systems, they're all here. USA, what's going on? How come China's technology has developed so fast? South Korea, I don't know, it looks like something just flew by. China, don't make a fuss, that's an Iron Man toy that every 3-year-old has. It can fly and teleport. Chapter 1. Chapter 1 Black Technology System. Still not working. In a brightly lit room, a handsome young man painfully clutched his head. The intense pain made his whole body tremble uncontrollably. It felt as if countless needles were piercing his mind, so much so that his eyes were bloodshot, making him look utterly ferocious. Why? What? The young man pounded the table violently, his eyes filled with intense resentment and anger. His name was Wang Zhe, a senior at the Xia Country University of Science and Technology. But he harbored a deep secret. He didn't belong to this planet. He had transmigrated from another parallel world. But one thing remained unchanged: his love for science and technology, and his love for his country. After arriving in this world, through relentless effort, he successfully gained admission to a top university with the highest score in the country. He originally thought he could realize his dream and contribute to the development of his country through his own efforts. But unexpectedly, after enrolling and truly engaging in scientific research, his former intelligence seemed to have vanished. Whenever he performed high-intensity calculations, he would suffer excruciating headaches. His parents took him to see numerous renowned doctors, but to no avail. Later, in an attempt to forcefully overcome this problem, he endured the excruciating pain and kept trying. If he hadn't been discovered in time, he probably would have had to time travel again. This sudden blow had a profound impact on him. The once proud prodigy no longer had any reason to be proud. During his 4 years of university, he had hoped to unleash his full potential, but ultimately achieved nothing. Now, he was about to graduate, but his headaches showed no improvement, meaning his academic journey was about to end. Thinking of this, Wang Zhe's face darkened, and he pondered silently. Perhaps he was truly not destined for this path. Looking at his clothes, soaked with sweat, Wang Zhe got up to take a shower. This was the strange thing about his headaches. As long as he stopped processing, it was as if nothing had happened. Black technology system fully charged, now bound. Glad to serve you. A mechanical electronic voice suddenly sounded in Wang Zhe's mind, and his body froze as if in a trance. System. Those two unexpected words made his eyes light up. Could this be a case of when one door closes, another opens? Just when he had given up struggling, a new hope had been given to him. Wang Zhe hurriedly spoke in his mind. System, introduce yourself. Okay, host. I came to this world with you, but I was in a charging state in the past, and it's only now that I can use it normally. I am a high-tech system, containing the technology of various civilizations in the universe. You can acquire this technology and change the world order through daily check-ins and the tasks I issue from time to time. Wang Zhe's heart burned with excitement. The system was indeed very powerful, but he wondered what kind of technology it contained. The system seemed to know what Wang Zhe was thinking, and its mechanical electronic voice continued to sound. Since this is your first time binding with the system, a newbie gift pack is being given to you. Activate. As expected, Wang Zhe nodded secretly in his mind. Systems always have newbie gift packs. Activated immediately. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Arc Reactor technology. Wang Zhe was stunned. What was an arc reactor? He seemed to have never heard of research in this area. Wait, could it be? Wang Zhe was somewhat shocked, but still found it unbelievable. That's right, host, as you guessed, this is Iron Man's reactor. Holy crap. You can even have fictional technology? Wang Zhe couldn't help but exclaim. Which boy doesn't dream of becoming Iron Man, a superhero? Please don't doubt the system's capabilities, host. He let out a long breath. Wang Zhe's mental fortitude was quite strong. After all, he was a transmigrator. So what if the system had some powerful functions? What could be more absurd than transmigration? Suddenly, Wang Zhe thought of his headaches and couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. What good was the technology? He had no way to implement it. Please don't worry, host, your illness is cured. Wang Zhe was somewhat incredulous. I didn't do anything, and it's already done? Yes, host is done. For some reason, Wang Zhe sensed an awkwardness in the mechanical electronic voice. He asked uncertainly, you weren't behind this, were you? This time, a full 2 minutes passed. Wang Zhe was getting impatient when the system's voice finally sounded again. It's because I reside in the host's brain and need the host's brain power to charge me. which is why you can't perform high-intensity calculations. Wang Zhe's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. For years. Do you know how you've spent these 4 years? Please remain calm, host. After all, having me is far more powerful than researching on your own. That's true, but it didn't affect Wang Zhe's mood. Anyone would feel bad knowing this. Other people's systems are all awesome and powerful, while his system made him suffer for 4 years. This damn system is better off without. Having finally calmed himself, Wang Zhe could finally focus on reviewing the Arc Reactor technology the system had given him. The exquisite formulas and lifelike blueprints seemed etched into his mind. Without the headaches hindering him, Wang Zhe quickly and successfully verified the technology through the formulas. It was absolutely feasible. At near instantaneous speed, Wang Zhe wrote down all the formulas and blueprints. This process took him a full 4 hours, from afternoon until nightfall. But Wang Zhe's heart was burning with excitement. Only he understood the true meaning of his technology. This would change the history of Xia country and the history of all humanity. If this technology were applied, Xia country could leap to become the strongest nation in the world. Taking out his phone, Wang Zhe immediately called his advisor, Chen Guoqiang. As a top student at Xia country's University of Science and Technology, his advisor was no ordinary person. He was an academician of the Xia Country Academy of Sciences. After Wang Zhe developed headaches, Chen Guoqiang took great care of him, arranging for many top-notch doctors to treat him. Therefore, Wang Zhe had complete trust in his advisor, Chen Guoqiang. This was a person who quietly contributed to Xia Kingdom, and one of the people Wang Zhe respected most. Chapter 2. Gathering of Great Minds. As the call connected, Wang Zhe promptly disclosed the development of his Arc Reactor technology to Chen Guoqiang. However, an eerie silence enveloped the other end of the line. Wang Zhe tentatively inquired, "Teacher, are you still there?" "I am," came the warm and reassuring voice. "Xiaozhe, has your condition worsened again?" Wang Zhe's expression stiffened, and before he could explain, Chen Guoqiang continued, "Xiaozhe, please come by later. I will take you for a checkup." Wang Zhe felt a rush of warmth. Chen Guoqiang was indeed very busy, but remained genuinely caring towards him. "Teacher, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. How about this? I will visit you, and you will understand then." "All right, come directly to the conference room. I have some matters to attend to. We can go out for a meal after." "Okay, teacher, I will be there shortly." After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhe felt a mix of resignation and understanding. After all, the concept of an arc reactor was fantastical, beyond what any ordinary person could easily believe. Moreover, having wallowed in despair for 4 years, it was already commendable that Chen Guoqiang did not dismiss him as insane. Tidying up the blueprints on his desk, Wang Zhe hailed a taxi to the university. Summer National Technology University is situated in Jiangxing, where Wang Zhe also resides. Now in his senior year, he had fewer commitments, so he typically stayed at home. Had his parents not been away on a business trip, he would have eagerly shared his news with them. In a hurry to reach the conference room, Wang Zhe was taken aback upon entering. The room was filled with esteemed figures. These individuals practically dominated half of the scientific community in Summer Nation. Suddenly, it dawned on him that a technology seminar was scheduled in Jiangxing, and these luminaries had likely been invited by his mentor in advance. Spotting Chen Guoqiang amidst the crowd, Wang Zhe hurried over. "Teacher, I have arrived." Good, good. First, greet these esteemed elders." All eyes turned towards Wang Zhe, causing him to feel a flutter of anxiety. How could he not be nervous? These individuals held high positions, their status and contributions to Summer Nation deserving of his utmost respect. After quietly acknowledging the assembly, Wang Zhe turned back to Chen Guoqiang. "Teacher, I truly am not deceiving you. I even brought the blueprints." Chen Guoqiang sighed, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor, as he felt a deep concern for his disciple. Just as he was about to speak, an elderly professor broke into a smile and interjected, "What's this? Xiao Chen, your student has ideas worth hearing. You should let him finish." Wang Zhe recognized the elderly professor immediately. If memory served him right, he was currently researching nuclear fusion, a field somewhat aligned with the arc reactor. Chen Guoqiang felt a mix of exasperation and reluctance to undermine Wang Zhe's enthusiasm, casting furtive glances at him. Wang Zhe understood his mentor's unspoken message, yet he was resolute in his desire to contribute to Summer Nation. After 4 years of stagnation, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Eagerly, he retrieved the blueprints he carried and began to elaborate on his ideas to the gathered experts. However, upon concluding his presentation, an unsettling silence enveloped the room. These seasoned scholars were not oblivious to the concept of the arc reactor. Yet Wang Zhe's equations and diagrams were entirely unfamiliar to them. Many innovative algorithms left them momentarily bewildered, unable to discern any logical framework. A moment of mutual bewilderment ensued among the distinguished guests. Wang Zhe, sensing the unease, questioned, "What is happening?" He had run through these formulas, and they were clear to him. Given the superior intellect of those present, how could there be no reaction? Host, the technology one provide will be mastered directly by you. Damn, Wang Zhe couldn't help but curse inwardly. How could the system withhold such crucial information from him? The esteemed scholars had evidently lost interest, and if they perceived him as deceitful, it would spell disaster. Wang Zhe's concern was not for his reputation. He simply wished to contribute this knowledge for the betterment of his nation. Had he foreseen this predicament, he would have taken greater care in presenting the blueprints, at the very least performing a demonstration in front of them. However, the professor who had initially encouraged him did seem intrigued. He specialized in nuclear fusion, and while he struggled to grasp Wang Zhe's equations, there was an undeniable familiarity that piqued his interest. His name was Zhang Jingzi, a venerable scientist who had devoted his life to Summer Nation. He had little interest in the realm of cinema, having never seen Iron Man, yet instinctively sensed the potential in Wang Zhe's research. The other professors, however, did not share his enthusiasm, and even Chun Qiaqiang's expression darkened. He felt Wang Zhe was being reckless. The once obedient and sensible student now seemed erratic. Perceiving the gravity of the situation, Wang Zhe interjected, "Respected elders, I understand your skepticism, but may I please request a chance to demonstrate?" "Enough with the nonsense, Wang Zhe," Chun Qiaqiang finally erupted in a low roar. "Indeed, young man. Your research appears rather hasty," another voice chimed in. Wang Zhe's countenance dimmed. It was difficult to blame the professors. The technology was indeed ahead of its time. Even with a complete understanding of the formulas and diagrams, a simple computational verification would likely take a day for someone without prior experience like Wang Zhe. Yet Zhang Jingzi's gaze remained fixed on Wang Zhe's blueprints, sensing the shift in atmosphere. He quickly exclaimed, "What is happening here? I find this proposal quite promising. I must perform some calculations." As soon as he voiced his intention, numerous professors hastily interjected. "No, Professor Zhang, tomorrow is the seminar. You are too old to endure this strain. It is late. You must rest." "Indeed, Professor Zhang, if you truly believe in it, you can explore it after the seminar." Despite the collective urging, Zhang Jingzi ultimately conceded and left with the others. Wang Zhe felt a pang of despair. Such a splendid opportunity had slipped through his fingers. Yet, recognizing Zhang's stature in the scientific community, he could not bring himself to disrupt the gathering further. He resolved to seek out the professor later, as he had piqued his interest. With a resigned shake of his head, Wang Zhe gathered his blueprints and returned home. Chapter 3. The Iron Suit. Upon returning home, Wang Zhe reflected on the day's events, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. What a missed opportunity. The system had failed to inform him of such critical intelligence. Had he been better prepared, the earlier embarrassment could have been avoided. Each elder he encountered was a towering figure in the scientific realm, seldom seen outside their laboratories. And he had finally crossed paths with them, yet his technology remained unshared. As a patriotic and aspiring youth, this feeling was profoundly disheartening. He yearned for his nation to swiftly realize the Arc Reactor, liberating itself from international constraints. "Would you like to initiate daily sign-in?" Wang Zhe was taken aback, realizing it was already past midnight. "Yes, activate. Congratulations, host. You have received a nano-laboratory and the structural diagram for the Iron Man suit." After exploring the laboratory's capabilities, Wang Zhe couldn't suppress a triumphant fist pump. This was truly splendid. The so-called nano-laboratory contained an array of advanced technologies, allowing him to directly engage in the development of all acquired scientific advancements. Walking through the grass without finding a place, one obtains success without expending effort. As long as I craft the Arc Reactor and the steel suit myself, surely no one can doubt my capabilities, right? In that moment, Wang Zhe brimmed with confidence, convinced that he could nurture China into the strongest nation on Earth, perhaps even beyond. Without further ado, Wang Zhe entered the nano-laboratory, laboring through the night to create the Arc Reactor and the steel suit. By dawn, he felt a touch of fatigue as he washed up after a night of hard work, yet the results were exhilarating. He had succeeded. A real-life steel suit now lay in his bedroom. Once he tidied up, Wang Zhe prepared for breakfast when the crisp sound of the doorbell rang out. So early? Curious. He opened the door and was taken aback. It was Zhang Jingzi. No matter how he reasoned, he could hardly believe that Zhang Jingzi had come to his home personally. He quickly stepped aside, inviting Zhang Jingzi in. "My dear Xiao Zhe, I hope I am not disturbing you so early," Zhang Jingzi said with a kind expression. "Not at all. I simply did not expect you to arrive at my home so early," Wang Zhe replied. After taking a sip of the tea Wang Zhe had just brewed, Zhang Jingzi continued, "Xiao Zhe, I am genuinely intrigued by your research from last night. Those old fellows have not delved into this direction, but I have a strong feeling it is of great importance. I pondered it throughout the night and could not contain my curiosity any longer. Wang Zhe felt a surge of respect. This was a senior scientist of the Summer Nation, who could lose sleep over a mere hint of potential. Zhang Lao, I must admit, I developed this technology just last night. However, due to the rush, I was not fully prepared. I had planned to show it to you today, but since you have come personally, please follow me. Zhang Jingzi's demeanor shifted. The confidence in Wang Zhe's tone ignited an unbelievable thought in his mind. Following Wang Zhe, they arrived at the bedroom door. As Wang Zhe opened the door, Zhang Jingzi stood frozen, his eyes fixated on the red and gold armored suit before him, particularly the reactor glowing with blue light at its chest. Is this real? Zhang Jingzi's voice trembled. Indeed, Zhang Lao. From this day forward, our nation shall embark on an unprecedented era. Wang Zhe stepped forward, and the magnificent steel suit automatically expanded, tightly enveloping him. As the blue light shimmered across the lenses, Zhang Jingzi remained entranced. The scene before him was overwhelmingly astonishing. A mortal body standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine. As Wang Zhe maneuvered the suit closer, Zhang Jingzi's eyes shimmered with tears. He understood the significance of this moment. This formidable armor relied solely on the reactor for energy, confirming that everything Wang Zhe had claimed was indeed true. The goal he had dedicated his life to achieving had been realized by the independent efforts of his fellow countrymen. The thought ignited an extraordinary excitement within him. Zhang Lao, let me take you to the conference hall. The presentation must have already begun. It is the perfect opportunity for you to witness the power of this armor. Excellent. Zhang Jingzi replied with enthusiasm. Cradling the elderly professor, Wang Zhe soared into the sky. To ensure Zhang Jingzi's safety, Wang Zhe deliberately reduced his speed. I never imagined I would witness such a breathtaking scene in my lifetime. Wang Zhe, you shall be etched in the annals of our nation's history. Celebrated by generations to come, Zhang Jingzi observed with deep emotion. Zhang Lao, I have no thoughts for the future. I only hope for a powerful homeland. Meanwhile, at the Summer National University of Technology, the auditorium buzzed with activity. In addition to the many dignitaries from the previous night, a host of top-tier scientists had arrived. Their schedules tight as they rushed from all corners of the country. It was precisely because of such dedicated individuals that the nation continued to grow stronger. Yet, one seat at the head table remained unoccupied. Zhang Jingzi should have occupied it, but he could hardly contain his eagerness and, with no obligations that day, sought out Wang Zhe instead. The other professors, curious, bombarded Chen Qiuqiang with inquiries. Sweating under their scrutiny, Chen Qiuqiang revealed that he had given Zhang Jingzi Wang Zhe's address. But he never anticipated Zhang Jingzi would arrive so quickly, neglecting even the presentation. Just as he prepared to explain, a thunderous noise erupted as a crimson-golden figure descended from the sky, crashing into the center of the podium, sending smoke billowing outward. The atmosphere in the auditorium shifted to one of palpable tension. As this figure materialized, the audience was left in stunned silence. Chen Qiuqiang stared incredulously at the scene unfolding before him, lost in a haze of disbelief. The professors gasped in unison. Even the most esteemed among them could not suppress their astonishment. This spectacle was something they had likely never witnessed in their lives. The word shocking hardly encapsulated their feelings. The impact on their worldview was monumental. The youth clad in red and gold armor, supporting an elderly man, descended vertically onto the stage, and in an instant, the ceiling magically repaired itself. The debris and dust that had scattered flew upward to fill the void, all occurring in the blink of an eye. Chen Qiuqiang, unable to comprehend, pointed at the armored youth. Wang Zhe, now do you believe? With a smile, Wang Zhe addressed his mentor and the gathered professors, finally voicing the thoughts he had long suppressed. Do you now believe, dear mentors and professors? Chen Qiuqiang rushed forward, grasping Wang Zhe's arm. Wang Zhe, this cannot be the research outcome you mentioned, can it? He had lost track of the name of his disciple's achievement, his disbelief prompting him to refer to it merely as a research outcome. Indeed, this is the Arc Reactor technology one spoke of. It is no longer just a blueprint. It has materialized into reality. Wang Zhe exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as Chen Qiuqiang's hands explored the surface of the suit. My goodness, Wang Zhe, I cannot be seeing things. Is this truly real? You, who would get a headache just from thinking, have produced such a monumental achievement? Chen Qiuqiang felt as though he were dreaming, shaking his disciple's arms fervently. Wang Zhe was moved by his mentor's concern. At that moment, the startled Zhang Jingzi interjected on Wang Zhe's behalf. Professor Chen, do you not believe in your own disciple? Wang Zhe has flown here in this suit, carrying me. If you still doubt, that would be rather unreasonable. Turning to the other colleagues present, he added. Surely you all must now recognize that Wang Zhe is not merely speaking empty words. Wang Zhe felt a swell of pride at Zhang Jingzi's defense, which brought him immense honor. Once Zhang Jingzi finished, Wang Zhe addressed his mentor and the professors. Today, I will elucidate the marvels of the Arc Reactor technology. The auditorium erupted in enthusiastic applause. With the armored suit before them, the black technology now a tangible reality. They could no longer doubt Wang Zhe's claims regarding the Arc Reactor technology. They eagerly awaited further details. Taking on the role of a speaker before such esteemed figures, Wang Zhe felt a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. Clearing his throat, he began. This suit employs the Arc Reactor technology, which... He faltered slightly, unsure of how to elaborate, but the eager gazes of the prominent academics, especially his mentor Chen Qiaqiang, urged him on. Inwardly he pleaded, "System, please assist me. Pray tell, what is this arc reaction technology all about?" The atmosphere was thick with embarrassment. "Host, shall I activate presentation mode?" Just as Wang Zhe was about to wipe the sweat from his brow, the long-awaited mechanical voice finally echoed through the room. A surge of excitement coursed through Wang Zhe, and he promptly replied in his mind, "Activate." What followed was a miraculous spectacle. Wang Zhe began to speak fluently and passionately about the arc reaction technology and the blue reactor within the battlesuit. The professors and scientists present were astonished, unable to discern any flaws in his presentation, which flowed seamlessly and was both logical and well-supported. A veritable textbook example of groundbreaking technology discussion. Yet, Chen Qiaqiang furrowed his brow. He felt a mix of admiration and unease as he noted the appreciative glances from his colleagues. The transformation of his disciple, Wang Zhe, was nothing short of peculiar. Just days ago, he was a seeker of remedies, and now he was executing complex calculations that even Chen Qiaqiang, after a lifetime of mathematical toil, could not achieve in such a brief span. My explanation concludes here. Thank you all. Wang Zhe, filled with fervor, acknowledged that despite his initial lack of understanding, the system had thoroughly educated him on the principles behind this remarkable technology, which could truly benefit the nation. The room erupted in applause, with several previously skeptical professors expressing their admiration. "You, young Wang, have certainly proven us blind to your potential. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves ashore. We are left in your wake," exclaimed the esteemed Professor Lu Su. "Is this truly something you conceived in a single day?" Wang Zhe nodded, realizing how effective the advanced technology system had been for him. Had he attempted the calculations independently, it would have taken him half a year. Such promise in youth. Truly remarkable. Chen Qiaqiang watched this development with mixed emotions. He had recognized Wang Zhe's genius from the very first day of university, believing that the past 4 years were merely a case of fate being unkind. Approaching Wang Zhe, he inquired, "Has your ailment been resolved?" "Indeed," Wang Zhe replied with conviction, grateful for his mentor's guidance. The other professors looked on enviously at the rapport between the two. Professor Chen truly has an eye for talent. A few years ago, we witnessed the rise of Wei Shun. I dare say Wang Zhe may soon be revered as Wang Shun. Lu Su chuckled. "But tell me, young Wang, did you truly create this in a single day?" Wang Zhe sheepishly scratched his head, acknowledging that he could not have done it alone. The credit belonged to the support of the system and the nanotechnology laboratory. What? No one in the research community is unaware of the nanotechnology lab. The professors were incredulous. How could this young man claim to possess such a facility? The construction costs are astronomical, easily around 2 billion. How could he, a mere youth, have constructed such an establishment? Even seasoned professors like them would struggle to amass that fortune in a lifetime. In that instant, Professor Lu Su's gaze transformed. Here was a talented individual, wealthy and strikingly handsome. "Ah, young Wang, might I inquire if you are still single? If so, I would be delighted to introduce you to my daughter." Wang Zhe was taken aback. How had their discussion on the Arc Reactor turned to matchmaking? Despite having lived 2 lives, he was still a naive young man, wholly devoted to his country. Noticing Wang Zhe's disinterest, Lu Su quickly added, "My daughter studies broadcasting at the neighboring university and is quite beautiful, unlike me. Perhaps you could meet her? Or at least exchange contact information." Wang Zhe hastily waved his hands, insisting it was not feasible. He realized this was the professor's form of recognition, yet it felt rather forward. "Do you believe my daughter is unattractive? You haven't even seen her." Lu Su appeared displeased. No. Wang Zhe was at a loss, feeling misunderstood. "Xiao Chun, please mediate. Your disciple is being unreasonable." He turned to Chen Qiaqiang, who found the situation amusing. Who would have thought that Lu Su would push for his disciple to pursue romance? Chen Qiaqiang cleared his throat, aware of Wang Zhe's discomfort. "Professor Lu, my disciple has never been in a romantic relationship. While he is fine, he worries he may hinder your daughter's prospects. Never been in a relationship is one thing. My sole desire is to contribute to our nation through scientific research, with foreign powers keeping a watchful eye on our technological advancements. How can I afford to concern myself with romantic entanglements? Wang Zhe spoke earnestly, expressing his commitment to his homeland. Is that so? Lu Su observed this admirable young man, recognizing that exceptional individuals possess exceptional ideals. I swear by the esteemed Newton, there is no trace of deceit in my words. Wang Zhe's tone shifted to seriousness, prompting Lu Su to refrain from further probing. Instead, his admiration for Wang Zhe grew, as he began to see him as a potential son-in-law. Seeing Wang Zhe reject Lu Su's overture, other professors felt deflated. Young Wang, your technology will save our nation a decade of setbacks. Lu Su marveled. Which company do you intend to sell it to? I believe Zhongwei and Ali are both excellent options. What do you think? Chen Qiaqiang, intrigued, leaned in to hear Wang Zhe's decision, eager to assist him in navigating the corporate landscape. Wang Zhe contemplated selling to a corporation, but was he in need of money? Not at all. Apart from meals, he had no expenses. However, if he sold it to a corporation, he might lose his rights to participate in the project. As the audience awaited his decision on where to sell the patent, Wang Zhe announced, I intend to donate this technology to the nation. What? The room fell silent in shock. Young Wang, are you jesting? Even his mentor, Chen Qiaqiang, found it hard to believe, for Wang Zhe's technology was unlike anything before it. If sold, it could fetch 10 billion. I am not joking. Wang Zhe's tone grew serious, feeling irritated that his mentor doubted him on such a grave matter. Professor, I am sincere. With foreign powers eyeing us, attempting to monopolize technology and isolate us, and with constant wars in Europe, can we guarantee that we will not be caught off guard? Wang Zhe's words struck deep. If this technology belongs to the state, our soldiers will don these battle suits. And I dare anyone to challenge us. He spoke with fervor, resolute that the military of his homeland would never falter due to technological inferiority on the battlefield. Well said. Chen Qiaqiang couldn't help but applaud Wang Zhe, then called him aside. During this time, Professor Lu attempted to sneak out, but was promptly sent back by Chen Qiaqiang upon being discovered. The internal meeting had officially commenced, yet no one was genuinely engaged. Everyone was astonished by the young man named Wang Zhe, who at merely 22 years of age had independently crafted a battle suit. Chen Qiaqiang escorted Wang Zhe to his office. Upon arrival, he poured a cup of tea for Wang Zhe, who was flustered. How could he, a mere student, deserve the attention of the illustrious Chen Lao? Please, sit. Chen Qiaqiang gestured to a chair. Now that we are alone, young Wang, share your true thoughts with me regarding this technology. Before he could finish, Wang Zhe realized his mentor harbored doubts about his intentions. Did he suspect that Wang Zhe intended to sell the technology? Panic surged within him. Teacher, what are you saying? I genuinely wish to contribute this technology to the nation. What good would selling it to a company do? Aside from acquiring a few billion, what else is there to gain? Wang Zhe was genuinely incensed. He began to comprehend the stagnation in Daxia's technological advancements over the years. It was not that he thought poorly of Chen Qiaqiang, but rather that many of these older scientists had become so entrenched in the pursuit of fame and profit. How selfless and noble could the students they produced truly be? Chen Qiaqiang was stunned. His student possessed such conviction. In times of war, he would surely be a general. He had assumed Wang Zhe was merely posturing for appearances. Yet he was sincere. How my understanding has been shallow, Chen Qiaqiang thought, crossing his arms and lowering his head in self-reflection. He felt inferior. His student, at only 22, exhibited such awareness, while he, at 50, was still preoccupied with fame and fortune. Suddenly, Chen Qiaqiang recalled the oath he took upon entering the research institute, to devote everything to science, and he felt a flush of shame. He acknowledged that he fell short of his disciple. Please, do not say that. I know you have my best interests at heart, but I do not require it. A few billion means nothing to me, Wang Zhe replied with a smile. One cannot take wealth with them upon death. What is the use? Chen Qiaqiang was taken aback. Listen to what this young man is saying. A few billion is unimportant? He must come from a well-off family. Realizing that most people's starting point would be his end point, Chen Qiaqiang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Very well, since you are so insistent, I will agree to let you hand over the technology to the nation. Though I am 57, I still possess a patriotic heart, Chen Qiaqiang thought. Whatever his disciple wished to do, he would support. What is the process? Wang Zhe eagerly inquired. Already envisioning the battle suit adorning the soldiers of Xia. How magnificent it would be. Wait a moment, I will look for the materials. Do not laugh. But I have never donated a patent to the state in order to sustain my livelihood, Chen Qiaqiang said, rising to search through a black cabinet filled with folders. "Shall I assist?" Wang Zhe tentatively offered, noting the abundance of documents. "No need." Chun Qiaqiang firmly rejected, then added with a smile. "How could I let a hero do the work?" Wang Zhe shyly scratched his head, mumbling a modest response. "Host, are you truly willing to part with billions?" The system unexpectedly chimed in. "Is money truly that significant?" Wang Zhe furrowed his brow. Indeed, he was willing. Moreover, the nano-laboratory provided by the system was worth over 2 billion. Why would he be concerned about this? The system and he were symbiotic, naturally attuned to each other's thoughts. "Host, you are truly admirable. It appears I have not made a mistake in choosing you. I believe the advancement of Xia depends on you." Wang Zhe remained self-aware. Without the system, he would not have been able to calculate and create so swiftly. Typical calculations would require half a year, and normal production would take another half year. To condense a year into a single day, what more could he desire? "I believe it should be a joint effort," Wang Zhe declared resolutely. Acknowledging the system's contributions were undeniably significant. "What joint effort?" Chun Qiaqiang, rummaging through the documents, turned to ask. Wang Zhe, slightly flustered, replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely meant that national prosperity cannot solely rely on the older generation. We young people must do our part." As Chun Qiaqiang sifted through the papers, a spark of inspiration struck him. He recalled how his senior disciple, Wei Shun, had previously donated patents. Instantly, he knew the file's location. 3rd row, 4th column. The old professor bent down and retrieved the document, feeling that it represented the unwavering commitment of youth to their country. "Found it." At that moment, the old professor smiled like a child. "However, this matter is of utmost importance. Even with the process in place, I cannot immediately assist you in applying for it. I must hold a meeting in the scientific community, and you must attend." Through Chun Qiaqiang's serious demeanor, Wang Zhe understood the significance of this matter and nodded in agreement. In truth, Chun Qiaqiang harbored a bit of selfishness. He wanted the scientific community to witness how exceptional his disciple was. "Prepare yourself. How does tomorrow at 8 sound?" Wang Zhe was somewhat perplexed, wondering what preparations were necessary. He wanted to inform his teacher that there was no need for a meeting, a direct donation would suffice. However, seeing his mentor's excitement, Wang Zhe swallowed his words and obediently returned to prepare. Wang Zhe owned a home in City A, so he did not need to stay in a dormitory. It was near the school, a school district property worth 10 million, which many professors could not afford, illustrating Wang Zhe's affluent background. After returning home, Wang Zhe took a quick shower, as a day of intense calculations had exhausted him, and he soon fell asleep. To his surprise, when he awoke, it was already 8:20. Ever since he had developed his headache and realized it was incurable, he had become rather lax, typically rising around 10. Wang Zhe slapped his forehead. He had forgotten that his teacher had mentioned an 8 o'clock meeting. What would he do now? There is no way to arrive on time by car. This time coincides with rush hour. The next bus will take another 15 minutes, and the subway requires 20 minutes to reach. "Host, I suggest you wear the Iron Man suit. It is both swift and effortless, and you will arrive in 2 minutes." The system's soothing yet assertive voice echoed in Wang Zhe's ear. Without hesitation, Wang Zhe dashed to the hall, donning the suit in a minute, and swiftly made his way there. "Wait, Xiao Chun, did you summon us here for amusement? Your disciple has been ill for quite some time. How could he truly present a patent? Moreover, what is this drawing? Is there a finished product? Can you even explain this drawing? It resembles something my son watches in an anime. What is it called? Iron Man? Xiao Chun, this is too much. Are we to be treated like 3-year-olds? Lu Su and several scientists from the previous day continued to challenge. But these titans of the scientific community unanimously insisted that they would not believe without seeing a finished product. Chun Qiaqiang sighed from his position at the head of the table, realizing he had overlooked the fact that these individuals required tangible evidence. Now, everything was falling apart, and his disciple was late. "Where is your disciple? Why has he not arrived? Are we to wait for him to explain the work?" A 77-year-old professor inquired sharply. "He will be here shortly." Chun Qiaqiang felt the sweat trickling down his face. With summer's heat, he opened the window. Just then, a figure clad in a battle suit burst through the window, landing softly in the conference room. The suit's thrusters extinguished, and faint sparks flickered from the arc reactor. Though all present were esteemed figures in the scientific realm, they were left speechless, astonished that this young man had flown up to the 18th floor. Among the scientists, one who enjoyed anime gazed at the arc reactor with immense excitement, stammering, "This is the arc reactor from Iron Man. I can't believe it. How incredible." Chun Qiaqiang's eyes lit up. He was deeply moved as his beloved disciple had come to save the day. At that moment, he forgot that it was his precious apprentice who had arrived late. Wang Zhe had overheard the previous conversation and turned to the 77-year-old master, saying, "Hello. I will take over the explanation this time." Clad in his battle suit, he ascended to the main position in the conference room, opened his PowerPoint presentation, and pointed to his attire, declaring, "This is the finished product." The entire assembly gasped in astonishment, except for a few who had previously witnessed such technology. For this was unheard of in the Summer Kingdom, let alone a completed product. The esteemed scholars of the research community initially dismissed Wang Zhe's peculiar diagrams. However, they were now convinced, for he stood before them in his battle suit. Wang Zhe proceeded with his presentation, calm and methodical. The audience of venerable scholars murmured in approval, nodding in recognition of Wang Zhe's ingenuity. Simultaneously, some were bewildered that their lifetime achievements paled in comparison to a mere 22-year-old youth. Upon concluding his presentation, Wang Zhe bowed deeply to the audience, stating, "I have decided to name it the Great Summer Battle Suit." The room erupted in applause, with even the previously skeptical scholars unable to suppress their admiration. Furthermore, Chun Qiaqiang chimed in, "Not only that, he intends to donate it to the nation." "Donate? Are you certain?" An elderly professor interjected. "This technology took 2 to 3 years to develop, or even 5 to 6 years at most. If you sold it properly, you'd never have to worry about sustenance after graduation." He was astonished that someone could invent such powerful technology and choose to give it away. He is more certain than anyone. He wants to donate it to the country. Chun Qiaqiang answered on behalf of Wang Zhe, filled with pride as his mentor. Chapter 7. Belief. The crowd was astounded. This young man possessed such awareness. At an age when money was scarce, he chose to accept no compensation. The youth of this generation desperately needed individuals like him. Indeed, the research community also lacked such figures. He was a true embodiment of the spirit of scientific pursuit. "I believe we should share Wang's story with everyone, publish it in newspapers, include it in textbooks, so that today's youth can learn from it," echoed others in agreement. A strong youth leads to a strong nation. The masters on the podium were elated to hear such sentiments, and Chun Qiaqiang cleared his throat. "Yesterday, I submitted the application to the government, and it should reach the higher-ups today. I have called everyone here to discuss this matter. I believe Wang Zhe deserves a reward. We want young talents like Wang Zhe to know that we will not shortchange them. The Summer Kingdom will not overlook any contributor," he declared passionately. At that moment, an unfamiliar number rang on Chun Qiaqiang's phone. However, he recognized it immediately, 17546, the private number of the president of the Summer Kingdom. He took a deep breath and answered the call, putting it on speaker, projecting the call onto the whiteboard so that all the scientists could see whose call it was. The room fell silent. Chun Qiaqiang stood to take the call, a gesture of respect. "Hello, are you the mentor of the developer of the Great Summer Battle Suit?" A deep and powerful voice resonated through the screen. "That's me." Chun Qiaqiang could hardly contain his excitement. After years in research, this was his first time receiving a call from the president. "What an honor. May I speak to the individual directly?" "I am here," Wang Zhe replied respectfully. "Hello. Our discussion has determined that this technology can be utilized for military purposes. We are immensely grateful for your contribution to the technology of the Summer Kingdom. Would you be willing to serve as the production commander for this technology?" The president's words were exceedingly gracious. The entire assembly was stunned. They were astonished by the president's demeanor towards him. Of course, Wang Zhe agreed, finding it a simple task. "Just to confirm, you are a senior student at the Summer National University, correct?" The voice on the other end had a slight tremor. "Yes, such potential." The elderly president, seated in his office chair, was overwhelmed with excitement. When he received the email, he could hardly believe that a 22-year-old senior had created such an innovation. This young man had a boundless future. He seemed to envision the brilliance of the Summer Kingdom. "You flatter me," Wang Zhe chuckled lightly, humbly responding. He effortlessly left a favorable impression on the scientists present. Who could resist a charming, humble, and capable academic prodigy? Additionally, young friend Wang, would you consider participating in a variety show? It is a national public science program that I advocate for. I have already sent the process to Chun Lao, inviting him to be in charge, and I hope you can join us. We will publicly reward you," the president suggested. National public recognition. Many young scientists felt envious. At only 22, he had already achieved such honor, making them feel inadequate in comparison. "No problem," Wang Zhe readily agreed, eager to contribute to the nation. "I look forward to our meeting," the president remarked politely before ending the call. In all honesty, Chun Qiaqiang felt that receiving a call from the president amidst his busy schedule was an immense honor. He briefly elaborated on the utility of the technology before declaring the meeting adjourned. However, Wang Zhe had not yet exited the venue when he was besieged by eager attendees wanting to exchange contact information. Wang Zhe projected his WeChat QR code onto the whiteboard and made a swift exit. The enthusiasm of the scientists was overwhelming. On his way to the cafeteria, Wang Zhe pondered, "Host, will you check in today?" "Absolutely," Wang Zhe thought to himself, as he could not afford to miss such a fortuitous opportunity. He wondered what the system would bestow upon him this time. After all, he had received the Iron Man suit during his first check-in. Wang Zhe rubbed his hands together in excitement. "I noticed you declined Professor Liu's proposal yesterday. I understand your intentions. But our system has a downside. If you do not interact with girls, your vitality may diminish." "What?" Wang Zhe was taken aback. The system had side effects? I can't miss check-in. Think of how many groundbreaking technologies I could create. He was determined to sacrifice his chastity for the sake of innovation. "Host, stop worrying about that. Just don't refuse next time. The check-in is commencing now." Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a high-tech brain that is 30 years ahead of the Summer Kingdom. What use is this? As soon as he uttered those words, Wang Zhe felt a sudden pain in his head, as if a multitude of knowledge not belonging to his time flooded into his mind. As he recalled the principles of the Arc Reactor, he found himself able to comprehend them independently. How marvelous. You have mastered the principles of technology that is 30 years ahead of the Summer Kingdom. Wang Zhe felt as if he were submerged in an ocean of knowledge. These principles were far superior to current technology. They were incredibly advanced, and he found himself entranced. He hurried home, intending to document these principles and compile them into a book to sell, thus elevating the technological standard of the Summer Kingdom. Upon entering, he disregarded everything else, grabbed a pen, and began to write. He wrote fervently, perspiring as he filled over 30 pages. Just as he was about to send it to his mentor, his phone rang. "Hello, Xiao Wang, I need to speak with you. I have something to discuss too." Wang Zhe, exhilarated by his discovery of new principles, was eager to share the news with his mentor, akin to how Newton felt when struck by an apple and discovered gravity. "You go first." However, recalling that his mentor's matter was likely important, he paused. "The president's assistant just called, requesting us to participate in a science popularization variety show this Friday to rectify the detrimental trends in the entertainment industry, which has negatively influenced many children. The nation intends to commend you during this show, positioning you as a new star of the era, replacing decay with science and gradually surpassing certain pests in the entertainment industry, providing the youth with a role model. What do you think?" Wang Zhe pondered for a moment and decided that serving as a role model for the youth was indeed worthwhile. After all, the essence of the nation lies within its young people. If the youth were to follow the trend of Han Chao, who would uphold the country? "Rest assured, teacher, I shall arrive punctually," he assured. "Little Wang, the nation holds you in high regard. You must resist the temptations of wealth and other distractions." "Are you still worried about me?" Wang Zhe chuckled lightly, amused by Chun Qiaqiang's persistent admonitions. Chun Qiaqiang also smiled, perplexed by his own concerns. "By the way, little Wang, what were you going to tell me? I have discovered a new principle of rigid body motion. It is entirely different from what is written in the university textbooks." Chapter 8, Variety Show. "Little Wang, your arguments must be well-founded. This is based on the theory proposed by Niu San," Chun Qiaqiang said, frowning slightly. It was not altogether surprising that Wang Zhe invented the Arc Reactor, as its theoretical framework was also rooted in fundamental physics. Yet, this disciple dared to question Newton. It was truly audacious. "Why do you not believe me?" Wang Zhe exclaimed, stamping his foot in desperation, eager to convey his new theory of rigid body motion to Chun Qiaqiang. "It is not that I do not believe you. You are challenging the great Niu Dan. How can I trust you, who in the scientific community has managed to refute him in the past few centuries? Do you think you can?" Chun Qiaqiang struck a chord with his bluntness. Regarding the Arc Reactor, he even doubted it was the culmination of Wang Zhe's 4 years of research, merely something to be mentioned in passing to outsiders. Wang Zhe's gaze dimmed, and he silently vowed to prove his new theory on rigid body motion to Chun Qiaqiang in the future. Seeing that Wang Zhe had fallen silent, Chun Qiaqiang assumed he had discouraged him and quickly offered consolation. "All right, little Wang. Although our calculations may have been erroneous this time, perhaps next time they will be correct. Who knows? You may indeed stand on the shoulders of giants and challenge the greats. This time was a mistake." Wang Zhe heard nothing else, fixating solely on that one remark, while Chun Qiaqiang had already concluded that his calculations were wrong. Just wait, he would certainly prove himself to Chun Qiaqiang. After offering a few more words of comfort, Chun Qiaqiang, suspecting he had misspoken, informed Wang Zhe, "Tomorrow marks the first day of the popular science variety show. You must arrive on time and not be late. Wang Zhe had initially intended to end the call, but recalling the embarrassment he caused Chun Qiaqiang by being late previously, he felt a blush rising and responded with an elongated hum. Chun Qiaqiang found his disciple rather endearing and chuckled before adding, "There will also be some female celebrities attending, such as Yang Mi." At the mention of Yang Mi, Wang Zhe's eyes lit up. This star was the goddess of his best friend from a past life. Thus, meeting Yang Mi could potentially lead to an early acquaintance with his brother. Alas, he forgot they were in a parallel universe. And perhaps there was no Su fan in this world at all. Wang Zhe exchanged pleasantries with his teacher before hanging up and taking a shower. Meanwhile, on the other side, the renowned celebrity Reba, having just completed a full-body treatment, stretched languidly before standing up. Her long, slender legs glistened, and as she swayed her waist, her perfect silhouette became apparent. She walked into the living room and picked up her phone. Reba wondered what the fuss was about. It turned out she had received an invitation to participate in a science popularization variety show. Although participating in such shows might seem beneath her, she was willing to attend, as it could benefit the public. At that moment, Yang Mi, who had been sleeping at Reba's place, was awakened by the phone call. She stumbled into the living room, rubbing her drowsy eyes, and sleepily asked, "What is going on, Reba?" "I've been invited to participate in a science popularization variety show, which could be quite good. At least I want to have to work alongside that group of sleazy male actors." Reba expressed her thoughts candidly. Indeed, those male actors are utterly inappropriate, always trying to take advantage during filming. That Wu Yu fan from last time even got a little too hands-on, Reba said indignantly. Such circumstances often left lesser-known female celebrities, like them, with little choice but to endure. Suddenly, Reba felt a wave of emotion. When would a man ever provide her with a sense of security? "I believe there is justice in the world. By the way, is there still room for participants in your show? It sounds quite interesting, and I could use some extra cash. I'd like to join," Yang Mi inquired, pursing her lips. The financial aspect was trivial. Primarily, she yearned to be among the scientific minds she admired, having heard they were all talents from Daxia University of Science and Technology. Although Yang Mi had scored over 500 points in her college entrance exam, it was still far from sufficient to gain admission to Daxia University, which boasted the finest talents. "Of course, Mi Jia, you should join me. We can look out for each other," Reba exclaimed. Yang Mi nodded in agreement, feeling reassured and joyful at the prospect of recording the show with her sister. Reba glanced at Yang Mi's flawless skin and then touched her own face, sighing. "What's wrong?" Yang Mi immediately inquired with concern. "I think I've broken out from staying up too late. I've been contemplating what to do about it. How can I possibly attend a show like this? I fear that by the next day, the trending topic on Weibo will be about Reba's skin condition." Upon hearing her friend's complaints, Yang Mi burst into laughter. "Don't worry, I've had acne before too," she reassured her. Reba looked astounded, as Yang Mi's complexion was truly remarkable. "How did you get rid of it?" Reba gazed at Yang Mi with eager eyes. Yang Mi feigned mystery, but eventually revealed her secret. She suggested Reba use acne patches along with ointment for better results. The star Reba happily placed her order, and half an hour later, the items arrived, and the two friends joyfully indulged in their skincare routine together. The following day, Wang Zhe rose early, took a shower, and donned a casual outfit of athletic pants, exuding youthful vitality, and spritzed himself with jasmine-scented perfume. After meeting with Chun Qiaqiang, they headed to the venue of the science popularization variety show. However, throughout the journey, Chun Qiaqiang dominated the conversation, while Wang Zhe remained largely unresponsive, still feeling disheartened by his teacher's disbelief in his findings from the previous day. Upon arrival, the excited fans shouted and waved banners bearing the names of Reba and Yang Mi. "Li Reba, I love you. I want to marry you. Yang Mi, look at me. Look at me. I love you." An involuntary shiver ran down Wang Zhe's spine as he thought how lecherous these male fans were. Then, under the hostess' guidance, he exited the vehicle, drawing the attention of some male fans. "Who is this handsome guy? Is he from the entertainment industry? A newcomer? I've never seen him before. Wow, that buzz cut, he is so handsome. I need all his contact information in under a minute. I don't think he is from the entertainment industry. I've never seen this person. Perhaps he is from the research field? Aren't they inviting scientists for this show? I doubt he's a researcher. I just returned from the States and came to see Yang Mi and Reba. I don't think the research community has anyone this handsome." While the male fans remained infatuated with Yang Mi and Reba, the female fans began to take notice of Wang Zhe and speculated on his identity. Seeing the fervor of her fans, Yang Mi looked over as well. Chapter 9. The Handsome Wang Zhe. After all, Reba's female fans had never reacted this way towards any of the dashing male actors. Gazing at Wang Zhe's face, Reba was momentarily stunned. His skin was so flawless, it rivaled that of male stars who wore makeup daily. His features were sharply defined, exuding a youthful vigor. His aura was undoubtedly that of a top-tier celebrity. Reba was momentarily dazed, and after a minute, she was certain this individual was not from the entertainment industry, perhaps an aspiring trainee. If he truly were from the entertainment realm, his future would be exceedingly bright. In this era, where entertainment reigns supreme, such a visage is unparalleled. Yang, noticing her good friend lost in thought, teased, "What's wrong? Have you taken a liking to him? Should I have my sister bring you to your bed today?" Reba shyly nudged Yang, exclaiming that there were so many people present. What could her dear friend possibly be saying? Yang merely smiled in silence, aware of Reba's little thoughts after years of acquaintance. However, she had never truly noticed what Wang Zhe looked like until he stood before her, greeting her with a polite handshake, perceiving her as an elder. Yang took a glance. Indeed, the young man was quite handsome. "Are you a trainee?" she inquired, her lips parting slightly. Although she knew the program would invite scientific personnel to participate in the show, she felt that Chun Qiaqiang beside Wang Zhe resembled a researcher more. Viewing Wang Zhe merely as a young lad, the host, realizing the misunderstanding, hurried to interject between Wang Zhe and Yang, wearing an affable smile. He had collaborated with Yang numerous times and understood her formidable temperament all too well. "Sister Mi, let me introduce you to Wang Zhe, a senior student from Daxia University and the creator of the National Military Supply Program's Arc Reactor." The host spoke with admiration for Wang Zhe, recognizing his accomplishments at the tender age of 22, akin to a deity among mortals. He recalled the previous high achiever, Wei Shun, who had only recently graduated with a doctorate. Wang Zhe had managed to contribute to a military supply project before even graduating. The depth of knowledge he must have self-studied was astounding. At that moment, Yang could no longer underestimate this young man and extended her hand once more. He was a national researcher, a potential pillar for the future of Daxia, deserving of her respect. Reba, taken aback by Wang Zhe's identity, shyly smiled at him. "What is the Arc Reactor?" The host, with fervor, explained that it was akin to the existence of an atomic bomb. With it, Daxia need no longer fear the United States, and a proactive offensive could potentially lead to victory. The host passionately elaborated on the principles. Though he suspected the female celebrities might not grasp the technicalities, perhaps it would be better to convey equivalent conditions. After the host's exposition, admiration gleamed on Reba's face, realizing that this young man, nearly her age, held such an esteemed position. Following the introduction of Chun Qiaqiang's identity, the host commenced the opening remarks for the variety show. Pursuing stars is inferior to pursuing national luminaries. If you spend on K-pop, you gain nothing. Yet if you invest in scientific stars, you fortify your nation. In light of the rampant misconduct in the entertainment industry, which misleads youth into irrational idol worship, the state organized this event. The host then commended Wang Zhe, sharing his remarkable achievements regarding the Arc Reactor with the fans. Being a live broadcast, many initially mistook Wang Zhe for a trainee, only to realize he was a national researcher, leading to a flurry of admiration in the online livestream. "Wow, such a handsome researcher. I dare not desecrate his brilliance. Alas, I can only rely on my talent in this lifetime." While some can rely on their looks, but choose talent instead. His watch costs 700,000. Surely he won't return to the research field, but inherit family wealth instead? What has he sacrificed? Screen licking, so handsome. The host observed the barrage of comments with satisfaction. This was the effect the nation desired, to promote public understanding of science. The atmosphere among the live audience was lively, and once the noise subsided, the host introduced the first episode of the variety show, in which the national representatives would present the Arc Reactor. Chun Qiaqiang watched with pride from the sidelines. "I've prepared the PowerPoint, but I need someone to assist me with some of the demonstrations. Who is willing?" Wang Zhe scanned the audience, already having a candidate in mind, his mentor, Chun Qiaqiang. For no one understands researchers better than fellow researchers. Noticing that a minute had passed with no volunteers, Reba, captivated by Wang Zhe's striking features and youthful bravado, felt a flutter of excitement and bashfulness. "Wang, I am willing," she softly declared. Wang Zhe chuckled. He recognized this girl, who, in a few years, would become a well-known star. She was rather charming, calling him a classmate. "Very well, let us collaborate," Wang Zhe thought, wondering why Chun Qiaqiang was so uncharacteristically passive this time. It was not his fault, considering all the stunning female celebrities present. Wang Zhe beckoned Reba to the large screen, and obediently, she nodded and approached. Walking beside him, Reba realized that Wang Zhe towered over her by at least a head and a half. Goodness, he must be nearly 1.9 meters tall. What had he possibly sacrificed? His skin was flawless, rivaling the results of her daily skincare regimen. Meanwhile, in the livestream, Reba's fans were ecstatic. Wow, this research genius is something else. Reba is being proactive. She's known for her aloofness. I ship this couple. I've already thought of names for their future children. Oh no, my heart is shattered. Reba, must you be so forward? Unbeknownst to Reba, the host was equally excited, secretly shipping the couple from the sidelines. Once Wang Zhe initiated the PowerPoint, he rolled up his sleeves and began. The presentation comprised 45 slides, and he elaborated on nearly 30 slides before the host announced a break. Throughout Wang Zhe's explanation, Reba gazed at him in admiration. She had never encountered someone like him, having only interacted with insipid or relatively normal male celebrities. She admitted she was utterly captivated by Wang Zhe. The fans certainly noticed their idol's unwavering gaze fixed on the young researcher. Reba, could you tone it down a bit? This is too obvious. I'm switching my allegiance. I'm now a fan of this young man. I've already jumped ship. Thank you. Wang Zhe's fan club has been established. The pace of the current viewers' ship was astonishingly swift, yet they were well-versed in the art of shipping. Wang Zhe's presentation was intricate. Both the live audience and those online comprehended his explanations, with some even claiming to have cured a decade-long struggle with physics. As a high school student, I find this show incredibly beneficial. I stumbled upon it and fell in love. It's a divine course that has taught me all about electromagnetism. As a university competition student, it's hard to fathom that this is a PowerPoint presented by a senior. Only college students understand its true value. Countless viewers began flooding the comments, astonished that they could actually comprehend the material. After 30 minutes, Wang Zhe concluded his presentation. He closed the laptop and bowed to the audience. To ensure clarity, he had articulated everything meticulously, simplifying complex concepts so that even a middle school student new to physics could understand. The audience erupted in applause, and the online comments praised Wang Zhe, with the host nodding approvingly. This was the desired effect for the nation. With a strong youth, the nation grows strong. In that moment, he embodied the nation's technological aspirations. Reba received a bottle of water from a member of the audience, who was ecstatic and shouted, "Reba, I love you." To everyone's surprise, Reba turned and handed the water to Wang Zhe, sunlight reflecting off her hair as she shyly remarked, "You must be parched after your explanation. Have a sip." Wang Zhe nodded. He was indeed tired, accepting the water and taking a drink. As the water coursed down his throat, clad in his black jacket, he appeared exceptionally composed. The audience member who thought they had been favored by Reba felt disheartened and vented on social media. Who understands, family? Just now, Reba accepted my water, and I was so excited. Who could have imagined that the bottle of water was meant for Wang Zhe, that despicable little man? Woe is me, returned my beloved Reba. Unsurprisingly, he was soon besieged by fans. The original poster criticized the researchers as petty, suggesting he should be directly cyberbullied. Reba is my wife. The original poster should take a good look at himself. After finishing the water, Wang Zhe casually tossed the bottle into the nearby trash bin. "Thank you," he said politely. Reba found his voice refreshingly clear. At that moment, the renowned actress Reba felt quite conflicted, although she had tissue in her bag. Should she offer it to wipe the water from the corner of Wang Zhe's mouth? But what if he refused? Wouldn't that be utterly embarrassing? Should she help him or not? Despite her hesitation, she had already pulled out the tissue. With her eyes closed and heart racing, she stood on tiptoe and gently wiped the droplets from his lips. Wang Zhe was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an action from her. Although countless girls had pursued him in his past life, none had ever dared to touch him. The moment she leaned in, he completely memorized her features: bright eyes, pearly teeth, and a captivating smile that resembled a blooming lotus. His heart raced wildly. I wiped the water from the corner of your mouth," Reba softly explained. Noticing his stunned expression, Wang Zhe merely murmured in response, still pondering whether his racing heart was indicative of some affliction. After the show, he needed to visit the hospital for a checkup. This lifelong devotee of research was still a blank slate when it came to matters of the heart. The science variety show's live stream had exploded with excitement, and amidst the flood of comments discussing the show, there was always a, "Wow, Reba, how romantic," wiping his mouth. How forward. In a single day, the aloof goddess had transformed into a gentle little sister. What on earth had transpired? At the end, the host summarized the significance of the event and invited Wang Zhe to share his thoughts on research. He simply stated, "Devotion for a lifetime." The audience erupted in applause, all admiring this young scientist's ambition to make significant contributions to the nation. Wang Zhe then encouraged the youth to study diligently and strive to enter the nation's top university, Xiaku University, to contribute to the country. The host nodded in approval before announcing the conclusion of the first episode of the science show, inviting everyone to watch the next episode, along with a special rural variety segment. As the audience began to disperse, the host seemed much more relaxed. Mijia, this show was truly a success. You have no idea. The live viewership has already surpassed 400 million. Yang Mi was astonished. How could there be so many? Normally, a live show with 10 to 20 million viewers is already impressive, and yet Wang Zhe's show reached 400 million. At that moment, Wang Zhe weakly raised his hand, speaking with a hint of uncertainty. Perhaps my parents, seeing me on the show, used their financial clout. Reba and Yang Mi exchanged bewildered glances. Chun Qiaqiang chuckled and explained, Wang Zhe's father is the founder of Ali Lala in Xia country, the richest man in the nation. Incredibly wealthy. He probably just gave a nudge to his live streaming platform. Chun Qiaqiang spoke with pride, as if the wealth were his own. Wow, amazing. The host was astonished. Just a casual promotion resulted in 400 million live viewers, far surpassing all their previous broadcasts. The host exclaimed, incredible. Does this mean if you don't excel in research, you'll inherit the family fortune? Reba teased Wang Zhe with a smile. Wang Zhe pondered seriously, recalling how his parents had urged him to return to inherit the family wealth when he discovered he had a headache in his freshman year. He nodded earnestly. Reba found his serious demeanor utterly adorable. Wang Zhe then recalled the fluttering sensation he had just experienced and managed to smile officially, asking, could I add you on WeChat? Huh. Reba was taken aback. She hadn't expected Wang Zhe to proactively request her WeChat. She was merely a non-top-tier celebrity, and he hadn't even asked Yang Mi. Reba felt a surge of delight, handing him her QR code. This was indeed the first time she had given her WeChat to a boy. After adding Wang Zhe, she noticed his self-introduction read Class 2, 19th level, Communication Engineering with Automation, which meant he was in the 19th cohort, majoring in communication engineering with a focus on automation. Wow, a scholar mastering dual disciplines in college. At that moment, a phone at the entrance captured a photo of the two. Chapter 11. Trending topics neither of them noticed. Why didn't you add me? Yang Mi playfully chided, casting a glance at Reba, who was secretly checking Wang Zhe's moments. Wang Zhe quickly apologized and took out his phone to add Yang Mi as a friend. I'll add you to a group. Yang Mi, although not particularly interested in this younger boy's style, had many friends who would appreciate it. Forget it, Reba murmured. Yang Mi leaned closer to whisper, what's wrong? Are you jealous? Reba, he might still be active in the entertainment industry. Getting to know more people isn't a bad thing. Chun Qiaqiang immediately gave Yang Mi a thumbs up, praising her thoughtfulness as the queen of the entertainment circle. Xiao Wang, are you joining the group? Yang Mi, now 36, referred to the 22-year-old Wang Zhe as Xiao Wang without hesitation. Sure. Wang Zhe thought, isn't this just about making friends? What's the big deal? Then Wang Zhe received a message. Yang Mi invites you to join the top stars in the entertainment circle group. He accepted immediately. The group chat erupted with excitement. Zhao Liying, who is this newcomer? Oh, a male star has joined the group, and that profile picture doesn't he look like a female star? Mijia, why not introduce him? Guan Xiaotong, what? I haven't been in the entertainment circle for a few years. When did a new male star emerge? Yang Zi, handsome guy. Look at me. I'm single. Choose me. I'm super sweet. Shu Danyu, stop talking. Hurry and let Yang Mi introduce him. Guan Xiaotong, Yang Mi. Yang Zi, Yang Mi. Yang Mi smiled at Wang Zhe. They are usually like this, just enthusiastic. Wang Zhe looked bewildered. These stars from his past life were far too eager. However, the primary reason was that Wang Zhe was the only male star invited by Yang Mi to this group of 17 members, all of whom were female. Yang Mi, this gentleman is not just any star. He is a rising star in the scientific community. A top student from Xiaka University who participated in the military logistics program at just 22. His Arc Reactor has already been recognized by the president, making him a key figure supported by the nation. Guan Xiaodong. Wang Zhe, that name sounds familiar. Oh, I know. You're the narrator from that science popularization program. The one that broke 400 million views. Yang Zi. Wang Zhe, impressive. You've reached the peak right out of the gate. That's the viewership we only see after 10 years of work. Wang Zhe, unsure of what to say in the group, simply typed, I look forward to your guidance. Yang Mi then transferred him 52,000, saying it was a greeting gift for their first meeting. Followed by Guan Xiaodong and others who also sent him the same amount as a courtesy to Mijia. Wang Zhe's phone was nearly overwhelmed. No, I can't accept this. I must refuse. Wang Zhe quickly waved his hands, feeling that accepting money so soon after meeting was rather inappropriate. To you, this is just pocket change. Accept it. Consider it a sister's first impression gift. Ultimately, Wang Zhe could not decline and accepted the money. After exchanging pleasantries with the host, He informed everyone that he needed to return to the lab to work, and then he left the recording venue. After Wang Zhe departed, Yang Mi could clearly see that Reba was unhappy as she sat glumly at the program's table. What's wrong, Reba? Yang Mi had already made a near-certain guess, but she still decided to inquire. Did you add Wang Zhe to the top-tier group? Reba herself was unsure of her current feelings, but she felt quite uncomfortable about her good friend Yang Mi adding Wang Zhe to the elite group for no particular reason. Initially, she shouldn't have opposed it so vehemently. Are you jealous? Yang Mi had expertly grasped Reba's emotions, yet she still feigned ignorance. I just find it quite displeasing. I was the one who knew him first. Why should I share him with so many people? Reba huffed, feeling agitated. She had never quarreled with Yang Mi before, but she felt the need to have a proper argument over this matter because it truly bothered her. Yang Mi burst into laughter. I'm merely testing you, silly. If he is not a good man, how can I believe he wouldn't be tempted by so many beautiful women? In that case, I'll ask Guan Xiaotong and the others if they've been added on WeChat to deduce Wang Zhe's character. Upon hearing this, Reba realized she had misunderstood Yang Mi immediately. She began to regret it. Yang Mi was her best friend, having supported Reba since her debut, both financially and emotionally. Though they were in a superior-subordinate relationship, they were more like friends. All right, I misunderstood you. I knew Sister Mi cared for me the most. Reba said happily as she nestled against Yang Mi. Barely an hour later, Weibo was ablaze with news about Wang Zhe, nearly exploding with activity. Wang Zhe infatuated. Adds Reba on WeChat, and Wang Zhe previously dated 40 girlfriends in college, scholar or scoundrel. These two trending topics surged to the top of the charts, accompanied by images of Wang Zhe adding Reba on WeChat, making it all seem quite real. This Wang Zhe, who appears so aloof, is actually like this. Don't say that. Let me tell you, I'm also from Zhaiguo University of Science and Technology, and this Wang Zhe is, in fact, a scoundrel. Aren't you all shipping them? Why can't he add WeChat without causing such a stir? Immediately, Reba's devoted fans began to comment sarcastically. After knowing him for just a day, adding WeChat? If it goes on for 2 days, won't he be trying to seduce my idol into bed? I'm also from Zhaiguo University, and Wang Zhe is a scoundrel. He changed partners 40 times in 4 years. It's not an exaggeration. A scholar doesn't equate to good character. Oh no. I was still shipping them while watching the show, but now, thinking about it, Wang Zhe doesn't deserve our Reba. Why doesn't Wang Zhe come out and respond on Weibo? Is he feeling guilty? At that moment, Wang Zhe, having returned from a shower due to the heat while explaining something, received a call from his mentor. Wang Zhe, it's bad. Quickly check the trending topics on Weibo. What trending topics? What does that have to do with me? Wang Zhe asked sincerely, primarily because he had never thought he could trend on Weibo, especially not for anything negative. What could possibly be wrong with him? First, he didn't evade taxes. Realizing this, Wang Zhe opened Weibo and scrolled to the top trending topic. His mind was bombarded with question marks. What are these rumors? The first one claims I added Reba on WeChat out of lust. If Reba disagreed, how could I possibly add her? The second one is even more absurd. Wang Zhe is a scoundrel, having dated 40 girlfriends in 4 years. Wang Zhe, who had never dated anyone in his life, was stunned and nearly fainted in the restroom. This was an outrageous insult to his integrity. Chapter 12, All Lies. Rumors. All rumors. Initially, Wang Zhe thought if it was something trivial, he wouldn't bother. Teacher, I swear I didn't do it. I've never even held a girl's hand. Wang Zhe lamented, feeling utterly helpless. Chun Qiaqiang thought to himself, what a pity. A 22-year-old young man who has never held a girl's hand. He still comforted him. Don't worry. I have already contacted the school's legal association. We will ensure you receive justice. Should I just ask my dad to get Weibo to remove the trending topics? Wang Zhe asked anxiously. Chun Qiaqiang felt yet again that he was being tormented. How extravagant. That can work, but I wouldn't recommend it. Doing so might provoke a backlash from netizens. What we need to do is clarify, Chun Qiaqiang advised gently. How do we clarify? Should I go to the hospital for a checkup to prove I'm still a virgin? Wang Zhe lamented. As he opened Weibo, the criticisms against him grew louder. What academic trash is Wang Zhe? How can someone so talented yet so morally bankrupt appear on a national science popularization program? Shocking. A senior student who changed girlfriends 40 times in 4 years. 10 a year. A modern-day master of time management. Changing girlfriends so quickly must mean there's no gap. It's disgusting. I was still shipping him and Reba before, but now, just thinking about it makes me feel ill. You're not the only one disgusted. Wang Zhe, who genuinely wished to focus on academic research, contemplated calling his father to resolve this issue. Just then, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly hung up on his mentor, fearing it was someone calling to berate him for his address. but still answered. On the other end was a gentle female voice. "Hello, is this Wang Zhe? Who are you?" Wang Zhe asked, genuinely puzzled, as he hardly knew any girls. "I'm Reba." Reba sounded a bit anxious. It had only been a short while since they parted. Yet Wang Zhe felt a strange sadness upon realizing he couldn't even recognize her voice. Wang Zhe protested, feeling wronged. Still lost in the chaos of the trending topics on Weibo. "I saw the trending topics, Wang Zhe, and I thought I'd ask if you needed my help to clarify, as it also concerns me," Reba said tenderly. Wang Zhe knew that Reba was a popular star, and helping him clarify would be of no benefit to her, so he thought to decline. However, Reba didn't give him a chance to refuse. "Don't reject me. I know your family is wealthy, but money isn't everything. Whether you agree or not, I'm going to post this clarification," Reba declared, resembling a domineering CEO at that moment. "All right," Wang Zhe thought, "if you want to post it, I can't stop you," and he reluctantly agreed, exchanging a few more words with Reba in a neutral tone. But as soon as Reba hung up, she leaped on her bed in excitement. Yang Mi shook her head in disbelief and asked, "What is wrong with you?" "Yay, he told me to sleep early," Reba exclaimed joyfully, dancing like a child. Yang Mi shot her a cold glance. "He tells you to sleep early, and you're this happy? When I tell you to sleep early, why don't you listen?" "That's different," Reba replied bashfully. "Oh right, I need to send a clarification to Wang Zhe." Reba rushed to grab her phone from the living room, opened Weibo, and glanced at the comments under the trending topic, instantly fuming with anger. Do my fans even know how to speak? Fuming at these comments, Reba opened her fan club group. Within 2 minutes, the fan club was in an uproar. "Please refrain from commenting on any matters regarding me and Wang Zhe. We have no relationship, but I have unilaterally developed feelings for him. Wang Zhe is a serious researcher dedicated to his work, and has not dated as many girlfriends as rumored. Please be mindful of your words. I, a devoted Reba fan for life," exclaimed one. "Wow, Reba? Who hasn't spoken in the fan club for a year, is actually speaking out. I love licking Reba's toes," chimed another. "So it's for a man, huh? All right, we get it." Only a small portion of Reba's fans commented. Most were driven by the shipper crowd. "If I marry Reba, I'll definitely tell you." Another fan mused, "I always thought it was a rumor. Wang Zhe's invention of the Arc Reactor took 4 years, which coincidentally matches the 4 years of college. How could he have time to date? He should be focused on research." Wang Zhe would definitely agree with that. Reba contemplated the names of these male fans, perplexed by their odd choices. Nevertheless, she took some suggestions to heart and drafted a clarification, ultimately asking Yang Mi to review it. With a flourish of over 1,000 words, not only did she clarify matters, but she also extolled Wang Zhe's contributions and the arduous efforts he undertook, even confessing her genuine fondness for him. Yang Mi initially feared a drop in her follower count, but such worries proved unnecessary and excessive. Her audience appreciated her authenticity and candor, and as a result, she gained several hundred new followers. The school released a clarifying post, significantly dampening the fervor surrounding the incident, and Shun Qiaqiang reassured Wang Zhe not to fret. However, a few miscreants continued to stir trouble. To counteract them, Wang Zhe casually posted a Weibo update, unexpectedly propelling it to the top of the trending list within half an hour. Xiaku University's Wang Zhe. If anyone remains skeptical, feel free to join my live stream next Sunday to witness a day in my research life, which is essentially a glimpse into my daily routine. Netizens flooded the comments, with the vitriol waning considerably. A live stream? Quite intriguing. I want to see what Wang Zhe does daily. Me too. Aren't you supposed to be a genius? Show us a day in the life of a genius. Are you all brainwashed by marketing accounts? What can a researcher possibly do in a day? Enough. What if he truly is a master of time management? He is a genius. After all, anything is possible. Upon reading a comment from someone named Chicken You Too Beautiful, Wang Zhe finally grasped why the country was implementing internet regulations and reforming the entertainment industry. Goodness, this person was impervious to reason. Just as Wang Zhe was about to enter the nanotechnology lab, his father called. A 50-year-old man, exuding the gravitas of middle age, yet remarkably tender when addressing his son. For Wang Zhe was his only child. "I've heard about the trending topic on Weibo. Are you all right? Do you need my assistance?" "No need," Wang Zhe replied, reflecting that he could not rely on his family for everything. One day, he would leave his parents behind, and now was the time for him to assert his independence. "I believe I should be self-sufficient. Please deactivate my bank card." Wang's father instantly felt the luxury cigarette in his hand lose its allure. His son, having recovered from his headaches, now seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Chapter 13. Rejection of the family business. What on earth is this? Are you rebelling against me? When I advised you to attend Xiagua Business University, with the expectation that you would inherit the family business, you chose to study at Xiaku University. delving into physics research, resulting in your headaches. The more Wang's father spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. Was it wrong to desire a good life for his son? He was well aware of the hardships of physics research. It was nothing but arduous toil. He had spent his entire life striving for wealth and recognition, all to ensure that his child would enjoy a life of comfort. Thus, he would never consent to his son traversing this path of hardship. Father, you have no comprehension of the contributions that the Arc Reactor can make to the nation, Wang Zhe articulated with conviction. This was his meticulously designed creation. Although it had originated from a system, it embodied his aspirations. Indeed, I do not understand. All I know is that ever since you participated in that wretched physics competition in high school, your headaches began, and when you joined a national science popularization program, you became the target of online harassment. Wang's father genuinely felt anguish for his child. If possible, he would gladly bear the burden himself. This is merely temporary. Wang Zhe retorted, his frustration palpable. His father, despite his many virtues, had ceased to support his dreams since the physics competition in senior year. He had not always been this way. Wang Zhe found his father's transformation utterly perplexing. He had once wholeheartedly supported his pursuit of the physics competition. He recalled vowing to the stars at the age of 5 that he would become a great scientist, and his father had applauded him. What had changed? Perhaps he had languished in ineptitude for too long, disappointing his parents. This time, he must prove himself, Wang Zhe resolved. What guarantee do you offer? On the other end of the line, Wang's father extinguished his cigarette, exhaling a sigh, his voice imbued with authority. Within 5 years, I will elevate Xiaoguo's technology and your company to the pinnacle of the world. Wang Zhe's eyes sparkled with ambition, under normal circumstances. Achieving such a feat might take 5 centuries, yet with the system's assistance, this was no longer a distant dream. You boast with great audacity, just based on your capabilities? That arc reactor is only suitable for military needs, is it not? Wang's father chuckled lightly, recognizing a semblance of himself in his son. Both were driven by lofty aspirations. When he established his company, he aimed to become the world's wealthiest individual, and to this day, he tirelessly pursued that goal. Just based on my capabilities. Wang Zhe raised his voice, firmly believing that with the system's support, he could indeed achieve this. He would transform the great Xia and alter the course of history. After a moment of silence, his father's voice emerged, slightly hoarse. If you fail, return to inherit the family business. Wang Zhe laughed, resolute in his identity as a researcher, declaring that he would never take over the family enterprise. Then you might as well have another child while you're still young. Wang Zhe defiantly suggested. His father was left speechless, exclaiming in frustration, you ungrateful child. I should have had 2 children. Who could have anticipated Wang Zhe's rebellious nature? All his efforts in building the commercial empire were for whom, if not for his son? The first time he laid eyes on Wang Zhe, he never envisioned a day like this, where his son dismissed the very empire he had constructed. Wang's father felt a profound sense of helplessness. Wishing to say a few more words, he discovered Wang Zhe had already hung up. Wang Zhe was once again engrossed in researching the new principles of rigid body motion, pondering a visit to the laboratory for validation. Were anyone else to hear Wang Zhe's words, they would likely be stunned for 3 years. Others typically required 3 to 40 years to yield research results. This prodigy conceived a new idea in a mere phone call. Host, would you like to check in for today? Wang Zhe suddenly remembered he had not yet checked in today. The system had been unusually silent. Have you fallen in love? Is there a female companion in your life? Wang Zhe inquired with genuine curiosity. Host, this is an AI, incapable of engaging in romantic relationships. All right, but what does check in according to my heart's desire mean? I want the complete version of the metaverse. Wang Zhe boldly demanded. Knowing that the 21st century metaverse was merely in its infancy, far from the grand visions people held. This is not the check-in expected during the novice phase. The system, too, found itself at a loss for words. Wang Zhe chuckled. The system was indeed pulling his leg. Did it not say he could check in according to his heart's desire? This was hardly in line with his wishes, eliciting both laughter and exasperation. The system offers you 2 options. The complete principles of rigid body motion in a super-large laboratory. What is the second option? Wang Zhe inquired, recognizing that the first was indeed appealing. The system seemed to possess an uncanny ability to anticipate his desires. There is no second option. The system replied with a gradual tone. Wang Zhe, then why are you wasting my time with idle chatter? Let us proceed with the check-in. Moreover, future check-ins will be arranged during variety shows, as the system has detected that this may be more beneficial for the host. It can enhance the host's visibility and contribute to Blue Star technology. Wang Zhe found this quite agreeable, for he was uncertain about what to discuss in the next science popularization segment. New material would indeed be advantageous. After completing the check-in, Wang Zhe discovered that the system had purchased the entire floor above him, an extravagant residence in the prestigious Tangchen Airpin, worth 7 million. The system's advanced technology was indeed remarkable. This supersized laboratory occupied an entire floor. Upon entering, Wang Zhe exclaimed in awe. The configuration was simply extraordinary. Equipped with strong and weak interaction devices, and everything one could desire. The electromagnetic force device alone was at least 20 years ahead of Great Xia. Wang Zhe proceeded into the force laboratory and began to study the principles of rigid body motion, intending to present his findings to the audience during the next science popularization variety show. Wang Zhe's interaction with these devices was nothing short of exquisite. He hesitated to use them, for every time anyone activated the instruments, they would undoubtedly fall deeply in love with the subject of physics. Wang Zhe was utterly absorbed, spending an entire day and night in the laboratory. The revolutionary new laws of rigid body motion had completely overturned past theorems, which accounted for the extended duration of his work. Nevertheless, every moment was worthwhile, for he had fully grasped the essence of rigid body kinematics. After several days of research, he began to construct models of the new laws of rigid body motion. With these models in hand, he could now disseminate this knowledge to the public. At this juncture, Wang Zhe was oblivious to the forthcoming upheaval he would soon cause in the realm of physics. Chapter 14. The upheaval. Wang Zhe immersed himself in the study of the model for the new laws of rigid body motion until the phone in the living room rang incessantly for over 10 times before he finally answered. It dawned on him that he had gone 4 days without food or water, truly losing himself in his work. "Hello, Professor. What is it?" "I still have much to do," Wang Zhe said, intending to hang up and return to his model of rigid body motion. He had completely forgotten that today was the Sunday he had promised his online friends. The outcry on Weibo was deafening, as Wang Zhe once again made headlines. Wang Zhe has stood up his commitments. Is Wang Zhe just blowing hot air and not following through? Is he busy with his girlfriend? Chicken. You are too beautiful. Wang Zhe must be terrified. He just talks a big game but can't go live. He must be hiding. Love me for 1,000 lifetimes. It's very likely. I bet he won't return to variety shows after this. After such a monumental letdown, I wouldn't show my face again. Kill Wang Zhe and the hot bar CP. Exactly. Wang Zhe, with his minor fame, seeks attention online and even reports himself to variety shows. Does he really think he is worthy of being paired with my goddess? What is the military supply plan? Is it that impressive? Did you not say you would go live this Sunday? Where are you? Now there are rumors swirling on Weibo. Chun Qiaqiang genuinely worried for Wang Zhe, having not seen him for days, wondering what he was doing holed up in his home. Can you just call it standing someone up? Wang Zhe seemed to have no interest in going live. If he made excuses now, he would surely face backlash from netizens. Chun Qiaqiang sighed, lamenting the unfortunate fate of the young man. Just as he had recovered from his headaches, he was now misunderstood by the public. I will go live immediately. Wang Zhe, preoccupied with his work, had forgotten all about this matter. His mind was solely fixated on the model of rigid body motion. He swiftly posted a Weibo update, explaining his situation and announcing that he would be going live on Douyin. Well, look who has emerged from his shell at noon. Is he really not going live? Could he still be in bed? I think it's quite possible. After all, the Arc Reactor results took him 4 years to achieve. Wang Zhe paid no mind to the chatter and focused on initiating his live stream. As soon as it began, nearly 80,000 viewers flooded in. The traffic rivaled that of top celebrity streams. Upon seeing the array of equipment in Wang Zhe's lab, the audience could hardly contain their excitement. The centrifuge demonstration apparatus, the precise point motion demonstration device, the Coriolis force demonstration apparatus. He had everything. Then there was Wang Zhe himself, clad in a soiled lab coat. His once fair complexion, now smudged with grime from polishing stones. What was he doing? Look, some of these critics are being ridiculous. He is genuinely conducting experiments. With this attire and equipment, does anyone think he would merely be posing for photographs? Posing is out of the question. Each piece of this experimental apparatus costs at least 10 million. This collection surpasses the entire experimental lab at Ziyech University. Where did Wang Zhe acquire all this? Observant netizens quickly noted that the demonstration devices behind Wang Zhe had been operational for quite some time. Wait, he really is diligent. The point motion demonstration device has been running for 72 hours, 3 days, and that apparatus requires constant supervision. Uneducated and clueless. So, Wang Zhe has been working for 3 days? Strictly speaking, yes. What on earth is he researching? Knowledgeable viewers scanned the instruments Wang Zhe had used and swiftly began commenting in the live chat. If I am not mistaken, he seems to be investigating rigid body motion. Rigid body motion laws. Isn't that knowledge from college textbooks? Shouldn't researchers be striving to uncover new information? This sarcastic comment caught Wang Zhe's attention. He smiled slightly, then stepped aside to reveal the instruments in his lab, indicating that since the audience was unfamiliar, he would provide some education. He proceeded to introduce each apparatus, and diligent viewers calculated that Wang Zhe's equipment was worth several billion. Wow, impressive. A true genius. I'm starving. Can we finally put an end to the rumors? A researcher working for 3 days straight without food or water, how could he possibly manage time management? I still don't understand why he is studying rigid body motion. Can't this generation of researchers focus on something more practical? What is the utility of rigid body motion? Rigid body motion is useless? That's not what I meant. I'm saying these are theories already established by our predecessors. Recalculating them is something even a fool could do. It seems his research isn't that diligent. Wang Zhe glanced at the screen and noted that the individual criticizing his work on rigid body motion was indeed the same person as before. Their Weibo username being Wang Zhe has died 800 times father. How utterly vicious. Knowing that Wang Zhe had undergone extensive higher education, he felt compelled to express his disdain. Wang Zhe then discreetly called his father, screenshotting the ID and handing this troublemaker over to him for resolution. His father was likely busy, managing a multitude of affairs, seldom having time to check WeChat. With that username gaining traction, more and more people inquired why Wang Zhe was studying such fundamental theories. Wang Zhe shook his head. He had initially intended to discuss this on a science communication variety show, but since so many were asking, he hesitated and explained. I have discovered that the previous interpretations of rigid body motion are incorrect. The laws of rigid body motion are not as described in college textbooks. I do not dismiss point kinematics. However, the facts prove that a rigid body is not a mere point. The live chat fell silent, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. If people were present, one could hear a pin drop. It was unclear whether they were stunned by Wang Zhe's assertions or something else entirely. But it took 2 to 3 minutes before the comments began flooding in. What? Is Wang Zhe challenging the theories of his predecessors? What is he thinking? Has he lost his mind in pursuit of fame? I think he has indeed gone mad for fame. Those are the theories of esteemed scholars. Wang Zhe observed the deluge of disbelief in the comments and silently retrieved his instrument. I will demonstrate it to you, he declared, his voice resonating with conviction and sincerity in his gaze. At that moment, as he activated the device, the live stream fell silent once more. This instrument was unlike any contemporary equipment. To be precise, it resembled technology from 30 years into the future. Its computational precision far exceeded current capabilities, albeit with an extended operational duration. Time slipped away. An hour passed, then 2, 5, and 15 hours, but Wang Zhe felt no fatigue. He was determined to validate his experimental results. Chapter 15. Discovery of new laws. As 24 hours elapsed, Wang Zhe remained steadfast, while some viewers could no longer withstand the wait and exited the stream. Others resolved to endure until the end. It's just 24 hours. I won't leave the live stream. I'm here to witness whether this host can succeed. Honestly, at first, I thought it was merely a ploy for attention, but seeing his genuine demeanor, perhaps he truly will. This could send shockwaves through the physics community. It has been ages since anything new emerged. The barrage of comments grew increasingly frenzied. They could hardly believe that someone could create something so revolutionary in the realm of physics. At that moment, Wang Zhe was fixated on the rigid body motion testing apparatus from 30 years in the future. Time was running short. The test required 26 hours. And with only 2 hours remaining before the 3D printer would automatically produce the model, success was within reach. 43:21. Wang Zhe silently counted down, while viewers in the live stream gasped in anticipation. Time's up. Printing commenced. In the next moment, the printing began. It was truly taking shape. Wang Zhe leaped with excitement, as this marked his first successful 3D print of a model based on a new theory of rigid body motion. Those knowledgeable in physics within the live stream were ecstatic. If Wang Zhe's theory were flawed, the model could never have been produced. This only confirmed that his theory was indeed valid. Could it be that my university physics education has been overturned? Calm down upstairs. In physics, theories are often disproven, someone chimed in. By now, the online community's understanding of Wang Zhe stemmed largely from the barrage of comments. Most had grasped the purpose of Wang Zhe's new model of rigid body motion, and discussions about his rumored relationships were no longer prevalent. Amidst the plethora of comments, Wang Zhe spotted one from D. Li Ba. As comments from celebrities bore a golden mark, Ba expressed her aspiration to remain a stunning beauty. After a few days, Wang Zhe has impressed me once more. I have clarified the rumors on Weibo, wishing my classmates success in this experiment. Oh, it seems you've already succeeded. My congratulations, albeit belated. Her fans began to rally, and those who had previously criticized Wang Zhe now offered their apologies. Wang Zhe responded to Ri Ba's comment with a simple, "Thank you, friend." This response effectively dispelled the rumors of discord between them. Wang Zhe thought to himself that it was primarily due to Ri Ba's unwavering support, as she risked her reputation to clarify matters. Ri Ba's fans had already begun to support Wang Zhe, and in the blink of an eye, his fan club amassed nearly 10 million followers, a figure comparable to that of a minor celebrity. Suddenly, the live stream was abruptly shut down. Wang Zhe was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The viewers who had been following him for the past 24 hours expressed their outrage on Weibo. Thus, Wang Zhe made headlines twice in one day, with the trending topic reading, "Wang Zhe live streams for 24 hours to prove new rigid body motion model. Live stream shut down." However, this trending topic lasted only 20 minutes. Although it reached the top spot, it was inexplicably removed. Wang Zhe was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the situation. Shortly thereafter, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Wang Zhe? This is the International Physics Association. We have temporarily suspended your live stream." Wang Zhe replied, "Your remarks threaten international physics theory and require verification before publication. We will monitor your account, so please refrain from posting indiscriminately." The caller's tone was unforgiving. Wang Zhe felt a surge of indignation. "May I ask your identity?" This person must have watched his live stream and should recognize the validity of his new rigid body motion model. Their dismissive attitude suggested a lack of sophistication. "Don't concern yourself with my identity. If you continue to make statements that could incite panic, we will suspend your account." Wang Zhe scoffed. "Who do you think you are? You can't just threaten to suspend my account." He demanded to speak with their president, believing that this person, likely a young graduate student inadvertently caught up in the International Physics Association, was trying to undermine him. "What status do you hold? Just a university graduate. You dare claim your rigid body motion model is valid? I can tell you're merely posturing without having even looked at it." Wang Zhe was left speechless. This individual had dismissed his work without even reviewing it. "Though I am merely a university graduate, I possess knowledge that surpasses yours. Would you care to examine my rigid body motion model?" Wang Zhe, having received a solid education, remained humble and aimed to engage in constructive dialogue. "The rigid body motion model? You dare question a senior?" The caller's tone dripped with condescension, mockery, and indifference. Progress in physics arises from questioning the status quo. Heliocentrism challenged geocentrism. Can you claim that questioning is futile? Wang Zhe was no longer inclined to engage with this individual, whose perspective was completely clouded by self-interest. Angrily, he hung up the phone, relieved that he had recorded the conversation. Due to his father's influence, his calls were automatically recorded. Wang Zhe scrolled through Weibo, discovering the first trending topic was filled with inquiries regarding the situation, with many tagging him. Deciding to take decisive action, he uploaded the recording to Weibo. His followers had already come to trust the validity of his rigid body motion model, and he believed that the power of public opinion could enable him to meet the head of the International Physics Association from Xia country. Once the recording was posted, Weibo exploded with reactions. Upon hearing the caller speak English while clearly being from Xia country, users began to lash out. How could he be so arrogant? He didn't even look at Wang Zhe's model before dismissing it. Is he in league with the West, bullying Xia country? If he speaks English so well, let him converse in Chinese with Xia country's citizens. Who does he think he is? Just a master's student? I'm a postdoctoral researcher and have more credentials. Wang Zhe expressed on Weibo that he only hoped this arrogant individual could apologize and sincerely wished for an audience with the International Physics Association, as his rigid body motion model was undoubtedly correct and poised to change the world. This declaration surged to the top of Weibo, eclipsing even the popularity of numerous celebrities. The rising star, Wang Zhe, faced a blockade on his live stream due to his groundbreaking rigid body motion model. As Wang Zhe observed the increasing popularity of the topic, it even made it onto the television news. Chapter 16. Strawberry Cake. Ri Ba and her close friend Yang Mi were at home, watching television, with no work obligations. They rarely checked Weibo. Yang Mi changed the channel, while Ri Ba munched on chips and replied to messages. Hearing the term rigid body motion model struck Ri Ba as oddly familiar. She recalled having encountered it somewhere before. Upon glancing up, she saw the news about Wang Zhe. She had exited the live stream right after commenting, never anticipating such an outcome. Without hesitation, Ri Ba dialed Wang Zhe's number. At that moment, Wang Zhe had just received a call from the International Physics Association, but he chose to answer Ri Ba's call instead. The International Physics Association only bows to public pressure. No wonder technological advancement in Blue Star stagnates. The more Wang Zhe thought about it, the angrier he became. feeling frustrated by the arrogance of Master S students and the incompetence of certain graduate students. How rapid could technological progress be? In essence, they were merely conducting research to graduate. If research was not pursued for its own sake, then all was in vain. Hello, Wang Zhe. Has the situation with the International Physics Association been resolved? Would you like me to share it? Reba inquired gently. Yangmi, curious about the conversation between her best friend and Wang Zhe, leaned in closer. Upon hearing about the International Physics Association, Yangmi sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly grabbed her phone to check Weibo. After listening to the recording, she was utterly shocked. This person was truly overstepping. Such blatant discrimination based on education. No one had ever dared to treat Yangmi this way, but now that her friend was being bullied, she had automatically included Wang Zhe in her circle of friends. Moreover, he was the one Reba admired. Yangmi casually forwarded a post, and her Weibo, with its 70 million followers, instantly garnered 2,000 or 3,000 comments, all unequivocally advocating for Wang Zhe. She then shared this post in her group chat. Yangmi, sisters, please retweet this. Guan Xiaodong. Oh, who is this? The handsome guy we met the other day, right, Wang Zhe? Yang Zi, has the handsome guy been bullied? I must retweet this. Don't be afraid. Wang Zhe. A few other female celebrities also joined in the retweeting. At that moment, Wang Zhe was still on the phone with Reba, assuring her not to worry about his issues, while WeChat notifications kept popping up. Zhou Danyu remarked, speaking of which, I haven't even met the handsome guy yet. Sister me, are you hiding him from us? Yangmi chuckled, thinking it was not her concealing him, but rather Reba, who seemed reluctant to let Wang Zhe mingle with other female celebrities. However, Yangmi was indifferent to this. She initially added Wang Zhe to the group to help Reba understand her true feelings. Reba was overly cautious about rumors, which was rather foolish. Yangmi, Zhou Danyu, come join that national science popularization variety show, and you'll get to see him. You can pull out your phone right now, but never mind. I'll share it with you. Guan Xiaotong, send it to me too. I want to see. Who doesn't love a handsome guy? I just signed up. Reba watched on the screen, feeling a bit jealous, as Wang Zhe had initially only known her. And now here they were. Yangmi chose to remain silent, merely smiling. Wang Zhe, of course, noticed all of this. While on the phone with Reba, he was curious about the messages popping up and took a glance. Reba, on the other hand, seemed visibly displeased, responding to whatever Wang Zhe said with a mere ah. Normally, Wang Zhe would not have cared. There were so many pursuing him at school, and he hadn't even glanced at them. But Reba was different. He considered her a friend. And since she was so eager to help him, he felt it would be rude to refuse. Are you unhappy? Wang Zhe finally asked, speaking straightforwardly. No, Reba mumbled, lowering her head as she stood in front of the television. This drew a series of teasing remarks from Yangmi. Reba shot her a glare, prompting Yangmi to quiet down. What was up with her stirring the pot? Wang Zhe understood that women often speak in contradictions. The cake I ordered should be arriving soon. Could you go get it? Reba was taken aback. You ordered a cake? Her heart raced. What did Wang Zhe mean by that? There was no time to ponder, as the delivery person had already knocked on her door, and she didn't think twice about how Wang Zhe knew her address. Unbeknownst to her, it was her good friend Yangmi who had informed him. Reba stepped out to retrieve the cake, which was quite large and strawberry-flavored, mumbling to herself. What did you say? Wang Zhe asked, genuinely confused. I said, you're so nice, Reba replied, her face lighting up with a sweet smile as she prepared to share the cake with her dear friend, Yangmi. Yangmi awaited her return with a mischievous grin, ready to interrogate her about every detail. After all, it was Yangmi who had provided the address. Wang Zhe chuckled softly, thinking there was nothing significant about the cake. It was merely a trivial expense for him, something he could easily spend in a day. It's nothing. Consider it a token of gratitude for your previous help in clearing things up, Wang Zhe said politely. Reba, who had been elated just moments ago, now looked somewhat dejected and asked, is it just a token of gratitude? I genuinely want to give you something, Wang Zhe said, unable to bear seeing Reba so downcast. As the sight of the adorable girl in disappointment saddened him, Reba's spirits lifted once more. After a few more exchanges, Wang Zhe ended the call, intending to delve into his research. Reba, brimming with childlike joy, snapped a photo of the cake and posted it on Weibo, captioning it, March's spring breeze is as pure and sweet as you. Instantly, her followers sensed something amiss and flooded the comments. Who is it like? Is this a heartfelt expression? Shouldn't the focus be on who sent the cake? A cake this size couldn't possibly be from anyone else. No one expected Reba to respond to the queries. Reba, a scientific genius. Weibo exploded. The audience seemed to guess who it was as if they already knew the answer. A scientific genius? The only researcher Reba knows is Wang Zhe, right? Is Wang Zhe truly a genius? I think he qualifies. Wang Zhe has joined the military supply program. Doesn't that count as a big deal? If that's the case, then the March spring breeze sentiment seems a bit over the line. What line is being crossed? Reba thought. Realizing how nosy the netizens were, how could someone as impressive as Wang Zhe be subjected to such gossip? Reflecting on this, Reba felt the urge to defend Wang Zhe. Recalling how he had been criticized online previously, the scrutiny was indeed alarming, and the netizens seemed oblivious to the truth. Chapter 17. Creating a secondary account. Reba, contemplating this, picked up her phone and created a secondary account on Weibo, swiftly registering it under the name Forever Fan of Wang Zhe the Genius. Her first follow was Wang Zhe. She then rolled up her sleeves and confronted the commenter from earlier. Forever Fan of Wang Zhe the Genius. Can friends not be sweet with each other? Look at you, you narrow-minded person. Unstoppable king. Wang Zhe's diehard fans should remain silent. I cannot stand your kind. Reba was infuriated by the remarks and, without hesitation, called her company's operations to have the account banned. Challenging me. While Reba was engaged in this heated battle, Wang Zhe focused intently on refining his model of rigid body motion. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered. Hello. This is the head of the International Physics Association in Xia Country. I apologize for the comments made by Yang Shuo regarding you. I would like to inquire if you could delete your statements made online. Wang Zhe snorted. This person's attitude was certainly much improved compared to the previous one. But he wasn't easily intimidated. No, when one makes a mistake, one must face the consequences, don't you think? There was a brief silence on the other end of the line, followed by a sigh. Very well. Can we meet? Bring your model. Wang Zhe could tell from the voice that the person was quite elderly, probably over 70, a respected elder, which made it difficult for him to be overly assertive. When would you prefer? Wang Zhe made a final concession. At the Xia City Center Chamber of Commerce. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, is that suitable? The person on the other end was the head of the International Physics Association in Xia Country, named Yang Ao, who happened to be Yang Shuo's father. All right. Wang Zhe agreed. Could we meet earlier? Wang Zhe suddenly remembered he had a variety show to attend the next day. Arriving at the chamber by 8 might make him late for the show. How could he easily let down the commitments he made to others? Do you have something else planned? Yang Ao frowned slightly, recalling that Yang Shuo had mentioned Wang Zhe had an air of arrogance about him. If his model proved to be useless, Yang Ao wouldn't hesitate to push him out of the research community. Wang Zhe certainly couldn't disclose that he had other matters. He merely replied politely, of course, I would like to meet you as soon as possible. Yang Ao nodded. For him, the timing of the meeting was inconsequential, but he despised when people agreed to a time and then changed it. Although Wang Zhe hadn't exactly changed it, he had indeed caused Yang Shuo to endure online harassment. That was unforgivable. Yang Shuo was his cherished child, raised with the utmost care. He had never faced any hardships in life, except for that day when he fell victim to Wang Zhe's phone. Then it settled for 8 o'clock. Yang Ao had already devised his little scheme, thinking to himself, what notable achievements could a mere student like Wang Zhe have, let alone overturn the theories of his predecessors? He was living in a fantasy. Once they met, Yang Ao intended to record a video, pointing out all the flaws in Wang Zhe's model. He was well aware of how this model was fabricated. The theory was fundamentally flawed. Sometimes, models could indeed be produced, but his was erroneous as well. He planned to post it online for contemporary netizens to witness how much Wang Zhe was merely posturing, inviting criticism and condemnation from the public. Wang Zhe, of course, was oblivious to Yang Ao's thoughts. In his eyes, Yang Ao was still a venerable elder. Wang Zhe mused that perhaps Yang Ao was simply too old to manage affairs, which allowed someone like Yang Shuo, a graduate student lacking qualifications, to enter the association. Age could indeed bring about such leniency. Wang Zhe even greeted Yang Ao before turning his attention to preparing his model. By around 6 p.m., Wang Zhe noticed that his Weibo trending topic had been overshadowed. The new hot search announced that the head of the International Physics Association in Xia Country had invited Wang Zhe for a meeting. The comments below were uniformly aligned. So Wang Zhe's model was indeed correct, wasn't it? I saw Wang Zhe create it live. How could it possibly be wrong? Isn't the International Physics Association considered the highest authority? What is going on? I advise everyone not to jump to conclusions too soon. What if Wang Zhe is mistaken? Let us observe for now. It doesn't concern us anyway. This fan's comment resonated with many, and the Weibo comments quieted down significantly. Carrying his 3D model, Wang Zhe initially intended to drive a Ferrari to the meeting, but thought better of it, fearing that the esteemed elder might perceive him as being overly enamored with fame and fortune. Ultimately, he took the high-speed train, which was bustling with people, a first for him, as he had either flown or been driven by his father previously. Upon arriving at the meeting venue, boredom set in, and he idly scrolled through his phone, only to realize half an hour had slipped by. He muttered, "Where is he?" It was already half an hour past their agreed-upon time. This venerable old professor was a whole 30 minutes late. Wang Zhe felt he could no longer tolerate this delay and resolved to leave with his model when the old professor finally arrived. "Where do you think you're going? Planning to stand me up?" The old professor approached with an unmistakably displeased expression. Wang Zhe thought to himself, has the old man got this wrong? Am I the one standing him up? He has made me wait here for half an hour. The elder showed no signs of regret and directly took a seat across from Wang Zhe. "Where's the model? Bring it here," he commanded, rapping his fingers on the table with an air of arrogance. This sudden display left Wang Zhe bewildered. Is it typical for members of the International Physics Association to behave so haughtily? Nevertheless, Wang Zhe reasoned that the elder was simply too old, and he should not stoop to his level. He placed the model on the table, anticipating a fair evaluation. After a brief inspection, he hoped the elder would provide constructive feedback on its merits or flaws, confident in the accuracy of his reasoning. However, he was taken aback when the elder suggested, "Can we go live now? I want everyone to witness our meeting, especially since it is trending #1. Wang Zhe thought, "Are we national leaders that our meeting must be broadcasted for all to see? Are you feeling insecure? Is there a problem with your model?" The elder relentlessly pressed him. "My model cannot possibly have flaws." Wang Zhe replied firmly, incredulous that anyone would doubt the product of his painstaking 67 days of work. Chapter 18. Live streaming, then let us go live. If you're confident, why fear the broadcast? The old man was insistent. In his mind, this young student was devoid of accomplishments and thus did not regard Wang Zhe with any seriousness. Wang Zhe scoffed quietly, realizing that the so-called head of the International Physics Association was merely an obstinate old fool, questioning others for what he himself could not achieve. "You will regret this," Wang Zhe said, his gaze intense, filled with indignation. The elder scoffed, thinking, "What do I have to regret? This could help my son regain his dignity." Wang Zhe set up the live stream, and viewers flooded in immediately. Wang Zhe is live again. What is this about? Who is this grandfather? I know. He is the head of the International Physics Association in Xia country. My classmate, a PhD from Xia University of Science and Technology, couldn't even get in. You can't be serious. A PhD from Xia University can't gain entry? Does the International Physics Association really have such high standards? It can't be that high. I heard this old man, Yang Ao, likes to give people backdoor access, which has pushed many out of the running. No way. In the 21st century. Is there still such darkness? All right, enough talk. Focus on the live stream. Look, this elder named Yang Ao is speaking. Seems like this kid has some insight. Yang Ao squinted his eyes, nearly closing them, and casually reclined in his chair. Are you not going to check? Wang Zhe thought. It's a live stream. You can't just rely on your age. I must maintain the courtesy due in this situation, in due time. The viewers will discern who is right and who is wrong. The quality of the viewers, I still have some confidence in. Yang Ao interpreted this as the young man being intimidated by him, and proceeded to inspect the model. He initially thought there was nothing remarkable, just a failed product. And he could easily point out a few errors. However, the more he examined it, the more astonished he became. This is impossible. Yang Ao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood up. This cannot be. He exclaimed loudly, prompting a wave of comments in the live stream. What is wrong with this old man? What is impossible? Why is he shouting so loudly? He must be stunned by Wang Zhe's work. Look at how arrogant he was earlier, clearly not considering others. Yang Ao, oblivious to the viewers' comments, was solely focused on his shock. This model, theoretically sound, exhibited no flaws whatsoever. This was terrifying. There was not a single loophole in it. He couldn't believe it. He checked again, and before he knew it, 3 hours had passed. Wang Zhe merely smiled, watching him in astonishment. Yang Ao had scrutinized the model for 3 hours, chuckling to himself, still failing to find any flaws. After one final inspection, he slumped back in his chair, staring blankly at the young man. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and exhaled a puff of smoke, murmuring, "How did you do this?" In that moment, Yang Ao genuinely acknowledged Wang Zhe's brilliance. He could hardly fathom that someone at the age of 22 had accomplished what he had failed to achieve in his entire life. Wang Zhe, understanding the elder's feelings, simply replied, with utmost dedication, "Research comes first." He was mocking Yang Ao, a researcher who prioritized bureaucracy over genuine scientific inquiry. To Wang Zhe's surprise, Yang Ao, contrary to his previous demeanor, did not lecture him but instead sank into his chair, repeatedly murmuring this phrase. The livestream audience felt immense pride in Wang Zhe's words. No wonder Wang Zhe is so esteemed. A single statement has defeated this old curmudgeon. Research knows no victory or defeat. But it is disheartening when some are not motivated by the pursuit of knowledge. After a prolonged silence, Yang Ao finally lifted his head in defeat. I concede. Wang Zhe continued to smile, as if reassuring him that it was all right, and softly murmured, research knows no victory or defeat. Yang Ao reflected on how his son had faltered. While Yang Shuo played mind games, Wang Zhe remained unperturbed, his focus solely on research. Well, I have devoted my life to studying rigid body motion and have yet to discover any new principles. Young man, you are remarkable. Your future is boundless. I will report this theory to the state, and by next year at the latest, you will appear in high school and university physics textbooks. This was the promise Yang Ao could offer Wang Zhe. This theory is pivotal for the study of physics, potentially saving the discipline 2 decades of unnecessary detours. Your contributions are invaluable. Yang Ao genuinely wished to commend him. Individuals like Wang Zhe are destined to serve the nation, passionate about and devoted to scientific research. Blessed with the intellect suitable for such pursuits. Unlike him, who ultimately succumbed to utilitarianism, Yang Ao yearned to offer a word of advice, encouraging him to maintain his love for scientific inquiry. But this was a live broadcast. The comments section began to flood with messages of support for Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe, you are truly remarkable. I will follow you from now on. Gratitude was expressed, and the star he admired was nearly unreachable, leading him to decide to pursue prominent figures in scientific research, dismissing the idea of disappointment altogether. As Wang Zhe contemplated ending the live stream, he noticed a comment expressing admiration, prompting a subtle smile. I hope the children can surpass me by taking me as their role model. Is the great Wang Zhe responding to me? Exclaimed a high school senior, stating that his goal was to attend the same university as Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe's striking appearance left many netizens in awe. Wow, he is extraordinarily handsome, truly captivating. His smile reveals 2 adorable dimples. Wang Zhe shook his head in exasperation, noting that it is uncommon to describe men as unattractive, politely thanking everyone before closing the live stream. Yang Ao remained seated, intently observing Wang Zhe's model. Wang Zhe raised an eyebrow, inquiring, is there an issue with the model? Yang Ao quickly shook his head with a smile. No problem at all. It is simply too precise. I wish to study it further. Feel free, Wang Zhe replied. As Yang Ao examined the model, he felt as if he were reading the ode to the pavilion of Prince Tong, initially finding it unremarkable, only to be ultimately astonished. 2 hours later, observing Yang Ao still fixated on his model, Wang Zhe finally spoke up. How about I give this to you? Absolutely. Yang Ao replied without a hint of hesitation or embarrassment. Wang Zhe remarked, you are quite unreserved. I sincerely appreciate it. Yang Ao expressed his gratitude. At that moment, Wang Zhe felt somewhat resentful, having spent several days crafting the model only to part with it so easily. Nevertheless, he thought, if he didn't give it to Yang Ao, the man would continue to stare at it, and there was no way to take it back. Thus, he was left merely to provide companionship. This old man must have had this planned all along. Chapter 19. The variety show the next day. Yang Ao happily departed with the newly acquired model of the laws of rigid body motion, simultaneously posting on Weibo to praise Wang Zhe and apologize for his son. Yang Shuo, the online community, seeing a 70-year-old man apologizing, felt unable to criticize. Although stubborn, Yang Ao seemed rather amusing. His son's shortcomings were not his fault. Wang Zhe chose to disregard the matter. However, the second trending topic was that Wang Zhe's model of the laws of rigid body motion would soon appear in university textbooks. Is it permissible to re-enroll in university? For the first time, we can see a living physicist in a textbook. Don't be ridiculous. The uproar surrounding the model had finally subsided, and Wang Zhe now awaited the inclusion of his theory in textbooks. Relieved to no longer have to interact with the shameless Yang Ao. Just as Wang Zhe was lost in thought, Yang Ao's phone call interrupted him, the incessant ringing grating on his nerves. With a sigh, his contentment dissipated. Xiao Wang, would you be interested in joining our International Physics Association? Yang Ao inquired enthusiastically. Not interested, Wang Zhe replied dismissively, still mourning the loss of his beloved model. At that moment, he wished to say nothing to Yang Ao. Joining our International Physics Association offers numerous benefits, including access to endless laboratories, and once you discover a theory, you will no longer have to struggle to prove it to others. Yang Ao believed his proposal was enticing enough. Wang Zhe could endure no longer and shouted into the phone, am I a pack mule? Do you think laws and theorems are trivial matters that can be discovered casually? Yang Ao hastily moved the phone away from his ear before hanging up, chuckling to himself. Hanging up voluntarily would spare him any embarrassment. What is he playing at? If he doesn't want to join, then so be it. What an attitude, Yang Ao lamented. At that moment, his beloved eldest son, Yang Shuo, had been awakened by the commotion. "Dad, what's wrong?" "Nothing, just a stubborn mule with a bad temper," Yang Ao gently explained to his son. Sitting in his own dining room, Wang Zhe was oblivious to the fact that he had become a mere pack mule in Yang Ao's eyes. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He would never join that old man's association. He had no need for a laboratory, fearing that he might be confined in a small dark room and exploited. Today, Wang Zhe was destined to be unhappy, having lost the model he had labored over for 7 days. The next day, Wang Zhe resolved to create another one. Just as he was preparing to enter the laboratory, Chun Qiaqiang knocked on the door, inviting him to join a variety show. Wang Zhe, dressed in his simple checkered shirt typical of a researcher, agreed to go. Meanwhile, Reba had just applied a facial mask and planned to do her makeup before attending the show, only to discover that her acne had not improved. Instantly distressed, she thought about needing to face Wang Zhe today. How could she show her face to him in this condition? "What's wrong?" Yang Mi asked while applying lotion. Reba hung her head, her face full of worry. "What should I do? My face is still covered in acne. The last time I used your product, it didn't help. Am I destined to have a ruined face? A female celebrity with a ruined face will surely trend." "Not at all. Wang Zhe has taken over the trending topics. You want to be in the spotlight," Yang Mi bluntly remarked. Reba chuckled, realizing Yang Mi was right. Wang Zhe had been so popular lately that he left no room for others to trend. "But what will happen to my face?" Despite being cheered up by Yang Mi, Reba still fretted over her acne. "Just use some concealer for now. Besides, if Wang Zhe truly likes you, he wouldn't care about your acne. It's a common occurrence. I haven't met many people who haven't had acne while growing up." "All right," Reba replied, still not entirely pleased. Yang Mi continued to comfort her, thinking the girl was worrying excessively. Upon arriving at the venue, Guan Xiaodong and Yang Zhe warmly greeted Reba, observing their flawless skin. Reba felt a pang of insecurity and whispered to Yang Mi, "Why are they all here? Didn't I tell you last time? They also want to see Wang Zhe." Reba felt somewhat inferior. With so many admirers of Wang Zhe, she felt insignificant, especially with her acne. Consequently, she chose a seat at the far edge, distant from Wang Zhe. As soon as Wang Zhe entered, he spotted Reba slumped in her seat, resembling a wilted eggplant. Instead of taking his designated spot, he sat beside Reba, drawing everyone's attention, particularly Yang Mi, who was wide-eyed in anticipation. "What's wrong?" Wang Zhe asked gently. Reba shook her head, unwilling to discuss the matter with him. Why wasn't he sitting in his own place? His presence made her heart race. "It's nothing," Yang Mi interjected. "If it's nothing, why do you look so unhappy?" Wang Zhe understood that when a woman claims there's nothing wrong, there usually is. "I've been breaking out lately. My skin isn't in great condition," Reba sighed, ultimately deciding to confide in Wang Zhe, while also gauging whether he truly liked her. If he did, he wouldn't mind, right? Wang Zhe studied Reba intently for a long moment before finally spotting a blemish on her chin. Wow, Wang Zhe was astonished. Do women really care this much? Who could notice such a minor detail? It could only be said that the lives of female celebrities are compelled to be excessively refined. This was a case of being overly anxious. Should we proceed with today's sign-in? The system chimed in appropriately. Wang Zhe pondered for a moment. May I ask the most handsome system in a world devoid of romantic entanglements? Can I check in at my leisure today? Of course you can. The system proudly declared, delighted by its master's compliment. Then I shall check in for a skincare product. One that treats sensitive skin and swiftly eradicates acne. Not so fast, my friend. I am a research system, not a tool for winning the favor of women. Hurry up, or I might just end you, Wang Zhe retorted. Wah, I'm scared. It's merely a skincare product, I assent it. It cannot possibly challenge the super cosmic and invincibly handsome me. The system was left speechless. It was a research system that was typically revered by other hosts. Yet here it was, each day laboring as an overworked employee, threatened by its own master. Check-in successful, with the mechanical voice of the system echoing. Wang Zhe discovered a bottle of skincare product nestled within his backpack, bearing the label Wang Zhe brand. How amusing. The system even named it for him. He then cast a glance at Reba, who appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Chapter 20. Automatic Healing. What marvels will Wang Zhe bring us today? The host, observing the sticky Reba and Wang Zhe, cheerfully commenced the opening remarks. Wang Zhe placed his right hand over Reba's, gently patting it twice in a gesture of comfort. Reba's heart raced at this unexpected touch. He stepped onto the stage, adjusted his shirt, and mysteriously produced a small bottle. Today, given the number of female stars present, we shall not delve into technology, but rather present something beneficial for the public. The audience and online viewers were abuzz with curiosity about what Wang Zhe would unveil. A technology variety show that eschews technology? Can you guess what I have brought for you today? Wang Zhe feigned mystery. Guan Xiaodong was the first to inquire. What aspect are you referring to? Zhou Dongyu followed suit. What could a man like Wang Zhe possibly create? First and foremost, we can eliminate female cosmetics from the equation. Guan Xiaodong chuckled. That seems quite reasonable. A straightforward man like Wang Zhe surely wouldn't delve into cosmetics, right? Besides, he a physics major, not a chemistry one. Wang Zhe merely smiled, remaining silent. At that moment, the host could no longer contain himself. Wang Zhe, please stop the suspense and tell us. Reba continued to lower her head, feeling inexplicably inferior as she watched Wang Zhe shine on stage. I will need an assistant to aid me, Wang Zhe declared. The host encouraged him to choose anyone he liked from the audience. Wang Zhe pretended to deliberate. Although he had already decided whom to select, this item was meant for his friend Reba. I invite Dealy Reba to assist me, Wang Zhe said in a gentle tone. Reba, her head still bowed, looked up in astonishment. Did she hear correctly? Wang Zhe wanted her to join him. As a female star, she lacked knowledge in physics. What could she possibly contribute? I can't, Reba shook her head. Wang Zhe chuckled softly, extending his hand in invitation, which elicited cheers from the audience. No way. Wang Zhe took the initiative. This surely isn't unrequited love. How fortunate to live in the 21st century, in the past. Who could have imagined hearing Reba lament about unrequited feelings for someone? Indeed, whether it be friendship or love, Wang Zhe is quite commendable, giving Reba the respect she deserves. My assessment is that true friendship surpasses love. Reba looked at Wang Zhe, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Wang Zhe nodded reassuringly, indicating his affirmation. This technology is indeed crafted for her. How could she possibly decline to assist him? Reba stepped onto the stage, standing beside Wang Zhe, and felt an unexpected surge of confidence. She sensed that Wang Zhe could provide her with courage and strength. The technology product being introduced is an ultra-fast acne treatment, utilizing principles of bacterial dissolution and rapid wound healing. This ointment, strictly speaking, qualifies as a medicinal cream, capable of healing acne within 2 minutes when applied. As Wang Zhe spoke, the audience erupted in excitement, while comments in the live stream varied between praise and skepticism. Oh, such a miraculous product exists? I doubt it. I've tried every acne remedy on the market, and none worked. How can Wang Zhe assure us his product is effective? I'm skeptical too. Isn't he a physics major? Can a physicist truly create a functional ointment? Meanwhile, several female stars were discussing how Wang Zhe had genuinely crafted a cosmetic product. Guan Xiaotong leaned in curiously. I wonder if Wang Zhe's product is effective. If it is, could I possibly promote it for direct purchase? Zhou Dongyu agreed. Isn't this a boon for female stars? With this, who would fear late nights leading to breakouts? The group deliberated, expressing that if the product proved effective, they would not only purchase it, but also promote it for Wang Zhe for free, which is quite unusual considering their high advertising fees. Wang Zhe's scientific explanations were indeed captivating. Although profound, he always managed to simplify them for the audience's understanding. Reba listened intently and truthfully. This eloquent man exuded charm and allure. Wang Zhe further elucidated the fundamental applications of the ointment's technological principles, prompting the audience to interject. Wang Zhe, your presentation is indeed engaging. Even as a high school student, I comprehend it. But could we perhaps see a demonstration? You've piqued my interest. But I still wish to witness its efficacy. This sentiment was echoed by many. Wang Zhe nodded, acknowledging the audience's valid concerns. You raise excellent points. Hence, I have decided to let Reba try it. Reba was taken aback. Her? Wasn't this product freshly developed by Wang Zhe? Would she be the first to use it? Is that all right? She asked hesitantly. Certainly, Wang Zhe thought, as Reba had no acne, making her the perfect candidate for this trial. Wang Zhe squeezed the white lotion from the glass bottle, while Reba gently lifted her head. As Wang Zhe's hand brushed her chin, he noted the fine hairs on Reba's nose and the pristine elegance of her swan-like neck. When his fingers, cool with the lotion, made contact with Reba, she shivered slightly. Wang Zhe, initially focused on applying the ointment, was drawn to her, gazing at her with pure intent. Wow, her eyelashes are extraordinarily long, Reba mused internally. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form, she reminded herself. All done. Wang Zhe's melodious voice resonated in Reba's ears. Thank you, she replied politely, a hint of shyness evident. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The audience fixated on Reba, who felt warmth in the area where her acne had been, which soon dissipated. After 2 minutes, when she touched the spot again, she was astounded to find the acne had vanished completely. Reba's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my, this is astonishing. Wang Zhe, how did you invent such a product? She could hardly fathom the existence of such a miraculous solution. The area where the acne had been looked as though it had never existed. The audience leaned in, curious about what had transpired. In just 2 minutes, the acne on my chin has disappeared. Chapter 21. The skeptics. The other female stars rushed over to witness the spectacle. They were unaware that Reba had previously suffered from acne. Who would pay attention to that? Yet, Yangmi was aware, as Reba had confided in her about it. She scrutinized Reba's face several times, utterly astonished. The blemishes on Reba's face had vanished without a trace, leaving no marks behind. The acne treatment products she had previously purchased for thousands only worked after 3 or 4 days. Yet, Wang Zhe's remedy took merely 2 minutes. It was truly remarkable. How is this possible? How did you conceive of such an idea? Yangmi gazed at Wang Zhe in disbelief, wondering just how many surprises this young man had in store. The new laws of rigid body motion combined with the Arc Reactor, and now a 2-minute acne treatment product. It was merely a stroke of inspiration. He had anticipated that women had high expectations for skincare products. All the female celebrities had voiced the same sentiment, so logically, the audience should have believed it too. But this was an audience from a science popularization program, comprised of university students and individuals passionate about research. Their skepticism was palpable. Did Reba's face truly exhibit acne? Wasn't this merely a ploy alongside Wang Zhe? I concur. Reba had no acne unless we found someone with a face full of pimples for the experiment. Agreed. We need a subject with severe acne for the experiment. Otherwise, we can't trust this at all. The audience's calls grew louder until the host managed to restore order. It seemed everyone had doubts about Wang Zhe's product. Was there anyone willing to volunteer? The host smiled gently at the audience. The previously vocal crowd fell silent at the mention of volunteering. Only one boy, his face covered in acne, stood up, timidly expressing his willingness to be the volunteer. Wang Zhe had noticed him. He had remained quiet amidst the crowd's shouts. Come on up, the host said, slowly walking down to assist him. The audience was quite pleased with this volunteer. If this works, I would gladly purchase 100 bottles to stock up. 100 bottles? I want 1,000. I refuse to believe it. You expect me to think that such a face can be cured in 2 minutes? How is this different from plastic surgery? The volunteer stood beside Wang Zhe, who smiled, sensing the boy's nervousness. Don't be anxious, Wang Zhe reassured him, and Yangmi also offered words of comfort. The volunteer, named Zhang Yun, had suffered from acne since middle school, which had progressively worsened, significantly impacting his life and fostering a sense of inferiority. He had been shunned by classmates since then, and if this treatment could genuinely heal him, it would be akin to a rebirth. Can my face really be cured? Zhang Yun asked, his tone filled with uncertainty. Deep down, he harbored doubts about Wang Zhe's claims, but given his situation, what choice did he have? It was better to take a chance than to remain hopeless. Wang Zhe thought to himself, jokingly, that this was merely a challenge to his system's capabilities. He grasped Zhang Yun's hand in a comforting gesture, and Zhang Yun was nearly moved to tears by the kindness of such a prominent figure. You can do it. Trust me, Wang Zhe said, his voice slow and gentle, captivating even Reba. Zhang Yun nodded vigorously. Wang Zhe instructed Zhang Yun to face the audience and began applying the treatment meticulously. As Wang Zhe worked with great care, 2 minutes had already passed on Zhang Yun's forehead. To everyone's astonishment, the acne on his forehead had completely disappeared, creating a stark contrast with the remaining blemishes on the rest of his face. The audience gasped in disbelief. This is more astonishing than cosmetic surgery. His skin has transformed into a smooth, supple surface. How had Wang Zhe accomplished this? If he could invent such a product, would future concerns about acne become obsolete? This was truly a savior for high school students. Wang Zhe, you are the best. Can we not donate this project to the state? I implore you. Please start your own company. I want to buy 800 of them. I second that. By now, Wang Zhe had completed applying the treatment to Zhang Yun's entire face. Eagerly awaiting his transformation, Zhang Yun was overwhelmed with excitement, trembling at the prospect that the acne that had plagued him for 6 or 7 years was finally about to be eradicated. From the crowd's cheers, he could almost hear the dawn of victory approaching. It was incredible. A person with such severe acne, and not a single mark remained after just one application. How could one even begin to describe it? Remarkable. Everyone had witnessed what Zhang Yun had looked like before. In just 2 minutes, he had transformed into a handsome young man. Once Zhang Yun's reaction was fully realized, Wang Zhe provided him with a mirror for a self-assessment. Upon seeing his reflection, Zhang Yun immediately broke down in tears, hugging Wang Zhe tightly. Wang Zhe was momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to respond to this emotional display. Perhaps it was the culmination of years of distress. Realizing this, Wang Zhe understood the significance of this groundbreaking technology. How many high school students like Zhang Yun across the nation grappled with acne after sleepless nights, unable to spare the time for proper care? Don't cry, don't cry. You look so much better now. It's all in the past. Wang Zhe gently patted Zhang Yun's back to comfort him. Thank you so much. You have no idea how much trouble acne has caused me. I feel inferior, withdrawn, timid. I even hesitate to speak to girls I like, fearing they find me repulsive. Meeting you has been a stroke of luck. I feel incredibly fortunate. Zhang Yun exclaimed through tears. Well, isn't everything all right now? Wang Zhe was at a loss for words. His initial intention was to impress Reba, and helping Zhang Yun was an unexpected bonus. But he felt that it was still meaningful. The live stream received overwhelmingly positive feedback online. Wang Zhe is amazing. You should start a company selling skincare products. I'm studying chemistry. Once I graduate, I'll join you. Me too, a chemistry major. But let me check the situation at your company first. Zhang Yun remained ecstatic, continually expressing gratitude to Wang Zhe on stage until the host intervened, suggesting he relax and not be so formal. It was then that Zhang Yun quieted down, and Reba invited him to stay on stage, telling him they needed more handsome men. Chapter 22. Handsome? Him? Handsome? Is it really him? Zhang Yun was momentarily taken aback, glancing at his phone to see his current appearance, fair-skinned and refined. Perhaps he indeed had a touch of handsomeness now. He felt a newfound confidence swell within him. Wang Zhe, you should seriously consider starting a company. I would love to work for you once I graduate. My chemistry skills are excellent, Zhang Yun said earnestly, embodying the sincerity unique to high school students. I'll think about it. Wang Zhe initially intended to dismiss the idea. However, he realized that once the state took its cut from the cosmetics industry, there would be little incentive for significant promotion. And most high-priced cosmetics sold domestically were of poor quality. Perhaps it would be better for him to truly establish a cosmetics industry for Xia country. As he pondered this, the audience could barely contain their excitement, and even more so, the viewers in the live chat. How much for a bottle? Can this be mass-produced? Will there be a brand? I'm in for a partnership. Wang Zhe, please hurry up and launch a brand for us to partner with. Can you provide a link for pre-orders? The anticipation is killing us. Hey, let's not forget we are still a science program here. Wang Zhe couldn't help but chuckle at the playful comments. He seriously began considering the establishment of a chain company. After all, with so many people eager for this acne treatment product, why not first meet their demand? System, can you provide me with 1,000 units of the acne treatment product? Creating the product on the spot would surely take too long. Wang Zhe felt it might be more efficient to negotiate with the system. The system, overwhelmed by shock, decided to feign dormancy, yet was mercilessly uncovered by Wang Zhe. System, I am aware that you are alive. Just moments ago, you prompted me to check in. Have you forgotten? He asserted. If you fail to provide me with these 1,000 cosmetic items today, I shall indiscriminately disclose your lack of proper attire. The system was truly at a loss for words, utterly dismayed by Wang Zhe's audacity. It had no qualms about being exposed for its attire, but it was primarily concerned with serving the public good. Enough of this. I shall submit an application, came the response. Does this require an application? Wang Zhe furrowed his brow visibly. Of course. Do you think the items you check in daily are summoned by the wind? Yet Wang Zhe was convinced that the system was merely trying to deceive him. A request for such a vast quantity seemed excessive. Perhaps it was reluctant to comply. Quit dawdling. Is 1,000 bottles acceptable or not? Not at all. That is far too much. I lack the requisite energy. Stop stalling, or I shall have you restructured. If you cannot provide 1,000 bottles of cosmetics, then it shall be a reformation. The system was utterly speechless, overwhelmed by the absurdity of its host's demands. Other hosts were obedient and eager to complete tasks, yet its own was utterly devoid of reason. It was as if it were dealing with a beast. The system lamented in silence, regretting the choice of host, knowing it must endure. Do you agree? Wang Zhe pressed on, noticing the system's silence. The system, feeling particularly aggrieved, let out a reluctant sound of acquiescence and complied with Wang Zhe's unreasonable request, subsequently storing the 1,000 cosmetic items in Wang Zhe's warehouse. Wang Zhe took the microphone and surveyed the female celebrities present. As a gesture of goodwill, all attending female stars would receive 5 complimentary acne treatment products. He then leaned in and whispered to Reba, I will give you 10. Reba's ears flushed crimson from the warmth of his breath. Wow, really? Wang Zhe is so generous. The production cost of these cosmetics must be substantial, right? Queried Guan Xiaodong. When can I receive mine? Is it now? These products look incredibly effective, responded Zhou Dongyu. While the cost was indeed significant, Wang Zhe had no reservations. He intended for everyone to sample the products first. And if they found them satisfactory, they could promote them on his behalf. What about the costs? He thought, attributing all the credit to the system. As he bore no financial burden, Yang Mi, perched with her legs crossed, finally inquired, Are you planning to start a company? Wang Zhe shook his head. Establishing a company was out of the question. He intended to inform his father about this matter and casually utilize one of his father's subsidiaries, who would surely be elated. His father owned numerous companies. Wang Zhe's implication was that he need not concern himself with the intricacies of business operations. The audience erupted in astonishment. How fortunate his father is to have such a remarkable son. One exclaimed, I dare say that these cosmetics will become a nationwide sensation once produced. No. I believe his father is equally formidable. You may not know who he is, but he is the wealthiest individual in our nation. Goodness. So Wang Zhe hails from such an impressive lineage. It is no wonder he can afford such an expensive laboratory. Wang Zhe promptly summoned individuals to transport the cosmetics from his home and distributed a portion to the female stars. The celebrities and the audience assumed this was the end, only to be surprised when, in the final 10 minutes of the science popularization segment, Wang Zhe spoke again. All attendees may collect a complimentary acne treatment product upon exiting. First come, first served. His expression was serious, leaving no room for humor. The audience erupted in cheers. They were astonished for two reasons. First, this acne product was still a national limited edition. To think that Wang Zhe would offer it for free just because they were present. Second, the components of the product appeared to be of considerable value. Wang Zhe calculated that each bottle was worth over 800 yuan, and given that it was domestically produced, doubts about its authenticity might arise. It seemed wiser to distribute a portion for promotional purposes rather than risk skepticism. Those unable to attend the event were left lamenting in the live stream. Why wasn't I there? I deeply regret it. Hurry. I need to see the link for the yellow bike within 3 seconds. I am not joking. The upstairs supply was likely depleted, and they could only await the next shipment. In an instant, countless complaints filled the air. Observing the eager audience fixated on the entrance, Wang Zhe decided to conclude the program early. The crowd surged forth to claim their cosmetics. Those who received the products began flaunting their acquisitions on Weibo. Wang Zhe exhaled deeply, relieved that the science popularization event had finally concluded, and planned to rush home to delve into his physics studies. At that moment, Reba called out to him. What did you mean by you would give me 10? She asked softly, her gaze downcast. He had offered 5 to the other stars, yet uniquely bestowed 10 upon her. She could hardly contain her curiosity. Wang Zhe, perplexed, responded, What? The cosmetics? You have acne, right? I thought you could use them more. However, if you do not have acne, then disregard my comment. Chapter 23. May I pursue you? Wang Zhe's comment extinguished the flames of Reba's affection. How disappointing. The additional items he offered her were merely due to her skin condition. You have gone too far. Reba glared at Wang Zhe and swiftly departed, leaving him bewildered. This woman was exceedingly difficult to please. Wang Zhe, unwilling to dwell on this, engaged in a brief conversation with the host regarding the next science popularization session before preparing to leave. Did you also minor in chemistry during your university studies? A melodious voice inquired from behind him. Turning around, he saw a girl with twin ponytails, her charming dimples accentuating her smile. It was none other than Wang Zhe, who was on the brink of becoming a sensation following her role in Ashes of Love. Did you also minor in chemistry? Wang Zhe did not respond immediately, choosing instead to deflect the inquiry. Oh, I have seen your show before. Wang Zhe was an animated star, her every expression exuding charm. And Wang Zhe enjoyed conversing with such individuals. Concerned that revealing too much about his self-study might raise suspicions, he replied, No, I'm merely engaged in self-study. Wang Zhe was astonished. To reach such a level of proficiency through self-study, capable of creating cosmetics, was a feat many graduate students could not achieve. You are truly impressive, she exclaimed sincerely. By the way, are you and Reba in a romantic relationship? Wang Zhe boldly posed her question. Wang Zhe was so exceptional that she felt a twinge of attraction, yet the rumors about Reba and Wang Zhe were rampant online. Furthermore, Wang Zhe's demeanor also hinted at something more. Wang Zhe, taken aback, hurriedly clarified, fearing Wang Zhe might misunderstand his relationship with Reba. Certainly not. We are merely good friends. And Reba is a public figure. We clarified everything on Weibo last time, did we not? Wang Zhe chuckled lightly, aware that in today's entertainment industry, no one truly believed the words posted on Weibo. Even netizens continued to ship their pairing after their clarification. However, hearing Wang Zhe's denial directly gave her a sense of trust. After all, he had no reason to lie. If I were truly in a relationship with her, I would have announced it, Wang Zhe added, expressing his views on love. Wang Zhe possessed an inexplicable charm that made Wang Zhe yearn to draw closer and befriend her. All right then, may I pursue you? Wang Zhe asked earnestly, her grape-like eyes fixed on Wang Zhe. His heart skipped a beat as he was taken aback by her unexpected words. What did you just say? Wang Zhe's expression reflected disbelief. Is she serious? She is a celebrity, pursuing an ordinary person. Does she not fear that I might expose this online, leading to ridicule? That is not permissible. Wang Zhe stepped back a pace, lowering his head with a hint of shyness, and outright rejected her. It proved that shyness was futile. As Wang Zhe effortlessly closed the gap, smiling slightly and asking, why? Wang Zhe himself could not fathom the reason. Perhaps he was simply unprepared for a romantic relationship. Reflecting on his lack of experience and his identity as a straight man, he hastily concocted an excuse, claiming he did not wish to date. Wang Zhe scoffed. Realizing this was not a refusal to date in general, but a reluctance to date her specifically. Nevertheless, she was determined not to give up. Wang Zhe was an impressive outsider, and with a wealthy background, she intended to seize the opportunity. Wang Zhe continued to smile at Wang Zhe, causing him to feel slightly flustered. The crowd around them had dispersed, and just as Wang Zhe was about to express his intent to leave, unexpectedly, Wang Zhe leaned in and kissed him. The contact of their lips was fleeting yet soft, leaving Wang Zhe with an overwhelming sense of surprise. Wang Zhe audaciously declared she would eventually win him over before skipping away. Wang Zhe chuckled, pondering that Wang Zhe was quite the cheerful spirit, much like someone from an alternate universe. However, he found himself anticipating the arrival of his good friend. Intriguingly, Wang Zhe's hand gently brushed against his lips where Wang Zhe had just kissed him. Damn, that was his first kiss, stolen by that mischievous woman. Wang Zhe felt a wave of despair, wondering why he had been lost in thought and failed to evade her advance. Meanwhile, Yang Mi and Reba had already settled into a private car belonging to a celebrity. Reba wore a frown, prompting Yang Mi to intervene. What are you still fretting about? You don't need to worry about your acne anymore. Wang Zhe gifted you 10 bottles of acne treatment. At your rate of breakouts, you'll have enough to last a lifetime. Yang Mi's words were sharp. He's not my king, Reba replied, looking downcast, countering Yang Mi's statement. Yang Mi quickly deduced the situation. It seemed the young woman had a crush and had been rejected. What happened? Did Wang Zhe turn you down? Did he say he didn't like you outright, or did he throw away the gifts you gave him? Yang Mi inquired playfully. When she first met Wang Zhe, she had not anticipated how deeply Reba would be captivated by him, a fact that even Reba herself had not foreseen. Reba fell silent. Yet Yang Mi persisted with her questions. Finally, Reba let out a sigh, surrendering to her emotions. He said, we are just friends. The cosmetics he gave me are merely because we are friends. Besides, I'm the only one with acne among the other female stars, so I need more acne treatment products. Reba expressed her thoughts, feeling a sense of relief after unburdening herself. Holding it in had been unbearable. Yang Mi burst into laughter, having thought that Reba was heartbroken over a confession. Instead, it seemed Wang Zhe had simply spoken as a typical straight man. But he never said he didn't like you. His words implied it. Reba asserted, now convinced that hope was slipping away. Not only am I foolish, but I'm also exposed for having acne. Think about it. None of the other female stars have acne, right? Wang Zhe developed an acne product. Who do you think it's for? Yang Mi encouraged Reba. Who cares for whom? Reba retorted, realizing that the mere mention of Wang Zhe's name made her irritable. That insufferable man. He could at least say a few kind words to me instead of being so evasive. Wait, what did Yang Mi just say? Wang Zhe couldn't have created that acne product for her, could he? Reba's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Of course it's possible, Yang Mi thought. Why else would a physicist delve into chemistry? Does he have nothing better to do? In her view, Wang Zhe simply lacked romantic insight. On his way home, Wang Zhe sneezed and muttered, who was thinking of me? Before continuing on his path, intent on exploring other cosmetic products. Of course it's possible. Not just possible. My dear, I believe you can win him over. Yang Mi fervently bolstered Reba's confidence. Come on, you're a stunning beauty in the entertainment industry. Why doubt yourself? You are more than capable of being with Wang Zhe. I lack confidence, Reba sighed. How can I dare to aspire to someone as exceptional as Wang Zhe? Yang Mi chuckled at her friend's self-deprecation, recalling how many handsome male celebrities had pursued Reba, all of whom she had turned down without a second glance. Listen to me, you are my rose, and in my eyes, you deserve any man. Don't even mention Wang Zhe, even if it's Sun Zhe or Li Zhe. You would still be a perfect match. I understand. And you, Mimi, you must find a good man too, at least one who can pass my scrutiny. Otherwise, I would never approve. Reba declared with conviction. If I fall for someone, I'll definitely let you know first, but as you know, there aren't many good men in this industry. Those male stars portray one persona publicly while being entirely different behind the scenes. Yang Mi expressed her sentiments, rooted in her own experience of a failed marriage, having discovered the stark contrast between public personas and private realities among men in the entertainment industry. Thus, Yang Mi felt genuine happiness for Reba, who had developed feelings for the research prodigy outside their circle. Yes, I know. So me. You shouldn't settle for someone within the industry either. Even blind dates should be taken seriously. But we don't need blind dates. You have plenty of admirers. Reba stated earnestly, acknowledging that even after Yang Mi's divorce, she still attracted attention from many men in the entertainment industry, some even visiting her family to curry favor. However, Yang Mi wore an uncharacteristic frown. But I don't fancy any of them, and I believe love is not a necessity. A good career and friendship are far more important. Many things in life are just as valuable as love, such as the love from your parents, your friends, and your dreams. Alright, if in the future you find no man appealing, and I cannot win Wang Zhe's heart, we can find a small town to retire in together. Reba proclaimed, resolute in her commitment to accompany Yang Mi for life. Reba understood Yang Mi's point. Genuine friendship was equally as fulfilling as romantic love. Sometimes, happiness does not need to be validated by the presence of love. In other words, whether you choose to pursue your dreams or enjoy the simple pleasures of life, both paths are valid. If you choose neither and lead an ordinary life, no one would object. In fact, you would have lived authentically. Love and dreams are not obligatory aspects of life. Reba wished for Yang Mi's essential pursuit in life to be happiness. If, along that path toward happiness, she could also discover her dreams, that would be even better. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Wang Zhe began contemplating how to improve this line of cosmetics. This time, the system offered no assistance, leaving him to rely solely on his own efforts. He had already spent an entire afternoon in the laboratory. Observing the various skincare products and their components, he envisioned creating an acne treatment set of his own. The extraction of the essence for this cosmetic was exceedingly intricate, requiring around 56 hours, which posed a significant challenge for Wang Zhe, as that time frame would likely hinder mass production. How could he market it then? After a single extraction attempt, he had already spent 4 hours. Even experienced operators took that long. He imagined the workers involved in mass production would require even more time. A frown settled upon Wang Zhe's face. At this moment, the system emerged thoughtfully to alleviate Wang Zhe's troubles. What is it, my dear host? May I inquire what difficulties you are encountering? Do you require the assistance of this remarkably handsome and invincible system? Wang Zhe felt a shiver of aversion at the system's self-adoration, pondering how it had changed so drastically in just a few days. Did you break up? He mused aloud. The system replied, Dear host, do you think it is possible that I am an artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligences are devoid of love. Wang Zhe raised an eyebrow but chose to ignore it, continuing to extract his essence. Hey, I merely installed a personification system for myself. Is it too much to ask for a little compassion? The system was genuinely exasperated. This host was proving to be quite challenging. Initially, its discovery had thrilled him. Yet now that it had alleviated his headache, he seemed to disdain it. Not only did he disregard it, but he also treated it with indifference. Do you understand what it means to be cold-hearted and unfeeling? Wang Zhe shot back, asserting that he would hardly engage with this so-called artificial intelligence unless it offered something of value. Of course I know. The system retorted proudly, evidently convinced of its personification. Wang Zhe, however, remained indifferent, focusing solely on his essence extraction. Having completed his check-in, he found the system increasingly irrelevant and saw no reason to entertain it further. With a strong connection between host and system, the latter's heart shattered upon realizing Wang Zhe's mercenary mindset. You think I am useless? You are currently engaged in that essence extraction, which takes 4 hours, right? If you plead with me, I can provide you with a device that will allow you to complete it in 10 minutes. Wang Zhe suspected that the system possessed such capabilities. Yet he refrained from showing too much interest. Who knew what demands it might make for such a device? So, he simply responded with skepticism. It was hard to believe that something requiring 4 hours could be accomplished in 10. The system, upon hearing Wang Zhe's incredulity, became furious. What is there to doubt? The Arc Reactor I provided you, the model of new laws of rigid body motion, none of them ever failed. If you don't believe me, woe is me. I am utterly heartbroken. Nothing you say today will change that. I shall not forgive you. Chapter 25. Unforgiving Wang Zhe was at a loss for words. This system had become increasingly loquacious since adopting its personification. Were it not for the fact that it was not corporeal, he might have considered silencing it. Could you possibly be quieter? In the future, could we refrain from excessive chatter? Let us keep our conversations concise. Speak only when necessary. What do you say, my dear system? Wang Zhe said through gritted teeth. The system grew even angrier. This host was truly a rebellious one. You still do not believe me. Watch closely. I will invent something for you to prove my prowess. The system's voice rose in pitch. Wang Zhe ignored it, thinking how this system claimed to be artificial intelligence yet behaved like a mere child, easily deceived. He returned to his essence extraction, allowing the system to prattle on until, after half an hour, it claimed to have invented something. Finally, Wang Zhe, somewhat intrigued, followed the system to the laboratory. Upon seeing the experimental apparatus, his eyes lit up. This device was impressive, capable of teleportation-like functions, and appeared to be at least a decade ahead of Blue Star technology. This instrument was of paramount importance to him. He examined it thoroughly, captivated. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? I told you I would invent it. The system resembled an eager puppy awaiting praise. Yet Wang Zhe was lost in admiration for the device and had no time to acknowledge it. He hurried back to retrieve the extraction solution and placed it into the apparatus. Remarkably, the device was fully automated, requiring minimal effort on his part. Wang Zhe observed the machine closely, timing its operation, which concluded precisely at 9 minutes. Indeed, the system had not exaggerated. With this device, creating skincare products would become remarkably efficient. An entire batch of lotion could be produced in under an hour. Wang Zhe's lotion was unlike any available on the market, tailored specifically to combat acne. Those who did not suffer from breakouts could use it as a preventative measure, while those afflicted could apply it directly. Truly a dual-purpose solution. Wang Zhe resolved to produce more of such devices, as they were extraordinarily useful. After enduring another hour of the system's incessant chatter, he finally offered his praise. Nodding in satisfaction. You did well. However, how long did you negotiate with the main system before it agreed to grant you this device? Wang Zhe asked casually, hoping to provoke the system. It wasn't long. Just about an hour. The system, now agitated, seemed to lack the intelligence one might expect from a personified entity. Wang Zhe chuckled to himself, but then a chilling thought struck him. Would this talkative system insist on lingering by his side while he slept? That would surely drive him to madness. The system, realizing it had been provoked, raised its voice once more. How did you know? How did you know I had to request permission from the main system? Wang Zhe remained silent, knowing that the system could only provide check-ins and not much else. I'll take a look. What? Wang Zhe had no intention of revealing his thoughts. He had merely made a guess. At that moment, he comprehended the truth. The system was merely a conduit, bridging him to the main system. Ultimately, he cared little for these revelations. As long as the system could facilitate check-ins, it would ensure a continuous stream of cutting-edge technology, potentially paving the way for advancements in Xia country's scientific endeavors. Who knows? Perhaps uniting the world was within reach. Wang Zhe dismissed the incessantly chattering system and began transporting the apparatus to his newly rented studio. Just as he set it down, a phone call interrupted him. Who could be calling at this hour? Hello. Hello. We are from an investment banking company. We saw your cosmetics on television and are very interested in your product. Do you require investment? Wang Zhe was about to decline, but the caller proceeded as though he were in need of funds. Continuing, we would like to understand your specific technology and production costs. If all goes well, we could arrange a contract. I do not require it. Wang Zhe firmly rejected the investment firm, bemused. Why would he need to seek funding from another entity when his father had such significant backing? It was ludicrous. His family lacked neither money nor connections. Are you truly certain you do not require it? The consultants from the investment banking firm were convinced they had misheard after engaging with numerous entrepreneurs. This was the first time they encountered someone who claimed to require no investment. If you don't need funding, how will you develop your project? They pondered, unwilling to concede. I believe you do need it, they continued, noting that your project involves cosmetics, which inherently comes with substantial production costs. Considering your financial capacity, would it not be somewhat insufficient? If you were to choose our services, we could provide you with 60% of the necessary startup funds. Gradually, the investment bank began to entice Wang Zhe, confident that this deal was nearly secured. Their superior had taken a keen interest in it, and it was imperative they succeeded. I have already stated that I do not require assistance, Wang Zhe said, preparing to end the call. He was already frustrated by the system's complications, and the incessant calls from the investment bank were the last straw. He pressed the hang-up button, only for the phone to ring once more. Wang Zhe's patience had reached its limit. What do you want? I've already told you I don't need an investment bank. Can you possibly offer more than my father can? Must you persist in calling me repeatedly? His irritation was palpable. We merely wish to inquire if you would consider engaging with us for investment opportunities, the consultant whimpered. Feeling wronged. Chapter 26. No investment bank? I beg of you. All right. If I decline your offer, will you please hang up? Wang Zhe attempted to calm himself, speaking in what he believed to be a courteous manner. The consultant fell silent for a moment before bursting into tears, leaving Wang Zhe utterly bewildered. Why are you crying? He stammered, unsure how to comfort her. Her sobs only intensified upon hearing his words, prompting Wang Zhe to refrain from suggesting they end the call. Instead, he repeatedly asked her what was wrong. After more than 10 minutes, when her tears had subsided, she finally spoke. Albeit shakily, "It's all your fault for wanting to appear on some television show. You said you would go, and now you've created such an exceptional skincare product. Now my supervisor insists I persuade you. I have been nothing but polite, so why won't you accept our company's investment?" The consultant felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. The breakdown of an adult often occurs in an instant, and hers happened when she realized Wang Zhe refused to invest. If she were in his shoes, she would be overjoyed. Confounded, she could not fathom the reason behind his rejection. Perhaps Wang Zhe truly came from wealth, but in this day and age, how many affluent children engage in research? Enough, I apologize for raising my voice. Is that satisfactory now? Wang Zhe was at a loss, feeling as though he had only wanted to conduct an experiment, yet found himself besieged by both a system blockade and an emotional consultant. "Stop," she cried, her voice rising as if she were resisting something. "You must engage with the investment bank. You don't understand. Our boss has stated that if I cannot secure this deal, I will be terminated." Her voice was filled with despair. Why would he dismiss you simply for one incomplete deal? Wang Zhe felt bewildered by such absurdity. Isn't that rather unreasonable? Well, he believes I am useless, she lamented, her tears resurfacing. Just because he thinks you are useless, do you believe that about yourself? Why not stand up to him? Just point at his head and assert your value. Wang Zhe was exasperated by her apparent helplessness. "But I truly feel useless," she responded, her voice faltering. "With your eloquence and commendable attitude, how could you possibly be worthless? Return to him and declare that you are invaluable, as I say." Wang Zhe gently reassured her, recognizing that the situation arose from his own actions and felt a sense of responsibility. "Why won't you accept our company's investment? Given my courteous demeanor?" she retorted through her tears. Wang Zhe sighed in resignation, reluctant to reveal that he was not in need of financial support. "Would it be acceptable if I did?" In the end, he acquiesced, prompting the consultant to laugh joyfully over the phone. "Shall we meet this afternoon? From now on, I will be your investment assistant. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Yang Yu." Wang Zhe nodded, expressing his delight in making her acquaintance. As she ended the call, he thought he heard her laughter one last time. Shaking his head, he found it difficult to comprehend such an erratic girl who could oscillate between tears and laughter in an instant. "You would not understand. Your life has been one of privilege, devoid of hardship." The system interjected, unable to contain its envy. Wang Zhe smirked, thinking that a life filled with rapid emotional shifts could indeed be quite joyous. He resumed his study of the instrument, choosing not to engage further with the system's banter. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, Yang Yu knocked promptly on Wang Zhe's door. It dawned on him how foolish his decision had been. He had effectively severed his own path. His residential community prohibited outsiders, meaning Yang Yu lived in the same complex. The properties here cost no less than 7 million. How absurd that someone residing in such luxury could affect such a vulnerable demeanor. Wang Zhe found himself increasingly exasperated. He greeted Yang Yu with a smile as he opened the door. Clad in a short skirt and standing at about 168 centimeters, her legs were fair and slender, adorned with a hat. "Hello, classmate Wang Zhe," she greeted cheerfully, leaning against the doorframe, her gloved hand raised in a wave. Wang Zhe felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, increasingly sensing he was becoming a figure of ridicule. "Hello. But how can you fear termination when you live here?" Wang Zhe raised an eyebrow. Yang Yu replied with a playful "oh," and continued, "It's all part of the job. Even if you earn $1 billion a month, you must work diligently, right? Otherwise, being dismissed over such trivial matters would be quite troublesome." Wang Zhe mused that her concern about dismissal stemmed from a fear of inconvenience, making her earlier tears seem rather exaggerated. A glance at her outfit suggested it was worth several tens of thousands. "What is your salary?" he asked curiously. Yang Yu counted on her fingers, seemingly unaware of her earnings. "About 10,000? She answered dismissively. In truth, she had no inkling of her monthly salary, as it was automatically deposited into her account. And 10,000 was hardly sufficient for a single meal. Wang Zhe exclaimed, "Goodness! I can almost conclude that you have a wealthy father. Why should I care about my salary? From now on, I shall be your partner," she declared cheerfully, reaching for Wang Zhe's hand, only to be swiftly rebuffed. Wang Zhe straightened his attire and cleared his throat. There should be no physical contact between genders. Yang Yu, taken aback, had never encountered such a reserved man. He speaks of no contact. Yet today, I shall see if he dares to call the authorities. With that, she reached out again, her soft, warm hand brushing against his, enveloping his own in a delightful sensation. For a moment, he forgot to push her away. It was his first time holding a girl's hand, and it felt delightfully tender. Wang Zhe was momentarily dazed, while Yang Yu found him quite amusing, playfully tickling his palm. "What are you doing?" Wang Zhe suddenly withdrew his hand. casting a resentful glare at Yang Yu, as if she had committed some unforgivable act. Chapter 27. The daughter of my father's friend. Yang Yu thought to herself. If only she knew what he was thinking. It was just a brief touch of hands, after all. How stingy of him. I've already told you that men and women should maintain a distance. And yet on our very first meeting, you took my hand. What a lack of decorum. Wang Zhe was seething with anger. In recent days, he had been deprived of both his first love and first kiss. Woe is him. He was no longer the innocent boy he once was. Yang Yu smacked her lips and then flashed a radiant smile at Wang Zhe. As warm as a spring breeze. Is that too much for you? The first time I saw another boy, I went straight in for a kiss. Wang Zhe's frustration mounted. This woman was truly a heartbreaker. What kind of good girl kisses someone she just met? You. Scandalous. In the end, all he could muster was a reddened face and a single insult, feeling that it was utterly outrageous. Yang Yu considered whether to continue teasing the naive boy, fearing that if she stirred up any feelings, she would have to take responsibility. Let her be scandalous then. I initially intended to invite you out for a meal. But your home seems quite fine, so I've decided we shall dine here. Without a second thought, Yang Yu slipped beneath Wang Zhe's arm and kicked off her shoes as she entered. I'm not a great cook. Wang Zhe certainly did not wish to accommodate such a demanding guest. Yang Yu grinned and remarked that she had already caught a whiff of the delicious chicken wings from the moment she came in. They smelled delightful. How could they possibly be bad? It's fine. I enjoy food that's not up to par. She helped herself to some fruit, indifferent to whether Wang Zhe minded, and began to eat. By the way, regarding your project, we need to establish a company to commence production. Once we package it, we can sell it directly. I'll be your assistant, rest assured. Our collaboration will be exceptional, and we've never experienced failure. Yang Yu confidently patted her chest. Wang Zhe was oblivious to her past successes. All he knew was that he had gained a troublesome assistant. How could his life be so burdensome? The beleaguered Wang Zhe commenced his culinary journey, while in the living room, Yang Yu sat, munching on chips and laughing heartily at the television. As Wang Zhe cooked, he secretly glanced over. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Yang Yu's joyful face, and in that moment, everything felt extraordinarily beautiful. He set down his cooking implements and discreetly took a photo of her with his phone. Wang Zhe, would you mind slicing some fruit and grabbing a bottle of cola? Yang Yu, feeling a bit parched from her chips, summoned him. Wang Zhe shook his head in resignation. What beauty was there in this? He dismissed it as nonsense, but ultimately complied and fetched her the fruit and cola. He had already resolved that as soon as Yang Yu departed, he would promptly block her. He truly found the company to be an unnecessary hassle. The host actually intends to block the young lady. How scandalous. Oh my, she has done nothing wrong, yet you wish to sever ties. The system's untimely interjection prompted Wang Zhe to silence it immediately. If this system were human, he would have likely struck it down 100 times over. It had no redeeming qualities, only a plethora of flaws, one of which was being meddlesome. She hasn't done anything wrong? She held my hand. Wang Zhe bristled at the memory. Host, if you desire resources beyond mere sign-ins, you must engage with girls. Holding hands is harmless, and if something more develops, your technological advancements will flourish. The system offered this advice. Recalling how the last device it procured for Wang Zhe was a result of his interactions with a female. Without that, he might have never acquired the equipment. He owed gratitude to that girl named Yang Zhe for her audacious kiss. Wang Zhe, having sliced the fruit, presented it to Yang Yu, who gazed intently at him. He truly hadn't anticipated how striking Wang Zhe would be. He was far more handsome than on television. Wang Zhe's phone rang, and Yang Yu curiously wondered who was calling, glancing at the screen to see it was her father. Hello, son, do you have plans today? I've brought over some freshly caught fish to see you. Wang Zhe's father sounded quite excited on the line. Wang Zhe was taken aback, glancing at Yang Yu. Surely, he could not let his father come over in this situation. That would spell disaster. I can't. I'm busy today. I'm not at home, he replied firmly. Don't deceive me. I can smell your fish-flavored meat. Let me in. Wang Zhe's father eagerly rubbed his hands together, knowing his son's cooking was the best. Indeed, Wang Zhe's culinary skills rivaled those of their housekeeper, and yet his father still made time to visit for a meal. Despite his busy schedule that often left him neglecting his son, at this moment, Wang Zhe forgot about their earlier quarrel and Cold War. All he knew was that his father could detect the aroma of fish from his kitchen. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Yang Yu noticed the startled expression on Wang Zhe's face. He realized his father was coming, and she sensed that a spectacle was about to unfold. After successfully entering the passcode, Wang Zhe's father stepped in, carrying a bag of food, exchanged shoes, and began to chatter with Wang Zhe, a seamless routine. It was only when he looked up that he noticed Yang Yu. What are you doing here? Wang Zhe's father exclaimed in surprise. Wang Zhe was even more astonished. He had never anticipated that the two people he wished to avoid would actually know each other. Oh no, given Yang Yu's personality, he had already concocted a mental scenario. He could not fathom how she knew his father. Surely, they couldn't be entangled in a romantic affair. This was a disaster. He had to call his mother immediately. Uncle Wang, are you Wang Zhe's father? Yang Yu was equally taken aback. She recognized this business magnate, often hearing her own father mention him, and had even met him on a few occasions due to her work in investment banking, which frequently required communication with business professionals. Wang Zhe's father was the most formidable entrepreneur her father knew, and indeed, he was likely the most prominent businessman in the entire country. Upon hearing Yang Yu address him as uncle, Wang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they were not involved romantically. Ah yes, Wang Zhe's father chuckled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening. He observed everything but remained unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his son's mind. He both understood and did not understand Wang Zhe at all. Meanwhile, Yang Yu was astonished by Wang Zhe's background. She knew the esteemed Uncle Wang had a son. However, she had heard that his son was not part of the social circle, which was why he had never been seen. Chapter 28. Too well protected. Wang Zhe's father was a titan of the business world, with countless individuals vying for his favor, many hoping to curry favor through his son. Yet Uncle Wang had shielded Wang Zhe so effectively that neither friends nor foes had ever managed to locate him. Within the industry, the only knowledge they possessed was that Mr. Wang's son was a university student. No one knew which institution he attended, and they simply assumed it was an inconspicuous one, having never laid eyes on Wang Zhe. Even now, with Wang Zhe appearing on television, those within the circle who claimed to have a close relationship with Mr. Wang still failed to recognize him. Yang Yu was filled with profound reflections. Surprised? Wang Zhe's father raised an eyebrow at her expression. Yang Yu felt a whirlwind of emotions. It was more than mere astonishment. The external world circulated rumors that Mr. Wang's son was a useless student, yet it mattered little. He had a wealthy father and could inherit the family business at any moment. If Yang Yu had heard that statement at the time, she would have rebutted it vehemently. A researcher, strikingly handsome, inventing technologies that could be included in military plans. How could one label that a waste? What then would one call Yang Yu? A mere decorative vase devoid of substance? It was far beyond mere shock. I was just about to tease him, exclaimed Yang Yu, squinting her eyes and speaking in a half-joking manner. Wang Fu burst into hearty laughter. Let me introduce you, Wang Zhe. This is the daughter of your Uncle Yang, and her personality is far more vivacious than yours. You should learn from her. He reminisced about how the two of them had once contemplated an arranged marriage in their childhood. Wang Fu found Yang Yu to be a delightful child, albeit a bit overly exuberant, which he attributed to the youthful vitality of their age. Wang Zhe was taken aback. What? I once had an arranged marriage with this frivolous girl? Goodness, I really do not wish to marry someone like her. He lamented silently. Really, uncle? Then why wasn't it finalized? Yang Yu asked with a bright smile, two charming dimples appearing on her cheeks. Wang Fu chuckled and shook his head, remarking that matters of fate are unpredictable. Yet, he decided to make a jest. Back then, your father thought I was too unattractive and believed our future children wouldn't be much to look at. Who would have imagined I would find such a beautiful wife and have such a handsome son? Wang Fu spoke with pride, which made Wang Zhe reflect on their previous arguments. He realized that his father loved him, even if he had started to lament when Wang Zhe fell ill. In that moment, Wang Zhe understood his father's love for him, feeling a swell of emotion as tears threatened to spill. He responded with a light-hearted agreement. Is that so? That guy must have misjudged. I'm quite handsome and talented. There will be plenty of girls chasing after me. I won't miss just one. Regardless, I actually want to marry Wang Zhe now. Don't you think so, Wang Zhe? Yang Yu playfully winked at him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Even though she truly was quite adorable, Wang Zhe shook his head with a smile, while Wang Fu observed everything, feeling optimistic about the potential between the two. Despite their current banter, he sensed an undeniable compatibility, believing that life as connections often depend on social standing. All right, Yang Yu, don't take it too seriously. As you said, I haven't let him socialize in all these years, Wang Fu said as he settled down and retrieved 2 bottles of fine wine from the refrigerator. And now, let us prepare some cold dishes. Wang Fu glanced at Wang Zhe, feeling a twinge of annoyance as he compared his son to Yang Yu's impressive social skills. She was clearly cut out for the business world, while Wang Zhe was merely focused on his research. Wang Zhe, with a scowl, stepped into the kitchen, unable to refuse his father's direct orders. Sit down, Xiao Yu, Wang Fu said as he chose a prime spot for Yang Yu. While stirring the dishes, Wang Zhe pondered what life would be like if he were to marry Yang Yu, envisioning himself alone in the kitchen while his father, Yang Yu, and his mother played cards in the living room. Goodness, that isn't the life I dream of. I refuse. Wang Zhe shook his head, reflecting on how absurd it was to even consider a future with Yang Yu, a mere hypothetical that would never materialize. In frustration, he liberally sprinkled chili peppers into the spicy crayfish, intending to give Yang Yu a little surprise. In the living room, Yang Yu and Wang Fu sat facing each other. Wang Fu sipped his drink and sighed. Wang Zhe's social skills leave much to be desired. I once considered sending him to a business university to study management, so my company would have a successor. Wouldn't that be splendid? Yang Yu listened with amusement as Wang Fu vented. But this lad, instead of studying management, he spent his high school years competing in physics contests, and now, engaging in research and contributing to the nation. I understand it's a noble pursuit, but I worry he might generously donate everything to the country when I want to pass on my life's work to him. Wang Fu sighed again and took another sip, lamenting that had he known his life would come to this, he would have had 2 children. Wang Zhe is quite a handful. He could have diversified. Just then, as Wang Zhe emerged from the kitchen with the dishes, he overheard this comment and was displeased. Dad, what are you saying? You referred to it as your life's work. What I research is different from your company. My contributions push technological progress, you know? Wang Fu glanced at his son, acknowledging that he understood Wang Zhe's pursuits were beneficial to the nation. He recognized Wang Zhe's spirit of selflessness, but wished for him to live a carefree life, without the burden of relentless research and public scrutiny. It pained him greatly to see his son endure such hardships. Wang Fu shook his head, regretting his inability to protect Wang Zhe, but with a sharp tongue, he still remarked, no one to follow in my footsteps, no one. Before Wang Fu could finish his thought, Wang Zhe interrupted. What? Am I destined to die and leave you without a successor? Wang Fu, initially lost in his reflections, was now taken aback by his son's harsh words. What is wrong with you? Cursing yourself? Wang Fu retorted, glaring at him. Didn't you say there's no one to follow you? Wang Zhe challenged. That was a joke. How could you take it seriously? Wang Fu replied, puffing out his cheeks in exasperation. Chapter 29. An unexpected guest. Well, mine was a joke too, Wang Zhe said as he brought out the last plate of dumplings. Wang Fu eagerly grabbed 2, astonished that his son had even cooked dumplings. You made dumplings. Nothing beats dumplings. Wang Zhe, recalling his father's fondness for the dish, had ensured to prepare them during this rare visit. I'll remember that you love dumplings, Uncle Wang. If I marry Wang Zhe in the future, I'll make them for you every day. Yang Yu smiled, gazing at Wang Zhe, who nearly choked on his dumpling at her words. What nonsense was she spouting? Who would marry her? Nevertheless, to be fair, Yang Yu was indeed charming, with her hair in 2 playful pigtails, and at first glance, Wang Zhe had mistaken her for a high school student. However, her bold personality was rather overwhelming. She seemed utterly unconcerned. Wang Zhe poked at his dumplings in frustration, reminding himself that he could not be swayed by this temptress. Why are you blushing, Wang Zhe? Are you that easily flustered? Yang Yu found Wang Fu's son increasingly amusing, perhaps because he had never dated before. So innocent, a mere tease could make him blush. Such banter should be avoided. He firmly believed that his future wife should be the one he truly cherishes, not someone who could be easily dismissed. Wang Zhe's tone was strikingly serious, which could potentially hurt the young girl's feelings. Even Wang Fu felt it was inappropriate and kicked him under the table. Yang Yu chuckled. Does Wang Zhe really need to be so serious? It was just a joke. Having met countless people and dated many, she found Wang Zhe's earnestness and straightforwardness refreshing, as if he were a blank canvas in her world that she wished to color. I'm just saying, don't take it to heart. But who knows? I might actually be his girlfriend in the future. Uncle Wang, is your son someone who can be pursued? Yang Yu directly inquired, knowing that Wang Zhe would unequivocally decline. Wang Zhe opened his mouth to respond, but was swiftly silenced by his father's hand, signaling him to remain quiet. Wang Fu, well aware of his son's character, smiled at Yang Yu and said, I fear that no one would find him appealing. But if he doesn't appreciate you, then it's his loss. Wang Fu had previously worried that Wang Zhe's introverted nature might leave him unnoticed. Surprisingly, there are still those pursuing Wang Zhe. One wonders what this lad is secretly amused about. Wang Zhe, unwilling to contradict his father's words, simply lowered his head to eat. Yang Yu, having derived her answer, mused that Wang's father truly deserved his success as a businessman, possessing such a broad-mindedness. Although she had interacted with him a few times during business meetings, this was her first private encounter with such a prominent figure, which made her somewhat exhilarated. The pursuit of Wang Zhe was mere talk, but befriending this mogul was certainly a goal worth striving for. After all, being associated with a business titan would carry considerable weight. As Wang Zhe surveyed the table laden with dishes and listened to the incessant chatter of Yang Yu, he casually snapped a photo and posted it on social media. Captioning it, had a meal with my father. At that moment, Reba, who was at home applying a face mask, opened her social media to find this post, promptly giving it a like. Reba was increasingly fond of Wang Zhe, admiring that even during his downtime, he made time to visit his parents, a truly filial person. However, her delight was soon overshadowed when she noticed a hand in Wang Zhe's photo, elegantly wielding a fork as it cut into a steak, a hand that was undeniably feminine. Had Wang Zhe brought a girl home for dinner? Reba's heart sank, and she hastily called her close friend Yangmi. "What's wrong?" Yangmi asked, noticing Reba's urgency as she approached from her bed. "Wang Zhe brought a girl home for dinner. I suspect she might be his fiancée. Perhaps she is his girlfriend. We don't even know if he has a girlfriend. What if he truly does?" The more Reba contemplated, the more despair enveloped her. Realizing that the boy she liked could already be taken and had even met his parents. What could be more disheartening than this? Tears welled in Reba's eyes. The boy she adored had a girlfriend. Don't panic. Wang Zhe usually doesn't appear to have a girlfriend, and considering how busy he is, when would he find the time? Yet, despite Yang Mi's reassurances, Reba felt that Wang Zhe must indeed have a girlfriend, leaving her feeling like a fool. Why not just ask him? Yang Mi encouraged. After all, they had been friends for quite some time without any real conversation. How long would it take for them to develop a romantic relationship? Yang Mi was genuinely anxious for her friend. I can't. It would be so rude to ask him directly. Reba thought to herself, deciding to wait and see if Wang Zhe would post anything else. Yang Mi, hearing Reba's reasoning, felt frustrated, thinking that Reba was being overly reserved. If you like him, why hold back? What if someone else snatches him up? If you don't ask, I will, Yang Mi declared, ready to send a message to Wang Zhe, believing her status afforded her the privilege. Please don't. Reba quickly grasped Yang Mi's arm, feeling embarrassed about troubling her friend over such a matter. What if he doesn't even have a girlfriend? He might have just posted a casual update. Reba attempted to comfort herself, insisting that Wang Zhe was likely single, given his character. How could someone with a girlfriend possibly buy her a small cake? Yes, that's the spirit. How about this? If you're uncertain, I'll ask him. Don't worry, I'll be subtle. If he does have a girlfriend, we can simply find someone else. There are plenty of men in the world. Yang Mi proposed a compromise. No way. Reba thought, how could I ever replace Wang Zhe? There is no one more exceptional than him. I will only ever recognize Wang Zhe. Yang Mi, perplexed, felt unsure of how to proceed. Reba was being exceedingly difficult. I said I want to replace him. I can't bear the thought. Besides, I could never like anyone else. Chapter 30. Does he have a girlfriend? Yang Mi, feeling helpless, ultimately sent a message to Wang Zhe inquiring whether he had a girlfriend, concerned about Reba's emotional turmoil, which seemed to be constantly stirred by Wang Zhe. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe was engaged in a lively discussion with Yang Yu and his father when he received the message, which caught both of their attentions. Whose message is that, son? Wang's father asked, finishing the last dumpling from a plate that had contained 20, clearly satisfied with Wang Zhe's culinary skills. Nobody, Wang Zhe replied coldly. Don't fool me. You always act aloof when something's up. Spill it. Who is trying to get in touch with you? Uncle, you don't understand. It's definitely a girl Wang Zhe admires sending him a message. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so secretive. Yang Yu chimed in, curious about who had messaged Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe's phone had remained silent since Yang Yu's arrival, indicating that he rarely used WeChat. Moreover, she had just seen him post on social media, and shortly thereafter, someone messaged him. The connection between Wang Zhe and this individual was undoubtedly significant. If it were a business associate, he wouldn't be so reticent. There's a whiff of intrigue, Yang Yu remarked, munching on sunflower seeds, thoroughly entertained. Wang's father exchanged glances with Yang Yu, both being figures within the business sphere. One was a colossal entrepreneur, the other a rising star. Their thoughts aligned as they nodded in unison, determined to uncover the identity of the person who had messaged Wang Zhe. Is it the girl you like? Wang's father asked casually, taking another bite of shrimp. At that moment, Wang Zhe felt restless. Did these two really think he was oblivious? The glances exchanged were practically transparent, yet they seemed to believe he was unaware. Wang Zhe rolled his eyes in exasperation. It's not a girl I like. She is a celebrity, and she is far too beautiful to look my way. Wang Zhe explained, knowing full well what his father was likely thinking. Ever since he fell ill, his father had two main aspirations. The first was for him to return home and take over the family business, and the second was to hasten his quest for a wife. Unfortunately, he had yet to accomplish either goal. While his father had given up on the first, the second remained a stubborn pursuit. Upon hearing that Wang Zhe had no connection with this girl, Wang's father lost interest. But feeling committed to his role as a supportive parent, he urged his son. So what if she is a celebrity? My son is handsome. How could she not be interested? I completely agree. Yang Yu chimed in, teasingly. If she is not interested, we can simply move on to the next one. There are plenty of stars to choose from, right? Wang Zhe's face darkened at her words, and he felt a surge of irritation. First of all, I'm not interested in her. Secondly, I wouldn't be interested in any celebrity. To be precise, I wouldn't be interested in any woman, Wang Zhe stated, visibly frustrated. It was one thing to be pressured by his father about dating, but now he had to contend with Yang Yu's relentless teasing. At this, Wang's father erupted, standing and banging the table, incredulity filling his voice. You don't like women? You prefer men? Wang Zhe felt the need to take a moment to collect himself. However, just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly, and Yang Yu eagerly went to answer it. Wang Zhe decided it was best to calm down and did not intervene. As the door swung open, two women locked eyes. Yang Zhe, elegantly adorned with a designer handbag and a flowing gown, had meticulously applied her makeup, her earrings carefully chosen. However, she was utterly unprepared to discover that another woman was present at Wang Zhe's home. And you are? Yang Zhe inquired, offering a polite smile as she extended her hand to shake hands with the other woman, whose name was Yang Yu. Yang Yu was equally astonished. Who else could possibly be seeking Wang Zhe at this hour? Are you the one who just messaged Wang Zhe? She asked, omitting to introduce herself. What? Yang Zhe's mind raced. Was it true that another woman had just messaged Wang Zhe? This implied that someone else was indeed on their way. Upon noticing Wang Zhe's location on social media, she realized it was quite close to her own home, prompting her decision to pay an unexpected visit. I am not. Yang Zhe replied with a smile, denying any connection. Who are you? Wang Zhe emerged from the living room, and upon seeing Yang Zhe, a wave of panic washed over him. Wait, isn't she the celebrity who claimed she would pursue me? And she even stole my first kiss. He could not allow her to enter. If his father learned the truth, he would surely go mad. Consequently, Wang Zhe blurted out, excuse me, and positioned himself at the entrance, attempting to close the door. Miss, are you sure you've knocked on the right door? He urged her to leave, thinking, please, just go. My living ancestor. Yet, Yang Zhe was unfazed. She gently placed her hand against the doorframe, rendering Wang Zhe unable to shut the door without feeling guilty about possibly injuring her. Oh, did I knock on the wrong door? You don't remember who I am? She teased, deliberately slowing her speech. All right. Wang Zhe conceded, feeling cornered. You came to my house. Of course, I came to visit. Aren't you going to invite me in? She responded, an air of nonchalance in her voice. I saw your location on social media and realized it was close. So I decided to drop by. Wang Zhe, exasperated, thought to himself that this unexpected guest had essentially invited herself over. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and gestured for Yang Zhe to enter. Yang Zhe, concealing her amusement, noticed that Yang Yu recognized her as the celebrity. It seemed that the star's visit to Wang Zhe's home might suggest she had an interest in him. A rival was present. Upon entering the living room, the first person she spotted was Wang Zhe's father, who had just emerged from the kitchen. Yang Zhe, usually radiant, suddenly felt her smile fade. What is he doing here? This man is a titan of industry. Mr. Wang, what brings you here? Yang Zhe exclaimed, genuinely surprised to encounter such an influential figure in Wang Zhe's home. She was well aware of his esteemed reputation within the entertainment industry. Many aspiring actresses had sought to win his affection, all to no avail. His reputation for being devoted and loving towards his wife was well known. I've seen you on television. Wang Zhe's father responded, sidestepping her question with a neutral remark. Let me introduce you. This is my cousin, and Wang Zhe is his son, Yang Yu interjected, extending her hand toward Yang Zhe. Yang Zhe was astounded by the unexpected revelations. She had merely intended to strengthen her connection with Wang Zhe, and now she learned that a scientific luminary was actually the son of a business magnate. How could she not be astonished? Wang Zhe's family was not merely wealthy. They held considerable power. Marrying him would mean transcending social strata. Although Yang Zhe was a star in her own right, her wealth paled in comparison to Wang Zhe's family's vast fortune. I never expected you to be Mr. Wang's son, Yang Zhe marveled. Wang Zhe scoffed internally, wishing he had revealed his lineage sooner to avoid such misunderstandings. His reputation was in shambles. He had endured unwanted advances from one woman while another had forcefully kissed him. Ha ha ha, the girl is even more charming in person. You must be the celebrity who just messaged Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe's father began to praise her in a businesslike manner. Yang Zhe grew increasingly curious about which actress had messaged Wang Zhe. It was no surprise that a man like him would be in high demand both in the dating scene and the entertainment industry. However, Yang Zhe was confident that Wang Zhe would never stoop to the level of the dating market. Mr. Wang, that is not the case. We just added each other on WeChat. We're recording a show together, and I happened to see Wang Zhe's post, so I thought I'd come over. Yang Zhe explained with poise, earning the approval of Wang Zhe's father, who glanced her over, mentally placing her in the category of potential daughters-in-law. Haha. You are welcome to visit Wang Zhe often, I insist. Wang Zhe's father laughed heartily. Yang Yu, though slightly discontented, feigned a smile. Realizing that her father's affections shifted to Yang Zhe with alarming speed, she felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed marrying into a wealthy family was not as simple as she had imagined. All right, uncle, and who is this? Yang Zhe turned her gaze to Yang Yu, curious to discover the identity of the woman who had appeared at Wang Zhe's home at 6 o'clock. Yang Yu, sensing Yang Zhe's irritation, thought to herself, is this woman daft? Didn't I just introduce myself? I am his cousin's daughter, Yang Yu replied with narrowed eyes. Yang Zhe quickly grasped that Yang Yu likely came from a well-off family, and that her father and Wang Zhe's father were business partners. This suggested that her relationship with Wang Zhe was not as close as one might assume. Otherwise, he would have introduced her. Wang Zhe, oblivious to the women's thoughts, would have been astonished to learn of their speculations. Ah, that explains why I hadn't heard Wang Zhe mention you before. Yang Zhe's words bore an underlying message, a subtle show of dominance. Yang Yu understood this as a claim to familiarity with Wang Zhe, which she found somewhat off-putting. This was not her type. Wang Zhe then invited Yang Zhe to sit down. He and Yang Zhe settled on one side of the sofa, while Wang Zhe's father and Yang Yu occupied the opposite side, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Wang Zhe, feeling overwhelmed by the gathering of these formidable figures, longed to retreat to his laboratory and escape the discomfort of this social engagement. Does Xiaoyang have a boyfriend? Wang Zhe's father broke the silence, seeking to alleviate the awkwardness. Of course not. In the entertainment industry, having a boyfriend can hinder one's career. Over the years, I have focused solely on my work and have not pursued any relationships, Yang Zhe replied, feeling the weight of Wang Zhe's father's imposing presence. A career-focused individual, I see. Wang Zhe's father chuckled. However, he secretly hoped Wang Zhe would avoid dating someone from the entertainment industry, as their family already had enough public figures. Yang Zhe soon sensed Wang Zhe's father's cool demeanor toward her. Other fathers might extend some courtesy to her, but the illustrious Mr. Wang was indifferent, valuing his status far above that of a mere celebrity. His social media following far exceeded that of many stars. Just as Wang Zhe pondered how to salvage the conversation, the production team called. He answered the phone. Is this Wang Zhe? Do you have time to come to the studio? The director inquired. We have moved next week's episode to today due to scheduling conflicts. Can you come over to film now? Wang Zhe grimaced, recalling the torturous lectures of his university days. It seemed that the burdens of work would follow him relentlessly. I can come, he thought, relieved that filming the show would be preferable to enduring this awkward gathering. Upon seeing his father, Wang Zhe felt a tinge of sadness as he realized their time together was fleeting. Yet, the thought of dealing with the two challenging women, Yang Yu and Yang Zhe, only added to his headache. He much preferred the simplicity of recording a show. I suppose I should head back now. Until next time. Dear classmate Wang, Yang Yu said, casting a flirtatious glance at him. Wang Zhe felt a shiver run down his spine. He sensed that this woman viewed him merely as a plaything, which he found terrifying. Women could be quite formidable indeed. Even after Yang Yu had departed, Wang's father continued to leisurely snack on sunflower seeds. Aren't you leaving? Wang Zhe raised an eyebrow. Where would I go? I intend to stay at your home tonight and have a proper chat when you return, his father replied nonchalantly, continuing to munch on seeds while watching television. Completely at ease, Wang Zhe then left with Yang Zhe, driving while she sat in the passenger seat. Why didn't you mention before that your father is Wang Shu? Wang Zhe mused. Did he really need to announce to the world that his father was the wealthiest man in Xia country? It was quite amusing. Wouldn't it be more prudent to keep such matters low-key? If he didn't, how much trouble would he encounter in university? How many would seek to curry favor with him? There was no need for that. He was himself, and his father was his own entity. Wang Zhe's tone remained icy. Yang Zhe was taken aback by Wang Zhe's mindset. If it had been another rich heir, he would have long since exploited his family connections. Yet Wang Zhe not only excelled at Xia Country's Science and Technology University, but had also become a renowned researcher. His appearance on television was a testament to the relentless tide of progress. You are truly an exceptional man. If I could win your heart, I would gladly forsake my career as a star to be a devoted wife, Yang Zhe proposed enticingly. There is no need to rush, Wang Zhe replied. Glancing at Yang Zhe, after all, she was only in her 30s. Did she truly need to hasten towards marriage? It's not merely about rushing into marriage. You don't understand. People like us, who are constantly in the limelight, should seek a worthy partner by our 30s. Beyond that age, it may be too late to find someone. She explained earnestly, her gaze fixed on Wang Zhe, sincerity evident in her eyes. I wouldn't want to miss the chance of meeting someone like you, Yang Zhe continued, pausing. Had it been a few years prior, her proud nature would have prevented such overt vulnerability, and she certainly wouldn't have persisted after being rebuffed by Wang Zhe. It was as if fate had played its hand. Wang Zhe continued to drive, indifferent to Yang Zi's words. He had no desire for marriage. And if he were to marry, it would be with someone he truly loved, not simply to appease societal expectations of an ideal partner. What does exceptional even mean? There will always be individuals who surpass you in brilliance, as well as those who are more appealing to you. Should one forsake their affections for someone merely because another is deemed superior? That logic is flawed. I appreciate your admiration, but I am currently not considering romance. Wang Zhe replied calmly, enunciating each word. Moreover, if marriage were to occur, it would be guided solely by my heart. Wang Zhe was a staunch monogamist. Just as he could devote himself to studying physics for a decade, he could love someone with equal dedication for a lifetime. He did not wish to settle for a partner chosen by chance or through others' recommendations. All right then, can we be friends? I promise not to intrude upon your life. Yang Zi suggested tentatively, her demeanor a stark contrast to her usual star persona. Very well, Wang Zhe nodded. One could not refuse so many times, could they? After about 20 minutes of driving, they arrived at the venue for the variety show. The other actors and guests were already present, and the audience was overflowing. The turnout today was several times greater than usual, with some standing just to catch a glimpse. Upon Wang Zhe's entrance through the back door, the crowd erupted in excited cheers. Wang Zhe, can you please launch your company soon? I want to buy your cosmetics, shouted one fan. Is that acne treatment still available? Can you sell me a bottle? I'd pay 9,999 for it. Another yelled. Wang Zhe, please share the link. Good products deserve to be showcased on Douyin. Ah, Wang Zhe, I want to marry you and have children. The moment Wang Zhe stepped inside, he was immediately surrounded by an enthusiastic throng, rendering him unable to reach the stage. He raised his hands, attempting to calm the crowd. Please, everyone, let's settle down. Wang Zhe cleared his throat. Wang Zhe, are you really going to release that skincare product? If not, can you sell me the one from the live show? We couldn't get one then. I regret it so much. A fan lamented, her acne clearly visible, revealing the severity of her distress. Wang Zhe reassured her and retrieved a bottle of the acne treatment from his bag. Fortuitously, just one remained. Seeing her eager expression, he donned a pair of gloves. Hold on. Let me apply it for you so you can experience its effects. Wang Zhe spoke softly, his handsome visage inciting yet another wave of cheers from the audience. The fan, named Zhang San, a freshman, had been plagued by acne for 3 years, beginning in middle school when the academic pressure escalated. Upon seeing Wang Zhe's product during the livestream, he had rushed overnight by plane from the north, excitement rendering him speechless. Zhang San felt a refreshing sensation on his face. As if the decayed skin had been replaced with new growth, he sensed that his skin was rejuvenating, and a premonition of rebirth washed over him. All done. Wang Zhe concluded his task, standing beside Zhang San with an encouraging smile. Having experienced the pressures of being a middle school student himself, Wang Zhe had procured that skincare line partly to please the fanbase and partly to help students like Zhang San. Zhang San excitedly pulled out his phone to check his reflection, marveling at the luminous glow of his skin, a stark contrast to its previous state. His wounds were gradually healing, and he was at a loss for words, overwhelmed with gratitude towards Wang Zhe. The girl he admired had rejected him solely due to his acne. Thank you so much. I'll strive to enroll in the graduate program at the University of Science and Technology of China to repay you. No, I mean I want to become your junior. Wang Zhe simply smiled. It was but a small act of kindness on his part. The new audience members were utterly astonished. They had all witnessed the severity of Zhang San's acne and now beheld his smooth complexion. The impact of Wang Zhe's product was nothing short of remarkable. Zhang San was elated, for now he could pursue the girl of his dreams, repeatedly expressing his thanks to Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe, please release the link quickly. I'm serious. If I had this skincare product, I could stay up late watching dramas, gaming, and eating spicy food without a care. This truly is a miraculous skincare line. Hurry and share the link. I'm not joking. Wang Zhe is incredible. The previous Arc Reactor has already been included in military supply plans. And now he has released a product that benefits the people. I'm genuinely in awe. As Wang Zhe made his way through the crowd, the cheers from his fans enveloped him. Meanwhile, Yang Zi felt tears welling up. Wang Zhe's popularity was nearly rivaling her own. His fame had surpassed that of many stars. Climbing onto the stage, the host had to adjust the microphone to quiet the audience, who were still cheering loudly. Today, my participation in this variety show stems from 2 pivotal reasons: the director's influence and Wang Zhe's appeal, the host remarked with a smile while looking at Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe raised an eyebrow, pondering what this had to do with him. In Chapter 33, it is certain to be released. The host continued, you might not be aware, but your acne treatment skincare line has already gone viral across the internet. Wherever Wang Zhe's name is mentioned, People are urging you to launch your skincare products. The host was surprised that the show gained popularity in such an unexpected manner, truly a rarity in the entertainment industry. Wang Zhe nodded, fully aware of this phenomenon. However, establishing a company requires time. Thus, I must ask on behalf of the audience present, are you considering starting your own company? The host passed the microphone to Wang Zhe. Clearing his throat, Wang Zhe responded, I contacted an investment bank yesterday and finalized the contract. I intend to release a complete skincare line, although I have yet to decide on a name. Once production is underway, I will certainly inform everyone at the earliest opportunity. The new products will be enhancements based on the first generation. Upon completing his statement, the audience erupted into cheers, with some even expressing their willingness to invest. My family is in investment banking. I'll call my father right now to secure a 10 million investment for you. Wang Zhe? Wang Zhe humbly replied. There's truly no need. I'm uncertain whether this project will be profitable. He added, I can only say this child is a devoted son. Wang Zhe, wait for me. I'll sell my house to invest in you. At this point, Wang Zhe could no longer remain composed, promptly calling for silence in the venue. I do not require investments from any of you. If you truly wish to invest, please keep it within reasonable limits, selling cars or houses. Are you all out of your minds? The host chuckled, providing an explanation to the audience. Wang Zhe, you must understand, they believe in your potential. They think they can profit by following you. Wang Zhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. This audience was indeed overwhelming, with their eagerness to sell possessions for his investment. He now comprehended why his former university classmates warned him that celebrity fans could be quite formidable. He must guide his fans properly. After the host delivered the opening remarks, the variety show commenced in earnest. Wang Zhe contemplated what technological innovation to introduce today, having already covered the new model of rigid body motion laws. He initially provided a brief overview of his nanotechnology laboratory, prompting the audience to marvel at the scale of his laboratory, speculating on its worth. Wow, this is the Thomson Riviera. He has transformed 8 units of Thomson Riviera into a laboratory. Clearly, he doesn't need our investment. He is indeed affluent. Someone exclaimed. What does Thomson Riviera matter? Look at this experimental equipment. Some cost over 2 million, while others exceed 100 million. Can you believe it? A billionaire at such a young age. Truly enviable. Enough said. Wang Zhe is incredibly talented, pursuing research right after undergraduate studies. In my opinion, he deserves every bit of success. As Wang Zhe meticulously described his laboratory, he realized just how advanced the equipment was, much of which wouldn't be available for production for at least another decade. Of course, the system provides you with excellent equipment. The system interjected proudly. Thank you. Wang Zhe replied coldly, contrasting sharply with his earlier demeanor towards that enthusiastic fan. The system clicked its tongue, musing that Wang Zhe had become somewhat indifferent since acquiring the system. Would he treat a girlfriend the same way, taking her for granted once he had her? How despicable. At this moment, Wang Zhe was oblivious to how the system perceived him as a cad. He was merely contemplating what else to introduce after discussing the nanotechnology lab. Suddenly, the hostess' phone slipped from his grasp. The host bent down to retrieve it, muttering under his breath, why does this phone keep falling? It's so heavy. It would be great if it could be worn like a watch. Wang Zhe had an epiphany and quickly inquired of the system. Is it possible to check in today? Theoretically, you should have completed your check-in already today, but I see you've been engaging with girls lately. The system calculated how many girls Wang Zhe had interacted with recently, deeming this effort quite successful. He not only spoke with them, but also engaged in physical contact, which the system found satisfactory. So it is possible. Not yet. Perhaps if you engage a bit more, it could be. Wang Zhe then discreetly sought out Wang Zhe during the intermission announced by the host. It wasn't he for any other reason than his fear of being rejected if he approached someone else. Wang Zhe had already confessed her feelings for him. What brings you here? Wang Zhe asked, having taken a break to hydrate, surprised to see Wang Zhe, especially after he had turned her down an hour prior. I came to see if you were upset, Wang Zhe replied. Though he longed to converse with Wang Zhe, he couldn't resist teasing her. Why would I be upset? Besides, if I were, would that change your mind? Wang Zhe quipped, finding Wang Zhe's current demeanor amusing, as he worried over imaginary concerns. Of course not, Wang Zhe thought. If you were concerned about me agreeing, wouldn't that imply I'm easily swayed? He would never concede to such a notion. If you hold the hand of the girl across from you now, you can check in today. The system reminded him at an opportune moment. Wang Zhe clenched his teeth. The system was pushing him to initiate contact. What if he was photographed by paparazzi? Your seating is quite discreet. I doubt the paparazzi would capture anything. The system observed proudly. Wang Zhe gazed at Wang Zhe, momentarily lost in thought, believing he was grappling with his conscience. She quickly reassured him, it's all right. Being rejected doesn't bother me. My first rejection and first kiss were both given to you. Wang Zhe was taken aback. Someone as bold as Yang Zi had never kissed anyone before. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. Would you like to kiss again? I can give it back to you. Wang Zhe spoke so earnestly that Yang Zi failed to recognize his jest, thinking he genuinely intended to return the favor. Then, Wang Zhe's hand lightly covered Yang Zi's, his long and elegant fingers causing her heart to race. Having been flirted with by many, she had never felt so exhilarated before. Her claims of never having held hands were merely for Wang Zhe's ears, but in this moment, her feelings were undeniably real. In an impulsive moment, Yang Zi entwined her fingers with Wang Zhe's, catching him off guard with her boldness. Chapter 34. Supporting the waist for a kiss. Yang Zi, having kissed Wang Zhe on their first meeting, was indeed audacious. Wang Zhe remained skeptical about whether this was truly Yang Zi's first kiss. Yet, after she grasped his hand, she effortlessly settled onto his lap and leaned in for a kiss. Not here, Wang Zhe gently urged, pushing Yang Zi back slightly. Realizing their location, the film set, Yang Zi felt a rush of realization. She had almost attempted to kiss Wang Zhe here, though it was not entirely unwelcome on his part. Yet, she worried that Wang Zhe might think her too forward. At that moment, she cast aside her doubts. Her personality was to pursue what she desired without fear, embracing the spirit of youth. Where? Yang Zi tilted her head in confusion. Wang Zhe's lips looked so inviting, tempting her to discover their flavor. Let us go to my car. Wang Zhe, though inherently principled, found it hard to resist the allure before him. All right, Yang Zi agreed, donning her mask as they prepared to depart. The two individuals glanced around to ensure no one was watching before leaving the set. With a 30-minute intermission, they had ample time to engage in various activities. Yang Zi was let out by Wang Zhe and soon arrived at the parking lot, where Wang Zhe, ever the gentleman, opened the door for her. His politeness made Yang Zi feel as though she might have to pull him down from his pedestal. The moment she settled into the car, Wang Zhe slammed the door shut, startling Yang Zi into a moment of clarity. He proceeded to close the windows, ensuring that the tinted glass obscured any view of their actions within the vehicle. A clever maneuver indeed. Wang Zhe chuckled softly at Yang Zi, who had been quite forward moments ago, finding it amusing that this woman could also exhibit shyness, an unexpected revelation. He patted his thigh, signaling her to sit as she had before. Yang Zi hesitated, then, with a determined bite of her lip, boldly straddled him. Wang Zhe let out a muffled sound of surprise. He gazed intently at Yang Zi, whose rosy lips and pearly teeth, along with her harmonious features, exuded a captivating beauty. His hand caressed her cheek, and Yang Zi marveled at the silky smoothness of her skin. A light laugh escaped her as she considered the possibility that Wang Zhe had never been in a relationship or kissed anyone before. With a playful spirit, she leaned in and kissed him, skillfully prying open his lips. Wang Zhe, unwilling to yield, wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, appreciating the softness and slenderness of her form. As he initiated the kiss, Yang Zi found herself overwhelmed, emitting soft sounds of surprise at his fervor, which seemed to intensify as if he wished to devour her whole. The two lost themselves in the kiss for a full 15 minutes. When Wang Zhe finally released her, Yang Zi was breathless, her lipstick nearly consumed. She shot him an accusing glare, as if blaming him for being too reckless. Wang Zhe, slightly embarrassed, spoke in a husky voice, having intended to keep their encounter brief, but Yang Zi's relentless pursuit had thwarted his efforts. Yang Zi expressed her reluctance to let go after such a rare kiss, especially with someone as handsome as him. Was it enjoyable? Wang Zhe inquired, his voice low and enticing. Yang Zi found herself captivated by his tone, brimming with masculine allure, making it impossible for her to resist. Nestled in his embrace, she realized her lipstick had smudged, yet she had no desire to retouch it, for being kissed by someone as dashing as Wang Zhe, despite his lack of finesse, was a delightful experience. Feeling somewhat shy, she merely murmured her agreement. Wang Zhe shook his head in bemusement. Pondering the irony of the situation, she was the one who had pursued him, yet now she was the one feeling bashful. It was perplexing. Yet he could empathize with her youthful innocence. Can we kiss again next time? Yang Zi asked earnestly, her words measured and deliberate. Wang Zhe sighed, contemplating the prospect of another encounter. While he enjoyed the experience she brought, he had no desire to engage in such displays of affection unless compelled by the system. He was, after all, a man of considerable restraint. Perhaps next time, he replied ambiguously, uncertain of whether the system would demand such peculiar actions again. The system, however, was not pleased. Hey, what do you mean by peculiar? Clearly, you reveled in it. Just because I've been quiet doesn't mean I'm unaware of your passionate exchanges. Wang Zhe mused that without the system's influence, he might have remained a lifelong bachelor, avoiding intimacy altogether. Wang Zhe, sensing his reluctance, appeared somewhat disheartened. After all, she genuinely liked Wang Zhe, and the temptation to kiss him was unbearable. Whenever you wish, Wang Zhe found himself saying, perhaps under some spell. The system interjected with sarcasm, oh, is this the aloof and charismatic host I know? Whenever you wish? Truly unbearable. If the system were tangible, Wang Zhe would have relished the opportunity to strike it. Can we initiate the sign-in now? Of course. Wang Zhe was about to consult the system when Wang Zhe pulled him away. They had only 4 minutes before the show resumed. Upon arriving, they were immediately captured by paparazzi since they had entered together, and Wang Zhe's lipstick was nearly gone. Wang Zhe calmly approached the stage and explained, I was just discussing a collaboration with Wang Zhe. She will be the spokesperson for my products. The crowd appeared to understand, realizing they had misjudged the situation. Indeed, Wang Zhe's products were presented to me, and I found them quite appealing. I believe everyone will be looking forward to it. And I will personally host the product launch. The audience erupted in applause. After another round of opening remarks, the host invited Wang Zhe to take the stage. System, is it time for sign-in? Wang Zhe, clad in casual attire, stood composed on stage. Sign-in successful. Please collect your mini smartphone. A device resembling a fitness band appeared on Wang Zhe's wrist, but he understood it was far more than a mere accessory. It could function as a phone. He intended to introduce this innovation to the audience. Curiosity stirred among the attendees. Is Wang Zhe unveiling another groundbreaking product? Could it be a cosmetic set? Laughter rippled through the crowd. Surely not so soon. Can a complete set be developed in just a day? Speculation filled the air as they pondered what new scientific advancements Wang Zhe might present. Wang Zhe, smiling, approached Wang Zhe, who appeared concerned. For she had never witnessed him engage in research before. He nodded reassuringly, and unbeknownst to them, Reba observed their interaction, feeling increasingly uneasy. Since their entrance, she had sensed an unspoken connection between them. Reba sat sulking, while Yang Mi, having discerned her friend's discontent, suspected it stemmed from jealousy over Wang Zhe. Yang Mi discreetly messaged Wang Zhe, alerting him to Reba's mood and requesting his attention. With Yang Mi absent, Wang Zhe noted Reba's forlorn demeanor, reminiscent of a wilting flower. I wish to invite a celebrity to assist me in presenting this product, as it is a collaborative effort that drew inspiration from her, he announced, igniting a flurry of speculation in the audience. Which celebrity collaborated with you? Who inspired you? Reveal their name within 3 seconds. Curiosity intensified as the audience eagerly awaited Wang Zhe's revelation. In the realm of entertainment, it seems we have such extraordinary talents. I am the first to express my admiration. Subsequently, Wang Zhe glanced in the direction of Reba, who appeared equally intrigued about who could collaborate with him on this endeavor. May I invite Reba to the stage? Wang Zhe graciously bowed. Reba was utterly taken aback. Was Wang Zhe not merely pushing her into the spotlight? She had never engaged in any relevant scientific research. How could she possibly introduce anything? With a mixture of confusion and the audience's enthusiastic applause, Reba ascended the stage. She genuinely did not anticipate that the esteemed female celebrity Wang Zhe referred to was herself. To think it was Reba, what a delightful surprise. Who would have guessed that Reba possessed such talent? It's a jest to underestimate her. She is indeed quite gifted. Her fans passionately proclaimed that Reba was the finest. For Reba, they would go to great lengths, exclaiming their devotion. In a hushed tone, Reba leaned toward Wang Zhe and whispered, "What is going on? I can't do this. Why did you call me up?" He reassured her, "Do not worry. Leave everything to me. Just sit quietly." Wang Zhe flashed a reassuring smile at Reba before removing a wristband from his own wrist and placing it on hers. An icy chill coursed through Reba as she realized that Wang Zhe, in his fervor for fame, had brought her into a situation she was unprepared for. This wristband was not a groundbreaking scientific achievement. It resembled the ubiquitous Xiaomi Mi Band 6 or 7. How could such a common item be presented as a scientific product? Wang Zhe had inadvertently dragged her into this predicament, and the admiration she once felt for him began to fade, replaced by the dread of impending embarrassment. Today, I present to you a product I invented during last summer, Wang Zhe announced. At first glance, it appears to be merely a wristband, but in reality, it is a mobile phone. As he projected the wristband's image onto a large screen, the audience erupted into murmurs. A phone. Clearly, that's the Xiaomi Mi Band 7. Is this really a phone? Wang Zhe, it's understandable to be unable to produce something new quickly, but to deceive us with a Xiaomi wristband? Do you think we are children? Indeed, the audience expressed their disbelief, though Reba had initially lacked confidence. It waned further as she too began to see the device as nothing more than a Xiaomi wristband, suspecting that Wang Zhe was deliberately misleading them to protect his reputation. Wang Zhe chuckled lightly, recognizing that contemporary society had yet to fully embrace advanced technological innovations. I believe you are correct. This is merely a technology that is 2 decades ahead of its time. People today are not ready to accept it, but in 20 years, everyone in Xia country will be using such devices. Is this truly the case? Wang Zhe mused, as he, an artificial intelligence student, had once aspired to create such technology. His dream had been realized ahead of schedule, and now the system revealed that even without him or cutting-edge technology, such advancements would eventually emerge in 20 years. The resurgence of Xia country seemed promising. Of course, with you as the host, it will take no more than 2 years for this technology to be fully integrated. The system confidently declared. Despite the audience's skepticism, Wang Zhe felt bolstered by Reba's doubts. For the future of Xia country, he resolved to persevere against all odds. He was determined to elevate the technological landscape of the nation by at least a century. With this conviction, he faced the sea of doubtful gazes without flinching. Understanding that he need not shy away, let the storm come even fiercer, he thought. His determination solidified as he surveyed the audience. Silence enveloped the stage, and those who had previously mocked him for his ambition seemed at a loss for words. Chapter 36. I will prove you wrong since you all harbor doubts. Let us witness the truth together, Wang Zhe proclaimed, preparing to activate the wristband. Not that we don't believe you, but your pace in research is astonishing, almost frightening. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Indeed, it's remarkable. If this mini projector phone is real, how extraordinary must Wang Zhe's computational and research capabilities be? Wang Zhe smiled lightly, recognizing that what appeared extraordinary to the average onlooker was merely a straightforward achievement for him. He activated the mini projector phone, and the audience gasped in awe as the device powered on with remarkable speed. Could this truly be a phone? It's incredibly convenient. Wow, this is perfect for travel. No more worries about battery life. Some voices, however, remained skeptical, suggesting that Wang Zhe's invention was little more than a flashy gimmick. Solar charging? A quick boot speed likely indicates a good processor, but what is so impressive about that? This mini projector phone seems quite ordinary. Wang Zhe surveyed the doubters, realizing they thought this was the end of his demonstration. He chuckled inwardly. The system's advanced technology was far from simple. With a snap of his fingers, he smiled and called out, "Xiao AI, I'm here." The murmurs from the audience quieted, as many considered voice-activated phones to be commonplace. Assuming Wang Zhe's AI would not offer anything novel. Today's temperature is -3 degrees. You should wear the shirt in your left wardrobe paired with the black casual pants from the 3rd shelf, the mini projector phone gently advised. Its tone imbued with warmth, something ordinary voice assistants lacked. Comments flooded the live stream, as the audience, initially sparse due to the show's last-minute edition, swelled with viewers. Wang Zhe's rising fame had attracted attention across platforms, with investors eager to capitalize on his popularity. Witnessing the mini projector phone's smart assistant prompt Wang Zhe about the weather and clothing, viewers were astounded. This robot is remarkably intelligent. Isn't this simply a little housekeeper? I can't help but think that with this phone, I will no longer have to worry about what to wear each day. How remarkably intelligent. The online community naively believed that this was the extent of the robot's capabilities. To everyone's surprise, Wang Zhe managed not only to develop an acne-removing cosmetic device in such a short time, but also to invent a mini phone with screen projection. You are truly impressive. Is there any chance you could sell me one of these phones? The earlier discontent within Reba dissipated, and she no longer regarded Wang Zhe as pretentious. In fact, her admiration for him grew, and she realized she had fallen for him. Wang Zhe chuckled lightly at the girl's words about selling her a phone. Leaning closer to Reba, he playfully whispered, "If it's yours, I shall gift it to you," causing her to blush profusely. She began to feel a pang of guilt for having doubted Wang Zhe earlier. Where could she find another man with such talent, intelligence, and capability? Truly remarkable, she thought. If she were to labor for a century, she could never design anything like this. Is this what you consider impressive? Wang Zhe raised an eyebrow. Reba was astonished. If this wasn't impressive, what could be? Rubbing her hands together, she prepared to collaborate with Wang Zhe before the audience. Wang Zhe then explained the new features of the mini phone with screen projection. Reba's sweet voice resonated throughout the hall. Wang Zhe cleared his throat and spoke rapidly. WeChat payment to Reba, 111 yuan, face recognition payment. His words flowed so swiftly that Reba needed to replay them in her mind several times before comprehending. The audience and viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered, and comments flooded in. What did Wang Zhe just say? I didn't catch that. Who can understand this? Can this mini phone really recognize it? I don't believe it. I doubt this mini phone will even respond. Wang Zhe observed the comments on the big screen, and astonishingly, the mini phone instantly recognized the payment and opened WeChat to process it, completing the transaction without Wang Zhe lifting a finger. For a few seconds, the live stream fell silent, and after witnessing the event, the comments exploded in excitement. Wow, that was fast. This phone must have at least 12 gigabytes of RAM to achieve such speed. This artificial intelligence is truly remarkable. I couldn't even match that speed with manual operation. Look at this phone system. It has surpassed the fastest systems in the country. One viewer noted the incredible phone system invented by Wang Zhe, capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 37. The nation's most powerful processor. Another viewer quickly pointed out the issue. No, it's Wang Zhe's processor that has surpassed the highest speed of a certain Kirin processor. No wonder it's faster than my phone. This is incredible. I urgently request Wang Zhe to let me switch phones. The host observed the live stream comments with great satisfaction. From skepticism about Wang Zhe to the current barrage of praise, he recognized how reliable Wang Zhe truly was. It seemed he possessed an extraordinary ability to turn the mundane into the extraordinary. One bold audience member even stood up to ask, "Is there anything in this country that Wang Zhe cannot do?" The viewer gazed at Wang Zhe with admiration. Wang Zhe, they say your processor has exceeded the highest speed of a certain Kirin. Is this true? I'm merely inquiring on behalf of the curious netizens. Wang Zhe nodded, and the speed of the comments increased, with many praising his brilliance. Wow, this is still 5G. Fantastic. With this technology, we won't suffer under sanctions anymore. Surely, Huawei must be interested in this game-changing innovation. Everyone has witnessed how we have been sanctioned in recent years, especially regarding Huawei's chips. Yet, Wang Zhe's phone not only surpasses the past, but also incorporates a 5G system. How impressive. Wang Zhe casually scanned a couple of comments, nodded, and prepared to explain further. Reba, beaming with excitement, was thrilled to be presenting alongside someone she admired. My technology indeed surpasses the highest configuration of the Kirin chip. This phone has a 1 terabyte memory, capable of transforming into a large-screen computer at any time. One of its greatest advantages is the projection feature, which is adjustable. You can project it as a phone shape or as a large computer. As he spoke, Wang Zhe demonstrated by adjusting the wristband Reba was wearing, declaring, "Robot, enlarge." And the mini phone transformed into a large computer measuring 1 meter in both width and height. A few detractors, seeing this feature, immediately began to criticize. What use is transforming into a computer? The operating speed is still low. Can you really make it run like a computer? I just said, this device shouldn't be compared to some domestic phones that boast numerous features, yet lack practicality. It was hard to disagree. The phone's operating speed might barely suffice for mobile use, but transforming it into a computer seemed far-fetched. If you can demonstrate that, I won't criticize Wang Zhe anymore. Wang Zhe, who had no parental guidance, was merely creating flashy gadgets. Could he not fail? Wang Zhe observed these comments unfazed. After all, there are always people who dislike currency. Yet, disparaging others was their wrongdoing. Wang Zhe had control over the backend and used the transformed computer to delete those comments. Reba attempted to stop him, but was too late. Having been in the entertainment industry for many years, she understood the power of public opinion and dared not provoke it. For it could be terrifying. As a star, one must tread carefully, fearing that every word could be recorded and shared online, leading to a potential scandal. If the interests of capital were threatened, one might even be silenced. She believed these consequences were far too great for a researcher like Wang Zhe to bear. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Reba shouted at Wang Zhe. Don't you realize that deleting those comments will only invite a swarm of detractors to trouble you? They will use this as fodder for public discourse. What will you do then? You will face a backlash. Wang Zhe snorted dismissively, unconcerned by such threats. I know. I don't care, he replied with a nonchalant attitude, which alarmed Reba. You don't care? Don't you care about our program's reputation? Wang Zhe, are you being a bit too headstrong, doing whatever you please? Reba shook her head, realizing this was her first time noticing a flaw in the person she admired. No. It was the first time she had raised her voice at him. Her concern stemmed from the belief that he had truly erred this time. Indeed, some comments in the live stream began to criticize Wang Zhe, prompting Reba to defend him. Wang Zhe mistakenly deleted those comments. He didn't intend to remove them. It was a program error. She forced a smile at the audience. Upon hearing this, whispers spread among the audience, and those in the live stream began to question. Oh, a programming issue? In essence, does this imply that Wang Zhe's projection-style mini-phone harbors systemic errors? How can one dare to provide explanations in such a scenario? This is a technological variety show, not merely an ordinary entertainment program featuring celebrities. It appears that Wang Zhe wishes to eliminate those comments. Those individuals merely articulated their reasonable doubts, They have committed no wrongdoing. Has Wang Zhe, having spent too long in the scientific community, become intolerant of differing opinions? There are far too many individuals like him in the realm of research. Wang Zhe, explain yourself. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream have already forgotten that someone had previously hurled harsh insults at Wang Zhe. They are solely focused on his actions, seizing their keyboards as if they wielded justice, while in reality, they embody the very essence of malice. Naturally, some astute comments emerged in the live stream, but it's those individuals who initiated the harsh insults. Did you not see? One person even insulted Wang Zhe's mother. Yet, such voices were swiftly drowned out by the overwhelming tide, rendering this lone stream of reason particularly absurd. Wang Zhe stood silently at the forefront, observing the barrage of comments on the large screen, all stemming from his decision to delete a few comments, which he perceived as a form of online harassment. Wang Zhe, might you consider exiting the entertainment industry? Focus on your research. Other researchers dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to their work. Why do you meander in the entertainment realm? Are you attempting to cultivate a persona as a scientist? I believe it would be prudent for you to withdraw from the scene. Such a facade will undoubtedly falter in the entertainment world. We, the viewers of the entertainment sector, are not fools. Chapter 38, Eruption. Reba harbored concerns for Wang Zhe, as he had grown exceedingly quiet, reminiscent of the calm before an impending storm. Wang Zhe felt a chill in his heart, finally grasping why so many senior researchers chose to abandon their pursuits midway. Even when presenting their achievements to the public, disbelief persisted. What of those venerable predecessors who toiled for a lifetime, yet yielded no results? Without a proper system, would he not find himself akin to those predecessors, destined for a lifetime of mediocrity and perpetual skepticism? With this thought, Wang Zhe let out a cold snort, his previously vacant gaze now resolute. He scanned the audience below, who had been chattering incessantly, and glanced at the livestream camera. You are truly superficial, Wang Zhe said, a hint of anger in his voice. This was his first utterance, and Reba quickly nudged him, signaling him to refrain from such comments. However, Wang Zhe was undeterred. He expressed his thoughts freely. Why should he suppress himself? The moment his words left his lips, both the audience and the live stream erupted, inundated with comments about Wang Zhe. Superficial? You claim we are superficial? How exalted do you believe yourself to be? Why not remain in the research field instead of aimlessly wandering in the entertainment industry? Since you have arrived, must you silence others? Do you believe yourself to be made of gold? Their laughter resounded. They once regarded him as a figure of significance. Yet now they felt their depth questioned. Were they merely stating a truth? Has the research community become so stringent? To speak a few verities and be labeled superficial? Enough. They clamored. Wang Zhe's persona has collapsed. What a farce. Deleting comments? He must be too accustomed to being coddled. The research community has spoiled you. A timely immersion in the entertainment industry will do you good. Wang Zhe remained silent, merely reclaiming the projection-style mini-phone from Reba and adorning it on his wrist. The device projected a small computer interface, accompanied by a diminutive keyboard, and he initiated the programming software, commencing his coding. The program executed with remarkable speed, yielding results in mere seconds, a commendable pace for any program. However, as Wang Zhe diligently coded, the viewers in the live stream refused to relent. Most of them were fervent fans of female celebrities, essentially Wang Zhe's detractors. Previously, the chats between Yang Mi and a group of female celebrities had somehow been leaked, inciting outrage among their young fans. Observing Wang Zhe's interactions with their idol, they felt aggrieved by his perceived indifference, prompting them to establish an anti-Wang Zhe faction. The majority of the comments in the live stream were from this group. These were predominantly students, many of whom had yet to enter university and could not comprehend the intricacies of the situation. They only recognized Wang Zhe's aloofness and perceived grievances against their beloved idol. What was Wang Zhe tinkering with? Was he evading responsibility? What could he possibly be avoiding? If he were a true man, he would confront his challenges head-on. Withdraw from the program and cease affecting our sister. Exactly, they echoed. Why is Wang Zhe silent? Is he afraid to speak? Wang Zhe typed at an astonishing speed, simultaneously projecting his work onto the largest screen, allowing both the audience below and the live stream viewers to witness his endeavors. What is this? What is Wang Zhe working on? This inquiry originated from a student in the live stream, and a well-intentioned university student, just out of class and intrigued by the popular broadcast, tuned in to discover it was a variety show. This student, named Sun Yang, was left astounded by Wang Zhe's rapid programming. It was unparalleled, even for someone from a computer science background. Sun Yang glanced at the comments. How could they all be disparaging Wang Zhe? Moreover, many usernames were from the same region. He noticed a comment querying Wang Zhe's activities. and with good intentions, he sought to clarify. He is writing a program. Honestly, this code doesn't seem to be copied. To write at such a pace is truly commendable. Sun Yang posted this comment and tagged the student who had previously inquired about Wang Zhe's actions. I don't care what he's doing. I came here for Sister Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe is merely a frog wishing to consume swan meat. How dare he associate with my sister and spread rumors? Sun Yang was resolute in his intention to criticize Wang Zhe. At that moment, he recognized that Wang Zhe was still a student. Initially contemplating exiting the livestream, he realized that he could not adequately explain the deluge of negativity directed at Wang Zhe. Yet, upon seeing Yangmi return with an ice cream in hand, his enthusiasm reignited. Yangmi had just purchased the ice cream and intended to leave. But upon checking her phone, she discovered Wang Zhe facing criticism. How could she possibly depart in peace? Wang Zhe was a newcomer in the entertainment industry. He could not allow himself to be subjected to the vitriol of keyboard warriors. Sun Yang became engrossed in the livestream. Yet he noticed that Yangmi had selected a seat further back, leading him to understand that she was likely merely a guest in this setting. He glanced at Wang Zhe, who had already completed a third of his programming, though Sun Yang could not discern the specifics of Wang Zhe's code. As some of it was beyond his comprehension, it was evident that he was not developing software. The younger fans continued their relentless attacks in defense of their idol, many of whom were fans of various female celebrities. Wang Zhe, stop hiding. Come forth and explain why you deleted comments. Did you see that chat log? It was when Wang Zhe joined that group. A multitude of goddesses sent him red envelopes and welcomed him, yet he ignored them completely. How outrageous. Wang Zhe, why this facade of aloofness? Are you attempting to act superior while associating with my goddess? As Wang Zhe continued to code, the chat log from that group unexpectedly leaked, and Yangmi was frantically searching for the source of the exposure. She felt immense regret. Had she not invited Wang Zhe into that group, he would not have faced such online harassment. Ultimately, the blame lay with her. Reba was equally anxious, as she had just informed Yangmi that the group chat's contents had been disclosed. Within a brief span of 5 minutes, while Wang Zhe coded away, the chat log surged to the top of Weibo's trending topics. Wang Zhe has seemingly neglected several female celebrities, leaving one to wonder whether it is due to his disinterest in responding or if the researchers have adopted an air of superiority in the entertainment industry. The host, striving to maintain the program's flow, repeatedly urged the audience to remain silent. Chapter 39, Disregarded. Yet, the crowd remained raucous, and the host turned to Wang Zhe for assistance, hoping he would rise to clarify the situation. However, Wang Zhe continued engrossed in his programming, prompting the host to helplessly shake his head. Resigned to waiting until Wang Zhe completed his task, Reba, sitting nearby, inquired, Wang Zhe, why not stand up and explain? The power of public opinion is overwhelming. What are you working on? Perhaps you should pause for a moment. Wang Zhe merely smiled at her, reassuring her not to worry. This only heightened Reba's concern. With Wang Zhe's unyielding focus amidst the chaos, she sighed deeply. Yangmi approached and guided Reba back to the guest seats, offering comfort. Do not fret. When has Wang Zhe ever disappointed us? Trust me, these issues are trivial for him. Despite Yangmi's reassurances, Reba remained anxious, contemplating her exit from the entertainment industry once she had earned enough. In the live broadcast room, Sun Yang fixated on Yangmi. It had been a long time since she had attended such programs following her divorce, and he was astonished to see her here. While observing Yangmi, he made clarifications regarding Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe is currently writing an extensive and significant code. I suggest we refrain from disturbing him. However, Sun Yang's comment only drew ire, with netizens attacking him instead. Who do you think you are? What do you know about Wang Zhe's matters? Exactly. Do you think you're the only one who can code? We understand. Sun Yang was infuriated, having concluded that the netizen claiming programming knowledge was likely a fraud. Only those in the programming field could truly appreciate the complexity of Wang Zhe's work. Realizing he was outnumbered, Sun Yang abandoned his attempts to defend Wang Zhe and turned his attention to the programming itself. The more he observed, the more he admired Wang Zhe's succinct coding style, which simplified many intricate algorithms. Sun Yang soon discerned Wang Zhe's intention to present this program to the audience. Yet the crowd either misunderstood or urged him to expedite his completion. Thus, Wang Zhe resorted to the most straightforward algorithms available. 10 minutes later, Wang Zhe remained engrossed in coding, while the online viewers had vocally criticized him for the same duration, with tens of thousands of comments flooding in. Some had even given up commenting. Everyone, just leave. Wang Zhe has stirred up no significant controversy. Let us not foolishly amplify his visibility. I'm logging off. It's been nearly 20 minutes, and Wang Zhe has yet to finish this broken program. I can't wait any longer. What can Wang Zhe do to me anyway? At that moment, Wang Zhe's father sat in the most luxurious office in the capital, resting his chin on his hands, silently observing the live comments. The secretary, noticing his boss's grim demeanor, dared not utter a word. After a while, Wang Zhe's father saw that his son was nearing the completion of his program. He extracted several IP addresses from the same location and noted them down, his handwriting bold and forceful. He then tossed the document to his secretary. Investigate these addresses. Locate these individuals and uncover the forces behind them. I wish to see who dares to employ internet trolls against my son. He scoffed, finding it laughable that anyone would think they could bully his son. Based on his years of experience, he suspected Wang Zhe was being targeted by hired trolls. Meanwhile, on stage, Wang Zhe finally completed his program, which consisted of tens of thousands of lines. By now, most of the trolls had exited the live stream. Sun Yang was astounded by the program's execution speed. This extensive code ran in merely a second. He was elated, typing furiously in the comments. Wow, is this person truly studying artificial intelligence? A physics researcher? How can he code so rapidly? And he created that mini-screen phone himself? The processor's speed is astonishing. Is there a WeChat for me to add him? I must consult him soon. Wang Zhe's comment stood out, and the host hastily highlighted it in red, allowing it to float prominently in the comments. Who is this person? How did he write a program to generate videos? Incredible. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe's father, noticing the swift efficiency of his secretary, had his influence used to suspend those trolling accounts, over 3,000 of them. What a significant impact such public opinion could have on Wang Zhe. Knowing his son was gentle and rarely angry, the thought of him being bullied by trolls pained his father deeply. He resolved to uncover the individuals behind the trolls, determined to see who sought to ruin Wang Zhe's reputation. Wang Zhe gradually stood up. Some audience members had dozed off, but those nearby alerted them to his rise. Reba and Yangmi stood to support Wang Zhe as well. The host took the microphone, stating, Wang Zhe's computer's speed is evident to all. A mini-screen phone achieving such excellence is remarkable. Regarding all derogatory remarks aimed at Wang Zhe, our program will seek justice on his behalf. I have already contacted the director, who confirmed he will cover all legal costs for this matter. The host spoke deliberately, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Those who had previously hurled insults fell silent, heads bowed in shame, too intimidated to look up. The host had witnessed Wang Zhe endure harsh criticism, enduring insults that couldn't be voiced aloud. Yet online, the vitriol was just as severe. Some remained unrepentant, and those in the live stream questioned, is Wang Zhe unable to handle this? Is he really going to seek legal action? Come on, sue me. I'm scared. We've done nothing wrong. Questioning you is not a crime. What is wrong with a couple of insults? You deserve to be criticized. Just listen to our words. Stop pretending to be aloof while coding. Let us see what you can actually produce. The host examined 2 of the accounts, realizing they were newly created and understanding their true nature. Wang Zhe's father, watching the live stream, immediately instructed his secretary to ban accounts that spread negative comments about Wang Zhe. Chapter 40, Account Suspension. Thus, any further derogatory comments towards Wang Zhe resulted in immediate account suspensions. The host was stunned, suspecting Wang Zhe had hacked into Weibo's system. However, observing Wang Zhe merely standing there naming his program, he dismissed this notion. As viewers noticed the accounts that had just criticized Wang Zhe being suspended, they refrained from making further negative remarks. Instead, speculation began to circulate. Wow, does Wang Zhe have such powerful backing? I observed at least hundreds of accounts being suspended. How could that happen so swiftly? This seems quite outrageous. That account was just created, and its comment was swiftly removed. Could Wang Zhe be supported by a wealthy benefactor? So, are those previous trending topics he had purchased? I doubt that. Who would buy negative exposure? Wang Zhe's fame is already substantial. He doesn't require additional publicity. Now, the live stream was populated with casual viewers. Some even took to the internet to research Wang Zhe's background, with individuals beginning to speak up in his defense. Wang Zhe was uncertain whether his detractors still existed, many of whom were fans of female celebrities, yet their ages barely exceeded that of middle or high school, or even elementary school. He rebooted his mini smartphone with a projection feature, switching to computer mode to commence the projection. The screen displayed a video lasting approximately 15 minutes. It was then that everyone realized Wang Zhe had spent the last 30 minutes programming this video. Creating a programming video is indeed a formidable task. The playback was about to begin. Wang Zhe's prowess was commendable. He managed to produce a video in such a short span. What was the purpose of this video? The audience had already witnessed the remarkable speed at which this mini smartphone operated during the program's execution. Wang Zhe observed the comments flowing across the live stream without responding, believing that the program would provide all necessary answers. The guests began to focus intently on the video that Wang Zhe had just initiated. The first frame revealed a black cover inscribed with the words "The Life of a Researcher," evoking an inexplicable sense of oppression. The audience collectively gasped. The video then unfolded, showcasing a plump child who, upon birth, cried out loudly, only to smile at the sight of his parents. The father in the video, cradling the child, chuckled and, while laughing, kissed the child, expressing his hope that his son would lead a joyful life. The scene shifted to when the child was 3 years old, playing with friends in the sand and toy guns, while he gazed quietly at the starry sky. The father approached, smiling, and asked what he was pondering. The child, coming back to reality, replied that he was curious about what lay beyond the stars. The father jokingly said there were only more stars beyond, but the child, skeptical, began to search for picture books. As the video progressed, the words "the beginning of exploration" emerged one by one. The audience erupted in applause, seemingly moved by this spirit. Wang Zhe reflected quietly on his own childhood, recognizing that this template mirrored his own experiences, yet he understood that many others in Xia country shared similar paths. Subsequently, the 3-year-old child began to utter his first words, eagerly flipping through picture books and tugging at his father's leg to buy more. The father, believing that early exposure to knowledge might not be beneficial, nonetheless succumbed to his child's persistence and agreed to make the purchase. By the age of 5, the child had begun to read, and unlike his peers who struggled with arithmetic, he had already self-studied an entire year's worth of material. Math fascinated him, and the moment he encountered numbers, his eyes sparkled with delight. Wang Zhe referred to this moment as the power of interest. At 6 or 7 years old, the child took up a telescope to gaze at the stars, delving into physics and becoming intrigued by complex formulas. He would sulk and refuse to eat when his father secretly took away his physics book. In class, when he solved a particularly difficult math problem, he received applause from his classmates. "You're very clever," the teacher acknowledged with a nod. By 8 or 9, the teachers had recognized the child's talent and began to consider guiding him towards the Olympiad. They consulted his father, who, after inquiring about the child's interest, affectionately ruffled his hair, saying that as long as he was interested, that was enough. The child commenced participating in Olympiad competitions, distinguishing himself academically. His peers took pride in his accomplishments, and the child began to feel a sense of pride in his uniqueness, earning the title of prodigy among his friends, which led him to feel somewhat elevated. In 6th grade, the child competed in the Olympiad, carrying the hopes of many, yet only secured a silver medal. That day, his head hung low, as he experienced for the first time the realization that he was not a prodigy and that he was not infallible. Thus, he began to strive harder, understanding that there were many things that could not be achieved solely through intellect. After all, he was neither Einstein nor Hawking. Fortunately, the child still managed to gain admission to a reputable junior high school based on his commendable competition results. This institution was filled with exceptional students, where he encountered many equally matched opponents and forged numerous friendships. Upon returning home, he immersed himself in competition-related studies, exploring subjects such as physics, chemistry, and biology. One day, his father entered the room with fruit. "Are you tired? If you are, you can take a break. I can take you to the amusement park." The child jumped down from his chair, snacked on some fruit, and replied, "I'm not tired, Dad. I want to contribute to my country. I aspire to become a renowned scientist like Newton." Perhaps, we all once harbored great ideals that directed us toward greatness, even if we did not achieve them. It is all right. What matters is that we tried our best. At this moment, the video contained a poignant message. This sentiment resonated with many viewers, and some in the audience were already in tears. The video continued. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the high school entrance examination. The once proud child had shed his arrogance, now burning the midnight oil in preparation. His father advised him, "That's enough. It's all right to aim for an average school." The child shook his head, unwilling to settle for mediocrity, aspiring to be neither Newton nor Einstein. With this resolve, he redoubled his efforts, realizing that he was not a genius and was concerned that relying solely on competitions would not secure him a spot in a good high school. The day before the examination, he gazed at the sky, as if seeking a connection with his 3-year-old self, though he could no longer recall the sky of his childhood. He gently asked, "Stars, do you think my dreams can truly come to fruition?" The stars offered no response, but the summer cicadas chirped, as if to say that youth still had plenty of time. Indeed, the boy achieved his goal of entering high school, primarily due to his competition results. His joy was immeasurable, as he felt he had regained his former confidence. He embraced his parents with his report card. They merely smiled, sharing in his happiness over his accomplishments. Upon entering high school, he joined a competition class filled with peers who shared his fervor for academic challenges. observing their unwavering spirit. He gradually understood the essence of competitive spirit. He vowed silently to cherish his passion for physics throughout his life and to become an outstanding physicist. In his senior year, he was called aside by a teacher due to his average grades. The teacher informed him that pursuing competitions might jeopardize his chances of attending the best universities due to luck, while a standard college entrance exam, given his intelligence, would surely lead to a good university. He contemplated this and shared his thoughts with his parents. They continued to smile, assuring him that whatever path he chose, they would support him unconditionally. Overwhelmed with emotion, he began to question whether the path of research was indeed the right one, as it would inevitably mean less time spent with his parents. Yet, when he looked at them, their supportive gazes conveyed the message that he should pursue his dreams. The boy solidified his resolve and confidently informed his teacher of his desire to compete, prompting the teacher to cease any further discouragement. In his final year, while many of his ordinary classmates prepared for exams, he was consumed with anxiety over the upcoming competitions. Yet, he found joy in the challenge, believing that if he could endure through the competitions, a brighter future awaited him. After the competition, he embarked on a journey, which marked the only leisurely time he had experienced in 9 years. On the day the competition results were announced, he was so exhilarated that sleep eluded him. He lay in bed, reminiscing about the numerous problems he had tackled, pondering over the one question he felt uncertain about. Eventually, fatigue overcame him, as the relentless toil of his daily life had worn him out. The following morning, upon waking, he found that his mother had prepared breakfast, and his father informed him of his remarkable achievement. He had secured the national gold medal and gained admission to the prestigious Summer National University of Science and Technology. His father beamed with pride. At that moment, he was filled with youthful ambition, vowing to find his own sky in this new chapter. As the video reached this point, it paused, leaving the online viewers and audience yearning for more. Why did it stop? Continue, they exclaimed. Wang Zhe took a deep breath and reassured them, please be patient. What I wish to convey is that the first half of this video represents the 20s of someone like me. However, many others toiled diligently, perhaps lacking my intelligence or favorable circumstances, yet they invest even more effort in the path of scientific research. I cannot ascertain how many have studied late into the night to gain entrance into top universities, but I am certain that the number of unmotivated geniuses is exceedingly rare. From a young age, we establish our aspirations, yet it takes us over a decade to reach the threshold of our ambitions. The audience erupted into applause, and Wang Zhe felt a sense of injustice. Yet he believed that the seasoned researchers who shared his journey should not be misunderstood. Comments flooded the screen, expressing sympathy. It was indeed a challenging road. Compared to the aimless experience of ordinary people in middle and high school, they exerted immense effort, sacrificing tenfold the work of their peers at such a tender age. Perhaps this was the price they paid for their extraordinary intellect. This embodies the spirit of researchers and illustrates the disparity between ordinary individuals and them. Indeed, during our academic years, we chose comfort, which even the most mediocre scientists could not afford. Wang Zhe paused for a moment before resuming the video. In it, the 18-year-old boy brimmed with ambition, engaging in discussions with professors and participating in internet competitions, the Challenge Cup, and mathematical modeling contests. Alongside his teacher, he triumphed in the modeling competition, and as he raised the trophy, his eyes sparkled with the promise of the world. I am determined to dedicate my life to scientific research for my country, he declared on the podium. Soon, he began to make his mark in the scientific community, collaborating with esteemed predecessors to conduct one groundbreaking experiment after another, eliciting admiration. One day, he presented an experimental report, articulating his findings with conviction. The video circulated widely, and paired with his youthful charm, it quickly gained immense popularity online. His teacher felt proud of him, yet the internet soon erupted with criticism. Isn't he being a bit too arrogant? He seems prouder than those who came before him. It's just one report. If you didn't know any better, you'd think he did it all himself. How presumptuous. Did he simply buy his way into the lab? Does he truly consider himself that important? How could someone with such an attitude win awards? What kind of people populate the research community? The online discourse was rife with negativity, dismissing the boy's genuine accomplishments as mere pretense and favoritism. That was the first time the boy returned home in tears, questioning his father why things had turned out this way. His father, silent and seemingly unwilling to let him glimpse the malice in people's hearts, embraced him in comfort. The boy frequently appeared online, yet the vitriol persisted unabated. The video bore a poignant caption: many believe that what they cannot achieve, others cannot accomplish either. Indeed, this sentiment rang true. Eventually, the boy, relying solely on his abilities, produced a scientific achievement. He eagerly set up a live stream to share his research. But upon opening the stream, he was immediately met with a barrage of insults. What research achievement? At just 20, he dares to speak of scientific research? I suggest he wait another 20 years before speaking up. Surely, he must have exploited others' labor for his own gain. Chapter 42. The meaning of effort. The boy's eyes grew clouded with confusion. For the first time in his life, he questioned the significance of his hard work. Despite his relentless dedication, he had not reaped favorable results. Nevertheless, he completed his explanation of his research, striving for a sense of closure. At that juncture, the school approached him, suggesting that due to the overwhelming public scrutiny, it might be best for him to refrain from appearing online for a while. The internet has no memory. In a year, no one will remember who you are, they advised. The boy shook his head but ultimately conceded, retreating to the laboratory. He had experienced confusion, grappling with why people targeted him when his research was beneficial to the nation and its people. Eventually, he understood that many were skeptical of a scientist at such a young age. He resumed his daily research, delving deeply into physics. He applied for a combined master's and doctoral program at his university, and as the online criticisms gradually dissipated with clarifications, many offered apologies. However, he resolved to pursue only research that would leave a lasting legacy. Upon completing his doctorate, most of his former classmates had already graduated, many settling down with families and stable jobs. His parents subtly urged him to find a girlfriend. He remained engrossed in his research until graduation, where his thesis was honored as an exemplary work alongside his peers. After graduating, he declined a lucrative job offer with a salary of $1 million and opted for a position paying $300,000 at a research institute, believing it would bring him closer to his dreams. Thus began a decade of unwavering research, yet the goals they pursued were monumental, likely requiring the collective efforts of generations to realize. 15 years later, he was in his 40s, having achieved little in terms of accomplishments. While many of his peers were already earning millions, he found himself questioning the meaning of his dreams. At that moment, the director engaged him in conversation, inquiring whether he would consider changing jobs for the sake of his parents and family, given their modest income. He hesitated, aware that he was no longer 18 and filled with reckless determination. Upon consulting his wife, she assured him that she would support whatever decision he made. Ultimately, he chose to remain at the research institute. By the age of 50, his son requested financial assistance to study abroad, yet his salary could not accommodate such a sum. His wife reassured him, stating she would find a new job. At 60, he continued his research, albeit with trembling hands and deteriorating health. His son, having returned from his studies abroad, urged him to retire, but he insisted on continuing his work. At 70, he had made significant progress in his research. Yet age had taken its toll, and he could only pass on his findings to the next generation. At 80, lying on a hospital bed, he reflected on his life. Apart from youthful exuberance and ambition, it seemed there was little else. Grasping his wife's hand, he lamented, "The greatest injustice I have done in this life is to you." With that, he departed from this world. The video concluded with a stark black and white caption. He drifted back to that fateful summer at 18, contemplating what life would have been like had he not participated in the competition, had chosen the JAKO, forsaking physics for a popular major. The man did not know, but he understood that in doing so, the summer nation would lose a dedicated researcher. It would take countless others to fill the void left in the pursuit of knowledge. The video ended. The audience erupted in astonishment, with applause resonating throughout. Comments flooded in. The families of researchers sacrifice so much. Their unwavering support is truly commendable. Did the man in the video really achieve nothing in the end? Can't things be changed? I find it truly regrettable. To toil throughout one's life without any accomplishments is simply inconceivable. The individual upstairs is mistaken. He has indeed achieved something, albeit it may only be a modest step forward in the grand tapestry of human history. There are countless individuals who have dedicated their lives to scientific research in our nation without any personal accolades. How true. The life of a researcher is undeniably arduous. Countless young men featured in videos have propelled our nation to the level of prosperity we enjoy today. Wang Zhe is genuinely remarkable. His ability to effortlessly code using that mini smartphone is astonishing. And have you noticed? His code materialized seamlessly, without any alterations. Many in the audience were moved to tears, touched by the sacrifices of our nation's researchers, realizing that their ability to sit here and enjoy entertainment is a result of others bearing the weight of progress. The host wiped away a tear, declaring that this was the most profound short video he had ever witnessed before taking the microphone. Just now, Wang Zhe's portrayal of a researcher's life was deeply moving, enlightening us to the struggles they endure. A nation can only advance through research. The international assessment of a country hinges upon its technological prowess. The host cast a glance at Wang Zhe, who maintained a stoic demeanor throughout. However, the host felt sincerely that our country requires many individuals like Wang Zhe to reach this point, which is no small feat. Our program, supported by the government, aims to elucidate the significance of research to the public, spreading scientific knowledge nationwide. Previously, the government organized an internet competition to promote innovation among university students, and now, it is rumored that a national innovation and entrepreneurship competition will soon be announced. The host, having conveyed this, finally revealed to the audience that Wang Zhe was specially invited to participate in the program. He aimed to ensure that those who doubted Wang Zhe understood his importance to the show. Those who previously suggested that Wang Zhe had connections felt their faces flush with embarrassment. What? Wang Zhe was indeed invited when even some celebrities were not. Wang Zhe is truly exceptional. With so many innovations to his name, is it not enough to warrant a special invitation? Would he rather invite you? How absurd. The National Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition sounds intriguing. I must inquire about its schedule and whether Wang Zhe will serve as a judge. The individual who voiced this concern sat in the front row, prompting the host to respond directly. Currently, the leaders are considering inviting Wang Zhe to judge the competition. The host, unaware of any such thoughts from above, believed Wang Zhe to be deserving of such recognition. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe frowned, pondering that he had not received an invitation himself. We must not speak without basis, Wang Zhe whispered to the host. The host merely chuckled, reassuring him not to worry, as he believed Wang Zhe would undoubtedly excel. Chapter 43. The host is a big shot. Guess why the boss appointed me as the host. The host smiled, revealing two charming dimples. Why? Wang Zhe raised an eyebrow, having suspected the host's extraordinary nature for some time, always keenly observing his design drawings. Initially, he thought the host merely sought idle conversation, but upon reflection, he realized the host might genuinely comprehend them. How frightening, indeed. Because I am his secretary. The host unveiled the truth. No wonder he dared to assert that the leader wished to invite him as a judge for the innovation and entrepreneurship competition. It was merely a matter of a few words. Wang Zhe furrowed his brow seriously, but the host quickly reassured him. Rest assured. I do not intend to grant you any favors. The leader genuinely believes in your abilities and has mentioned it to me. Wang Zhe sighed, realizing yet another matter would delay his research. If the leader were to learn of Wang Zhe's thoughts, he might find it both amusing and exasperating, as others would vie desperately for the position of judge, while Wang Zhe considered it a nuisance. The audience observed the exchange between the two, speculating about their conversation. Though the whispers were too soft to discern, some bold individuals directly inquired, what were Wang Zhe and the host discussing? Do not whisper. Let us hear too. What could they possibly say that would warrant your attention? I believe you are simply being nosy. One audacious soul asked whether it was true that Wang Zhe was invited to be a judge for the National Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition. Is it true? If so, I will definitely sign up. How could it be false? The host announced it. An audience member posed a rather foolish question, immediately earning a reprimand from those nearby. Subsequently, the conversation shifted from Wang Zhe to the host, with several audience members in the front row passionately discussing. Who is this host? I have never seen him before. I do not know, but now that you mention it, I have never seen him host a show before. Could he be a newcomer? Have new hosts become so handsome? Wait, I finally remember where I have seen this host. Isn't he the one close to the president? Do not joke. How could someone so close to the president come to host our variety show? A spectator in a t-shirt dismissed the idea, questioning the plausibility of such a scenario. However, the t-shirt-clad individual sighed, convinced there was a resemblance, and went online to find a photograph to prove it. The host smiled slightly, addressing the t-shirt-wearing man and the audience. It is indeed me. I am the president's secretary. Who says a president's secretary cannot host? The audience erupted in astonishment. A secretary to a high-ranking leader hosting their show. How could that not be shocking? I can't believe it's really him. I saw him during the parade. This revelation was utterly unbelievable. Isn't the president's secretary too busy to host a variety show? That goes without saying. The president must value this show highly, replied one audience member. The host smiled at him, and he immediately blushed, but he knew he had spoken the truth. The president indeed values this variety show. The host raised the microphone. Clad in a sharp suit and polished shoes, exuding an air of authority. You are correct. The president is indeed concerned about this variety program, which is why I was chosen to host. More precisely, the president admires Wang Zhe's talent and wishes for me to oversee the proceedings. This statement was cleverly crafted, implying that the president had entrusted him to ensure order, indicating that Wang Zhe had the backing of the leadership, anyone harboring grievances against him should keep them to themselves. If spoken aloud, they would not escape the repercussions of the leadership's wrath. The audience began to speculate about Wang Zhe's true identity. Is this individual merely an ordinary researcher? Why does the president place such importance on him? Ordinary. He is no ordinary researcher. At 20 years old, such accomplishments are hardly typical. The host responded to the audience's inquiries, but Wang Zhe remained silent, as his background was a closely guarded secret, one he would not reveal unless absolutely necessary. This variety show aims to improve the entertainment industry's culture, steering our nation's youth away from blind idolization, allowing them to witness the wonders of technology. The host passionately declared. Wang Zhe nodded in agreement, affirming that in recent years, many entertainers have amassed wealth, some even engaging in unlawful activities. The entertainment industry can easily influence the youth, and a nation's young people cannot afford to follow the wrong role models. One becomes like those one admires. Blindly idolizing those who lack substance is not acceptable. Today's program has come to an end, and it is time for the host to express his gratitude. A heartfelt thanks to Wang Zhe for showcasing the mini smartphone with a projection feature, and for the extraordinary code he has crafted. It is truly remarkable. And we are grateful to Wang Zhe for presenting the life of a researcher. The host's voice is magnetic, and he possesses a certain charm, captivating the audience who listen intently to his words. As he discusses the life of researchers, a sense of regret ripples through the audience. Is there truly no altering the fate of that researcher? Surely, he could have invented something. What a pity. Wang Zhe, please send me the source code. I have a background in computer science and would be happy to assist you in making changes. Kindly send it over once you're finished upstairs. Thank you. The host chuckles softly, finding the audience members in the front row endearing. That depiction of a researcher's life may well reflect Wang Zhe's teacher or a friend. How could one so easily alter it? Indeed, the host's thoughts resonate well. This narrative embodies the life of one of Wang Zhe's sophomore professors, who, despite a comfortable upbringing and a modest fortune, labored tirelessly yet achieved little. Nevertheless, is this not the reality for the majority of researchers? Wang Zhe scanned the eager faces in the audience and stated, "This video reflects my teacher's life. He is also the student of Professor Chen Qiaqiang, who stands before you." Upon hearing his name, Chen Qiaqiang rose, slightly embarrassed. He had felt moved by Wang Zhe's program and had been anxious for his student, who had faced scrutiny from the world. Fortunately, Wang Zhe, with his courage, confronted the doubts head-on and showcased his exceptional work, silencing the critics. Yes, I am that kind of person, and we are all destined to be such individuals. Chapter 44. Facing the critics, Chen Qiaqiang's eyes glistened with emotion. Understanding that Wang Zhe's efforts were not solely to flaunt his achievements, but rather to unveil the true essence of researchers to the nation. Through Wang Zhe's project, we not only witness his accomplishments, but also comprehend the arduous journey of researchers. This, too, aligns with the president's intent in appointing me as the host. Concerned for Chen Qiaqiang's emotional state, the host swiftly interjected. Chen Qiaqiang, filled with gratitude, slowly took his seat, reflecting on the video's content, perhaps even reminiscing about his own life. Now, let us commence the interview segment. Feel free to pose your questions, but do be mindful not to go overboard. The host smiled, his charming visage coupled with a hint of jest eliciting laughter from the journalists present. Simultaneously, the online audience grew impatient. Oh, so researchers endure such hardships. We had no idea and spoke thoughtlessly before. Indeed, we were unaware that our current blissful lives are a result of the immense sacrifices made by these researchers. I echo the sentiments expressed above. I shall endeavor to read more in the future. In an instant, the online discourse shifted to one of encouragement and gratitude. At this moment, Wang Zhe remained somewhat oblivious, his heart still clouded by concerns regarding the online backlash. He was acutely aware that despite his boldness in presenting his achievements, there would always be detractors lurking in the shadows. As anticipated, barely had Wang Zhe's interview concluded than some critics hastily redirected their focus online. Unable to disparage Wang Zhe's accomplishments, they sought to attack him from other angles. Are you serious? Do you genuinely believe this Wang Zhe is a good person? What student would openly declare their teacher a failure? Indeed, I thought I was the only one finding this peculiar. How could he so brazenly assert that his teacher achieved nothing in his lifetime? Does he lack respect for his elders? It was evident that Professor Chen Qiaqiang had been cornered into this position. Who knows how much Wang Zhe's family contributed to compel the teacher to concede that? The narrative had taken an unexpected turn, one that neither Wang Zhe nor anyone else anticipated. Wang Zhe had envisioned countless ways in which the online critics might assail him. However, he never imagined this would be the angle of attack. Are you all alright? Wang Zhe merely sought to portray the authentic life of researchers. How did this lead to accusations of disrespect toward his teacher? I second the sentiments expressed above. Any reasonable individual would be moved by the life of a researcher. How could there be dissent? Some netizens could no longer contain their frustration and retaliated. Yet, their efforts seemed futile as the mindless critics continued to proliferate like engines revving up. Soon, the comments section of the live stream was inundated once more, prompting the public relations team to swiftly shut down the broadcast. Infuriatingly, the critics not only persisted but also migrated to Wang Zhe's personal page, continuing their vitriolic remarks. The host sensed something amiss and pulled out his phone for a quick check. His suspicions were confirmed. Without needing to say a word, Wang Zhe could infer the unfolding situation from the expressions of those around him. As he perused his phone, his countenance grew increasingly grave, and the room fell into an unusual silence. At that moment, a surprising wave emerged on the trending topics, with numerous female celebrities, including Reba, rallying in support of scientist Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe raised an eyebrow, unable to resist clicking in. Our joyous lives today stem from the contributions of researchers like Professor Chen Qiaoqiang and Wang Zhe. They are my true idols. A statement devoid of ornate language, yet brimming with powerful sentiment. Upon opening the post, Wang Zhe discovered that not only Reba had shown support, but many other female stars had also shared and commented, all standing firmly behind him. This warmed his heart, causing a slight smile to grace his lips as he gently stroked the screen of his phone. Just as everyone was about to exhale in relief, Wang Zhe noticed that even beneath Reba's post, some critics had surfaced. Are you perhaps involved with Wang Zhe in some other capacity? Why do you care for him so much? Reba, you really should not wade into this murky water. Tisk. Tisk, this Wang Zhe is quite the strategist. It's not just the other female stars. Reba, too, is supporting him. What is Wang Zhe's background that even my goddess Reba stands by him? Are these people out of their minds? How dare they say such things? The host, witnessing these comments, was rendered speechless with indignation. The tide had seemingly shifted for the better. How could it regress so swiftly? Wang Zhe narrowed his eyes, refreshing the trending topics one after another. These opportunistic netizens were truly amusing. In truth, the criticisms directed at Wang Zhe were inconsequential. Overly fixating on them would only impede his research progress. However, the situation had escalated beyond simplicity. Returning home alone, Wang Zhe pondered for quite some time, raising an eyebrow as he devised a plan. Without hesitation, he secluded himself in his room for several consecutive days, with no one knowing what he was up to. The last message he sent to Reba was a simple apology, promising that he would not allow her to endure such unwarranted criticism alone. In fact, crafting a piece of code was a trivial task for Wang Zhe at this stage. However, accurately scanning the derogatory remarks aimed at the female star proved somewhat challenging. In this rapidly evolving digital age, the speed of information turnover is relentless, and it is inevitable that some would be overlooked. The small program was nearly complete, and Wang Zhe diligently updated it, fatigue creeping in as he watched the rapid stream of code on his computer screen. Yet, the thought of the repugnant comments circulating online fueled his determination, prompting him to take a deep breath and refocus on the task at hand. His fingers flying across the keyboard. Previous tests had yielded satisfactory results, but a few derogatory comments had slipped through the cracks. Wang Zhe remained undeterred, resolute in his quest for precision. Each file term was meticulously cataloged within the program, and he felt a wave of disgust wash over him as he reviewed the critics' words. He could hardly fathom the tribulations faced by those female celebrities. In comparison, his own plight seemed trivial. At long last, after rigorous testing, Wang Zhe's small program was ready for deployment. He promptly sent it to Reba, who wasted no time in initiating it. Remarkably, before she had a chance to fully explore its features, she received a message from her agent. The sordid rumors circulating online vanished in an instant, leading many to speculate that it was Wang Zhe's doing. Simultaneously, notifications began flooding the devices of the trolls. Due to their incendiary remarks, the system issued warnings and suspended their accounts, with the specifics of their reinstatement to follow. The trolls were left furious, yet powerless. Chapter 45. Expressing gratitude, unable to contain their frustration, the trolls began to vent in their group chat. Although they lacked concrete evidence, the consensus was that this was indeed Wang Zhe's handiwork. What could Wang Zhe possibly be up to? How could he have managed to suspend all of my accounts? I wonder how he accomplished this. I'm contemplating whether to create new accounts, but I fear they might be suspended again. I'm truly astonished. Is it a crime to speak about female celebrities? Are public figures off limits for discussion? Yes. Could it be that Wang Zhe has something going on with Reba? I, too, find it hard to believe. After all, How could a scientist possibly be connected to a celebrity? The trolls showed no restraint, delivering grandiloquent statements while conveniently forgetting their own history of disparaging others online. Amidst the cacophony, they found themselves flustered, while Wang Zhe continued to expedite the suspension of their accounts. Perhaps we should refrain from creating new accounts. For the sake of our own reputations, continuing this is futile. Let's reassess in a while. The group leader voiced his opinion, and the others concurred with his decision. Indeed, their efforts paled in comparison to the speed of the code. Even if they managed to suspend accounts one after another, any similar remarks would result in further warnings and suspensions. The online atmosphere finally became noticeably less chaotic. In this moment, those who supported Wang Zhe found their admiration for him intensifying. Wang Zhe was quite handsome, and despite his somewhat rigid demeanor, he proved to be a practical individual who genuinely considered women, making it difficult not to be charmed. I never expected Wang Zhe to be such a person. I have a newfound respect for him. Indeed, I initially assumed that those engaged in scientific research would be the stereotypical bespectacled, socially awkward types. Wang Zhe is truly remarkable. Is there any sister who might want to pursue him? The group began to jest about Wang Zhe. Reba observed the lively conversation in the chat and felt a tinge of boredom. The once chaotic comment section now appeared refreshingly clear, prompting her thoughts to drift back to Wang Zhe. Seizing the moment, Reba decided to contact him directly. Are you free tonight? She inquired straightforwardly. As she was not one to beat around the bush, Wang Zhe was not surprised to receive Reba's call. He had no intention of concealing his assistance to her. After all, at such a precarious moment, he was immensely grateful that Reba and the other female celebrities were willing to stand up for him. I should be free. What do you need? Wang Zhe replied, having just settled down to rest, feeling somewhat fatigued. You're not planning to rest now, are you? Reba seemed to have picked up on his weariness. Wang Zhe paused, taken aback that she could sense it, and thus did not deny it. Yes, I was busy earlier. Do you have anything planned for tomorrow? Reba did not pursue the matter further and stated her intentions directly. I would like to invite you to dinner. I'll send you the address and time. Please be punctual. Wang Zhe furrowed his brow, understanding from her tone that the dining venue was likely not nearby, and he was uncertain how long it would delay him. Let us skip dinner. You must be quite busy too. And there's no need for you to make a special effort. Wang Zhe thought he had been sufficiently tactful. Special effort? Not at all. I merely wish to express my gratitude to you politely. Must I refuse that? Reba responded candidly. Faced with the situation, Wang Zhe found no legitimate reason to decline. All right. I'll head over shortly. He reluctantly acquiesced. However, Reba was thoughtful enough to choose a nearby restaurant, allowing him to rest a bit longer. Upon reviewing the address and time, Wang Zhe exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for the opportunity to rest a little more. Thus, while Reba meticulously prepared herself in her room, Wang Zhe set an alarm and fell into a deep sleep. Moments later, the alarm rang precisely as scheduled. He quickly sprang from his bed, hastily pulling a clean shirt from the wardrobe. Please switch to handsome mode. The system chimed in, reminding him to change clothes. Hearing the prompt, he approached the mirror and scrutinized himself, believing he appeared clean and unpretentious. Is there a problem? I think it looks quite good, Wang Zhe remarked. Smoothing his hair, after adjusting his shirt and putting on his shoes, he was about to leave when a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to return to his room to grab his laptop, leaving the system at home in exasperation. When Wang Zhe arrived at the restaurant, Reba had already been waiting for quite some time. She was taken aback by his appearance, but felt it was entirely in character for him. I apologize for being late, Wang Zhe said, surprised by Reba's punctuality, recalling that on television, it was typically the case that men waited for women. Reba, brushing her hair aside, smiled calmly. After all, I am also a performer. I must be mindful of my every word and action. If I were to slip up, it would be a hassle for you to deal with those trolls again. With that, they shared a knowing smile. Logically, you should be the one to order. But seeing you like this, I'll go ahead and order for you so you can continue your work. Reba gestured for the waiter to bring the menu, also indicating the laptop on the table. Wang Zhe scratched his head, sincerely nodding in agreement, then opened his laptop and began typing rapidly. Noticing Wang Zhe was engrossed in his computer, Reba felt compelled to share some insights about her work. As long as you don't mind. I might not always respond promptly. Wang Zhe replied earnestly, stating the truth. Reba nodded. She had anticipated this before arriving. I'm currently filming a drama about drug rehabilitation. I used to think that those who use drugs were merely pursuing personal pleasure, but upon observing at the rehabilitation center, I discovered that many are actually coerced into using drugs. This topic piqued Wang Zhe's interest. Coerced? What do you mean? Reba noticed Wang Zhe's intrigue and elaborated further. In my previous stereotypes, I believed drug users were all villains. But I learned that many are manipulated as tools by those nefarious individuals, deriving pleasure from their suffering. Wang Zhe frowned, seemingly perplexed by Riba's point. Oh, I see. They are like the audience, while those coerced into using drugs are akin to actors. Does that clarify things? Riba endeavored to articulate the sensation, and fortunately, Wang Zhe quickly grasped her point. I understand. Are there many who are coerced into using drugs? He inquired. Yes. It was only when I observed at the rehabilitation center that I realized there was this aspect too. There were even children there, which was truly heartbreaking. Riba found it difficult to revisit the scenes she had witnessed. Chapter 46. Assisting the public suddenly. An epiphany struck Wang Zhe. Perhaps research could extend beyond the realms of scientific and technological studies. Could it also encompass healthcare and education? Riba noticed the increasingly peculiar expression on Wang Zhe's face and grew concerned about his well-being. Wang Zhe, are you all right? She asked hurriedly, offering him a glass of water. Worried he might be unwell. Hearing her voice brought him back to the moment. I'm fine. I just suddenly thought of something. Wang Zhe quickly formulated an idea in his mind, believing that it was not impossible. Seeing that Wang Zhe did not wish to elaborate further, Riba, understanding his demeanor, refrained from pressing him with more questions. By the way, could you share some of the experiences you encountered in the rehabilitation center? Wang Zhe was in dire need of substantial information to support his thoughts. Riba momentarily hesitated, but, upon witnessing the fervent look in Wang Zhe's eyes, eventually agreed. She had never encountered someone so earnest. Perhaps what she had to share was indeed of utmost significance to him. As Wang Zhe listened to Riba's account, his understanding of scientific research deepened and broadened. Perhaps research transcends the enigmatic realms of sophisticated electronics, existing instead in the benefits that technology brings to humanity, whether in medicine, education, or the mundane aspects of daily life. These might embody the very essence of scientific inquiry, as well as the purpose of their existence. In an instant, Wang Zhe felt a sense of clarity. He had been so engrossed in deciphering intricate codes that he had overlooked the most fundamental needs of humanity. Riba, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, I've taken enough of your time today. Let this meal be my treat. I will go settle the bill now. With that, Wang Zhe prepared to rise and leave. Fortunately, Riba, quick on her feet, snatched Wang Zhe's laptop and fixed her gaze upon him. Wang Zhe was taken aback, staring at his empty hands. Well, what's wrong? He stammered, unsure of what he had said that was amiss, and the two found themselves in a standoff. Observing his perplexed expression, Riba silently lamented his situation, wondering how his girlfriend could endure being with someone like him. It must be quite a challenge. I said this meal was my way of thanking you. Let me pay? Riba insisted, not wishing to waste any more time. Sensing Wang Zhe's urgency, she chose not to press the matter further. After saying that, she returned his laptop and went to the front desk to settle the bill. Regaining his composure, Wang Zhe noticed Riba signaling for him to leave. Thank you for today, and I apologize, he murmured, possibly realizing his earlier behavior had been somewhat inappropriate. Riba smiled, adjusting her sunglasses nonchalantly as she waved her hand. No need to apologize. I mentioned this was to thank you for helping me deal with those online trolls. They have troubled me for quite some time. Wang Zhe nodded and added, if you need, I can send you that program. You can directly resolve similar issues in the future. Riba pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook her head. No need. There are some things I prefer to hear. Just then, a van pulled up in front of them, and before Wang Zhe could react, Riba had already bid him farewell and departed. Immediately, Wang Zhe hurried home, not even pausing to change his clothes before rushing into his studio. He seized every moment to transform the ideas swirling in his mind into reality. On the way back, he had already resolved to develop a solution to help those compelled to use drugs successfully overcome their addiction. Alternatively, he wished to aid all those who had strayed from the right path to return to it. In truth, Wang Zhe's intentions were noble. Yet conceiving a technological means to stimulate the body's natural opiate-like substances was no simple task. Wang Zhe had certainly contemplated this issue, but the anguish he had heard from Riba's descriptions was palpable. The suffering of those who had lived through such experiences was likely beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Concerned for Wang Zhe's well-being, Professor Chen Qiaqiang could not help but call him several times, all of which went unanswered, causing him some anxiety. Reaching out to others yielded the same results. There was no news of Wang Zhe. Riba too noticed the absence of any updates about him online. Recalling the events that transpired in the restaurant that day, and suspecting they were related to the topic of addiction she had mentioned, she did not dwell on it too much. However, the lack of news about Wang Zhe was troubling. If something were to happen, it might be too late. Thus, Riba decided to inform Wang Zhe's girlfriend, Yang Yu. It's all right. I'm quite accustomed to his state. How have you been? No more trolls bothering you, I hope? On the other end of the line, Yang Yu appeared indifferent, which reassured Reba somewhat. Everything's fine on my end. But I truly admire how you've managed to stay with someone like Wang Zhe for so long. Upon hearing Reba's words, Yang Yu paused, reflecting on her own endurance. Haha. Perhaps it's because I love him? I'm not quite sure. I just know that I'm enjoying the current situation. Given Yang Yu's response, Reba, as an outsider, felt it was inappropriate to comment further. That's good. As long as you're happy, everything is negotiable. Thankfully, Wang Zhe is indeed a trustworthy person. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they ended the call. Yang Yu glanced at her chat history with Wang Zhe. The most recent message was from last Friday. Should she go check on him? Unable to resist the urge, she gathered some items and headed to Wang Zhe's residence. What was ostensibly his home resembled a laboratory. Upon arriving at the building, Yang Yu noticed several classmates from the lab lingering downstairs. Hey, why aren't you all going up? She asked, somewhat puzzled. The group exchanged awkward glances and scratched their heads. We knocked, but there was no response. We were about to leave, but we were worried something might have happened to Wang Zhe. Yang Yu chuckled, realizing her suspicion was correct. I see. Come with me. It's likely Wang Zhe has locked himself in the lab again and didn't he hear you. She opened the door and poured some water for her companions before heading directly into Wang Zhe's lab. Seeing him engrossed in his research, they refrained from interrupting. Though they were concerned about his health. Yang Yu, do you think Wang Zhe's health will be alright if he continues like this? Yang Yu turned to glance at Wang Zhe, who was diligently working, and sighed as she closed the door. I'm not sure what he is thinking. All I can do is leave some food on the table beside him. It's already a privilege that he allows me to see him. In truth, Yang Yu felt quite powerless. The others exchanged knowing glances and suddenly burst into the lab. Wang Zhe, alone, was no match for such a group, and he could only allow them to carry him out. Chapter 47. A bold kiss. What are you all doing? I haven't finished my research yet. Wang Zhe knew they were concerned for his health, but merely frowned. What are we doing? Look at how many days it's been. You haven't answered our calls. And you've ignored even Professor Chen's calls? One tall boy could not help but retort. Wang Zhe was taken aback and quickly checked his phone. Realizing that 3 days had passed, he had scarcely left his chair except to eat, and even during meals, he had been occupied with research, leaving no time to check his messages. I'm sorry, I didn't notice the time. I've just been. Before Wang Zhe could finish, he was interrupted by another. What do you mean, sorry? If it weren't for Yang Yu coming, we wouldn't even have been able to get through your door. It's tough on her. She is already exhausted from work, and now she has to look after you. Exactly. If anything happens to you, what about Yang Yu? You two aren't even married yet, and you're dragging her down like this. I'm not trying to scold you, Wang Zhe. We all know you're passionate about your research, but you can't neglect your own well-being. Even if you don't care for yourself, you should consider how it affects others. The group launched into a collective admonishment of Wang Zhe's behavior, elevating their concerns to a national level. In truth, they all understood that Wang Zhe's actions stemmed from his deep love for research. However, it was imperative not to let his scientific pursuits jeopardize his health. As they continued to voice their concerns, Yang Yu watched with amusement, as if she were watching a movie. Their words held a semblance of truth, and Wang Zhe felt a pang of guilt towards Yang Yu. He discreetly took her hand, remaining silent. Yang Yu seemed to notice Wang Zhe's discomfort and quickly intervened to silence a few incessant voices. All right, I understand that you're concerned for Wang Zhe, but let's leave it at that. I'm starting to feel a bit heartbroken here, she said playfully, casting a glance at the group while subtly squeezing Wang Zhe's slightly tense hand. Seeing that Yang Yu had spoken, the others felt it inappropriate to continue. Wang Zhe, if it weren't for Yang Yu's presence, we would have certainly given you a good thrashing, one remarked. Indeed, no matter what, you cannot cause others to worry. Look, Yang Yu has even brought things over just to take care of you. I understand, I won't let it happen again, Wang Zhe replied. Yang Yu observed his pitiable expression, finding it somewhat endearing. The others, feeling awkward due to Wang Zhe's demeanor, exchanged a few more words before taking their leave. Finally, having bid farewell to the group, Yang Yu collapsed onto the sofa. In fact, Wang Zhe's prototype was nearly complete. He had just been preparing to conduct a live stream to test it out. Yang Yu, you rest for a moment. The device I developed just needs testing. Wait for me, he said. Before Yang Yu could respond, Wang Zhe dashed back to his room, this time leaving the door ajar. Yang Yu watched his serious silhouette, a smile tugging at her lips. As Wang Zhe initiated the live stream, hundreds of viewers flooded in. Wang Zhe, this can't be real, can it? Didn't he disappear? Hey, he hasn't run off with our money. Why is he streaming again? Wang Zhe stared at the comments in bewilderment. He had merely developed something, yet the speculations were rampant. As he attempted to speak, he noticed everyone was discussing his supposed disappearance, leaving him rather speechless. He decided to shut down the live stream and seek an alternative method for testing. Come here and help me test this. Let us see if it works well. Yang Yu, hearing Wang Zhe speak, thought he was showcasing his results to the audience and eagerly opened the stream, only to find no live information, which puzzled her greatly. Experiment. Another experiment, the system said, its tone revealing impatience as it reluctantly prepared to commence the trial. Are you really so unwilling? This is a remarkable invention that could benefit humanity, Wang Zhe exclaimed enthusiastically, inputting his developed electronic technology into the system. Yang Yu, growing increasingly suspicious, approached the door and couldn't help but inquire, Wang Zhe, who are you talking to? It seems you aren't live streaming? She watched him cautiously, fearing her words might inadvertently affect him. Both Wang Zhe and the system were momentarily taken aback, having forgotten that Yang Yu was unaware of the system's existence. I'm not talking, you must have misheard. Wang Zhe replied as he noticed Yang Yu turning to leave. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the system devised a mischievous plan. Wang Zhe, do you fear that I might speak to Yang Yu? The system's cheeky expression irked him greatly. You dare? Wang Zhe gritted his teeth, but was also concerned that Yang Yu might overthink, pondering how to deflect the situation. Wang Zhe? Yang Yu sensed something was amiss and turned around to ask again, which made Wang Zhe even more anxious. Wang Zhe, if you kiss Yang Yu now, I will obediently remain here. Otherwise, I might just inform her of my presence. The system threatened. Wang Zhe was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such an unreasonable demand from the system. Are you seeking death? Wang Zhe shot a fierce glare at it. Yet the system feigned ignorance and appeared genuinely prepared to approach Yang Yu, showing no signs of jest. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe awkwardly smiled at Yang Yu. Wang Zhe, are you feeling unwell? Your complexion doesn't seem quite right, Yang Yu observed, approaching with concern. I'll count to 3, if you don't act. I'll not only inform Yang Yu of my existence, but also shut down entirely, at which point your prototype will. The system taunted, grinning at Yang Yu. Wang Zhe abruptly stood from his chair, startling Yang Yu. Hey, what are you doing? You nearly scared me to death, Yang Yu exclaimed, taken aback, as Wang Zhe instinctively grasped her arm. Yes, just like that. Hurry and kiss. I'm not joking, the system urged excitedly. Previously, it had only witnessed such interactions online, but now it was thrilled to see them unfold in reality. As they drew closer, Yang Yu felt her cheeks flush, yet Wang Zhe remained motionless. He nervously swallowed hard. On the other side, the system could hardly contain its excitement. Hurry up. 3, 2. It counted eagerly, just as it was about to reach 1. Wang Zhe steeled himself. He closed his eyes and slowly leaned towards Yang Yu's delicate lips. Yang Yu, however, was wide-eyed in shock. She hadn't expected Wang Zhe to take the initiative. In that moment, Wang Zhe found himself entranced by this extraordinary sensation, unable to extricate himself. Yang Yu, equally exhilarated, found it hard to close her eyes, keenly observing the nervous Wang Zhe. Chapter 48. Trending again, the system watched with keen interest as Wang Zhe and Yang Yu struggled to catch their breath, the air thick with tension. Yang Yu's breathing grew rapid, and Wang Zhe, concerned, quickly assessed her condition. Their gazes locked, so close that they could hear each other's breaths. Are you all right? Wang Zhe asked, noticing Yang Yu's flushed cheeks and quickened breath, worried she might be unwell. Yang Yu, seeing his anxious expression, found him irresistibly adorable and couldn't help but laugh as she leaned against him. I'm fine, it's just that your sudden action surprised me. Aren't you making me shy? She replied, her entire being flushing red as she buried her face in his neck. Wang Zhe wrapped his arms around her waist, stiffening at her words. Such intimate gestures, commonly shared between couples, felt particularly unique in their context. Yang Yu straightened up, excitement radiating from her as she gazed at Wang Zhe, seemingly lost in the moment. Are you that happy? Wang Zhe was astonished that a mere kiss could elicit such exhilaration from her. Yang Yu shyly waved her hand, saying, Of course I'm happy. Have you forgotten that I initiated a kiss before, and you not only rejected me, but even mocked me for wanting to engage in a romance? Recalling that day, Yang Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Wang Zhe, awkwardly fidgeting with his fingers, suddenly remembered that he had indeed reacted that way, realizing the significant impact it had on Yang Yu. The more Yang Yu spoke, the more animated she became, leaving Wang Zhe wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground, overwhelmed with embarrassment. It seems our renowned researcher is also a novice in matters of the heart. The system observed Wang Zhe's changing expressions, alternating between shades of blue and purple, unable to resist teasing him. Don't say that. I truly feel I have wronged Yang Yu by being with her, Wang Zhe whispered to the system, feeling guilty. So you have your day too. Remember to treat her twice as well in the future. The system chuckled mischievously. Do I need you to remind me? I know in my heart, Wang Zhe retorted, shooting a glare at the system before rising to pour Yang Yu a glass of water. What do you mean? Am I talking too much? Yang Yu playfully teased, feeling somewhat parched but unable to resist poking fun at Wang Zhe as he brought over the water. In truth, Yang Yu understood Wang Zhe well. He simply thought she needed to hydrate, and wasn't he criticizing her chatter? Wang Zhe paused, unsure of how to clarify his intentions, feeling increasingly anxious. All right. I know you just want me to drink water. You go ahead and get busy. I'll step out to buy a few things, Yang Yu said with a smile, taking a sip of water before standing to leave. Wang Zhe initially intended to accompany her, but recalling that he had not yet finalized his research, he transferred some money to Yang Yu. After she left, Wang Zhe examined the test results from the system, finding them unsatisfactory. Ultimately, he decided to drive to the rehabilitation center himself, believing it might aid his research. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Zhe had just started his car when another vehicle began to follow closely behind. Where does this road lead? A paparazzo in the car noticed that the path grew increasingly desolate, with hardly anyone around. Hiss, according to the navigation. It seems to be heading towards a drug rehabilitation center. The driver of the paparazzi had sensed something amiss earlier. What could Wang Zhe possibly be doing at a rehabilitation center? Could it be that he is a drug user? The paparazzo was filled with excitement. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. A former researcher entangled with drugs. The paparazzo had even envisioned a headline. Now all that was needed was to capture evidence. This would surely secure the end-of-month peace. All the while, Wang Zhe was lost in thought as he arrived at the rehabilitation center, where he explained his purpose to the staff before observing those undergoing treatment. Just as Hot Ba had said, the individuals there were indeed suffering greatly. How many of those confined here willingly used drugs, and how many were coerced? Wang Zhe suddenly recalled Hot Ba's words about some being forced into it. The staff was taken aback. They hadn't expected Wang Zhe to understand this. It seems you have truly put in the effort. Many believe that those who come to our rehabilitation center are merely criminals or drug users. But that is not the case at all. After receiving permission, Wang Zhe activated his recorder to gather more information about this subject. In fact, many of those sent to our center are women, students, and even children, all victims of ruthless drug dealers injecting substances into them for the sake of profit. Wang Zhe gasped at this revelation, astonished by the audacity of these dealers. Do you see that child? He is only 12 years old. Yet he was injected with multiple drugs at the tender age of 10. Wang Zhe inhaled sharply. When our staff found him, he was barely clinging to life. According to investigations, his father was a narcotics officer, captured and tortured to death by drug lords during an operation. The staff's voice trembled, and after a long pause, they continued. The drug lords somehow obtained information about him and his mother, and within days, they were taken away. It was only after a year that we managed to trace his whereabouts, but by then, his mother had perished while trying to protect him. Wang Zhe's heart ached as if it had been cleaved by something sharp. It was hard to believe that such a young child, who should be enjoying the joys of childhood and living happily with his parents, had his fate irrevocably shattered by drug lords at the age of 10. As the staff spoke, tears welled up in their eyes. Wang Zhe clenched his fists with determination. He resolved to help those innocent souls escape their suffering. Fortunately, he had gathered enough information today and felt confident in completing the electronic module. Once the investigation concluded, Wang Zhe sat in his car, ready to return home. As he opened his phone to send a message to a friend, he was startled by a breaking news alert concerning the rehabilitation center. Upon clicking, he discovered the article was about him, and it had gone viral. Prominent researcher allegedly linked to drugs. Wang Zhe visits rehabilitation center alone. Wang Zhe scoffed at the absurdity, surprised by the sudden scrutiny he was under, being photographed even while stepping out. However, he had no time to address these baseless accusations. His priority remained the research on his electronic module. He was confident that if successful, it could help those coerced into drug use, leaving the greedy to their own devices. Chapter 49. Jealousy and Rivalry. As Wang Zhe drove back, the face of that 12-year-old boy lingered in his mind. Those once clear eyes had grown muddy due to the ravages of drugs, completely losing their youthful innocence. Since that dinner with Wang Zhe, Hot Ba had been in a melancholic mood, feeling a peculiar sentiment towards him that stirred her heart. Perhaps a change of scenery would lift her spirits, she thought, as she opened her phone to scroll through social media. Just then, she stumbled upon the trending news about Wang Zhe. What an outrageous headline. Was this not blatantly referring to him? Hot Ba's intrigue piqued. She swiftly switched to her alternate account, ready to unleash her thoughts on the trending topic. Yet, upon seeing the words rehabilitation center, she couldn't help but ponder deeper. The rehabilitation center, wasn't that the topic of discussion during their meal together? Why was Wang Zhe interested in it? Could it be because of her? The more she thought, the more convinced she became. clicking through all the photos related to Wang Zhe's visit to the center, solidifying her suspicions. Who exactly was Wang Zhe? One moment he was a researcher, and the next, he was associated with a rehabilitation center. Could it be that someone in his family was in the center? But surely not. She had heard that the Wang family were all intellectuals. Was he perhaps a user himself? Upstairs, she wondered if anyone had any sense. Was a visit to a rehabilitation center necessarily linked to drugs? Hot Ba fiercely defended Wang Zhe against the detractors, realizing how deep her feelings for him had grown. This simply wouldn't suffice. She decided to visit Wang Zhe's residence, concerned that some overzealous critics might confront him alone. In her obsession, she completely overlooked the fact that Wang Zhe had a girlfriend. Determined, Hot Ba arrived at his place before he returned home, only to find someone had beaten her to it. What are you doing here? She recognized the familiar figure standing downstairs, her nemesis, Wang Zhe. Well, if it isn't our dear Hot Ba. No events today? What brings you here? Wang Zhe greeted her with a mocking tone. Hot Ba was not one to back down. Upon seeing Wang Zhe, a flurry of retorts flooded her mind. Well, I just wrapped up filming a project and have a couple of days off. I'll be back in the studio next week, so I thought I'd drop by. Hot Ba could sense Wang Zhe's veiled insinuation about her lack of work. It was clear that Wang Zhe had a knack for spinning her own narratives. As expected, upon hearing this, Wang Zhe faltered momentarily but quickly regained her composure. Oh really? But Hot Ba, why not enjoy your time off? Is your health up to par? Don't let it interfere with your next project. Wang Zhe, relishing her youth, emphasized her age advantage over Hot Ba, eager for everyone to notice. To Hot Ba, age was of little consequence. After all, her foundation spoke for itself. Even if someone were a few years older, they needed to possess certain qualities to rise to prominence. You needn't worry about me. By the way, have you been neglecting your skincare routine? I can see some fine lines forming at the corners of your eyes. You should really take better care of yourself. I certainly wasn't in such a state at your age. Recently, many had been proclaiming Wang Zhe as her successor. But those in the industry knew these claims were merely self-promotional antics. As anticipated, Hot Ba's words irked Wang Zhe. The two were caught in a battle of jealousy and rivalry, unaware that Wang Zhe had not gone straight home, but had instead headed to the research institute, where he needed technical support for the electronic model he was developing. They remained obliviously waiting at the community entrance for an extended period. Where on earth has Wang Zhe gone? Why hasn't he returned yet? Wang Zhe, growing impatient, pulled out her phone and incessantly called her assistant to confirm Wang Zhe's whereabouts. Reba laughed at Wang Zhe, who was fidgeting like an ant on a hot pan. Some people really overestimate themselves. Daring to approach without even having Wang Zhe's contact information. Before Reba took out her phone, she couldn't help but throw some sarcastic remarks. Wang Zhe retorted angrily, yes, I don't have it. Since you do, why not give him a call? She was eager to see just how much clout Reba had with Wang Zhe to be so audacious. Reba, with an expression of anticipation, took out her phone and dialed Wang Zhe's number, but only the sound of beeping was heard. The call went unanswered. Growing anxious, Reba quickly dialed again. Yet the result remained the same. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she glanced at Wang Zhe, her irritation brewing. How could Wang Zhe fail her at such a crucial moment? Wang Zhe, noticing Reba's discomfort, turned away, suppressing her laughter. Meanwhile, at the research institute, Wang Zhe was engrossed in his study. Come over quickly and give it a try. Let's see how this iteration performs. Wang Zhe exclaimed eagerly, his eyes glued to the system. This was already the fourth version of his research, and he was curious about the results. System is detecting, please do not interrupt. The system noted that while this model was commendable, it still harbored minor issues that required further refinement. Detection complete. There is room for improvement in speed. A small engine needs to be installed. Wang Zhe was taken aback. Upon hearing the system's feedback, he immediately disassembled the model and made adjustments as per the system's and his mentor's guidance. Time flew by. Almost 4 hours had passed without Wang Zhe noticing. All right, let us give it another shot, he said, nervously watching the system, his palms sweaty. It had to succeed this time. System is detecting, please do not interrupt. The system conducted another assessment, and this time it was significantly better than the previous attempts, with almost no errors. Detection complete. Model successful. Upon hearing this announcement, Wang Zhe jumped from his chair, ecstatic, and embraced the system, twirling around in delight. The system, overwhelmed by Wang Zhe's enthusiasm, emitted alarms, urging him to set it down. Startled, Wang Zhe complied and promptly shared the good news with Yang Yu. Wang Zhe, you've done remarkably well this time. According to my existing data, your research is at least a century ahead of the rest of the world, Yang Yu remarked. Wang Zhe had not anticipated applying his research to the medical field, and it filled him with immense pride. Chapter 50. A sense of superiority? Wang Zhe finally felt a weight lift from his heart. After tidying up the utensils on his desk, he prepared to head home, checking the time to ensure he had enough left in the day. Yang Yu, have you finished work? I'll come pick you up for dinner, he messaged. Just as he got into his car, a reply from Yang Yu came through. Not today, my best friend just landed, and I need to pick her up for dinner. Perhaps tomorrow? Yang Yu had not expected Wang Zhe to invite her out so suddenly. Alright, enjoy your time together. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Wang Zhe understood that Yang Yu hadn't seen her friend in a long while, and since his research was complete, he had plenty of time to spare. Yang Yu even sent a playful emoji. Wang Zhe smiled affectionately at his phone screen before putting it away and driving home. It seems you finally wised up. Proactively inviting Yang Yu for dinner, the system teased. Ever since the kiss it had orchestrated, Wang Zhe had indeed undergone subtle changes. Wang Zhe was taken aback. He hadn't noticed anything amiss in himself until the system pointed it out, and he realized it was true. He chuckled, but remained silent, starting the car and heading home. Perhaps it was the joy of completing his research that made him feel as though even the traffic lights were celebrating his success, as he encountered a smooth journey home. However, upon arriving at his doorstep, Wang Zhe spotted Reba and Yang Zhe. Without a second thought, he turned the car around and left without hesitation. Hey, Wang Zhe is back, Reba exclaimed, recognizing his car. Just as she was about to check her makeup in the mirror, Yang Zhe interrupted her. Wait, he turning away. Yang Zhe gasped. Reba looked. And indeed it was true. Before they could react, Wang Zhe had already made his exit. This is all your fault. If you hadn't meddled, Wang Zhe wouldn't have left. Reba quickly blamed Yang Zhe. Are you out of your mind? I was here first, Yang Zhe retorted, incensed by Reba's accusation, leading to a heated exchange of insults. Wang Zhe's decision to leave proved to be the right one. That night, Wang Zhe intended to spend the night at his seldom-used house. Fortunately, he had a cleaning lady who came weekly, ensuring the place was tidy, so sleeping there was no issue. Just as he ordered takeout, he received a call from Chun Qiaqiang. Hello, Wang Zhe, do you have some time? I wasn't at the institute when you came by today, and I didn't get to tell you that we have a big project underway. Are you interested? Chun Qiaqiang's tone was somewhat nervous. He knew Wang Zhe was selective about his interests. What project is it? Wang Zhe hesitated, recalling his promise to Yang Yu to spend more time with her. The specifics are as follows. We've brought back personnel from abroad to collaborate on this project. It's a fantastic opportunity. Before Chun Qiaqiang could finish, Wang Zhe declined. Professor, you know me well. I'm not particularly interested in this project. And I also prefer not to work with people I haven't collaborated with before. Chun Qiaqiang reluctantly accepted his refusal, exchanging pleasantries before ending the call. The researchers at the institute interpreted Chun Qiaqiang's expression and deduced the outcome, feeling somewhat disheartened. How dare he act so high and mighty? Who does he think he is, unwilling or unable? It's quite laughable, scoffed Fu Wen, the team leader who had returned from abroad. This was his first time back home for research, and he had long heard of Wang Zhe's reputation. Knowing Wang Zhe was younger yet accomplished had filled him with envy. He had come back to see him in person, only to be met with disappointment. This left him feeling quite put out. The other staff members remained silent, returning to their work. Fu Wen, seeing their lack of response, assumed Wang Zhe must indeed lack substance, thus feeling emboldened. Professor Chun, if Wang Zhe doesn't want to come, then so be it. We won't miss him. A true researcher should have some spirit. Fu Wen seized the opportunity to disparage Wang Zhe in front of Chun Qiaqiang. Naturally, Chun Qiaqiang paid him no mind. He understood Wang Zhe's circumstances better than anyone. His absence is for a reason. Now please get back to work. Fu Wen was taken aback by Chun Qiaqiang's dismissive attitude and left begrudgingly, still feeling unsatisfied. After hanging up, Wang Zhe had his dinner and, with time on his hands, took out his research model, feeling there were still areas for improvement. He became engrossed in his work once more. It wasn't until 5 in the morning that Wang Zhe finally managed to doze off for a short while, perhaps still preoccupied with thoughts of the model. Not long after, he awoke again. Finding himself in the empty room felt somewhat dreary, prompting him to venture out for a stroll, hoping for unexpected discoveries. Wang Zhe wandered around and ultimately returned to the research institute. Upon entering, he sensed an influx of people, suddenly recalling Chun Qiaqiang's call from the previous night. He remembered the new project that had brought many personnel back from abroad. Observing everyone busy at work, he chose not to disturb them and headed to his research room. Just as he retrieved the model, there was a knock at the door. Are you Wang Zhe? It was Fu Wen, who had passed by and noticed Wang Zhe at his desk. Yes, may I ask who you are? Wang Zhe rose politely to greet Fu Wen upon their first encounter. Oh, what brings you here? Wasn't it stated that you wouldn't participate in the project development? Fu Wen's demeanor was one of arrogance, clearly looking down upon Wang Zhe. Unable to suppress a frown at Fu Wen's words, Wang Zhe pondered the nature of their relationship but ultimately found no answer. Do you have something to discuss? If not, please leave. I need to begin my work. Wang Zhe was unwilling to squander time on inconsequential individuals, especially when he was preoccupied with improving the model. Fu Wen was taken aback by Wang Zhe's response, astonished that such words could emerge from his mouth, which seemed incongruous with his appearance. Huh, you working? You don't partake in such a significant project at the Institute, and yet here you are fiddling with what? Perhaps your skills are only suited for trivial matters. As he spoke, Fu Wen stepped forward to seize the model, only to be firmly restrained by Wang Zhe's hand. The commotion drew the attention of others, several of whom had returned from abroad like Fu Wen, unable to resist mocking Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe chose to ignore them, settling down to conduct minor experiments. Their lack of response only fueled their anger. Fu Wen chuckled, remarking, "It seems some people aren't as formidable as they claim, merely engaging in simple experiments to feign expertise." Chapter 51, An Apology? Wang Zhe continued his experiments, disregarding Fu Wen entirely. Yet Fu Wen persisted, seemingly intent on proving himself superior, standing behind Wang Zhe and refusing to leave. "Isn't it a waste of time to conduct such childish experiments? We are engaged in serious research." Fu Wen remained unconvinced, doubting Wang Zhe's composure. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Zhe had long since developed immunity to such taunts, responding only with a cold smirk. Seeing Wang Zhe's derision, the onlookers noted the humiliation etched on Fu Wen's face, igniting his anger. "Wang Zhe, who do you think you are to disregard me so?" In a fit of rage, Fu Wen approached Wang Zhe and knocked all his experimental materials to the floor. Wang Zhe tightened his grip on the electric pen, allowing Fu Wen to wreak havoc. "How can Wang Zhe remain so composed?" murmured the others. "What is his background?" Wang Zhe's colleagues, however, were unfazed. They understood that no matter how much Fu Wen stirred trouble, it would not affect Wang Zhe, who might even escape criticism. "You see, those returning from abroad are different. They act without considering the consequences." A few individuals quietly exited the office, sensing the brewing drama, while Fu Wen felt the weight of embarrassment. "Wang Zhe, just wait. I'm going to inform the authorities," he declared in frustration before storming out. After Fu Wen's departure, Wang Zhe locked the office door, seeking solitude. Fu Wen charged into the supervisor's office, having already concocted a narrative to malign Wang Zhe. "Who has riled our esteemed scientist? Please, sit and share your grievances." The supervisor, noting Fu Wen's agitation, urged him to sit, realizing that without Wang Zhe, the project's success rested solely on Fu Wen's shoulders. "Wang Zhe, what is his issue? He dares to ignore me? What purpose does he serve at the Institute?" Fu Wen remarked, emboldened by the supervisor's demeanor, convinced that Wang Zhe's days of ease were numbered. However, to his dismay, the supervisor's expression darkened upon hearing Wang Zhe's name, fully aware of his character and the likelihood that Fu Wen had provoked him. "Wang Zhe? You approached him?" Fu Wen blinked, taken aback by the supervisor's unexpected reaction. "I merely thought it excessive for him to refuse to participate in such a significant project, and I wanted to ascertain his capabilities." Fu Wen sensed the shift in the atmosphere, his confidence waning. The supervisor frowned deeply, realizing the trouble Fu Wen had brought upon himself. "What does Wang Zhe's desire to participate in the project have to do with you? Even his mentor, Chun Qiaqiang, has not raised concerns. Who do you think you are?" The supervisor's frustration escalated as he slammed his hand on the table. Though he knew Wang Zhe would not harbor resentment, the supervisor appreciated his importance to the Institute and did not wish to jeopardize their relationship over Fu Wen's antics. "What do you mean by that? I am contributing to the project while he refuses to engage. Am I wrong to encourage him?" Fu Wen's indignation grew, perplexed by the apparent favoritism Wang Zhe received. The supervisor took a calming sip of tea, exasperated by Fu Wen's tone. "We acknowledge your dedication to the Institute. But Wang Zhe is different. You have just returned from abroad and are unfamiliar with the dynamics here. Focus on your assigned duties." The supervisor closed his eyes in frustration, unsure how to manage Fu Wen. Fu Wen remained unyielding, unwilling to accept Wang Zhe's superiority. "Enough, let this matter rest. Apologize to Wang Zhe, and we will consider it resolved." The supervisor sought to minimize further conflict, recognizing he would need to counsel Wang Zhe afterward. "What?" Fu Wen exclaimed, leaping from his chair. "You expect me to apologize to that mute?" The supervisor shot him an exasperated look, realizing Fu Wen's lack of awareness. "You heard correctly. You will apologize to Wang Zhe. At the Institute, he is free to pursue whatever he desires. His abilities warrant such freedom." Fu Wen paused, the gravity of the situation dawning on him. Wang Zhe was indeed formidable. "I understand, but how can you expect me to apologize? Why not? You created the mess. So isn't it appropriate to apologize?" Fu Wen ground his teeth in frustration, but understanding the need for future opportunities in his career. He reluctantly decided to suppress his anger. Defeated, Fu Wen returned to Wang Zhe's office, standing at the door, his hand hovering in the air. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to knock, but the door swung open instead. "What do you want?" Wang Zhe regarded him coldly. Fu Wen inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress his simmering anger, and slowly said, "I apologize. I was too rash earlier and inadvertently damaged your experiment. That was my fault." Wang Zhe was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly deduced that it must have been a directive from the higher-ups. Chapter 52. Packing up and leaving. "What? Aren't you supposed to seek justice from the leadership?" Wang Zhe crossed his arms, gazing at the cornered Fu Wen with a hint of mockery. The Fu Wen before him was a far cry from the arrogant figure he had been moments ago. Unable to endure the humiliation, Fu Wen silently lowered his head and departed. Wang Zhe smirked, returning to his data analysis. As Fu Wen reflected on the incident at his workstation, his frustration grew. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, he stepped outside to make a phone call, intending to investigate Wang Zhe's background thoroughly. By afternoon, Fu Wen received a message from a friend. Upon reading it, he discovered that Wang Zhe indeed possessed some notable qualities. However, Fu Wen dismissed Wang Zhe's accomplishments as mere luck, believing there was nothing to boast about. In truth, it was his own jealousy that clouded his judgment. Later that evening, Fu Wen, filled with reluctance, stared at Wang Zhe's messages, unwilling to acknowledge his superiority. "No, I must reveal Wang Zhe's true nature." He schemed to scour the internet for insurmountable programming problems, vowing to undermine Wang Zhe's confidence. Finally, after a night of searching, Fu Wen stumbled upon a programming conundrum reputed to be one of the world's unsolved mysteries. He examined it and confirmed its complexity, having struggled with it for ages without success. "This is it," Fu Wen exclaimed with excitement, promptly downloading the problem, planning to present it to Wang Zhe the following day. "I refuse to believe you can solve such a challenging issue." The glow from the computer screen cast an unflattering light on Fu Wen's face. The next morning, Fu Wen arrived early at the research institute, anxiously awaiting Wang Zhe's arrival. Why is Wang Zhe always late for work? Yet no one seems to mind. As he observed his colleagues trickling into the office, he was dismayed at the absence of Wang Zhe's figure. Eventually, Wang Zhe sauntered into the office. Upon seeing him, Fu Wen hurriedly followed him inside. Before Wang Zhe could take a seat, Fu Wen impatiently produced a USB drive. "Wang Zhe, I was in the wrong yesterday. Please, as a magnanimous person, help me solve this problem. I've been pondering over it for quite some time without any luck." He plugged the USB into Wang Zhe's computer, disregarding whether Wang Zhe was willing or not, swiftly opening the problem. "Let us see what you're truly capable of. This problem is one I stayed up all night searching for. It has yet to be resolved anywhere in the world. I refuse to believe you can tackle it." Wang Zhe glanced at the screen but continued organizing his belongings. "I'm not interested. You should show it to someone else." Wang Zhe had come to work with the intention of refining the model he had developed, feeling it lacked something essential, and he had no time to spare on programming. Fu Wen persisted, incessantly extolling the virtues of the programming challenge. However, Wang Zhe remained indifferent. "Wang Zhe, don't think that just because I apologized, you're impressive. If you have no interest in programming, what are you passionate about?" Wang Zhe remained silent, preparing to delve into his model. "Are you incapable? It seems the model in your hands isn't anything extraordinary. Why treat it like a treasure?" Fu Wen's arrogance resurfaced, pushing Wang Zhe to his limit. Yet, he wouldn't acquiesce so easily. "I can solve it, but you must agree to one condition." Wang Zhe was not one to be trifled with. Since Fu Wen wanted to play, he would indulge him. Seeing that Wang Zhe had taken the bait, Fu Wen readily agreed. "All right, as long as you help me solve it. I will comply with whatever you say." Wang Zhe smiled and replied, "If I solve this problem within a day, you must leave for your country and stop bothering me." Fu Wen was momentarily taken aback by Wang Zhe's audacity. However, he did not believe Wang Zhe could resolve the issue, so he had nothing to fear. "Fine, but you must promise me that if you fail, you will cease your arrogance." Fu Wen appeared quite confident. Wang Zhe nodded. He had already recognized the programming dilemma as one he had previously encountered, with a clear understanding of its solution, though it had not been published online. "Well then, since you haven't objected, I will take it as your agreement. Remember, you only have one day." Fu Wen patted Wang Zhe on the shoulder and excitedly left the office. After Fu Wen departed, the system couldn't help but tease. "Are you really that confident? What if you don't complete it?" Wang Zhe remained unfazed, continuing to inspect his model, showing no signs of anxiety. "Not complete. Do you think that's possible?" He chuckled at the system and glanced at his computer, confirming that his previous solution was indeed correct. "Ah, as expected from Wang Zhe, overflowing with confidence. Let him witness my prowess. Perhaps then he will stop bothering me." Wang Zhe donned his work attire and began typing rapidly on the keyboard. Meanwhile, Fu Wen at his workstation was preoccupied with thoughts of Wang Zhe, frequently checking his watch, eagerly awaiting Wang Zhe's admission of defeat. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Zhe had already completed half of the problem. It had only been 3 hours. All right, just a bit more to go. Time for a short break, Wang Zhe said with ease, envisioning Fu Wen's frustrated departure with delight. Wang Zhe, you're progressing so quickly. Fu Wen will surely be infuriated, the system remarked, recalling Fu Wen's dismissive demeanor. Wang Zhe scoffed, I don't need him to be angry. I just want him to leave promptly. During lunch, Fu Wen observed Wang Zhe, initially expecting him to be too busy to eat, only to find him seemingly unfazed, which surprised him. I wonder how long you can keep up this facade. If you can't do it, just admit it instead of pretending, Fu Wen thought to himself. However, after lunch, Wang Zhe was waiting at Fu Wen's workstation, tossing the USB drive at him. Oh, you've given up without completing it? You still have a few hours. Why not give it another shot? Fu Wen assumed Wang Zhe was conceding defeat and mocked him in front of their colleagues. Nearby co-workers shook their heads. It seemed Fu Wen was about to face a severe downfall. Those familiar with Wang Zhe could tell from his expression that he was confident of victory. You're mistaken. Hurry up and pack your things to leave, Wang Zhe said softly, but it was enough to astonish Fu Wen. What? You finished? Fu Wen was taken aback, nearly losing his balance. He had consulted several friends regarding the programming issue, all of whom had failed. How is that possible? You're not deceiving me, are you? Fu Wen exclaimed, hastily inserting the USB and opening the file. Indeed, Wang Zhe had completed the task. Chapter 53, Controversy? Indifferent. Fu Wen slumped in his chair, and the others gathered around, astonished to see that Wang Zhe had truly succeeded. I can't believe you're actually this capable, Fu Wen admitted begrudgingly, acknowledging Wang Zhe's talent. I told you not to provoke Wang Zhe. See what happened? Ah, returning from abroad makes a difference. But how unfortunate for you. Overestimating yourself. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and Fu Wen felt the weight of humiliation on his face. Wang Zhe, you truly are remarkable. This programming issue has been unresolved online for years. Yet you solved it in under a day. Indeed, as expected from Wang Zhe. I suppose Fu Wen has nothing left to say now. Wang Zhe's colleagues, who had been looked down upon by Fu Wen since his arrival, beamed with excitement, reveling in the moment when the boastful Fu Wen's arrogance was finally deflated. Well, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Although Fu Wen initially intended to discuss the matter with Wang Zhe, he discerned from his tone that it would be better not to fall into the trap of breaking a promise. I understand. I will pack my belongings and, when the day ends, I will request permission from my superiors to continue my studies abroad. Fu Wen may not possess the same skills as Wang Zhe, yet he is undeniably competent. However, his temperament renders him ill-suited for remaining here. Wang Zhe remained silent, not even casting a glance at Fu Wen as he retreated to his office, leaving Fu Wen alone to pitifully gather his things. Upon receiving the news, the leadership did not attempt to retain him, fearing that Fu Wen's continued presence at the research institute might lead to unforeseen complications. Furthermore, with Wang Zhe personally intervening, there was even less reason for further involvement. Once back in the laboratory, Wang Zhe could finally relax, indulging in activities he truly enjoyed. After several days of leisure, he finally recognized the imperfections within his model. I've finally figured it out, Wang Zhe exclaimed, startling the nearby system, which hurried over in concern. What's wrong? It asked anxiously. Wang Zhe, brimming with excitement, replied, for some time, I felt that this model lacked perfection, and I suddenly realized that I had been neglecting a crucial component, the impact of emotions generated by the human brain on the endocrine system. He continued to elaborate. Humans are not machines. They possess their own emotions. Therefore, relying solely on digits and codes for detection is insufficient. Only by incorporating the assessment of emotions produced by the brain can we obtain more precise data. The system was taken aback, having previously focused solely on providing data, overlooking the fundamental aspect of studying human beings. After articulating his thoughts, Wang Zhe began integrating his hypothesis into the model. He swiftly adjusted the electronic flow within the model, successfully incorporating a detection system for human emotions, allowing for a more accurate and rapid capture of emotional fluctuations. At last, Wang Zhe concluded his setup. Glancing at the time, he realized that an entire night had passed. After a brief freshening up in the restroom, he intended to double-check the model, should everything prove satisfactory. He was eager to inform Chen Qiaqiang. Once he secured approval, he planned to launch the model into the market, hoping to alleviate the suffering of those plagued by addiction. After the system conducted its tests, Wang Zhe, still uneasy, decided to run another experiment to confirm its accuracy. He entered Chen Qiaqiang's office, where Chen appeared surprised upon seeing him. What brings you here? What is that intriguing item you're holding? Chun Qiaqiang immediately understood why Wang Zhe had declined the project on that fateful day. Filled with enthusiasm, Wang Zhe quickly introduced the model to Chun, his face alight with anticipation. Professor Chen, what do you think? Is it ready for the market? Wang Zhe was eager to assist those tormented by addiction. Chun Qiaqiang was astonished. He had not anticipated that Wang Zhe had developed such a device. However, given that this model was unprecedented in the world, he was concerned about the potential consequences of any missteps. Wang Zhe, I understand your passion, but this model has never been tested. Are you confident that you can successfully pioneer this endeavor? Wang Zhe recognized that Chun Qiaqiang's concerns were not unfounded. He too had contemplated this issue. Yet, having already developed a model that had never existed before, why should he fear the consequences? Professor, I appreciate your caution, but if no one ever takes the first step, shall I remain in waiting? Why shouldn't I be the one to take that step? Wang Zhe paused for a moment before voicing his innermost thoughts. Chun Qiaqiang was taken aback. Wang Zhe's argument held merit. They fell into silence, and after some contemplation, Chen spoke. I am delighted by your spirit. However, Wang Zhe, please do not rush. Frankly, I believe this technology may be impossible. Wang Zhe was taken aback to hear such words from his esteemed mentor. Just as he was about to respond, Chen continued, I realize my skepticism may not be justified, but has your model undergone human trials? You have merely employed a collection of numbers and codes for detection. It may have succeeded in theory, but what about in practice? Chun's words struck a chord. Indeed, Wang Zhe had not accomplished this crucial step. I can commence that immediately, Wang Zhe declared, determined to ensure the model's successful testing. Chun Qiaqiang waved his hand dismissively. You cannot present an unheard-of concept to someone and claim it will solve their addiction with just one trial. Do you think anyone would believe you? Do you understand the magnitude of the controversy it could incite? Seeing Wang Zhe so emotionally charged, Chen felt a tinge of helplessness. He understood Wang Zhe's feelings. Yet there were too many uncertainties. It was a risk that could not be taken lightly. Wang Zhe, with a serious demeanor, finally spoke. Controversy? Professor, I am unfazed by such matters. My sole desire is to help them. Chun Qiaqiang removed his glasses and gazed intently at the resolute Wang Zhe, shaking his head in resignation. I understand that your intentions are to protect me from harm, but all I do is for the betterment of humanity. Chen opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Previously, my research focused solely on academic achievements, yet this is my first endeavor aimed at benefiting our nation's citizens. If you were to witness those tormented by addiction, perhaps you would comprehend my unwavering determination. He continued, moreover, I stand by my actions with a clear conscience. What does controversy matter? Chapter 54. Flights of Fancy. Chun Qiaqiang regarded Wang Zhe with deep admiration, genuinely impressed. Wang Zhe, you have truly embodied the spirit of altruism. Though I am your mentor, I find myself lacking in comparison. Wang Zhe was taken aback. He had not expected such praise from Chun Qiaqiang. So, does that mean you agree? He cautiously inquired, fearing he might have misinterpreted Chen's sentiments. Chun Qiaqiang's next action relieved the tension in Wang Zhe's heart. Since you've articulated your convictions so passionately, how could I possibly disagree? Go forth and pursue your aspirations. Chen nodded, his expression one of approval. Wang Zhe exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face. However, Wang Zhe, you must understand that now that you have embarked on this path, you must not waver. As you mentioned, controversy is inconsequential. In truth, Chun Qiaqiang was more concerned about Wang Zhe facing potential backlash than the public's misunderstanding. Those in their field must not only excel in their expertise, but also possess a robust psychological fortitude. They must learn to accept their failures and endure the scorn and distrust of the world. Such challenges could potentially derail a promising scientist's career. Rest assured, Professor, now that I have made my decision, I will not be swayed by external distractions, unless it is due to my own inadequacies. Wang Zhe understood Chun Qiaqiang's good intentions and would certainly remain vigilant. Very well, then pursue your ambitions. Chun Qiaqiang said proudly, patting Wang Zhe on the shoulder in encouragement. Wang Zhe nodded, preparing to leave when Chun Qiaqiang interjected. Oh, by the way, you're not getting any younger. Have you considered the prospect of a lifelong partner? I previously mentioned my precious daughter. Why not meet her? Chen leaned in, eager to retrieve his phone and share a photo of his beloved daughter. To his surprise, Wang Zhe vehemently opposed the idea, jumping back in alarm, startling Chen. Ah, that is not what I meant, Professor. Wang Zhe realized his reaction was excessive and somewhat impolite. His expression awkward. What do you mean by that? I introduced my own daughter to you, yet you still refuse? Chun Qiaqiang feigned anger as he looked at him. In truth, Chun Qiaqiang could comprehend his actions. After all, He was currently in the ascendant phase of his career, understandably prioritizing his professional pursuits. However, such a reaction seemed excessive. To be candid, Teacher Chun, I currently have a suitable partner, so there's no need for your concern, Wang Zhe thought of Yang Yu. Although their relationship was not public, he wished to avoid any misunderstandings. Just as Chun Qiaqiang was about to say something, Wang Zhe had already dashed out of the office, leaving Chun Qiaqiang shaking his head in resignation. Once outside the office, Wang Zhe let out a sigh of relief. After returning to his own office, he reevaluated his model. Should I take this to the rehabilitation center for a visit, to gauge the reactions of the individuals there? I also need to observe the patient's conditions. He pondered while scrutinizing the data displayed on his computer. Yes, this should enhance the model's accuracy. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe wasted no time. He quickly gathered his belongings and drove to the rehabilitation center. By now, he was well acquainted with the route, arriving at his destination in no time. Teacher Wang, you've arrived, greeted the staff at the entrance. Perhaps due to his frequent visits, even the security personnel recognized him. Wang Zhe nodded in acknowledgement, then exited his vehicle and proceeded to the office with his model in hand. This is the electronic model I mentioned last time. I've made some adjustments, and it should be able to assist them more quickly and accurately. He presented the model to the person in charge, succinctly explaining its specific applications. Although the staff in the rehabilitation center were not entirely convinced, they recognized the value of such an opportunity. I'll set this here for now. I wish to observe them further. Wang Zhe expressed his intentions, to which the staff readily agreed. Since Wang Zhe's involvement, the rehabilitation center had garnered increased attention, prompting many to reassess their previous misconceptions, a positive development for the institution. Wang Zhe gazed slowly at the patients idling in their rooms. Their emotions appeared largely unperturbed. However, the mere entrance of someone or sunlight streaming through the windows could elicit varied emotional responses from them. Noticing this detail, Wang Zhe promptly recorded it, as it constituted a valuable experimental step. Upon returning home, he reflected on the expressions of the staff. Although they verbally expressed approval, he could discern skepticism in their eyes. This was understandable. He himself had initially contemplated the feasibility of the model. Back at home, Wang Zhe deliberated on how to convey the model's purpose effectively. Thus, he compiled meticulous records of each step taken during its development into a video. He included every critical step and its significance, ultimately incorporating his objectives and the chilling incidents observed at the rehabilitation center. After watching the video, he pressed the enter key. Wang Zhe shared the video on his Weibo account, and within 2 minutes, it attracted considerable attention. Naturally, opinions about the content were mixed. Is this model truly that remarkable? It seems more like a gimmick. If such a thing existed, why was it not developed earlier? Why is it only Wang Zhe who can do this? Indeed, this is sheer fantasy. Wang Zhe is merely exploiting those struggling with addiction for publicity. Suddenly, the internet was rife with skepticism regarding him. It seemed no one believed in his endeavor. Wang Zhe sat before his computer, watching the incessantly refreshing comments and shares. Eventually, he stumbled upon some heartening words. It's commendable that he managed to develop this model. Even if the results are uncertain, this spirit is something most of us cannot aspire to. Yes, at least he dares to take action. What about you? You react as if he committed a crime merely by mentioning addiction. Can we not reserve judgment without knowing the full picture? Wang Zhe has truly endured so much. Keep pushing forward. Wang Zhe, I believe in you. I hope we can witness the innocent escape from suffering. Reading these supportive remarks, Wang Zhe felt a sudden lightness in his heart. Perhaps the journey was not as daunting as he had thought. Chapter 55. Worthy of recognition. Little did Wang Zhe know, his video swiftly made its way to YouTube and was translated into various languages on Twitter, capturing the world's attention towards this invention. Soon, celebrities like Yang Zhe not only helped share and promote it, but also sent private messages of support to Wang Zhe. As soon as Ba obtained her phone, she noticed Wang Zhe trending and quickly clicked to see that Yang Zhe and others were sharing it. She couldn't afford to lag behind, so she hurriedly posted the video herself. Other social media platforms also disseminated related content. Wang Zhe's video sparked interest across various sectors, even catching the eye of the president of Zhiguo. Is this the Wang Zhe I asked you to host previously? The president struggled to recall, aware only that there had been a prominent scientific expert embroiled in public discourse. Nearby, a secretary quickly retrieved his file for the president's review. Indeed, you were quite optimistic about Wang Zhe, but you were concerned that the public scrutiny might escalate, so you sent me to inspect and host. The secretary, having worked closely with the president, adeptly grasped the information he needed. The president nodded thoughtfully and began watching Wang Zhe's video. The secretary, also intrigued by Wang Zhe, observed the video. At its conclusion, Wang Zhe left a poignant message. Perhaps I cannot accomplish many significant things, but I hope what I do holds meaning for you. This line lingered with the president, leaving him momentarily speechless. The secretary inhaled sharply. He understood that Wang Zhe had only shared the mildest of his challenges in the video. In reality, those difficulties could potentially keep him awake for nights, and even minor progress was a source of great excitement. Does Wang Zhe have any other accomplishments? The president's voice quivered slightly, startling the secretary beside him. It was remarkable for the president of Ziguo to be moved in such a manner by a video. The secretary swiftly retrieved the information he had compiled during his hosting duties and cautiously pushed a tissue towards the president, attentively observing his reaction. Indeed, each achievement showcased in the presentation bore extraordinary significance for the nation, for the world, and for the people. Such talent was precisely what our country needed. After reviewing the materials, the president couldn't help but exclaim, "These accomplishments are profoundly impressive. I am greatly reassured." He dabbed at the corner of his eye, unable to fathom that such a spirit still existed in this era. "Yes, when you asked me to assist him, I was profoundly struck by his craftsmanship." The secretary recalled their conversation, where Wang Zhe's passion for scientific research was evident in every word. However, the president wondered about the public backlash. Why were so many people disparaging Wang Zhe? Flipping through the comments, he noticed several highly rated remarks criticizing him. "Didn't I instruct you to resolve this? How come there are still so many negative comments?" The president frowned, questioning the secretary beside him. The previous issue was indeed resolved. However, on the internet, individuals expressed their opinions freely, and thus the secretary did not anticipate such a situation arising. The prior outcome had been quite satisfactory. So it was perplexing how swiftly the president, suppressing his anger, continued to peruse several more comments. It became intolerable. "You must draft a clarifying article immediately. In a society governed by law, freedom of speech does not equate to personal attacks." The president slammed his tablet onto the sofa, resolutely unwilling to permit anyone to defame Wang Zhe. "Yes, I shall attend to it right away." The secretary was remarkably efficient. Within an hour, the clarification announcement was disseminated. In light of Wang Zhe's numerous outstanding contributions as a researcher to our nation, he was hereby awarded the title of National First-Class Researcher as a form of encouragement. As anticipated, once the announcement was released, Wang Zhe's name surged to the trending topics. This is the figure we ought to admire. Wang Zhe, truly deserving of his accolades. The very individuals who had been disparaging Wang Zhe moments earlier on the internet fell silent upon reading the announcement. Some, fearful of repercussions, hastily deleted their posts to avoid being exposed. Yet, were their actions towards Wang Zhe not far more egregious? Why did they tremble at the thought of facing consequences? How splendid it is that Wang Zhe is finally liberated from the slanderous accusations. I am genuinely moved. Wang Zhe has faced an arduous journey. The trolls, now too intimidated to act unlawfully, left his loyal fans in tears, passionately voicing their support online. Finally, they could hold their heads high. Since gaining public attention, Wang Zhe had persistently pursued research. Had it not been for his fervor for scientific inquiry, he might never have received such an honor. Indeed, we owe our gratitude to Wang Zhe's perseverance. Perhaps our future lives will improve because of him. It is through Wang Zhe that I have come to appreciate the field of research, discovering that it is not as obscure as it once seemed. After completing the college entrance examination next year, I too shall strive to emulate him. Wang Zhe, observing the public discourse, was astonished by the number of loyal fans he had acquired. Previously, he had refrained from engaging with online commentary, thereby missing the heartfelt support from those who cherished him. Now, I should be worthy of safeguarding them, Wang Zhe mused silently. Soon, he received a call from the secretary, who informed him that the president had dispatched personnel to his research institute to assist with his project. "What? Are you serious?" Wang Zhe exclaimed, surprised by the swiftness of the president's actions and the fact that he had chosen to support him based solely on a video. "Certainly. Matters such as these are no jest. The president stated that you will meet those assistants early tomorrow." The secretary could discern Wang Zhe's excitement even through the phone. "Thank you so much. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Once the project concludes, I shall personally visit the president to convey my thanks." Wang Zhe understood that with the president's support, he would no longer need to worry about skepticism from others, and the initial funding would be significantly greater. "All right. I shall arrange a time for you. Please calm down. Tonight, compile a list of your needs and send it to me before the evening ends." What is this for?" Wang Zhe paused, his excitement momentarily clouding his thoughts. "To assist you in acquiring equipment, of course," the secretary chuckled, realizing Wang Zhe had indeed become a bit overwhelmed with elation. After a brief conversation, Wang Zhe began to refine his tools. However, As he was in the later stages of his project, there wasn't much left to procure. Chapter 56. Experiment Failure. After completing his work, Wang Zhe pondered deeply and decided he ought to express his gratitude to the president. He recalled how fans often wrote him private messages, considering it a viable approach. However, upon picking up his pen, he found himself at an impasse, overwhelmed with gratitude yet unsure of how to articulate it. Having torn up numerous sheets of paper with mere sentences, he felt that an overly formal tone would seem too distant, while too familiar a tone might overstep boundaries. Perhaps he should revisit the private messages from fans for inspiration. With this thought, he retrieved his phone and began reading through the heartfelt words from his supporters. He was astonished to realize the profound impact he had on them. He had seen fans set their sights on entering prestigious institutions and pursuing careers in research or education. Attributing their aspirations to his indomitable spirit, Wang Zhe felt his eyes welling up. He was at a loss for how to thank these fans for their encouragement. Time passed, and Wang Zhe found it difficult to set his phone down, his vision becoming slightly blurred. It was only then that he recognized the late hour. The only light in the room emanating from his phone. He turned on the desk lamp and began to write his letter of gratitude to the president, along with his reflections on this research journey. The following day, he encountered the secretary, who arrived with the assistants at the research institute, handing over the carefully folded envelope intended for the president. Wang Zhe began organizing his work, preparing to immerse himself in his research. Meanwhile, upon receiving the letter, the president read it with care, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. In the ensuing days, Wang Zhe worked tirelessly to perfect the machinery, ensuring that not a single detail went awry. Fortunately, the assistance provided by the president's envoy not only helped Wang Zhe resolve research-related challenges, but also effectively promoted his work. He no longer had to worry about subsequent arrangements, which undeniably lightened his burden. Our work has now entered a critical phase. We already have several patients willing to participate in the experiment. Please take a look. An assistant presented the list to Wang Zhe. Although the number was modest, it exceeded his expectations, as he had initially feared there would be none. Let us proceed with this one. He has recently succumbed to substance use, and a gradual approach will be more beneficial for us. Wang Zhe selected the first volunteer, who had been using drugs for the shortest duration. After the assistant departed, he glanced over the list again, feeling a sense of relief that others were willing to place their trust in him. You've made a fine choice. I heard the family voluntarily signed up, which undoubtedly supports our cause. Another colleague entered, visibly excited. Indeed, we must uphold our diligence. We cannot afford any mistakes and must not betray their trust. Wang Zhe patted his shoulder, taking a deep breath as they continued their work. The two exchanged no further words and resumed monitoring the data as the day of the experiment drew ever closer. In preparation for the first trial, everyone was on high alert, ensuring that no errors would occur. Wang Zhe had not returned home for several days. That evening, he surveyed the model he had painstakingly developed, and to his surprise, he felt a sense of calm rather than anxiety. The next day, the patients arrived at the laboratory, and he watched them warily eyeing the machinery, trembling involuntarily. Just as Wang Zhe was about to speak, the test subject suddenly went into a frenzy, completely losing control. Quick, grab him. Those accompanying the subject immediately reached out, but his manic behavior was too alarming. Most of the onlookers, witnessing such a situation for the first time, were paralyzed with shock, while only a few quick-thinking individuals managed to restrain him. Why is this so severe? An assistant quietly inquired, concerned that today's experiment might be cancelled. Wang Zhe reassured him with a gentle pat on the shoulder. This is normal. He was coerced into drug use. His reaction is not solely due to the substance, but also rooted in his fear. Prior to the experiment, Wang Zhe had arranged for the subject's background information to be compiled, meticulously reviewing every detail from lifestyle habits to drug history. Ah, I see, the assistant relaxed, a sense of compassion welling up within him. Perhaps due to the remnants of drugs, the subject's physique appeared remarkably frail, with large, vacant eyes that spoke of untold suffering. Fear not, for these individuals are here to liberate you from your anguish. After administering a sedative, a doctor finally calmed the subject, who still huddled in a corner, warily observing everyone. You all proceed with your preparations. I shall escort him shortly. Do not worry. The doctor understood the significance of Wang Zhe's experiment. Success could save many innocent souls from the depths of despair. Very well, thank you for your efforts. We shall inform you once we are ready. Acknowledging the subject's need for a gentler approach, Wang Zhe acquiesced to the doctor's advice and retreated to the laboratory. After a brief interval, the subject entered the lab. The sedative seemed to take effect, and he appeared less frantic, almost regaining a semblance of lucidity. Just take a seat. This process will not be overwhelming. There is no need for anxiety. Wang Zhe could not resist offering reassurance, gently assisting the subject into position. All is in readiness. Let the experiment commence. As the words left his lips, the electronic model whirred to life. The subject slowly closed his eyes, his expression shifting from distress to one of unexpected pleasure. In no time, the experiment concluded, and all present held their breath, fixated on the subject. I seemed to feel no discomfort. A wave of excitement surged among the observers as Wang Zhe broke into a rare smile. Meanwhile, a recorder diligently documented the moment. Now, they merely needed to endure the observation period to validate the experiment's success. Tension hung in the air as they stood outside the observation room, casting anxious glances through the window to gauge the subject's condition. "Get away. Don't touch me." Just as relief began to wash over them, the subject's anguished cries erupted from the observation room, an unmistakable sign of failure. "I appreciate everyone's hard work during this time. Let us retire early today. We have a formidable battle ahead." After dismissing everyone, Wang Zhe remained alone in the research facility. Suddenly, a fit of laughter burst forth from him. "What ails you? Is the stimulus too intense?" The system, startled by this unexpected outburst, cautiously inched closer. "It is nothing. I merely find that this apparent failure may not be a misfortune after all." "Indeed," the system responded, puzzled. "In truth, I anticipated this outcome prior to the experiment, as this was the inaugural trial involving a living subject. The concepts I previously studied had undergone countless failures before achieving success. Should this initial attempt have succeeded, I would not have felt joy, but rather anxiety over potential issues or residual effects. Besides, the experiment yielded at least 10 minutes of success today, which is sufficient." Chapter 57. At last, a triumph. Wang Zhe was acutely aware of what the experiment's success signified, yet he also comprehended the minuscule odds of such an outcome. Moreover, having achieved a modest success that lasted over 10 minutes, he felt already gratified. A subtle smile graced his lips as he contemplated the electronic model beside him. Feeling a sense of contentment, "Wang Zhe, your current success seems to stem from this very mindset you possess." The system reflected, having observed Wang Zhe's unwavering patience since its inception. Regardless of the number of failures, he accepted each setback with grace until the final triumph. "Is that so?" Wang Zhe pondered, recalling his past achievements. It indeed appeared to be the case. With a serene smile, he massaged his neck and resumed his focus on the experiment. Throughout the night, both the system and Wang Zhe immersed themselves in the model, displaying no signs of fatigue. "These human sensory systems require re-evaluation. Allow me to handle it." The system prepared itself, while Wang Zhe remained silent. At last, after a night of research, Wang Zhe identified the source of the issue and implemented improvements. Eager for the subject to attempt the experiment once more, when he reached out to the subject's family, a wave of apprehension washed over him, recognizing the emotional toll of yesterday's failure on them. "Of course, whenever is convenient for you, we can come by at any time." The family's willingness to assist filled Wang Zhe with encouragement, leaving him astonished by their attitude. "Are you certain?" he asked, seeking reassurance. "Absolutely. We are committed to helping our child escape the clutches of addiction, and as long as no harm comes to him, we are open to multiple trials." Wang Zhe exhaled in relief, surprised by the trust placed in him. "Rest assured, we will not cause him any harm. Please bring him at the same time as last time. We will coordinate with the doctors." After imparting a few brief instructions, he commenced preparations. The rest of the research team gradually arrived, expressing concern upon hearing Wang Zhe would conduct another experiment so soon. "It has only been a night. Is this feasible?" "I am uncertain. While I have faith in Wang Zhe's capabilities, achieving a breakthrough in just one night seems rather hasty." "Enough chatter. We shall soon find out this afternoon. Let us focus on our respective tasks," an assistant interjected, interrupting the hushed discussions. Wang Zhe remained entirely absorbed in his checks, unfazed by the surrounding murmurs. Finally, the subject returned to the laboratory, and it was evident that his condition had improved significantly. Wang Zhe consulted the observation report, confirming that the subject's state was indeed better than before, indicating that the model had been effective to some extent. "Shall we begin?" "Everything is prepared." Wang Zhe gently patted the subject's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. The subject merely regarded him with a glance, devoid of the emotional turbulence exhibited the previous day. The surrounding researchers held their breath, fixated on the unfolding scene. Soon, the experiment concluded, and the subject was ushered into the observation room for further assessment, while the others stood vigil outside, monitoring the situation. Minutes ticked by, and as the 30-minute observation period elapsed, the subject remained unresponsive. "How do you feel?" Wang Zhe inquired. Anxiety etched on his face. The subject's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he slowly lifted his gaze to meet Wang Zhe's. In a choked voice, he uttered, I think I might be saved. This declaration elicited smiles from all present. It seemed they had truly succeeded. Although the experiment had progressed favorably, the subject would still require a period of observation in a rehabilitation facility, as the current machinery was not yet ready for public use. Multiple clinical trials were necessary to validate its efficacy. However, 6 months would swiftly pass. At last, this phase of work could conclude, allowing Wang Zhe to rest comfortably at home. After dinner, he casually picked up a book he had recently purchased, one that delved into research topics. This book discussed how to amalgamate numbers and codes with human emotions, precisely what Wang Zhe had been investigating. Captivated, he delved deeper into its pages. The text mentioned precedents abroad, which, while not yet entirely precise, could effectively address the majority of human issues. Seizing the moment, Wang Zhe applied for an overseas assignment, wishing to conduct field research that might expedite the model's release. Chen Qiaqiang, upon hearing this, could not decline, though he expressed concern for Wang Zhe's well-being. Wang Zhe, I understand your dedication to this model, but how many nights have you gone without proper rest? Wang Zhe smiled, dismissing the concern. Such matters were trivial to him. If his international research yielded valuable insights, it could mean liberation for at least half of those confined in the grim shadows of addiction. I am well aware of my own health. You need not worry. How can I not worry? I know you all too well. Just consider how many sleepless nights you have endured. Chen Qiaqiang, much like Wang Zhe's father, could not help but reprimand him. All right, I assure you, teacher. Once this assessment concludes, you shall not see me at the research institute. Wang Zhe knew well the words that pleased Chen Qiaqiang. Given the circumstances, Chen Qiaqiang had no choice but to acquiesce. The following morning, Yang Yu brought breakfast to Wang Zhe. It had been quite some time since they had dined together. Their last promise of an evening meal had fallen through due to Wang Zhe's obligations at the research institute. What? You are going abroad for a research trip? And what about me? May I accompany you? Yang Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation upon hearing Wang Zhe's plans to study various countries' scientific techniques. Wang Zhe hesitated, realizing he had not considered whether to bring Yang Yu along. Seeing his silence, Yang Yu's heart sank. Are you not planning to take me with you? She asked, a hint of sadness in her voice. Yang Yu, I fear I shall be traversing many countries, and as you oversee finances, there would be little for you to do, and it might prove tedious. Wang Zhe explained patiently, concerned that Yang Yu might misconstrue his intentions. But you will need someone to take care of your daily needs. I wouldn't be a burden. Yang Yu insisted, reluctant to relinquish the possibility of seeing him again should he travel abroad. Listen, I promise to contact you daily, Wang Zhe said earnestly, looking intently at Yang Yu. Deep down, she understood that he would not relent, and after finishing their meal, she departed. After Yang Yu left, Wang Zhe sat alone on the sofa, lost in thought. Why don't you let Yang Yu come with you? The system expressed sympathy for Yang Yu, failing to comprehend Wang Zhe's reasoning. I merely wish for her to have her own pursuits. She should not always revolve around me, Wang Zhe explained, his intentions noble yet somewhat rigid, leading to misunderstandings regarding his feelings. What a pitiable woman, burdened with a boyfriend so absorbed in his career. Not everyone shares your singular focus, the system remarked, recalling Yang Yu's expression with a pang of empathy. Is that so? Yet, I wish for Yang Yu to be herself, not merely identified as Wang Zhe's girlfriend. She should not be constrained by my identity. Wang Zhe's desire was to prevent Yang Yu from losing her individuality, yet from her perspective, this might be difficult to grasp. Furthermore, his commitment to his research was paramount. Once this model was unveiled, many more discoveries awaited them. After 2 days, Wang Zhe packed his belongings and embarked on his research journey. Since the announcement of his project, paparazzi had begun to trail him, yet with the president's backing, they dared not release any negative reports, effectively shielding him from slander. As the paparazzi followed him to the airport, they confirmed his international research trip, which had generated considerable buzz. Wang Zhe truly has no adverse news surrounding him. How could anyone dare to defame him before? One photographer mused as they prepared their equipment. Soon, the headline Wang Zhe allegedly heads overseas for research, devoted, surged to the trending list, igniting excitement among his fans, who flocked to the airport even before him. Female celebrities, including Wang Zhe, decided to dress up and send him off, knowing he would be gone for an extended period. Upon Wang Zhe's arrival at the airport, he was immediately swarmed by adoring fans, and even some passers-by recognized him and joined in to take pictures. I'm sorry, but I have a flight to catch, Wang Zhe thought, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in the midst of the crowd but maintaining his composure. Watching the security personnel diligently assist him, he felt a twinge of guilt for complicating their duties. Don't give up, Wang Zhe. We will wait for your return. The chorus of voices grew increasingly chaotic, causing him distress while he tried to navigate through the throngs. The female celebrities joined in the emotional farewell, crying and laughing with the fans. Thank you all for your support, but I'm about to miss my flight. Could you please make some room so I can board? Wang Zhe implored as the minutes slipped away. All right, everyone, please let him through. He is off to research. Gradually, the crowd parted, allowing him to advance. Finally, as he began the check-in process, the fans continued to follow, causing a disturbance among other passengers. Wang Zhe managed to find a moment to rest, only to be encircled once more by fans seeking autographs. Could you please sign this for my friend who couldn't be here? A shy girl asked, presenting a photo. Surprised, Wang Zhe accepted the request, unsure how they had obtained his picture. As he signed, more fans emerged with items for him to sign, some even asking for photos. Overwhelmed, Wang Zhe felt unprepared for the frenzy. Just as he thought it might settle, it escalated further. When it was finally time for boarding, he assumed the fans would disperse, but a few insisted on following him onto the plane. Agitated, he worried about the disturbance this would cause. Remembering his intention to travel discreetly in economy class, he felt a surge of frustration at the situation. Abruptly, he turned and walked back to the check-in desk, leaving the fans confused. Wang Zhe, you're boarding. One enthusiastic fan exclaimed, pointing toward the boarding gate. Ignoring her, he continued on his path. Please help me upgrade my ticket, he requested firmly, presenting his identification. Certainly. Just to confirm, you wish to upgrade from economy to business class? The attendant asked. Yes. Please expedite. My flight is about to board, Wang Zhe urged, noticing the fans were about to approach him again. As the upgrade was processed, the persistent fans resumed their chatter, oblivious to Wang Zhe's disinterest. Your upgrade has been completed. Please keep your documents safe and proceed to the business class boarding gate. The attendant informed him. Thank you, Wang Zhe replied, striding confidently toward the VIP passage, relishing the newfound peace. Wang Zhe neatly arranged his belongings and requested a glass of water from the flight attendant, engrossed in the scientific literature he held in his hands. The fans who had hoped to catch a glimpse of him felt a sense of disappointment, yet were powerless to change their circumstances. After all, Wang Zhe was not a celebrity like Wang Zhe or Ri Ba, and even for entertainment stars, such grand gestures as airport pickups should not be encouraged. As the plane took off, Wang Zhe, after a brief period of reading, began to feel fatigued and, once he was sure of the time, closed his eyes to rest. He was eagerly anticipating the forthcoming research journey. Chapter 59, What are you doing here? Upon awakening, Wang Zhe glanced at the time, believing he had slept for a long while, when in fact it had only been 2 hours, and they were soon to land. Feeling a slight hunger, he asked the flight attendant for a meal, consuming it while continuing to read. The captivating content of the book nearly made him forget to eat, while those around him quietly engaged in their own pursuits, providing Wang Zhe with a sense of comfort. Finally, the plane landed smoothly in Eagle Country. He had chosen this destination as the starting point for his academic journey because it was where his father had embarked on his own educational path. Since joining the research institute, Wang Zhe had rarely seen his family. Aside from occasional phone calls, the family had not shared a meal together in quite some time. Thus, upon arriving in Eagle Country, his father had arranged everything for him. If it weren't for his parents' health issues that made travel strenuous, they would have surely accompanied him to ensure his well-being. You must have just landed. I've sent you the address of your accommodation. Please be cautious while you're there. Wang Zhe received a call from his father as soon as he disembarked, and he found his father's concerns endearing rather than bothersome. Okay, I got it, Dad. I'm grown now. You and Mom need to take care of yourselves too, and remember to take your medicine. All right, I understand you're an adult now. Hurry and take a taxi to your place. I believe you will like it. After exchanging a few more words, they finally ended the call. Wang Zhe arrived at the accommodation his father had arranged. Just as he inserted the key, the door swung open unexpectedly. Surprise! He heard a familiar voice. And upon closer inspection, he saw Yang Yu. What are you doing here? Wang Zhe exclaimed in disbelief, glancing down at the address his father had sent him to confirm he was indeed at the right location. Are you unhappy to see me? Yang Yu teased. Noticing Wang Zhe's surprise was not rooted in displeasure, but rather astonishment. No, I'm just a bit shocked at how you ended up here. Yang Yu smiled brightly, ready to assist him with his luggage. Don't touch it. It's heavy, Wang Zhe said, taking the suitcase into the room himself, finding the place quite satisfactory. After your father learned I was here, he thought we would be coming together. When he realized I wasn't coming, he seemed quite surprised. Wang Zhe paused, not expecting his father to regard Yang Yu so highly, but he considered it a positive development. So, you arrived before me? Yes. Your uncle must have noticed my desire to come and expressed concern that you might not take care of yourself alone, so he asked me to come over. He even purchased my ticket. Yang Yu held no grudges, recounting the events candidly. Wang Zhe, understanding that his father was aware of his relationship with Yang Yu. Chose not to elaborate further. Well, I appreciate your help during this time. If there's anything you need, just let me know. If you ever feel bored. Wang Zhe hesitated, contemplating how to phrase his thoughts, while Yang Yu looked at him with eager anticipation. If you're bored, just tell me, and I will keep you company. Wang Zhe gazed at the cheerful expression on Yang Yu's face, feeling his own spirits lift. After a long day of travel and adjusting to the time difference, both Wang Zhe and Yang Yu went to bed early. The next morning, Wang Zhe began sending his prepared resume and other introductions to various research institutes in Eagle Country via email. Why are you up so early? Yang Yu asked, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she observed Wang Zhe in the study. She thought she had woken up quite early, only to find Wang Zhe was already organized. Breakfast is on the table. Once you're done washing up, hurry and eat, though it's quite simple. Wang Zhe closed his computer and stepped outside, reminding Yang Yu not to forget to eat. Yang Yu nodded, still drowsy, and headed to the bathroom. Wang Zhe settled onto the sofa, watching television, though his thoughts were elsewhere. This trip to Eagle Country was merely the beginning for Wang Zhe. He aspired to leverage his extensive experience to learn from research institutes across various nations. Every country possesses its own areas of expertise, and if his abilities were sufficient, he might bring back valuable knowledge, making future research endeavors in his homeland markedly easier. Perhaps Wang Zhe could even emerge as one of the world's leading researchers. Wang Zhe, you shouldn't be too busy now that you've just arrived in Eagle Country, right? Yang Yu inquired while munching on her bread. Not at the moment. I'm mostly just waiting for notifications. Wang Zhe replied honestly, clarifying why Yang Yu had asked. Then let's go out later. I haven't felt this relaxed in ages. Once you start at the research institute, I won't have anyone to accompany me. Yang Yu looked at him with a pitiful expression, eagerly anticipating an outing with Wang Zhe. However, I feel like there isn't much to do around here. Have you found any places you'd like to visit? Wang Zhe pondered, recalling that the area was primarily residential, lacking in notable attractions, though it was conveniently located. Seeing Wang Zhe's willingness to consider going out, Yang Yu excitedly pulled out her phone and sent him several messages filled with her planned itinerary. You've prepared all this? Wang Zhe was taken aback. Each itinerary was meticulously detailed, leading one to believe that Yang Yu had lived here for many years. Yes, I had some free time, so I made a few plans. Each one covers different aspects, including research interests, cultural customs, and some modern attractions. Take a look and see what you prefer. Yang Yu had even crafted a specialized section for research, believing it would pique Wang Zhe's interest. Wang Zhe perused the suggestions for a while and found the cultural experiences particularly intriguing, especially since he would be staying in Eagle Country for an extended period. Let's go with the cultural experiences. That sounds quite interesting. Great choice. Wang Zhe added enthusiastically. Yang Yu beamed with excitement, quickly finishing her milk before rising to change her clothes. Wait for me. I just need to change and tidy up a bit before we head out. Before Yang Yu could leave, Wang Zhe swiftly approached her and gently wiped the milk from the corner of her mouth with a tissue. There's no need to rush. We have plenty of time. Wang Zhe's gentle gaze made Yang Yu's heart flutter. Nonetheless, Yang Yu did not take long to prepare, and soon they were ready to depart. Throughout their journey, both were brimming with excitement, unable to resist engaging with anything that caught their eye and warmly greeting foreign friends. To Wang Zhe, their enthusiasm appeared exceptionally endearing. Chapter 60. Unfounded hostility. Initially, Yang Yu assumed Wang Zhe would choose to visit a science museum or something similar, but was surprised when he opted for a different location, prompting her to don her floral dress. A simple outer layer complemented her gentle demeanor beautifully. As they walked, a gentle breeze tousled her hair, and her radiant smile under the sun was particularly captivating. Wang Zhe, look at that puppy. It's so cute. I want to take a picture with it. Wang Zhe had been lost in thought, but snapped back to reality at Yang Yu's exclamation. Huh, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Rubbing the back of his head, he admitted that he had been too entranced by Yang Yu to pay attention to her words. Are you feeling unwell? Or are you just tired from walking around? Yam Potato had not given it much thought, believing he was simply enjoying himself too much and neglecting Wang Zhe's feelings. He hurriedly approached him, a look of concern on his face. No. You must be wanting to take a photo, right? Let me take it for you. Wang Zhe shook his head, pointing at Yam Potato's phone, revealing the camera on the screen. Yes, but are you sure you're okay? If you're tired, we could find a restaurant to eat and rest for a bit. Yam Potato remained uneasy, worried that Wang Zhe might not be adapting well since his arrival. I'm perfectly fine, just strike a pose, and I'll capture the moment for you. With a smile, Wang Zhe took the phone from Yam Potato's hand. Seeing this, Yam Potato said nothing further. He approached the little dog, confirmed with its owner, and then crouched down, though concern still lingered in his eyes. Smile? Yes, that's lovely. Wang Zhe earnestly took her picture, observing her on the phone screen. Perhaps Yam Potato really was quite endearing, as even the nearby dog appeared particularly well-behaved. All right, as long as we have something usable. After expressing gratitude to the dog's owner, Yam Potato quickly ran over to Wang Zhe to check the photos. Could you wait a moment? Wang Zhe walked over to the dog's owner, conversing briefly, and Yam Potato watched as the foreign friend smiled and nodded, taking the phone. What is going on? Yam Potato asked, perplexed. I asked him to take a photo for us. It's not every day we get to eat together. So we ought to have a keepsake. Wang Zhe avoided meeting Yam Potato's gaze, standing earnestly beside her, his body unconsciously leaning towards her. Yam Potato, naturally pleased, stood shyly in silence. All right. Together, they perused the photos just taken, and Yam Potato felt her heart flutter at the sight of Wang Zhe. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Zhe had no interest in the photos, his gaze fixated solely on her. After wandering for a while longer and dining at a restaurant boasting local delicacies, they returned to the apartment. Exhausted from the day's adventures, Yam Potato headed straight to freshen up. Seizing the opportunity while she occupied the bathroom, Wang Zhe opened his laptop to check his email, discovering he had received a notification regarding an interview scheduled for the next morning based on his resume. What are you looking at? Is it about the research institute? Yam Potato emerged unexpectedly, noticing Wang Zhe's serious demeanor as he stared at the computer screen. Unable to resist leaning in to take a peek. Yes, a few institutes have invited me to visit, but I'm considering this one. Wang Zhe pointed to his preferred research institute, which he had intended to pursue from the beginning. Oh, it must be because your resume is impressive to receive so many invitations. In that case, choose the one you like best. As she dried her hair, Yam Potato encouraged Wang Zhe. Yes, I've already arranged to meet them via email tomorrow, and if all goes well, I could start either the next day or in the afternoon. Well, congratulations. I'll just stay home and take care of your daily needs. Wang Zhe smiled but remained silent. He didn't want Yam Potato to lose herself, yet given her attitude, he found it difficult to refuse, fearing she might misunderstand his intentions. All right, hurry and dry your hair, don't catch a cold. Wang Zhe noticed Yam Potato's still damp hair and playfully draped a towel over her head, finding her quite adorable. Humph, fine, she replied. After washing up, it was already getting late, and both quickly fell asleep after their long day. The next day, Wang Zhe rose early, preparing for his visit to the research institute. Wang Zhe, don't be nervous, you can do it. Before he left, Yam Potato, who had been holding back her words, offered her support. Wang Zhe smiled indulgently, nodding as he departed. Upon arriving at the institute, the supervisor asked him a few straightforward questions, and Wang Zhe answered them with ease. Coupled with his impressive background, he soon secured his start date. The supervisor then guided him through the institute. He was the only foreigner, and everyone regarded him with curious stares. Although Wang Zhe felt somewhat uncomfortable, he brushed it off, understanding he had just arrived. This will be your workspace. If you wish, we can finalize your employment now. Or would you prefer to do it tomorrow? The supervisor gestured towards an empty desk. After some contemplation, Wang Zhe decided to proceed with his employment immediately. Eager to begin his learning journey. Is it possible to finalize my employment now? What steps should I take? The supervisor appreciated Wang Zhe's decisiveness. He had been drawn to his resume from the start, and now, witnessing his straightforwardness, he regarded him with newfound respect. All right, follow me. In no time, Wang Zhe officially became a member of the Research Institute. Just as he was preparing to immerse himself in work, the intensity of the surrounding gazes became increasingly palpable, making it hard for him to ignore. New guy, make 10 copies of this and check this data while you're at it. A colleague approached, handing him 2 documents without waiting for a response before promptly leaving. Wang Zhe stared at the papers on his desk, momentarily taken aback. Although he found the situation odd, he complied. Throughout the afternoon, he felt that the other colleagues were conspiring against him. Despite their limited interaction, every word and action seemed to convey their disdain. Wang Zhe found this disheartening, reflecting on his behavior and finding nothing amiss. After work, he felt rather fatigued. What's wrong? Not adjusting well on your first day? Yam Potato had prepared dinner, trying her hand at some local dishes alongside a few from her hometown, worried Wang Zhe might not be accustomed to the food. Yam Potato, do you think there is something wrong with me? Wang Zhe, unable to comprehend the situation, decided to consult her. Yam Potato paused for a moment before responding. Is it that you're struggling with the work at the institute? It's not that. The work isn't an issue. I just have this feeling that the others at the institute perceive me differently. Back home, when a newcomer arrives, even if everyone is busy, they are still friendly. But here is it because you're the only foreigner at the institute? How did you know? Wang Zhe was surprised, not expecting Yam Potato to deduce that. That's it. It's simply the way of social dynamics. You'll experience similar reactions at the institute. Wang Zhe suddenly realized the implication of her words. Oh, I understand now. They might be concerned that I have ulterior motives for being at the research institute, perhaps due to my nationality? He had heard that gaining acceptance in the Eagle country could be challenging, and he hadn't anticipated experiencing this so soon. Wang Zhe refrained from saying more, feeling somewhat resigned. Let us eat. Aware that Yam Potato had prepared a special meal for him, he didn't want to dampen her spirits. Recognizing that challenges at work were to be expected. Fortunately, Yam Potato's cheerful disposition ensured that their dinner was relatively pleasant. During the time Wang Zhe was finishing his meal, Yam Potato took it upon herself to inform her father about the situation, knowing that Wang Zhe would never voluntarily share his troubles with family. However, this matter was significant, and she understood Wang Zhe would likely choose to endure it silently. After some deliberation, she decided to share the situation with her father. As anticipated, upon learning of the issue, Wang Zhe's father expressed gratitude towards Yam Potato and quickly devised a solution. Utilizing his connections in the Eagle country, he secured documentation for Wang Zhe and Yam Potato that allowed them to reside freely in any country, alleviating their worries. Yam Potato felt a wave of relief. This way, Wang Zhe could focus on his studies without concern. The following day, Wang Zhe arrived at the research institute punctually. Although it was a prestigious research institute in the Eagle country, there were no strict requirements regarding work hours. It seemed that most researchers had their own routines, making it difficult to establish a uniform system, leading to the dismissal of strict clocking-in protocols. As soon as Wang Zhe settled at his desk, the supervisor approached him, inviting him to lunch. Wang Zhe was taken aback. The previous day, everyone had exhibited such distant behavior, yet today, his colleagues were noticeably friendlier. Yes, Wang Zhe. Everyone was too busy yesterday to welcome you properly. I hope you don't take it to heart. The restaurant is indeed quite commendable, and we are fortunate to bask in your glory. Amidst the lively chatter, Wang Zhe finds himself disliking such gatherings. Dining together does not equate to genuine popularity, and he feels deeply uncomfortable in these awkward situations. Is everyone going? He inquires, placing down the items in his hands and gazing at the organizer. The organizer is taken aback, not expecting such a question from Wang Zhe. Ah, of course. Observing the enthusiasm of his peers, Wang Zhe feels out of place. Yet the purpose of his presence here, to gain entry into the prestigious research institute, compels him to conform. Any slip of the tongue could jeopardize his chances of admission, which are already slim. Prior to submitting his application, Wang Zhe had researched the prerequisites for entering the elite institute. He initially assumed it would be similar to domestic standards, only to discover that a second-tier institute is required for entry. The most effective and efficient means for him to secure a position in the highest-level institute is to obtain a spot at his current research institute, which has very limited vacancies. Everyone is striving for the same goal, and he cannot afford to be complacent. It has been 3 years since he last had the opportunity to enter such an esteemed institution, and as a foreigner, his situation is already precarious. He must ensure that no mistakes occur. After much deliberation, Wang Zhe resolves to join the gathering, eager to learn as much as possible. Well, I appreciate everyone's kindness, he expresses, though he is not one for pleasantries. Fortunately, being among fellow foreigners, they do not seem overly concerned. Even if they were, his father's investments would surely silence any dissent. All right then, it's settled. We shall dine together at noon. The organizer instructs everyone to resume their work, unaware that all of this is orchestrated by Wang Zhe's father. After learning the news from Yang Yu the previous night, Wang Zhe's father grew increasingly irate at the thought of his son merely wanting to learn while facing opposition. In a fit of determination, he made a substantial investment into Wang Zhe's research institute. Furthermore, he informed the dean and relevant authorities of his relationship with Wang Zhe, leaving them astonished. They promptly assured him that they would take good care of Wang Zhe, showering him with flattery. That very evening, the organizer informed everyone at the institute of this development and instructed them to look after Wang Zhe. In truth, the organizer had witnessed the researchers' treatment of Wang Zhe but had chosen to overlook it. Otherwise, the researchers would not have exhibited such a dramatic change in attitude. The following morning, Wang Zhe found his work at the institute considerably more relaxed. He was no longer assigned menial tasks such as serving tea or making copies. The organizer even entrusted him with a small project, which, while simple, was perfectly suited to his current status. Meanwhile, Yang Yu was at home, anxious about Wang Zhe's situation. Aware that he would not answer calls while working, she resisted the urge to reach out. Throughout the morning, she found it difficult to focus on anything, despite her belief that Wang Zhe's father would resolve the issues. Nevertheless, worry crept into her mind. She frequently glanced at the clock on the wall, yearning to call Wang Zhe. Finally, as the minutes ticked by in her anxious waiting, she noticed it was time for Wang Zhe's break. and hastily took out her phone to dial his number. However, upon checking, she realized only a minute had passed. No, it's too soon. Given Wang Zhe's nature, he will surely be busy for a while longer. Reminding herself to stay calm, Yang Yu convinced herself that waiting a bit longer wouldn't matter after all this time. Eventually, she deemed it appropriate to call and dialed Wang Zhe's number. Yang Yu, are you bored at home? Before she could respond, Wang Zhe inquired about her situation first. Oh, no, I was actually wondering how you're feeling today. A smirk tugged at Wang Zhe's lips as he replied, not bad. I took a test, and everyone seems to have changed quite a bit. Hearing this, Yang Yu let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Are you heading to lunch now? Yes, we're having a meal together with colleagues. All right. I won't interrupt your gathering then. Will you be home for dinner? Just as Yang Yu was about to hang up, she recalled that they had not properly celebrated Wang Zhe's work-related achievements the previous night. Well, let us have dinner at home. You don't need to prepare much. We can keep it simple, or if you prefer, we can order takeout. No problem. You focus on your work, he replied before ending the call. At that moment, they arrived at the designated restaurant. Due to the afternoon work commitments, the group refrained from excessive drinking, only offering Wang Zhe a warm welcome. Noticing the organizers' good spirits, Wang Zhe subtly inquired about the prerequisites for entering the prestigious research institute. Everyone was accustomed to such inquiries, as each individual aspiring to join a research institute aims for the highest level. The elite research institute is indeed a beacon in the industry. But I believe most of you have already seen the entry requirements online, the organizer stated. Wang Zhe nodded, acknowledging that he had researched extensively but still found some aspects unclear. I read that the number of spots is fixed each year. It can only decrease, never increase. Observing differing opinions on this matter, Wang Zhe felt somewhat perplexed. Precisely. After all, gaining entry into our country's premier research institute involves rigorous scrutiny. As the research conducted there is not only top tier in Eagle Country, but also globally recognized. Wang Zhe pondered this. He had gathered most of the basic information. Yet he was uncertain whether the organizer would divulge more. However, speculation without action would be futile, so he decided to probe further. What is the general direction of research at the Elite Institute? Is it in the areas where Eagle Country excels? Wang Zhe sought to understand whether Eagle Country continued to innovate in its areas of expertise or was venturing into new domains. The organizer's demeanor shifted, eyeing Wang Zhe with a cautious yet meaningful gaze. I'm not entirely sure about the current research directions, as I have not entered the highest research institute myself. I only have a superficial understanding. While the organizer was mindful of Wang Zhe's status, he recognized that, as a citizen of Xia Country, there were limits to what could be disclosed, regardless of the extent of his father's financial contributions. Indeed, I noticed on your resume that you're learning new technologies. What specific projects have you been researching lately? The organizer, true to his role, deftly reclaimed the initiative in the conversation. Wang Zhe discerned that this was a test, which he understood. Yes, I've recently conceived a new idea regarding experimental apparatus for factory transitions. Rather than resorting to deceit, he chose to be forthright about his thoughts. Although this apparatus had already been developed in Xia Country, it had not been widely publicized and was known only within that domestic context. Upon hearing this, the organizer recognized the merit in the idea, noting that Eagle Country was currently lacking in this area. Oh, that sounds promising. Do you have a preliminary concept in mind? Observing Wang Zhe's earnest expression, the organizer felt reassured that he was not merely probing for confidential information. I have a few ideas and am planning to start working on them. So I'd like to find a time to discuss them with you and see if the institute can provide support. Wang Zhe understood that no amount of verbal assurance would be as convincing as tangible evidence of his capabilities. He needed to demonstrate his worth to gain their respect. Really? Then when you return this afternoon, present me with a rough outline of your plan. If it aligns with our objectives, I will submit a request for support. While the organizer was intrigued by Wang Zhe's proposal, he remained vigilant, knowing the implications for the entire Eagle Country. If any errors arise, I would undoubtedly be unable to bear the responsibility. No problem, I will send it to you when I return. Wang Zhe smirked. This device was a mere trifle for him. The factory conversion apparatus from Xia Country was originally developed by him, and it was merely a matter of tinkering, certainly not a challenge for him. However, Wang Zhe did not deceive the supervisor. He indeed had new ideas regarding the factory conversion device. Previously, the conversion apparatus in Xia Country was primarily utilized in heavy industries, such as steelmaking, as the materials used could not meet food-grade standards. Yet, Wang Zhe had early on identified a significant need for such conversion devices in food factories, which could not be put into use due to non-compliance with standards. Now, he had the perfect opportunity to upgrade and modify the device, potentially achieving a breakthrough. After the gathering, The group returned to the research institute. Wang Zhe promptly sent his proposal to the supervisor. Although the supervisor was eager for results, he remained quite wary of Wang Zhe. The surrounding colleagues, while displaying friendly expressions, secretly harbored suspicions about Wang Zhe's intentions. Nevertheless, Wang Zhe had no time to concern himself with their opinions. He understood that the only way to dispel their doubts was to demonstrate his true capabilities. Wang Zhe, the supervisor is looking for you. Wang Zhe surmised it was related to his proposal and responded affirmatively before rising to go. As soon as he was out of sight, the remaining colleagues hastily began to discuss him. What exactly was Wang Zhe's background that warranted a personal invitation from the supervisor for a meal? Indeed, it was peculiar that he had sent us a message late last night, instructing us to treat him with more respect. It's absurd. And I checked his resume. It's impressive. Yet who among us hasn't endured hardships to get here? What gives him the right? A few gathered to deliberate Wang Zhe's situation, all feeling a sense of injustice. By the way, during lunch today, he was incessantly discussing methods to enter the highest research institute. Does he truly believe he can? We all aspire to that. And many more capable individuals than him have failed to succeed in recent years. Who does he think he is? I believe he is merely indulging in fantasies. It's difficult enough for a foreigner to establish a foothold here, let alone gain entry into our nation's top research institute. Is he out of his mind? The group found this notion laughable, convinced that Wang Zhe, as an outsider, could never hope to penetrate the highest echelons of the Eagle Nation's classified research. Enough. He's back. An observant colleague spotted Wang Zhe's shoes and quickly whispered, prompting everyone to disperse and feign normalcy as they resumed their work. In the office, the supervisor had informed Wang Zhe to pursue his project freely, assuring him that if he could successfully develop the device, it might lead to significant opportunities. Wang Zhe was elated, though he concealed any inappropriate expressions. While the supervisor's words were encouraging, Wang Zhe understood that gaining entry into the most prestigious research institute could not hinge solely on one device. At best, it would silence the naysayers. However, he knew he had to maintain the facade and avoid any slip-ups. Rest assured, I am quite confident about this project. Wang Zhe displayed a fervent demeanor, hoping to alleviate the supervisor's suspicions. Upon returning to his workstation, he reviewed his notes. The concepts were etched in his mind and merely required a few strokes of the pen. His primary challenge now was enhancing the safety of the device's materials without compromising functionality. Initially, while developing the apparatus, he had not considered the complexities involved. Many components were minuscule, making it increasingly difficult to achieve food-grade standards. Chapter 63. Gossip and Speculation. After much contemplation, Wang Zhe decided to commence experiments at his residence. The room prepared by his father for both him and Yang Yu was spacious, equipped with complete infrastructure, including a laboratory and a playroom filled with numerous drawing boards and LEGO sets. It was evident that the laboratory was designed for Wang Zhe's convenience, as his father understood that once he began his research, no one should disturb him. The playroom was thoughtfully prepared by his father to prevent Yang Yu from feeling lonely, as he was uncertain about her interests, and thus provided a variety of toys. When Yang Yu first saw the setup, she was astonished, not expecting Wang Zhe's father to be so considerate. Before the end of the workday, Wang Zhe approached the supervisor again, hoping for permission to conduct research at home. At home? Do you have all the necessary equipment there? The supervisor was clearly taken aback by Wang Zhe's statement. Although he could surmise Wang Zhe's substantial wealth from his father's investment in the research institute, the existence of a home laboratory still surprised him. Yes, I have the essential equipment, so there shouldn't be any issues. Wang Zhe was accustomed to this, as he had previously shocked others in Xia country with the existence of a home laboratory. In fact, what the supervisor did not realize was that the so-called essentials included some equipment that many research institutes lacked. All right, if you need anything, just let me know. But you must come to the institute at least every 2 days to clock in. The supervisor was reluctant to impose strict requirements, as the success of this conversion device did not significantly impact him, given that the Eagle Nation was also conducting its own research. His agreement was primarily to ascertain Wang Zhe's motives for wanting to enter the highest research institute. Understood, I will keep that in mind. After receiving approval, Wang Zhe tidied up his workspace. Hey, why did you bring back so much stuff? Yang Yu noticed that Wang Zhe was carrying a backpack and a heavy bag. I am working on a project and have applied to conduct research at home. I will just clock in regularly. Wang Zhe noticed Yang Yu attempting to take the bag from him, but its weight was considerable, so he grasped her wrist and guided her inside, preventing her from lifting it. I promise I will try my best not to disturb you. I will stay in the resting area that Uncle prepared for me and play, so you don't have to worry, Yang Yu declared with a serious expression, raising her hand in a gesture of sincerity. It's fine, do whatever you like. However, there may be times when I can't respond promptly if you talk to me. So please don't be upset. Wang Zhe looked fondly at the earnest Yang Yu, internally finding her adorable. That's okay. I understand you're busy. Yang Yu nodded earnestly. The following morning, Wang Zhe devoted himself entirely to modifying the design diagrams in the laboratory, focusing intently on the data. This continued for several days, with little else occupying his time. Each day, he was only compelled to rise for meals, dragged along by Yang Yu, or to pace around the room. Without her presence, Wang Zhe would likely have remained glued to his chair. At the research institute, the supervisor reviewed the clock-in records with a heavy sigh. Initially, it had been agreed that Wang Zhe would check in at least every 2 days, yet many days had passed with no attendance recorded. However, despite his desire to reprimand Wang Zhe, the supervisor chose to turn a blind eye, given Wang Zhe's father's investment. Others in the research institute, however, were not so forgiving. Wang Zhe's absence for 2 consecutive days had already raised eyebrows, and with the attendance report revealing his extended absence, discontent began to brew among the staff. What is going on with Wang Zhe? How dare he be absent for so long? The colleague who had initially challenged Wang Zhe on his first day at the institute found this particularly irksome and could not hold back his complaints. Exactly. If any of us were absent for more than 3 days, we'd surely receive a barrage of calls from the supervisor. This is utterly outrageous. What is the true background of Wang Zhe that allows the person in charge to protect him so fervently? I have heard that Wang Zhe holds considerable wealth in Xia country. Not only is he a second-generation rich kid, but he also possesses a remarkable talent for making money. Could it be? Could it be what? Do not leave me hanging. The gazes of the others converged upon this colleague, fearing they might miss some crucial information. Ahem. Come a little closer. The individual glanced around to ensure the person in charge was absent. A circle of people formed, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. It seems that Wang Zhe is merely a frivolous young master. Although he possesses some capabilities, he ultimately enjoys a carefree life funded by his family. Upon hearing this, the crowd, recalling Wang Zhe's recent behavior, found it difficult to doubt. I knew it. Just look at him, a foreigner entering our research institute. And the person in charge treats him so well, dining together, clocking in together. Being born into such privilege is indeed advantageous. If I had a family background like his, I might even surpass him. However, his rampant disregard for rules is truly infuriating. Little did they know, just as they were engaged in fervent discussions, a group of workers entered, carrying a device. Everyone was taken aback. What is this? They rushed forward to inspect it, and were astonished to discover it was a conversion device. It turns out that Wang Zhe had completed the improved conversion device and had it delivered before he even arrived. He had meticulously measured each component, selecting the most suitable configurations based on the material's properties. For this reason, he had even requested the system to conduct a thorough check, worried about unforeseen issues. Fortunately, with his experience, the system reported no problems. At that moment, everyone in the research institute gazed at the device in awe. Wow, did we just develop this? This is the first time I've seen such a sophisticated conversion device. Where did it come from? It's truly astonishing. Indeed, we previously imported such devices from other countries. But judging by the materials, they appear to originate from our own country. A colleague skilled in material selection quickly recognized that most of the components were sourced from the Eagle country. Yet, to date, no device has been reported as developed there. The crowd felt a mix of admiration and curiosity, eager to meet this remarkable individual. Yes, I wonder which genius has crafted this device. Once it is unveiled, it will surely astound the Eagle country. Just as the crowd was lost in their amazement, Wang Zhe arrived. Sir, please inspect this, and, if everything is in order, kindly sign here. Chapter 64. Past matters unexamined. Wang Zhe took the delivery worker's invoice, glanced at it briefly, and swiftly signed his name. The researchers, who had initially been in high spirits, now wore frozen smiles, their gazes trailing Wang Zhe as it finally settled on the conversion device. What's wrong? Is there an issue with this? Wang Zhe feigned ignorance, casually inquiring while calmly observing everyone beside the device. This device is your creation? The colleague who had previously alluded to Wang Zhe being a member of a wealthy family now asked incredulously. While organizing the device, Wang Zhe nonchalantly replied, "Yes. It is mine. Is there a problem?" The person in charge, having heard the commotion outside, chose to remain distant, merely observing the situation unfold. "No, it's not that. It's just that what are you implying? Haven't you seen this before? As far as I know, the Eagle country has not successfully developed anything on its own." Wang Zhe's remark struck a nerve with everyone present, although he had been absent for a few days. He had overheard some discussions at the entrance. The expressions of the group darkened, taken aback by Wang Zhe's directness. Indeed. The colleague awkwardly scratched the back of his head, but remained genuinely impressed by the research device. Wang Zhe, since you brought this device with you, it proves you have successfully developed it. Could you perhaps explain it to us? The colleague who recognized the materials implored Wang Zhe eagerly. Upon hearing this, the others entirely forgot their previous discussions about Wang Zhe, pulling out notebooks from seemingly nowhere, their eyes filled with anticipation for valuable insights. Observing their sycophantic demeanor, Wang Zhe found it somewhat amusing, crossing his arms and watching them in silence. As time passed, the expressions of the others grew increasingly awkward, exchanging glances. Unsure of what to say, Wang Zhe raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. Wang Zhe? Someone called his name, yet he remained unresponsive. Another colleague, understanding Wang Zhe's intentions, gently tapped the first colleague, signaling for him to step aside. Wang Zhe, previously, we had some biases against you. After all, research often touches upon state secrets, so everyone quickly chimed in, realizing the gravity of their earlier remarks. Yes, Wang Zhe, we sincerely apologize for our previous actions and statements. It was truly inappropriate. Indeed, we did not consider the implications and questioned your intentions and capabilities. Wang Zhe gazed at them with indifference, relieved they recognized their mistakes. Otherwise, they would have lost a valuable learning opportunity. Wang Zhe, I acknowledge my prior misjudgments. Putting you in such a position was inappropriate. Now, you have demonstrated how misguided I was through your achievements. Thank you, and I am genuinely sorry. One colleague, who had initially spoken against Wang Zhe, approached him through the crowd, looking genuinely remorseful as he expressed these sentiments. Finally, a smile broke across Wang Zhe's face, seeing their sincerity. He was willing to overlook past grievances. Initially, he had come to gain entry into the highest-level research institute. If this opportunity allowed him to prove himself while fostering good relations, he saw no reason not to embrace it. I accept your apologies, although it may not sound ideal. I believe that maintaining a casual attitude could deepen the divide between us. Wang Zhe smiled and patted the colleague's shoulder, eager to share his knowledge with them. He could not help but recall the invaluable assistance he received from Professor Chen Qiaoqiang when he first entered the research institute. In this intricate realm of scientific inquiry, having someone willing to lend a hand is indeed a stroke of great fortune. Witnessing Wang Zhe's response, the group felt a wave of relief. Yet shame lingered in their hearts. The person in charge, observing the positive atmosphere from a distance, also exhaled in relief. Now it was time to thoroughly inspect the conversion device Wang Zhe had developed. In truth, the device was not as complicated as one might imagine. Previously, in Xia country, he had developed a version suitable for heavy industry. However, this was an upgraded model that could even be applied in the food sector. Wow. No wonder it is so intricate. You clearly possess exceptional abilities. Yes, but why didn't you develop food-grade applications while in Xia country? I recall that Xia country does not primarily focus on heavy industry. The crowd marveled, while simultaneously harboring some uncertainties. Wang Zhe nodded, continuing, you are correct. My country does not primarily emphasize heavy industry. However, while some materials can be utilized, they are not optimal. Oh. So that is why you developed food-grade applications only after arriving in the Eagle country. Although our country may not match Xia country in this regard, we excel in the versatility of material utilization. A colleague well-versed in material selection could not contain his enthusiasm. Indeed, the materials from your Eagle country are indeed superior to those from Xia country, which is why I proposed further development. After Wang Zhe finished speaking, he encouraged that same colleague to enlighten everyone about the differences in materials between the two countries. Wang Zhe unreservedly shared his research and development philosophy with everyone, allowing them to deeply appreciate his capabilities, proving he was not merely a privileged scion. Wang Zhe, I am truly grateful for your generosity in sharing your insights with us, expressed his colleagues, their admiration for him growing. Wang Zhe, slightly embarrassed, waved his hand dismissively, stating that they were all engaged in scientific research, united in the noble aim of contributing to the nation, the world, and humanity. You are quite right. We should engage in more discussions moving forward. The atmosphere within the Research Institute was delightful, with everyone harmoniously collaborating and addressing issues collectively. Consequently, Wang Zhe seized this opportunity to gather a wealth of information regarding entry into the highest research institute, while also delving into fields he had never explored before. Through these conversations, Wang Zhe gained a fresh perspective on the research ethos of the Eagle Nation, which starkly contrasted with that of the Summer Nation. Wang Zhe, are you planning to send this conversion device back to the Summer Nation? A colleague inquired, as the precision of such a device seemed unattainable not only for the Eagle Nation but also for the Summer Nation. Logically speaking, as a citizen of the Summer Nation, Wang Zhe should have aimed to unveil this device under their auspices. Wang Zhe shook his head, replying, "No, I have committed to taking responsibility for this. If possible, this device will be utilized under the collective name of our research institute." The group was taken aback by his words, astonished by his magnanimity. However, considering Wang Zhe's earlier selflessness, such a gesture seemed reasonable. Chapter 65, Seizing the Opportunity. Yet, hearing Wang Zhe say this was undeniably shocking. "You mean you intend for us to use it collectively under the institute's name?" They asked in disbelief, seeking clarification. "Yes, you heard correctly. Not only under our institute's name, but if you are willing, it can also be under the Eagle Nation's name." Wang Zhe had never been overly concerned about the device. Initially, he had upgraded it merely to prove his capabilities to the superiors. Now that his objective had been achieved, he believed his superiors had alleviated most of their doubts about him, rendering the device less valuable to him. "Wow, Wang Zhe, you truly are. Such generosity with such a sophisticated device." The group was profoundly impressed by his demeanor, and the supervisor was particularly pleased. Initially, the supervisor had merely sought to assess Wang Zhe's abilities, not placing much faith in him, let alone expecting any significant achievements. However, it became evident that Wang Zhe's prowess was formidable, and his attitude was indeed commendable, something few could emulate. "Wang Zhe, may I arrange for someone to move this device to the laboratory?" A colleague's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He greatly admired Wang Zhe, not only for his skills, but also for his generosity. "Of course, I mentioned that this device belongs to our research institute, and everyone is welcome to use it freely." Wang Zhe replied with a smile. Such an intricate instrument not only stirred excitement within their institute, but also attracted attention from other research institutions in the Eagle Nation. In a moment, Wang Zhe became the center of admiration, with everyone showing him great care. Wang Zhe took this opportunity to foster relationships and share ideas, addressing some of his prior blind spots in research. Eventually, after days of observation, the supervisor decided to have a serious discussion with Wang Zhe. "Wang Zhe, please deliver this document to the supervisor. He just asked me to inform you to come by." A colleague handed Wang Zhe a file to take along. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe immediately surmised the purpose of the supervisor's request for a meeting and eagerly accepted the file. "All right, I'll head over right away." Wang Zhe took the document and proceeded to the supervisor's office. For the past 2 days, Wang Zhe had been in turmoil, aware that the supervisor had begun using the conversion device he had developed. Yet, he hesitated to inquire further, fearing that doing so might rekindle doubts about his capabilities. Finally, he awaited his moment. "This is a document my colleague asked me to deliver to you." "Ah, just place it on the desk." "You must have guessed why I called you here," the supervisor remarked, demonstrating his astuteness. Wang Zhe, too, was astute, understanding that he had long anticipated this day. "To be honest, I thought it might be." Wang Zhe smiled, sitting composedly opposite the supervisor. "I am well aware of your capabilities. I have submitted the information regarding the device you developed, and I received news this morning." Wang Zhe held his breath. Although the device was exceedingly rare for the Eagle Nation, he felt a mix of tension and anticipation. His emotions were a whirlwind, leaving him subconsciously pressing his lips together. "So how did it go?" Wang Zhe's gaze was filled with eager longing, fixated on the supervisor. Of course, it was a success. Everyone was astounded by the information regarding the device. The supervisor had intended to tease Wang Zhe, but could not bear to do so upon witnessing his anxious expression. After careful consideration, he decided to directly convey the good news, allowing Wang Zhe a moment of relief after the intense days of research. "Is everything you said true?" Wang Zhe exclaimed, exhilarated. If this step succeeded, gaining the supervisor's approval would nearly secure his entry into the highest research institute. "Of course, would I lie to you? This is an official document from above, including a letter for you to review." With that, the supervisor opened his drawer and handed Wang Zhe the envelope he had just received that morning. Wang Zhe, visibly tense, bit his lip as he extended his hand to take the envelope. He carefully opened it and extracted the documents, confirming they were indeed the letter he had hoped for. "So, does this mean I now have the opportunity to enter the highest research institute?" His voice trembled slightly, realizing he was on the brink of achieving the goal that had brought him to the Eagle Nation. "Yes, the letter confirms your success, which means you may enter. But there is one additional matter I must inform you about." The supervisor's expression turned serious, as he pondered whether this news might lead Wang Zhe to regret his earlier decisions. Wang Zhe paused, sensing the supervisor's demeanor, a knot forming in his stomach as he worried about potential issues arising. "Please, go ahead, I'm not concerned." This reassurance was also a means of self-encouragement for Wang Zhe. "You know that it was your development of this conversion device that gained the upper management's approval for you. But the highest research institute requires your own innovations." Wang Zhe felt a bit puzzled. Indeed, he had developed the conversion device, but why was there a problem here? Because you agreed to have it recognized under the institute's name, it means, on paper, it does not belong to you. So, could you possibly create a new model? The supervisor had not anticipated that the highest research institute would set such a condition. Wang Zhe furrowed his brow. Although he had initially developed the conversion device to gain entry into the highest research institute, he had not been forewarned of such stipulations. Is there truly no other way besides developing another one? Wang Zhe questioned. Though he was confident in his ability to create a new, he was reluctant to waste time. The supervisor remained silent, and Wang Zhe grasped his implication. I understand. I should be able to do that. This letter doesn't have a time limit, does it? Wang Zhe sought confirmation. No, you need not worry about that. Wang Zhe nodded, leaving the office to contemplate at his workstation. Soon, he recalled a hypothesis he had previously encountered, which had yet to be proven. Perhaps he could succeed. Nanopaper absorption. Wang Zhe swiftly browsed the internet, confirming that no one had yet developed this technology, and promptly set out to gather information. Upon returning home that evening, he entered his laboratory and immersed himself in fervent experimentation. Having previously encountered this nanotechnology, it was not exceedingly challenging for him. However, the absorption system was somewhat unfamiliar. Thus, he decided to dedicate a significant amount of time to this endeavor to ensure its success. Chapter 66. Not here to be a drudge for several consecutive days. Wang Zhe remained in his laboratory. Unlike the previous time, when he was more receptive to Potato's entreaties to step outside, this time, he was resolute in his isolation. Potato stood at the doorway, watching Wang Zhe, engrossed in his research under the dim yellow light. A pang of sympathy arose within her. Yet she chose not to disturb him. Don't be too tense. You really don't have to do this. The system observed Potato's silent companionship at the door, feeling a twinge of concern and unable to refrain from urging Wang Zhe. However, Wang Zhe was entirely absorbed in his nanotechnology experiments, oblivious to the system's words. The system, feeling somewhat helpless, opted to remain silent as well. That evening, Potato prepared a meal that Wang Zhe particularly enjoyed. After calling out to him several times without a response, Potato decided not to intrude further and placed a portion of the food on a small table behind him. As she was enjoying her meal, a sudden exclamation from Wang Zhe startled her. She quickly set down her utensils and hurried over, her face awash with worry. What happened? Are you in danger? She asked, fretting over his safety. Upon closer inspection, she noticed Wang Zhe excitedly clutching a piece of paper, his eyes sparkling with joy. Potato, I did it, Wang Zhe exclaimed, and upon seeing the concern etched on her face, he rushed forward to embrace her tightly. Potato blinked in surprise. Yet her heart swelled with happiness for him. All right, now you can finally have a proper meal, she said, more concerned for his well-being than the success of his experiment. Yes, I'm truly grateful to you, Wang Zhe replied, grasping her shoulders, his eyes gleaming with admiration. The two finally sat together to enjoy a hearty meal. The next morning, Wang Zhe presented his successfully developed nanopaper to the head of the department. Before the supervisor could utter a word, Wang Zhe handed over his meticulously prepared documentation and began his explanation. Nanotechnology is a science built upon many modern advanced scientific principles. It is a dynamic discipline, a product of the fusion of contemporary science and technology, as you are well aware. The supervisor slowly picked up the materials Wang Zhe had provided, intrigued to discover the unique aspects of this paper. Indeed, but what makes this paper so special? He inquired. Wang Zhe smiled slightly and began to elaborate. The hydrophilic nanomaterials within nanotechnology possess the capability to absorb water. While my prior understanding was superficial, I discovered that the structure of these nanomaterials can form sponge-like substances. It would be prudent to apply this in fields accessible to the public. So, you have developed nanopaper that absorbs water? The supervisor regarded Wang Zhe with admiration, clearly impressed. Precisely. This paper may appear unremarkable, yet it can absorb a substantial amount of moisture while remaining unchanged to the touch. As he spoke, Wang Zhe lifted a nearby teacup and poured water onto the paper. Sure enough, the water vanished at a visibly remarkable rate, leaving the paper intact. The supervisor chuckled, saying, "It seems you are about to embark on a new chapter beyond our research institute." Wang Zhe exhaled in relief. He could finally transition to a more prestigious research facility. 2 days later, Wang Zhe stood at the entrance of the highest-level research institute in Eagle Country, clutching the acceptance letter and his technical report. He gazed upward, finally having arrived at this esteemed place. Soon, the staff escorted him inside, arranging everything appropriately. After changing into his research attire, he curiously surveyed his surroundings. You must be the new researcher. Welcome aboard. Just as Wang Zhe pondered what to do next, a colleague, who appeared to be of a similar standing, approached him. Yes. Hello, I am Wang Zhe, he replied, feeling a bit nervous and nearly forgetting to extend his hand. The colleague, noticing his unease, smiled reassuringly, recounting that he had felt similarly upon his arrival and encouraged him not to worry. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the colleague was called away by his mentor, leaving Wang Zhe alone once more. "Hey, the new guy Wang Zhe, right? Welcome. Could you please tidy up the laboratory?" Wang Zhe, about to greet the person, felt a wave of resignation wash over him upon hearing the request. "All right, I'll take care of it," he replied. Although the staff had been quite cordial, he felt a sense of discomfort, as he had come to learn and develop skills, only to find himself performing menial tasks. To his dismay, in the following days, Wang Zhe found himself relegated to cleaning the laboratory and assisting with procurement. This left him quite frustrated, as he had anticipated engaging in technical work rather than being relegated to such tasks. Once again, he was summoned to clean laboratory tools, his dissatisfaction evident. Are you new here?" An older researcher, just entering the cleaning room with tools Wang Zhe had recently washed, asked. "Yes, may I assist you?" Wang Zhe replied, glancing at him but not paying much attention as he resumed cleaning the instruments in his hands. "Hello, I'm Radman. Did you wash this instrument?" Radman, undeterred by Wang Zhe's demeanor, introduced himself and placed the instrument beside Wang Zhe. "Rewash? Why?" Wang Zhe's mood soured further upon hearing the request. He set down the cloth in his hand, looking at Radman with annoyance. "Take a look, the residue remains. If you can't even manage the basics, how can you become a competent researcher?" In fact, Radman had heard of Wang Zhe before arriving, admiring his credentials. "A competent researcher? Since I've come here, I haven't participated in any projects. I've been washing instruments and procuring supplies every day." Wang Zhe could no longer contain his frustration, pouring out his emotions. "Could you please explain how these tasks will make me a competent researcher?" Noticing Wang Zhe's volatility, Radman regarded him thoughtfully, aware that he did not want to lose a promising talent. "Do you know what the most fundamental quality of a researcher is?" Radman asked, hoping to guide him toward a realization. Wang Zhe was taken aback, uncertain of why he was being asked such a question, yet seeing the seriousness in Radman's expression, he chose to respond. "Ability?" he ventured, only then realizing he had never truly contemplated this question. Radman shook his head. "Patience." Wang Zhe felt perplexed, unsure of the relevance of this response. Chapter 67. A mentor research can be an exceedingly tedious endeavor. One may possess exceptional abilities, ample funding, and a genuine desire to benefit humanity, yet without patience, one cannot complete any research project. Wang Zhe remained silent, reflecting on Radman's assertion regarding patience, which indeed resonated with him. In reality, Wang Zhe had always considered himself a patient individual, and during his time in Xia country, his endurance had been widely praised. However, he was now taken aback by his own growing impatience. Wang Zhe found himself momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at the experimental apparatus before him, which indeed seemed to echo his current sentiments. Previously, the clarity of the laboratory instruments was a source of relaxation for Wang Zhe. However, now he recognized that if one embarks upon a task, it is essential to execute it diligently. It is only natural to feel a dip in enthusiasm when first entering a laboratory, yet this experience cultivates meticulousness and patience, does it not? Radman's words resonated deeply with Wang Zhe. "How about this? For the time being, you shall shadow me. Whatever tasks I assign, you shall undertake. If you can manage them well, I am confident you will ascend to the highest echelons of our department." Radman's sincerity was palpable in his gaze. "Do you truly mean it?" Wang Zhe asked, incredulous, needing reassurance. "Indeed, just follow my guidance," Radman affirmed. "I trust you will excel." Wang Zhe resolved to transform his current circumstances. "Then your first task is to clean these experimental instruments thoroughly." With that, Radman turned and departed. In the ensuing period, Wang Zhe learned in abundance from Radman, albeit much of it comprised seemingly trivial tasks. Yet, these experiences gradually instilled a sense of calm within him, alleviating his previous impatience. As time progressed, Radman began to introduce more challenging assignments, which Wang Zhe handled admirably. He also came to realize that his patience had significantly strengthened, a fact even his companion, Yang Yu, had noticed. During this time, Wang Zhe immersed himself in learning from Radman, spending his evenings either in the laboratory or conversing with Yang Yu. The system, having not interacted with him for quite some time, felt somewhat neglected. One day, upon returning home to find Yang Yu absent, Wang Zhe headed straight to the laboratory. "Wang Zhe, have you not noticed anything amiss these past few days?" came a voice from the system. Engrossed in the task Radman had assigned, Wang Zhe responded somewhat distractedly, "Not really. I haven't heard Yang Yu mention anything lost." This response infuriated the system. "Of course, nothing seems lost now. If you continue to ignore me, something will surely go missing. The system incessantly chattered around Wang Zhe, but he remained unfazed. Wang Zhe, if you would listen to me, I could also help you gain entry into the highest department. You're merely being brainwashed by Radman. The system insisted, exasperated. No need for that. The tasks Radman assigns are quite beneficial, and I have learned so much. I feel quite good about it, Wang Zhe replied, shaking his head in refusal. Since he began learning from Radman, he had indeed made substantial progress. The system, at a loss for words, could only retort, "Is that so? Then you may as well follow him and let him handle the assessments. Don't come to me." Upon hearing the system's discontented tone, Wang Zhe felt compelled to clarify. "Please don't say that. I'm not implying I don't need you. It's just that since I began studying under Radman, I've become much more meticulous in my experiments." Reflecting on his past, he recalled how his lack of attention to detail led to repeated failures and even occasional mishaps. However, now, while his experiments might not be overly complex, they had undeniably improved both in speed and quality. The system, still not convinced, replied, "Humph. I refuse to believe he is that remarkable." Wang Zhe countered, "You should be aware of the reasons behind my previous failures. Most were due to a lack of attention to detail, were they not?" After pondering this, the system conceded that Wang Zhe was indeed correct. It was often the system that caught the minute errors during tests, allowing Wang Zhe to rectify them, even when he believed he should not have made mistakes. The system fell silent. Over a month passed, and Radman noticed the transformation in Wang Zhe with great satisfaction. "So, now that a month has gone by, do you feel you have changed in any way?" Radman inquired as he summoned Wang Zhe to his office. Wang Zhe, feeling slightly bashful, scratched his head while recalling their first awkward encounter. "Yes, I truly owe it all to your guidance," he admitted. Radman smiled, offering Wang Zhe a cup of tea from his desk and pouring one for himself as well. "You see, a person is akin to this cup of tea. The longer it brews, the richer it becomes. Yet, one must also be mindful of timing. Being a minute too early or too late can lead to an unsatisfactory flavor." Wang Zhe now grasped Radman's insights with ease as he took a sip of the tea, finding it perfectly brewed. "Indeed, I was far too hasty before, and my work lacked the necessary attention to detail. Thanks to you, I have made significant improvements." He recognized that he no longer rushed through tasks. Instead, he prioritized quality, which naturally enhanced his efficiency. Previously, while he could complete experiments swiftly, they often required extensive revisions afterwards. Now, such situations were a thing of the past. Even if he spent more time on a task, he could ensure it was done right the first time. More importantly, Wang Zhe discovered that his patience had genuinely increased, approaching all matters with calmness and emotional stability. Radman beamed with pride at Wang Zhe's progress. "I feel fortunate to have crossed paths with you, and even more fortunate that you possess such exceptional qualities." Wang Zhe, feeling somewhat shy, reflected that without Radman's mentorship, he likely would not have experienced such growth. "No, it should be I who feels fortunate to have encountered you. Since our meeting, I have become much more meticulous in my experiments, and the errors I make have diminished significantly, all thanks to your assistance." Wang Zhe felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Radman. Without him, he might still be disgruntled over cleaning the laboratory instruments. "Perhaps it is a matter of mutual enhancement," mused Radman, his words inviting contemplation. Wang Zhe was still processing this when Radman continued, "I would like to take you on as my apprentice. What do you think?" Wang Zhe was taken aback by the directness of the proposal. Although their time together had been pleasant, he was uncertain of Radman's true standing within the research institute. "You wish to take me on as an apprentice?" While he had immense faith in Radman's capabilities, he knew that securing an apprenticeship within a research institute was no trivial matter. "Yes, as long as you are willing to become my apprentice. You can enter the highest department with integrity. Moreover, I do not take on just anyone as my student," Radman clarified. Wang Zhe felt a surge of excitement. However, a lingering concern arose. "But I have heard there are requirements for apprentices at the institute. Am I qualified?" Although intrigued, he worried that his abilities might not suffice to warrant such a title under Radman. Radman chuckled at this notion. "The rules of this institute hold little sway over me. Besides, are you not aware that those who engage in research tend to be eccentric? Few adhere to the established regulations here, if one wishes to take on an apprentice. They simply do." Radman observed Wang Zhe's nervousness with keen interest, further convinced of his potential. "I accept. It is an honor." With this declaration, Wang Zhe saw no reason to decline the opportunity to become Radman's apprentice, believing he would gain invaluable knowledge. "Good, then go and tidy up. Move your workstation here to that empty desk," Radman instructed, gesturing toward a desk piled high with documents. Wang Zhe glanced at it, his lips twitching in a suppressed sigh. Yet he felt a thrill as he began to organize his new workspace. Soon, He stood before his new station, excitement bubbling within him. Stop smiling. Come with me for a moment. Radman tidied himself up and glanced at Wang Zhe, who was sitting at his workstation with a silly grin, finding it rather amusing. Wang Zhe quickly stood up, and the two of them entered a place Wang Zhe had never seen before. Radman, this is your disciple's ID card. And here are the clothes. As soon as they stepped inside, someone handed Radman Wang Zhe's belongings. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe eagerly reached out to take them, curiously examining the name tag and the attire in his hands. Change into these, and once you're properly attired with your ID badge, we shall proceed to the place you've always yearned to visit. Without hesitation, Wang Zhe made his way to change clothes. Unfamiliar with the surroundings, he could not locate a changing room, so he simply changed in the restroom. Let's go. With that, Radman strode ahead, leaving Wang Zhe astounded with every step that followed. First, we must sanitize ourselves. Remember, this is a mandatory procedure upon entering here. Radman led Wang Zhe into the disinfection area, each occupying a small square. Wang Zhe observed Radman and followed suit. After nearly 10 steps involving sanitation, donning shoe covers, safety goggles, and a secondary disinfection, they finally arrived at the last door. This door requires an ID scan for entry, and it also necessitates a retinal recognition. As Radman spoke, he completed the check and entered, allowing Wang Zhe to follow suit. Nervously, Wang Zhe dared not blink, fearing the retinal scan might fail. It was only when the door opened that he exhaled a sigh of relief. Standing at the threshold, Wang Zhe took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward. The scene before him rendered him speechless. Intricate instruments, bright lights, and rows of metallic tools meticulously arranged. All of this filled Wang Zhe with satisfaction, envisioning himself working alongside Radman in this very environment. Wow, this place is truly extravagant. Before he could voice his astonishment, the system spoke first, noting the rarity of such a meticulously organized laboratory. This is remarkable. The researchers here are exceptional. Wang Zhe, momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming spectacle, struggled to find words to express his shock. Indeed, look at those researchers, each moving with purpose yet exuding a sense of calm confidence, as if they are engaged in the most mundane tasks. The system also felt a sense of awe, understanding why Wang Zhe was so determined to gain entry. However, I can't shake the feeling that this laboratory bears a striking resemblance to our own civilization lab, where everyone shares similar expressions. The system recalled its previous encounters in the civilization laboratory. Wang Zhe, however, was too engrossed in observing the lab to heed the system's remarks, cautiously exploring the space and spotting many things he had only heard of but never seen. What? Are you not done looking? Hurry up and keep up. Radman chuckled at Wang Zhe's astonished expression, urging him to move forward. Only then did Wang Zhe snap back to reality and hastily follow. Upon seeing Radman, the surrounding personnel immediately halted. Deputy Director, is this your disciple? As soon as the words left their mouths, everyone turned in astonishment. Radman, who rarely took on disciples, had indeed taken one, and he was not even from the Eagle Nation. In truth, Wang Zhe was equally surprised. He had not anticipated that Radman was the deputy director of this department, which was the highest echelon within the foremost research institute. The topics of research and design often involved at least half of the national secrets of the Eagle Nation. Although Wang Zhe knew he had already passed the Eagle Nation's assessments to gain entry into this premier research institute, hearing it confirmed was still astonishing. Now, to learn that his mentor Radman was the deputy director was truly shocking. Wow, this is incredible. Radman has actually taken on a disciple. It seems that this individual has caught his eye when many others did not. Who is this remarkable person? The crowd gathered, eager to glimpse the one who had earned Radman's attention. Please don't frighten my disciple. It is his first day here. Allow me to introduce him. Radman spoke with pride, akin to introducing his own son, his eyes gleaming with affection. All right, we did not expect you to be so protective of your prized disciple. We will certainly take good care of him. Laughter ensued, and their gazes inadvertently fell upon Wang Zhe, who nervously bit his lip, standing behind Radman without daring to speak. This is Wang Zhe. Although he is young, his resume is quite impressive. The factory conversion device recently applied in food production was his creation. As soon as he finished speaking, gasps of surprise erupted from the others, realizing that the sensational conversion device that had stirred the Eagle Nation's scientific community was indeed the work of the individual before them. My goodness. No wonder Radman chose you as his disciple. Your capabilities are remarkable. You must be sure to guide us well in the future. The accolades filled Radman with pride, while Wang Zhe felt a tinge of shyness. I have not finished yet, since the device was released under the name of his previous research institute. His entry into our institute is due to the nano-absorbent paper he just developed. Radman had decided to take Wang Zhe as his disciple after seeing the nano-absorbent paper. As such a mature technology required extensive experience in the nano field, he was in dire need of such talent. Wang Zhe could be considered an expert in nanotechnology, and with his addition to their experiments, they would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Wang Zhe was taken aback, not expecting Radman to regard him as someone who had been in the nano field for a long time. However, now was not the best time to reveal the truth. It was better to adapt to the situation. Nevertheless, Wang Zhe's capabilities were such that he need not worry about these matters. He had dabbled in nanotechnology previously, albeit for a short duration. Chapter 69. Entering the highest department. Although Wang Zhe had only spent a few days truly immersed in nanotechnology, his previous understanding should suffice to handle the tasks Radman would assign him. You must share your experiences with us going forward. An older researcher looked at Wang Zhe with kindness, pleased to welcome new talent into the institute. Wang Zhe quickly bowed, humbly expressing his reluctance to accept such praise. No, I still need to learn from you. My abilities are not at that level yet. The others regarded him with admiration. Anyone chosen by Radman could not be mediocre. All right, enough of this. Let's not linger here. He has just arrived, and if he doesn't perform well, I can always send him away. Radman quickly intervened, rescuing Wang Zhe from the crowd as he noticed his anxious demeanor. Although Radman's words were blunt, Wang Zhe understood that they were meant to smooth his path ahead. Moreover, Radman likely did not want Wang Zhe to be placed on an undeserved pedestal. There is a reason behind the saying that pride leads to downfall. All right. We haven't even begun our work, and Radman is already playing the protective mentor. Let's get back to our duties and allow Wang Zhe to familiarize himself. The previously kind researcher, having grasped Radman's intent, teased lightly before dispersing the crowd. Wang Zhe sighed in relief as the throng gradually dispersed. Were you startled by everyone's enthusiasm? A bit. I did not expect everyone to react so excitedly upon learning I am your disciple. From what I gather, you have never taken on a disciple before? Wang Zhe questioned, puzzled by how a distinguished researcher like Radman could have no disciples. Yes, I have been too lazy to find one who is even lazier than I am. Thankfully, I encountered you. Radman smiled, clearly satisfied with his choice of disciple. Hearing this, Wang Zhe felt a surge of excitement welling up within him. Just as he was about to say something, Radman interjected, "Do you see that wall?" Radman stood still, hands in pockets, gazing at the wall before him, which was plastered with an array of papers. Wang Zhe leaned in closer. Noticing that the wall was densely packed with specialized terminology, some marked with red check marks, while others bore multiple crosses. Are these all research projects? Wang Zhe asked, somewhat taken aback by the sheer volume. Indeed, our department's mission is to complete the various research projects displayed on this wall, Radman replied. Wang Zhe surveyed the wall, overwhelmed by the multitude of experimental objectives and research directions, many of which were checked off with red marks. These projects represent experiments conducted since our nation established its premier research institute. You may find numerous topics of interest, Radman added, noticing the spark of curiosity in Wang Zhe's eyes, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. Those marked with red checks signify successful research, correct? And the names that follow are those of the researchers? Wang Zhe inquired. Precisely. These represent completed projects, and due to space constraints, only the principal investigators are listed. We maintain a dedicated display case featuring all contributing researchers, Radman explained. Wang Zhe nodded thoughtfully, appreciating the efficacy of this method employed by their nation. In contrast, researchers from his homeland often relied on computer searches, making this approach far more intuitive and worthy of emulation. How do you feel? Are you awestruck by this wall? A familiar voice interrupted, prompting Wang Zhe to realize it was not Radman but the kindly researcher he had encountered earlier. Hello, teacher, Wang Zhe greeted politely, while Radman smiled. Standing beside him, half of this list is attributable to your mentor's contributions, the teacher remarked, catching Wang Zhe off guard. Despite having seen many of Radman's names earlier, the number of checked projects was astonishing. If what the teacher said was true, then Wang Zhe gazed at the list in disbelief, finding that nearly half of the 10 projects were associated with Radman. The two men exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing Wang Zhe's astonishment. Wang Zhe, in the future, you too shall see your name among these. Radman's words touched Wang Zhe deeply, stirring an emotional impulse within him. The trust Radman placed in him fortified Wang Zhe's resolve not to disappoint. There are numerous projects involving nanotechnology and conversion devices. In fact, this project could have been credited to you had you checked it off and added your name. Radman gestured towards the list. Wang Zhe followed Radman's hand. Seeing a pristine list where the conversion device project was linked to the research institute he had worked at prior to joining here, he chuckled and shook his head, saying, "No worries. I believe my role as your apprentice should allow me to contribute significantly to this. Radman, looking at Wang Zhe's confidence, could not help but raise an eyebrow. Feeling a surge of pride. You two are quite similar, aren't you? The young Radman was just as fearless and spirited. Wang Zhe felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. Curious about how remarkable Radman must have been at a young age, achieving so much by now. Well, since you've received compliments, it is imperative to work diligently and not let anyone down. Radman patted Wang Zhe's shoulder, filled with encouragement. I will, Wang Zhe nodded firmly, brimming with confidence. I will organize these projects and send them to you, selecting a few suitable arrangements for your tasks. You will have plenty to do, Radman noted. Thank you, teacher. It is only right for me to be busy so I can adapt to our pace here, Wang Zhe replied, eager to dive into the experiments. Radman truly possesses remarkable qualities. The system, unable to contain its excitement, marveled at Radman's capabilities, understanding Wang Zhe's unwavering trust in him. Indeed, I knew that following him would yield great rewards. Wang Zhe felt a swell of pride, reassured that his initial judgment had been accurate. Tisk tisk. You've only been his apprentice for a day, and you're already prepared to forget me? The system expressed mild indignation, surprised to find itself outdone by a citizen of the Eagle Nation. Of course not. You hold great importance in my journey, Wang Zhe chuckled quietly, cautious not to alert Radman. What's wrong? Hurry up. Radman noticed Wang Zhe's expression, assuming his joy stemmed from entering the esteemed research department, and did not pry further. All right, I'm on my way. Wang Zhe jogged to catch up, whispering to the system that they would discuss it later. Radman showed Wang Zhe around the department, introducing him to several significant instruments, including the conversion device he had developed. This, Wang Zhe exclaimed, surprised to see the device that had previously been at his former institute. Isn't it familiar? However, you did not craft this one yourself. We later manufactured it based on your design for practical use, Radman clarified. Chapter 70. A moment of rest. Wang Zhe nodded, somewhat perplexed, realizing that the warm reception he received from the staff was indeed due to this invention. Now you understand why everyone was so welcoming, right? Radman smiled, reminiscing about the astonishment the team felt upon learning of the conversion device's successful development, prompting many to rush to see the genius behind it. Today, you, the true creator, have graced us with your presence. I must say, the researchers in this department are exceptional. They seldom engage in conversation, yet they transformed into a different persona because of you. Radman, having been here for some time, found this to be the first instance of such lively interaction. While past achievements had garnered applause, this level of enthusiasm was unprecedented, particularly upon learning Wang Zhe was a young researcher from the Summer Nation. Perhaps this is the unique romance of scientific inquiry? Wang Zhe could not help but echo a phrase frequently uttered by Yang Yu, feeling it was quite fitting. Radman stiffened, surprised that Wang Zhe, usually so stoic, could express such sentiments. Wang Zhe himself was taken aback by his own words, realizing how much Yang Yu had influenced him. Thinking of Yang Yu, a smile crept onto Wang Zhe's face. Radman attributed Wang Zhe's unusual behavior to excitement and dismissed any concerns. They wandered through the laboratory, and while Wang Zhe marveled at the experimental tools and instruments, he also felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. This was a sensation he had never experienced before. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming influx of information upon entering, or perhaps it was the necessity to engage with each passing colleague, which made him slightly uneasy. However, these challenges paled in comparison to the opportunity to work here. After leaving the lab, Radman, still brimming with enthusiasm, took Wang Zhe to several more locations. At last, a day filled with joy came to an end. Upon returning home, Wang Zhe collapsed onto the sofa without even removing his coat. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Yang Yu rushed out, spatula in hand. You're back. Wash your hands. Dinner is ready. As Yang Yu walked and reminded Wang Zhe to clean up, he noticed Wang Zhe's absence. I distinctly heard a noise. Where are you? Just as Yang Yu pondered this, a hand suddenly appeared from the sofa, startling him greatly. There you are, you scared me. Finally spotting Wang Zhe sprawled on the couch, Yang Yu observed his weary demeanor. What's wrong? Did you do a lot today? You don't look well. Yam's face was etched with concern as she abandoned the spatula in her hand and settled beside him. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. But upon seeing Yam, Wang Zhe felt a wave of relief wash over him, prompting him to shake his head with a smile. Is my condition really that poor? Wang Zhe wished to alleviate Yam's worries, slowly rising from the sofa and gazing at her with affectionate eyes. Indeed, it is quite poor. Even worse than when you were burning the midnight oil for experiments not long ago. Are you certain you're all right? Yam's eyes brimmed with concern, glistening with unshed tears. It's all right. Perhaps I'm just adjusting to the new environment at the top department. I should feel much better by tomorrow, so there's no need to worry. Wang Zhe forced a smile, fully aware of his own state. Today's outing had indeed left him more fatigued than conducting experiments. You don't have to push yourself so hard. If you're tired, just take a rest. Yam felt helpless at home, able to do little beyond preparing meals, while the rest of the time, she could only fret. All right, I'll heed your advice. Yam detected a hint of playful affection in his tone, which brought her some joy, though her concerns still lingered. What is that smell? Noticing Yam's continued frown, Wang Zhe feigned a discovery of a burnt odor, even though it was quite delightful and had sparked his appetite. Sure enough, Yam's eyes widened in shock. My braised meat. Without hesitation, she dashed back to the kitchen, leaving the spatula on the table. Wang Zhe, seeing this, removed his jacket to assist her. Let me serve the rice. Observing Yam's busy figure, he pondered how she managed on her own when he was away. All right. Just take that dish out. No need to return. It's already finished. Yam, unwilling to let Wang Zhe assist her, gently urged him on. As they sat at the dining table, Wang Zhe was taken aback by the abundance of dishes, recalling how Yam had once struggled with cooking. Yam, your culinary skills have flourished in the Eagle Nation. Wang Zhe felt a pang of sympathy. She was once a pampered young lady, yet here she was, thriving in a foreign land. Yam, however, wore a radiant expression, eagerly seeking praise from Wang Zhe. Right? My cooking has indeed improved significantly. You must try this meat. With that, she deftly placed a piece into his bowl. Wang Zhe tasted it with high hopes and found it truly delightful. Delicious. You should eat as well. He served her generously, and the scene between them radiated pure happiness. In unison, they exclaimed, Yam. Both stared at each other in astonishment before bursting into laughter. You go first. Wang Zhe gestured for Yam to speak, and she complied without hesitation. I know you're thrilled to be Radman's apprentice. Yet it's also a challenge to adapt to a new environment. I hope you take good care of yourself. Everyone recognizes your abilities. So don't put too much pressure on yourself. Wang Zhe contemplated her words, momentarily at a loss for a response. After a brief silence, he slowly replied, Yes. I will succeed. I won't let you down, nor will I squander your support and affection. The last word remained unspoken, as he feared he had not yet fulfilled the role of a boyfriend. Yam smiled reassuringly, her gaze fixed on Wang Zhe, awaiting his next words. Actually, Yam, you don't have to wait for me at home every day or cook for me. You can pursue the things you enjoy. Rest when you're tired. Wang Zhe did not wish for Yam to become his mere appendage. He firmly believed she should remain true to herself. Yam displayed a beautiful smile, understanding Wang Zhe's intent. You needn't worry. I am gradually exploring my own potential. I believe I will soon succeed, perhaps even to the same degree as you. Her sweet smile melted Wang Zhe's heart, causing an involuntary smile to appear on his lips. Did you think she would really wait for you every day? She has her own life. Don't be so self-absorbed. The system couldn't help but interject, its mocking tone irking Wang Zhe. Be quiet. In a moment of impulse, Wang Zhe shouted, the atmosphere instantly thickening. Chapter 71. Should we go to the hospital? Wang Zhe stiffened, turning to face Yam. Both of them exchanging bewildered glances. Wang Zhe, what's wrong? Who are you talking to? Yam swallowed nervously, her gaze scrutinizing him and glancing around, visibly anxious. Wang Zhe, feeling frustrated, bowed his head, uncertain of how to explain himself. Just after Yam had spoken, he had blurted out loud enough to frighten her. He stumbled over his words, his ears reddening in embarrassment, realizing he genuinely regretted his outburst. Are you under too much stress and experiencing hallucinations? After a prolonged silence, Yam couldn't suppress the question any longer. Wang Zhe quickly waved his hands, his cheeks flushing even deeper. No, it's just that, all right. I'm just a bit overwhelmed. Wang Zhe, so high and mighty, yet here you are. The system relished in Wang Zhe's embarrassment, seizing the opportunity to mock him further. Wang Zhe gritted his teeth in frustration, but he couldn't allow Yam to discover his predicament. Should I accompany you to the hospital? Yam's expression turned serious as she set down her utensils, looking intently at Wang Zhe, as if preparing to take him to the hospital at a moment's notice. Wang Zhe panicked. He could tell she was not jesting. No. I'm just a bit tired today. After dinner, I'll take a shower and have a good sleep. I'll be fine by tomorrow. He tried to reassure her, fearing she might genuinely take him to the hospital. If you listen to Yam and go to the hospital, it's not such a bad thing. The system seized on Wang Zhe's reluctance to retort in front of Yam, growing bolder. At this moment, Wang Zhe had no time to engage with the system. He persisted in calming Yam, assuring her that if he felt unwell, he would inform her, which finally seemed to satisfy her. That evening, Yam thoughtfully prepared an aromatherapy session for him, ensuring he could rest well. As expected, the following morning, Wang Zhe awoke early, feeling refreshed. After enjoying the breakfast Yam had prepared, he headed to the research institute. Noticing his rosy complexion, Yam refrained from probing further. Upon arriving at the institute, Radman was still preoccupied with previous experiments and had no time to set up a project for Wang Zhe, instructing him to select one from the wall to begin. Wang Zhe had already chosen a project the day before and had worried about Radman's approval, but now he could directly proceed with his selection. Fully aware of his abilities, Wang Zhe chose a project regarding a rapid rotation device for electric machinery, which was relatively straightforward. This machine was closely related to the conversion device he had developed previously, and some of the research materials from before could be applied here. Returning to his workstation with the list, Wang Zhe quickly gathered some information, confident from his prior research. Indeed, within just a few hours, Wang Zhe had nearly completed the project. Just as he prepared to test it, Radman suddenly appeared. "You completed this project?" Radman, intrigued, snatched the project brief from him. Scrutinizing it before confirming the device in Wang Zhe's hands, his voice brimming with disbelief. Wang Zhe froze, nodding dumbly, apprehensive that he might have made a mistake. "You actually finished it? Have you tested it? What's the result?" Radman's excitement was palpable as he bombarded Wang Zhe with questions. "I just finished it, and haven't tested it yet. Would you like to try it yourself?" Wang Zhe, observing Radman's eagerness, found himself uncertain of how well he had performed. No. You test it for me first." Radman, with an air of impatience, hastily drew over the testing apparatus, fixating his gaze on every action taken by Wang Zhe. As the testing commenced, a mechanical voice announced, "Please do not touch." Both Wang Zhe and Radman held their breath, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Moments later, the machine paused. "Testing complete. No anomalies detected. Please retrieve the device." A weight lifted from Wang Zhe's heart, while Radman, standing close by, could not suppress his nervousness. After carefully placing the device aside, Wang Zhe habitually recorded the data, relieved to confirm everything was in order. "Wang Zhe, do you see the crosses marked here? Do you know who drew them?" Radman's eyes sparkled as he pointed at the checklist. Wang Zhe, momentarily taken aback, shook his head in confusion. "It was I." Radman's nonchalant tone left Wang Zhe wide-eyed. Although there were indeed numerous crosses, upon closer inspection, he found it quite manageable. "You? This is your mark?" Wang Zhe stammered, springing up from his chair in sudden excitement. "Well done, Wang Zhe. Your name will be inscribed here from now on." Radman embraced Wang Zhe tightly, overflowing with exhilaration. A smile broke on Wang Zhe's face, feeling validated in his achievements. The others, witnessing Radman's fervor, were intrigued to discover the cause of his excitement, but the lab's regulations required them to remain restrained. "Radman, what has you so animated?" inquired a researcher seated across from Wang Zhe, unable to contain his curiosity. Radman, disregarding the rules, eagerly shared the good news with everyone. "This rapid rotation device has been my research for years. While everyone was aware of my conceptualization, my apprentice Wang Zhe has successfully developed it today." As Radman's words echoed, the laboratory erupted into a flurry of excitement, completely ignoring the regulations against noise and movement. "What? Wang Zhe developed it? Is it true? Can I see how it was created? Wang Zhe, could you share the principles and processes with me?" "Radman, you truly have a remarkable apprentice. May I have the chance to collaborate?" The crowd swiftly gathered around the two, creating a buzz of anticipation. Radman, filled with pride, gazed at the device on the table, his emotions beyond expression. Wang Zhe attempted to speak, but was drowned out by the enthusiastic chatter of his colleagues, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. The earlier scene of being surrounded by fans at the airport flashed in his mind, yet he found solace in the fact that his peers maintained decorum, expressing enthusiasm without overwhelming him. Radman seemed to notice Wang Zhe's discomfort, perhaps genuinely concerned that other researchers of similar qualifications might whisk him away. "All right, everyone calm down. Let Wang Zhe finish speaking," he urged. Gradually, the room quieted, eyes filled with anticipation fixed on Wang Zhe. "Go ahead, no need to worry," Radman encouraged, gently patting Wang Zhe on the shoulder. Wang Zhe nodded, retrieving the device, only to find the gazes of his colleagues increasingly earnest and gleaming with interest. Smiling, he patiently began to elucidate the program within the device. Chapter 72, A Steely Resolve in Truth. Wang Zhe had not exerted excessive effort into the rapid rotation device. During his previous research on factory conversion mechanisms, he had already amassed a foundational understanding through extensive study. Essentially, this rotation device transformed prior conversion methods into a rotational mechanism while adjusting various details. The crux of the rotation device lies in its ability to rotate seamlessly, a fact well understood by all present. However, the challenge was ensuring it could rotate without hindrance. concerned he might not convey his explanation effectively. Wang Zhe picked up a model to demonstrate, pulling a whiteboard close to sketch the differences between the two mechanisms. But this rapid rotation device utilizes machine control. Doesn't that add an extra step to the conversion? Someone interjected, prompting nods of agreement from the others. Indeed, the conversion does add an extra step. But removing it from the rapid rotation requires an additional component, Wang Zhe clarified, drawing a small engine beside his previous sketches. This engine is essential for enabling rapid rotation. However, the challenge lies in making it compact yet powerful. The listeners diligently noted down every detail, recognizing that while each step appeared straightforward, integrating them into such a compact device posed significant difficulties. Considering the constraints of size, I modified the chip using code, Wang Zhe explained, extracting the engine's chip, which was pivotal to its functionality. This chip may seem unremarkable, but through my coding adjustments, I enhanced its speed significantly. He carefully passed the chip around for everyone to examine. But how does coding affect such a small chip so profoundly? Someone questioned. Perplexed as to why coding was integral to the machine's function, Wang Zhe proceeded to elucidate his operational steps clearly. The researchers watched intently, meticulously documenting Wang Zhe's instructions. Even Radman, arms crossed, listened intently to Wang Zhe's explanation. Previously, while conducting his own research, Radman had contemplated the engine issue but had never considered employing code. He couldn't help but admire Wang Zhe, who had always been a meticulous thinker, now demonstrating his brilliance with clarity. It's just a matter of connecting the dots. Once that is achieved, everything else becomes far simpler. Following his demonstration, Wang Zhe addressed every potential question with careful explanations. The other researchers' attitudes towards him shifted significantly. While they had previously admired his intellect, they now recognized his attentiveness and ability to support others. I understand now. Wang Zhe, you are truly brilliant. Thank you for the explanation. Indeed, we are fortunate to have encountered someone like you. Your insights are remarkable. I doubt I could comprehend these concepts even in a lifetime. The group closed their notebooks, unable to contain their praise for Wang Zhe. Feeling somewhat bashful, he scratched his head awkwardly, repeatedly dismissing the compliments, attributing his insights to mere coincidence rather than intelligence. The others interpreted his humility as modesty, showering him with further accolades. All right, since everyone understands now, please return to your workstations. It's becoming quite chaotic here, Radman interjected, rescuing Wang Zhe from the throng. The crowd quieted, returning to their respective seats, aware that their earlier gathering had already breached the Institute's regulations. As space cleared around him, Wang Zhe wiped the whiteboard clean and returned it to its place, swiftly reassembling the rapid rotation device he had previously disassembled. Wang Zhe, come here. Radman patiently awaited Wang Zhe to complete his tasks before speaking. Wang Zhe paused, noting Radman's serious expression, and worriedly followed him. They halted at the project wall, where Radman retrieved a paper and handed it to Wang Zhe. Do you understand this theory? Wang Zhe examined it closely, recognizing it as Newton's law of acceleration. The more he inspected, the more familiar it became. He recalled having studied it before, though only superficially. Why he delved deeper remained unclear, but memories of past research resurfaced. I should be able to manage it. Although Wang Zhe spoke confidently, his expression conveyed an air of assured victory. The onlookers were taken aback. Radman had selected a topic drawn from the most challenging aspects of physics, even invoking Newton's theories. It seemed that Wang Zhe truly possessed the capability to tackle such complexity. Yet, it was puzzling. Given that Wang Zhe had only recently embarked on his research journey, how could Radman so swiftly introduce him to such advanced projects? Indeed, while Wang Zhe was intelligent and had a penchant for exploration, this was Newton's theory at stake. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, quietly observing the interaction between the mentor and his protege. Are you certain? This theory is Newton's. Do you truly believe you can handle it? Radman had proposed this challenge to gauge Wang Zhe's true abilities. Without hesitation, Wang Zhe nodded affirmatively. The spectators gasped in disbelief. Is Wang Zhe out of his mind? One whispered. It was true that he had developed a rapid rotation device that Radman had not completed, yet everyone knew the depth of Radman's expertise. Wang Zhe's invention could not singularly define his capabilities. After all, every individual who entered this realm had their moments of brilliance, but whether that brilliance could endure remained uncertain. The chatter among the crowd grew louder, their astonishment at Wang Zhe's response palpable. In truth, there was a deep-seated admiration for Wang Zhe among them. But mere days had passed, and their respect had not yet solidified into belief. Enough of this chatter. Do you all have nothing better to do? Radman sought only Wang Zhe's sincerest answer. If he could proceed, he should not let the voices of others cloud his judgment. The gossipers quickly lowered their heads, lips sealed, and slipped away. Only the two remained. Wang Zhe, undeterred by the words of the crowd, had been reflecting on his past research since he picked up the list. Gradually, a comprehensive network of ideas began to form in his mind, organizing the theory into coherent segments. I can do it, Wang Zhe repeated, his gaze resolute. Observing this determination, Radman refrained from further questioning, trusting that Wang Zhe would indeed rise to the occasion. With that thought, Radman's gaze shifted toward Wang Zhe, filled with trust and admiration. Chapter 73. Rediscovering the original intention. Very well. I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory answer. Radman said no more, giving Wang Zhe a reassuring pat on the shoulder, silently encouraging him. Although Newton's laws of acceleration are widely recognized, they are often considered alongside the law of universal gravitation and the third law, forming Newton's three fundamental laws. Yet, to this day, no one has surpassed or refuted them. Wang Zhe took a deep breath, gripping the list tightly as he returned to his station. He first confirmed the specific tools required, and once he had selected them, he entered the laboratory, emerging only after an extended period. Time ticked away as Wang Zhe immersed himself in his work, only pausing briefly to call Yang Yu and inform her that he would be home late. For the remainder of the time, he devoted himself entirely to the experiment. Upon returning home, Radman realized he had left an important document at the Research Institute and promptly went back to retrieve it. As he arrived, he noticed the laboratory lights still aglow. Without hesitation, he guessed it was Wang Zhe. After retrieving the document, he made his way to the lab, and indeed, it was Wang Zhe. Why are you still here so late? Radman's familiar voice broke the silence. Wang Zhe looked up, realizing how late it had become. He checked his phone and noticed numerous messages from Yang Yu. Seizing the opportunity, Radman leaned closer to examine Wang Zhe's work, confirming his earlier assessment. Wang Zhe's progress was commendable. Although he had yet to reach a final conclusion, he was moving quickly by industry standards. Wang Zhe, engrossed in his phone, pondered whether to respond to Yang Yu. Haven't you finished yet? I've reheated dinner 3 times. Are you planning to stay out all night? Wang Zhe felt a twinge of panic, but with Radman present, he merely glanced at the time and silenced his phone. Teacher, why are you back? Is there something urgent? He asked, unaware of the exact closing time of the research facility, where colleagues completed their tasks and gradually departed. I left a document in the office that I urgently need to retrieve, Radman replied, holding up the file as evidence. You could have just called me. I wouldn't mind bringing it back for you since I won't be home early anyway. Perhaps not. By the time you delivered it, it would likely be past midnight. Radman jested, subtly reminding Wang Zhe not to stay out too late. That is a fair point, Wang Zhe conceded, reflecting on Radman's wisdom. However, there are some thoughts I wish to share with you, which I hope you will contemplate earnestly. Radman, initially reluctant to interfere with Wang Zhe's rhythm, now felt compelled to help him recognize that the purpose of experimentation extends beyond mere results. Please, teacher, go ahead, Wang Zhe said, straightening in his seat. I ask you, what is the true purpose of conducting experiments? Have you ever pondered this deeply? Radman's opening question left Wang Zhe somewhat perplexed. Was it not simply to derive conclusions? To obtain results? The straightforward nature of the question, posed with such gravity, caused Wang Zhe to hesitate in his response. Radman shook his head and said, that may be our initial aim, but at our level, experimentation transcends the simplicity of merely obtaining conclusions. What do you mean? Wang Zhe asked, his anxiety evident as he sought to understand what kind of answer would satisfy Radman. Initially, we were driven by the desire for conclusions, relishing the thrill and sense of achievement that came with success. However, as your abilities evolve, do you still consider the so-called conclusion to be the goal of your experiments? Radman's words resonated with truth, plunging Wang Zhe into a contemplative state. Reflecting on his journey, he recalled that at the outset, he found immense joy in completing experiments and projects, deriving satisfaction from the conclusions. Yet gradually, it seemed that after finishing one task, he merely felt a fleeting relief before embarking on the next endeavor. Indeed, what am I truly striving for? Wang Zhe murmured, filled with doubt. Do you remember the factory conversion device you developed? Why did you aim to implement it in food production facilities? Wang Zhe's eyes lit up with realization. Oh, it was to facilitate ease in food production, to benefit the populace. Precisely, it was for the common good. To enhance the lives of the people through the fruits of our labor, Radman said, smiling with satisfaction. Before this, I conducted a thorough investigation into your background. Your remarkable innovations were all designed with the welfare of the people in mind. Did you know that? Radman had previously pursued Wang Zhe as a disciple to counter opposition from those in Eagle Country, meticulously researching his credentials. The brilliance of Wang Zhe's innovations had astounded him. And upon learning that he aimed to apply these advancements for the benefit of ordinary citizens, Radman became even more convinced that Wang Zhe was the protege he sought. To hear your words is more enlightening than a year of study. Wang Zhe felt a profound clarity wash over him, understanding the true purpose of Radman's discourse. Teacher, I understand now. The aim of experimentation is not merely the results, but rather the impact it can have on society. Upholding this principle is the key to my success. Wang Zhe gazed thoughtfully at the unfinished experiment before him. I'm glad you grasped this. Now, it's time for you to head home. Teacher, I have something I wish to share with you. Wang Zhe reflected deeply and concluded that he had gained enough here. It was time to share his next plans with Radman. You might say, during this period, I am immensely grateful for your trust and guidance. If it weren't for you, I would have never discovered my potential. Without this conversation today, I might have drifted further away from my original aspirations. Radman felt a sense of comfort, yet he discerned an inexplicable sadness in Wang Zhe's words. The subsequent revelation confirmed his suspicions. I have decided that after this experiment concludes, I will head to the United States to continue my research journey. Wang Zhe's tone was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. What? You intend to leave? Radman was taken aback, unable to fathom the reasons behind Wang Zhe's departure. Yes, I left my homeland to learn about scientific techniques from various countries. I consider myself fortunate to have learned the unwavering persistence from you. Radman was momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Zhe, if this decision is indeed the result of careful contemplation, then even if I were to compel you to stay, it would hold no significance. Nevertheless, I still hope you will reconsider. Radman did not grant Wang Zhe the opportunity to respond, turning away instead. The laboratory returned to its tranquil state, the lights casting a glow on Wang Zhe's face, as he seemingly rediscovered his initial passion for scientific inquiry. Though he was uncertain whether revealing his decision to Radman was the right choice, he was unwilling to disrupt his original plans. Chapter 74, a world-changing invention. After half a month of diligent effort, Wang Zhe successfully completed the Newtonian acceleration experiment. During this time, the dynamic between Radman and Wang Zhe had undergone significant changes, perceptible to those around them, yet the two maintained a tacit understanding, refraining from overt displays of unusual behavior. Radman often contemplated inquiring whether Wang Zhe's decision to move to the United States could be altered. However, each time he witnessed Wang Zhe engrossed in his experiments, he found it difficult to interrupt. Perhaps due to the experiments, their exchanges had diminished considerably. Radman would occasionally approach the experimental station to offer brief guidance, and Wang Zhe would intermittently update him on his progress. The past half-month passed without incident. I did it. Teacher, my device has passed the tests. Suddenly, Wang Zhe's excited voice erupted in Radman's office, prompting Radman to immediately set down his pen and follow him into the laboratory. The surrounding researchers, intrigued by the commotion, trailed behind. Are you certain? Show me the test results, Radman urged, suppressing his own excitement and opting to double-check for safety. Yes, here you go. It was a rare spectacle to see Wang Zhe, who typically displayed little emotional fluctuation since joining the research institute, so animated. The researchers around them wore expectant expressions, unable to believe Wang Zhe had truly accomplished this feat, while simultaneously hoping for his success. The data is accurate. Could you please operate it once more for me? Radman inhaled deeply, anxiously observing Wang Zhe's adept movements. Preparation complete. Let the experiment commence. As Wang Zhe spoke, the device gradually powered up. Everyone in the room held their breath, unwilling to miss a moment. Finally, as the experiment approached its final step, Wang Zhe nervously swallowed, and the surrounding researchers mirrored his tension, lips pressed tightly together in anticipation of the outcome. Wow! A chorus of cheers erupted, signifying the successful completion of Wang Zhe's experiment. Radman could not help but exclaim, "Well done!" Wang Zhe shouted in triumph, carefully placing the experimental tools aside, his face radiant with joy. The other researchers, exhilarated, rushed towards him, several strong individuals lifting him up in a show of camaraderie. Wang Zhe, you've done splendidly. Wang Zhe, you are my hero. Wang Zhe, Wang Zhe, Wang Zhe. The laboratory reverberated with cheers, Wang Zhe's name echoing long after the excitement began. As the crowd circled around Wang Zhe, celebrating and congratulating him, Radman, witnessing their jubilation, felt a surge of excitement himself. He approached Wang Zhe, embracing him tightly and whispering, "You know, you have completed one of the greatest experiments in the world." Wang Zhe's eyes glistened with tears as he gazed gratefully at Radman. In that moment, he briefly considered abandoning his plans to move to the United States. Yet, rationality pulled him back. Thank you Thank you, teacher. I am truly grateful to you. His tears brimmed, profoundly moved by the atmosphere. As the cheers began to fade, suggestions arose for a celebratory banquet, but Wang Zhe, who had always preferred to shy away from such scenes, opted to decline. I believe Wang Zhe's invention is already worthy of a Nobel Prize nomination. Why not apply and celebrate later if we indeed make the shortlist? Upon hearing this, the others expressed unanimous agreement. Absolutely, Wang Zhe's invention is unparalleled, and the criteria should be met. We should certainly give it a try. I think that's a marvelous idea. Such an impressive invention deserves to be recognized. Amidst the lively discussions, Radman sensed it was an opportune moment. All right, you all assist Wang Zhe with the application. I need to have a word with him. Do not take too long, lest you forget the experiments at hand. Everyone agreed, though their faces betrayed their excitement. Teacher, what do you wish to discuss with me? Wang Zhe felt a twinge of worry, aware that Radman did not want him to leave. It's not that I want to discuss something specific. Just follow me, and you will understand. Radman said no more, leading Wang Zhe to his office. Upon entering, Wang Zhe closed the door behind him, only to find Radman locking it. Wang Zhe was bewildered by Radman's mysterious demeanor. What could be so secretive? Radman then withdrew a book from the bookshelf, and the ensuing scene left Wang Zhe astounded. The entire bookshelf swung around, revealing a brilliantly lit hidden chamber, akin to a clandestine space. Follow me, but be cautious. Radman placed the book down and gestured for Wang Zhe to follow. Realizing where they were headed, Wang Zhe was incredulous, astonished that he had never discovered this secret passage during his daily visits. Soon, however, he shook his head. After all, it was a secret passage. How could it be so easily revealed? Wang Zhe felt as though he had been left speechless by shock. Trailing behind Radman, they swiftly entered the hidden space. I have brought him, Radman addressed a suddenly appearing officer before them, stepping aside to leave Wang Zhe alone with him. Curiously, Wang Zhe scrutinized the officer clad in military attire. Judging by his demeanor, he was not merely an ordinary soldier. Teacher, what is this about? Wang Zhe looked at the stern officer, feeling somewhat perplexed, unable to resist the urge to confirm with Radman what was unfolding. Yet Radman, furrowing his brow, shook his head at Wang Zhe, signaling him to remain silent. Are you Wang Zhe? The officer's voice, though not loud, resonated with authority. Wang Zhe instinctively nodded, seemingly unable to refute his inquiry. I asked Radman to bring you here to discuss a potential collaboration. There's no need for you to feel anxious. The officer appeared to recognize Wang Zhe's apprehension and succinctly explained his intentions. Wang Zhe exhaled, relieved. As long as it was not anything illegal, he would not refuse. However, he was soon to depart for the United States and to propose collaboration at this juncture. Wang Zhe pondered for a moment before slowly inquiring, collaboration? What kind of collaboration necessitates such a meeting? Wang Zhe is no fool. He is acutely aware that once he consents to cooperate, he cannot leave the Eagle country for a considerable period. The method of negotiation is inconsequential. What truly matters is the partnership we are forging. I desire your continued presence in the Eagle country for my purposes. The officer, unabashedly revealing his intentions, confronts him. Wang Zhe, with a disdainful smirk, allows a flicker of contempt to breach his typically resolute gaze. You have your approach, and I have mine. I am at a loss as to how you can so boldly propose collaboration, but let me be unequivocally clear. I will not collaborate with you, nor will I remain in the Eagle country. Chapter 75. Departure. The officer's expression swiftly transformed to one of rage. No one had ever dared to challenge him so directly. Do you understand what you are saying? Radman, upon witnessing the officer's fury, quickly positioned himself in front of Wang Zhe, furrowing his brow and shaking his head at the officer. Wang Zhe remained unfazed, despite being behind Radman. His tenacity astonished the officer. Am I not being clear enough? I have stated that I will not cooperate with you and that I intend to leave the Eagle country. Please seek other partners. Radman frowned, realizing he had underestimated Wang Zhe's audacity. However, this was hardly the moment for bravado. Radman interjected, saying, Wang Zhe has informed me long ago of his desire to depart. There is no need to be so confrontational. He gestured for Wang Zhe to remain silent as he conferred with the officer. Given Wang Zhe's formidable abilities, it was unwise to engage him in such an emotionally charged state. The officer, dissatisfied with Wang Zhe's demeanor, ultimately acquiesced to let him leave, albeit reluctantly. Wang Zhe, uninterested in any further discourse, turned and departed before the officer could reprimand him. As the officer prepared to scold him, Radman hastily interjected, this matter cannot be rushed. If it escalates, it may jeopardize the relations between our two nations. Radman's words jolted the officer back to reality. Nevertheless, he remained incensed. believing it was an honor to propose collaboration to Wang Zhe, who had unexpectedly rejected him so resolutely. Radman, you once claimed Wang Zhe was the ideal candidate for collaboration. Yet he is unwilling. What do you propose we do? The officer, frustrated and powerless against Wang Zhe, vented his ire towards Radman. Unbeknownst to them, as Wang Zhe departed, he sensed the unease of the situation, fearing the officer might exploit his mentor-mentee relationship with Radman. After deliberation, he decided to enlist the system's aid in eavesdropping. Oh, have I finally roused you? The system's cheeky tone returned to Wang Zhe's ear, yet this time he found no reason to be vexed. Now is not the time for jest. Swiftly go and clandestinely listen to their conversation. Wang Zhe's tone grew urgent, concerned that if he delayed, he might miss crucial information. Just because you ask, does that mean I'll comply? Although I am your system, I have my own opinions, the system replied, somewhat petulantly. Enough. Just tell me what I must do to persuade you to eavesdrop. The system, sensing its leverage, gleefully said, naturally, you must complete a task and ensure its fulfillment. Wang Zhe stole glances towards the room, anxious not to miss any pivotal moment. Fine, but now is not the time. When you have news, inform me, and I will accomplish the task then. Go now? Without hesitation, he acquiesced. The system, knowing Wang Zhe's word was his bond, refrained from further mischief and eagerly went to eavesdrop. As anticipated, the system gleaned a wealth of valuable information. What did you discover? Was there anything of significance? Wang Zhe questioned anxiously upon the system's return. That officer, who is he? He is compelling your mentor to prevent you from leaving the Eagle Country at all costs. The system revealed, causing alarm to surge within Wang Zhe. What else did he say? Wang Zhe pressed on, recognizing the precariousness of his situation. If the system's assertions were true, he might find himself trapped in the Eagle Country. Your mentor mentioned he would find a way to keep you here. But if you insist on leaving, he would not obstruct you. However, that officer is adamant. He insisted that no matter what means necessary, you must remain. Wang Zhe's expression darkened further as the system continued, sensing its own trepidation. Should I continue? The system asked nervously, recalling the suffocating conversation it had overheard between Radman and the officer. Your mentor is reluctant, but that shameless officer stated that if Radman fails, he will personally intervene, employing any sordid methods to ensure you remain. Moreover, I perceived a menacing tone from the officer. It felt as though he was not merely threatening your mentor. Wang Zhe gasped, overwhelmed by a wave of dread. He was not particularly concerned for his own well-being. Rather, it was the safety of Yang Yu that tormented him. Should anything befall Yang Yu, he could never forgive himself. We must return and gather our belongings. We will leave with Yang Yu. Without waiting for the system's response, Wang Zhe hurriedly collected his possessions. The system, recognizing his urgency, promptly followed suit. Upon reaching home, Yang Yu, noticing Wang Zhe's frantic demeanor, was filled with concern. What is the matter? I thought the experiment was successful. Why the rush? What are you packing for? She inquired, mirroring his panic. Yang Yu, do not ask too many questions right now. Just pack your things. The house will be taken care of later. Hurry. Wang Zhe was deeply worried about Yang Yu encountering any danger, eager to leave before Radman and the others could react. Now, we are leaving right now? Although Yang Yu voiced her confusion, she quickly approached the wardrobe to assist Wang Zhe in gathering his clothes. Yes, if we don't leave soon, it may be too late. Focus on your own belongings for now. We will depart shortly. Given the urgency of the situation, Wang Zhe refrained from raising his voice, unable to bear the thought of frightening Yang Yu further. However, under the present circumstances, it was prudent to keep her in the dark. All right, I will go now. Yang Yu complied without further protest, hastily returning to her room to gather her possessions. Are you ready, Yang Yu? We must leave at once. Wang Zhe had few belongings. The experimental equipment would be collected by others. Standing by the door with 2 bags in hand, he awaited her readiness. Just then, his phone rang. It was Radman calling. Startled, Wang Zhe answered to avoid raising suspicion. Wang Zhe, are you not at the lab? Please come over. I need to speak with you. Radman's tone bore no hint of concern, which only heightened Wang Zhe's anxiety. Oh, right now? What urgent matter do you have, teacher? Wang Zhe attempted to stall for time. Chapter 76. Separation. Radman appeared to sense something amiss, deliberately adopting a serious tone. I need you here due to an urgent issue. It seems there is a problem with your experiment. Wang Zhe furrowed his brow, confident that his experiment would not encounter any issues. However, the emergence of a problem at such a critical moment inevitably led him to harbor doubts. Is there a problem? Could you briefly explain it to me? I'm currently accompanying a friend out and may not be able to return promptly. Wang Zhe glanced at the worried Yang Yu, signaling her not to fret. Yet, seeing his serious demeanor, Yang Yu couldn't help but tighten her grip on her suitcase handle. Radman found the situation peculiar. Wang Zhe was not typically one to behave in such a manner. Perhaps this morning's incident had indeed rattled him. Wang Zhe, you are still a member of the Research Institute and my apprentice. What do you mean by this? Radman, left with no choice, resorted to asserting his authority. Moreover, this invention is your sole creation, and until it is formally completed, you must take responsibility for it. Wang Zhe frowned, rendered speechless by Radman's words. Very well. I will head over now. With that, he ended the call. What on earth has transpired? Has something gone awry at the Institute? A strange unease washed over Yang Yu, accompanied by an inexplicable worry. It's all right, Yang Yu, you needn't be concerned. Take your belongings and return home. Once everything here is resolved, I will bring you to America. Wang Zhe summoned a car for Yang Yu, wishing for her to return home. He had ordered a ticket for her, fearing that it might be dangerous for her to accompany him. Yang Yu looked at Wang Zhe in disbelief, feeling a twinge of disappointment. What? Are you saying I should return home first and not go to America with you? You plan to send me back alone? Her voice involuntarily rose, tinged with a hint of tears. Wang Zhe pressed his lips together, feeling helpless. For Yang Yu's safety, he had no choice but to act this way. He did not wish to place her in jeopardy. Yes, Yang Yu, please do not be upset. I promise to come for you when the time is right. For now, just listen to me. Wang Zhe attempted to pull her outside, aware that they could not afford to delay any longer. However, Yang Yu felt uncomfortable as Wang Zhe pushed her away without providing an explanation. Wang Zhe, do you even care about me? I have been here with you for so long, and you want to even tell me what is happening? Don't you think that's rather excessive? Yang Yu fought back tears, feeling deeply aggrieved. Wang Zhe, though equally helpless, knew this was not the time for tantrums. Yang Yu, I promise to explain everything once I resolve matters here. For now, you must leave. Just then, a message from Radman urged him to hurry. I refuse. Wang Zhe, I want to share the burden with you. Yang Yu grasped Wang Zhe's arm, unwilling to depart. Wang Zhe grew anxious. If this continued, neither of them would be able to leave. Yang Yu, departing now is the greatest assistance you can offer me. If you stay like this, neither of us will be able to go. With that, Wang Zhe forcefully released her hand, and coincidentally, the car he had called arrived. Yang Yu was taken aback by Wang Zhe's sudden harshness. She sat silently in the car as he opened the door for her, watching the vehicle drive away. Wang Zhe then made his way to the Research Institute. Wang Zhe, what you said to Yang Yu was too harsh. How could you say her leaving would help you? The system could not help but comment, recalling Yang Yu's expression with a pang of sympathy. Her flushed cheeks had turned pale from Wang Zhe's words, and as she departed, tears welled in her eyes. Wang Zhe remained silent. He had certainly noticed Yang Yu's expression but could not afford to show weakness. Enough. We have arrived at the Institute. I am eager to discover what they intend to do. At that moment, Wang Zhe's focus lay solely on uncovering Radman and the officer's intentions. Wang Zhe, you have finally arrived. Why are you leaving after just a few months? The kind-hearted researcher was the first to notice Wang Zhe and approached him with inquiries. Ah, everyone. What is happening? Before Wang Zhe could respond, he noticed his colleagues gathered around his workstation, seemingly preparing for something. Wang Zhe, it has been a pleasure working with you. But we did not expect you to leave so soon. We have organized a farewell party for you. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone dispersed to the sides, having creatively arranged balloons to spell out bye-bye. Wang Zhe, taken aback, looked toward Radman, perplexed. Come over, Wang Zhe, let us take a photo together. Radman approached Wang Zhe, pulling him into the group for a picture. Although Wang Zhe did not comprehend Radman's intentions, everything appeared fine for the moment, so he joined them for the photo. His colleagues expressed their reluctance to see him go, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Zhe moved closer to Radman. Teacher, was this your idea? Wang Zhe cautiously inquired, recalling the system's earlier warnings. If what the system indicated was true, then Radman would surely seek to keep him around by any means necessary. Yet, what was this sudden celebration about? Indeed, you were planning to leave, so you ought to inform everyone, considering how long you have worked together. Radman seemed to anticipate Wang Zhe's thoughts and had devised a strategy. What about the officer from this morning? Wang Zhe remained apprehensive, doubting that the officer would easily let him go. Radman smiled, and, placing an arm around Wang Zhe's shoulders, reassured him, you need not worry about that. I will find a way. I am responsible for you. Wang Zhe fell silent, unsure of how to respond. If Radman truly intended to release him, he might still face difficulties from the officer. However, if Radman was merely playing a deceptive game, what would be his fate? What's wrong? Do you not trust your master? Radman observed Wang Zhe's troubled expression, feeling a twinge of anxiety himself. Of course not. I am grateful to have you as my mentor. This is something I should manage without burdening you. Wang Zhe continued to ponder the officer's proposal for collaboration, finding himself less inclined to trust Radman than before. Sensing Wang Zhe's unease, Radman sought to alleviate his doubts. Wang Zhe, I chose you as my apprentice because I recognize your exceptional talent. Talents can be peculiar. If I were in your position, I would not collaborate with him either. Radman's tone grew increasingly earnest, seemingly devoid of deceit. Chapter 77. Departure to America. Wang Zhe remained silent, contemplating whether to believe Radman's words. By the way, I have applied for the Nobel Prize on your behalf. I hold a certain standing in the United States, allowing me to expedite your application. The results should be available within the next few days. Radman shifted his approach. Since a direct assault was futile, he opted for a different strategy. What? So soon? It has only been a morning since the invention was successful. Wang Zhe expressed his astonishment at the rapid pace. Radman chuckled and continued. Indeed, there have been no significant events recently. The scientific community has been abuzz with your achievements. Wang Zhe smiled shyly, recalling that the past few years had seen a lull in groundbreaking research in the United States. When is your flight scheduled? Radman subtly inquired. Preparing for the next phase of their plan. Not yet determined, but it will be soon. In truth, Wang Zhe had checked the flights to the United States and found that the next available flight was scheduled for tomorrow. Therefore, he decided to return to his homeland with Yang Yu first before heading to the United States. However, it seemed that this urgency was now unwarranted. If Radman's words were indeed true, there was no need for haste. He estimated that he would still have the opportunity to personally accept the Nobel Prize. An honor not bestowed upon many. Radman's smile emanated genuine warmth as he congratulated Wang Zhe. After a brief conversation, Wang Zhe excused himself and, upon returning home, immediately booked the earliest flight to the United States. Once everything was prepared, he glanced at the time, realizing that Yang Yu had likely not yet landed. Reflecting on his demeanor towards Yang Yu earlier that day filled him with regret. As anticipated, the following afternoon, Radman sent him the list of Nobel Prize nominees, simultaneously releasing a global announcement declaring Wang Zhe as the sole candidate in the field of scientific research. This signified that the Nobel Prize was rightfully his. However, as he observed the joy expressed by others online, an unsettling premonition gnawed at him, though he could not articulate its source. Wang Zhe merely offered a brief acknowledgement of the congratulations he received and opened the chat window with Yang Yu, only to find that she still had not responded. The next day, Wang Zhe boarded the earliest flight to the United States, having not rested well overnight. He was apprehensive about potential complications at the airport and whether Radman might employ any tactics. At last, he managed to board the plane, proceeding with utmost caution until he settled into his seat. Finally, a weight lifted from his chest. This time, for the sake of safety, he chose business class. And perhaps due to the early hour, it was sparsely populated. A sense of relief washed over him. As he fastened his seatbelt, preparing to rest, the system reappeared. Safe. You may be safe, but Yang Yu still hasn't replied to your messages. Aren't you worried? You've managed to upset such a lovely and kind-hearted girl. The system grew increasingly agitated, lamenting Wang Zhe's lack of responsiveness that had driven Yang Yu away. Wang Zhe felt a pang of concern. But despite sending her messages and making calls, he received no reply, and being apart from her left him at a loss for what to do. He took out his phone, reviewing the messages he had sent to Yang Yu, noting that none had received a response. Even his calls went unanswered. Oh, so you've given up just because she's not replying or answering your calls. Have you considered the content of your messages? Wang Zhe paused, realizing he had sent messages lacking substance. At this moment, Yang Yu is not seeking your apologies or excuses. She desires an explanation for why you let her leave first. The system, exasperated, wished it could directly respond on his behalf. Wang Zhe reflected, recognizing the truth in the system's words. He opened the chat window and typed several messages, yet ultimately failed to convey anything meaningful. Meanwhile, the system grew sulky and ignored him, refusing to assist any further. After some time, Wang Zhe acknowledged that the system had a point. He took out his phone again, attempting to articulate a few sincere messages. But just as he was about to send them, a flight attendant reminded him to switch to airplane mode, severing his internet connection. He decided to turn off his phone and rest, planning to reconnect with Yang Yu once he landed. At that moment, the in-flight entertainment displayed promotional content about the United States. Wang Zhe watched listlessly, contemplating the country's portrayal as a global powerhouse in education, healthcare, and research. A faint smile crept across his face. While the United States indeed held that reputation, he suspected that upon returning home after his studies, that title might soon be relinquished. Determined to learn as much as possible during his time in the United States, he felt a renewed sense of hope, vowing to excel in his endeavors. After what felt like an eternity of flying, Wang Zhe finally arrived in the United States. following the announcement of his nomination for the Nobel Prize. A throng awaited him at the airport, some holding signs that read "Welcome Wang Zhe." Awakening from a brief slumber on the plane, he was startled by the scene. Having only slept for a few hours, he found it astonishing. The welcoming party consisted mainly of prominent researchers, who, upon learning of his arrival, shed their usual seriousness and displayed the enthusiasm of starstruck fans eager to catch a glimpse of him. "Excuse me, are you here to welcome me?" Wang Zhe, still groggy, approached the group, initially believing it to be orchestrated by his father. "Ah, you must be Wang Zhe, the one recently nominated for the Nobel Prize?" A curious onlooker scrutinized him, surprised by his youthful appearance. "Yes, I just arrived from the United States. Why such a grand reception? Didn't my father send you my photo?" Wang Zhe remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. "Indeed, we are here to welcome you to the United States. Though we are not sent by your father," the representative clarified, sensing Wang Zhe's confusion. At this revelation, Wang Zhe's eyes widened, and he surveyed the crowd, realizing he was not the only one to have arrived. "Wait, who are you all, and why are you here to greet me?" Wang Zhe, taken aback, began to suspect that Radman had instructed these individuals to monitor him, even in the United States. "Oh, there's no need to be nervous. We are representatives from the U.S. Research Institute, and we came to welcome you upon learning of your arrival." The representative quickly reassured him, noting Wang Zhe's unease. Hearing this eased some of his tension. "Please, follow me." As Wang Zhe pushed his luggage, one of them took it from him, insisting that he need not concern himself with such trivialities after his long journey. Wang Zhe felt a bit embarrassed, but decided not to protest, recognizing their sincere demeanor. As they reached the exit, Wang Zhe was met by a gathering of impeccably dressed individuals waiting for him. "Hello, you must be Wang Zhe. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person," one of them exclaimed. Thank you, but there is no need for such formality. "It is an honor for me to come to the United States to learn," Wang Zhe replied, invigorated by the warm reception. The astonishment at his youth as a Nobel Prize nominee was palpable. An older expert approached, extending his hand with enthusiasm. Thank you. However, it is still uncertain. Please, there is no need for such praise. As a junior, my knowledge is limited, and I still have much to learn from all of you." Wang Zhe, overwhelmed by their regard, felt a deep respect for knowledge and the profound welcome he received from these strangers. Upon returning home, we must prioritize talent, ensuring that more truly gifted individuals are willing to serve our country. Now, Wang Zhe has just landed. He must be fatigued. Let us get him something to eat and rest a bit before discussing the itinerary. The apparent leader, noticing Wang Zhe's weariness, directed the group to cease their formalities. Yes, after such a long flight, he must be exhausted. Let us dine first. We can converse while eating. Though the crowd was warm-hearted, they were also reasonable individuals. Once a few people boarded the vehicle, Wang Zhe felt a bit constrained. He remained relatively quiet in his seat. The easygoing person who had assisted Wang Zhe with his suitcase earlier also refrained from speaking much. Gazing out the window, Wang Zhe noticed a stark contrast between the architectural styles of the United States and those of the Eagle Nation, appreciating the absence of the latter's humidity. He opened the window, and a gentle breeze caressed his face, infusing him with a sense of warmth. "Mr. Wang, we have arrived," interrupted his moment of tranquility, as he realized time had slipped away unnoticed. "Thank you for your efforts," he responded, stepping out of the vehicle alongside the others and entering the restaurant. At the dining table, Wang Zhe was warmly welcomed. The researchers from the institute were prominent figures in their field, and he encountered many individuals he had only previously seen in books. Even now, he felt a lingering sense of unreality. After the meal, the group inquired if Wang Zhe wished to rest at his accommodation. Surveying those around him, he decided to visit the research institute first. As his purpose for being there was to learn. "If possible, I would like to visit your institute first. I believe everyone understands my intent, to better acclimate myself. I wish to familiarize myself with the environment." His words surprised the group. They had initially intended to show him the institute, but were concerned he might be too fatigued and suggested rest instead. It was evident that one who could attain the Nobel Prize possessed a resilience beyond that of others. Wang Zhe followed the person in charge to the institute, which was the largest in the United States, a place he had eagerly anticipated visiting. Upon arrival, he was astounded by the scale and facilities of the institute, which indeed lived up to its reputation as the foremost in the world. The prospect of working there was undoubtedly appealing. As he toured the institute, he couldn't help but reminisce about the research facility in the Eagle Nation, noting the vast differences between the two. While the Eagle Nation's institute was well equipped, it lacked the expansive and state-of-the-art facilities that the American Institute boasted. This is a newly introduced machine, the only one of its kind globally. It will significantly enhance our research capabilities, the guide explained. Wang Zhe eagerly examined the machine, receiving permission to conduct a brief experiment, experiencing speeds that exceeded his expectations. He also encountered numerous machines he had only read about, each one a cherished aspiration of his. After 2 hours, Wang Zhe had only scratched the surface of understanding the institute. A thorough exploration would likely take half a day. Seizing the opportunity while the guide attended to other matters, he scanned the institute for something akin to the experimental wall he had seen in the Eagle Nation. After searching for some time without success, he wondered if they also utilized digital platforms. Nevertheless, he believed that delineating tasks on a wall would provide greater clarity. "What are you looking for?" the guide asked upon returning and noticing Wang Zhe's inquisitive demeanor. I was searching for the experimental wall," Wang Zhe responded with an awkward smile, realizing he must have appeared rather furtive. "Experimental wall?" the guide replied, puzzled by Wang Zhe's reference. "Yes. It's a wall where we list the projects we need to undertake, essentially a task wall." Wang Zhe recalled the scene from the Eagle Nation, but struggled to articulate it clearly. Do you mean a task wall like the one in the Eagle Nation?" The guide was already familiar with the concept, having heard discussions about it among colleagues, although the director had initially dismissed the idea. Yes, that's the one. I looked around and couldn't find it. I thought it was quite effective when I was in the Eagle Nation," Wang Zhe said, relieved to discover that the guide understood. "Our approach in the United States is a bit different. We prefer a more relaxed atmosphere where everyone can express themselves freely without restrictions," the guide patiently explained. I see. That does indeed align with the impression I had upon arriving in the U.S. There is a sense of warmth and freedom," Wang Zhe reflected, recalling his experiences and observations from American television shows. "Would you like me to show you our work environment?" the guide suggested, inviting Wang Zhe to explore further. As they walked through the workspace, Wang Zhe noted the relaxed demeanor of the staff. Despite the laughter and camaraderie, everything was orderly and purposeful. Chapter 79. No refusal. Wang Zhe was captivated by the ambience, which starkly contrasted with his experiences in the Eagle Nation. There, the strictest rules were prohibiting wandering and loud conversations. Here, however, everyone radiated enthusiasm. Although they approached their research with diligence, they retained their vitality. "Everyone truly loves research," Wang Zhe remarked, unable to suppress his admiration for the scene before him. "Yes, everyone is passionate about research, but they also cherish their individuality," the guide responded, reflecting on his own joyful experiences in the research lab over the years. After becoming sufficiently acquainted with the environment, the guide arranged for a vehicle to take Wang Zhe back to his accommodation. Initially, he had intended to contact his father to find a rental, planning to stay in a hotel for the night, but he was surprised to learn that arrangements had already been made for him. "There's no need for that. I have someone looking for a place for me, and I've already booked a hotel for tonight," Wang Zhe insisted, shaking his head in refusal. The guide smiled and shook his head. "No, the hotel you reserved has been canceled. However, rest assured, this was not a matter of gathering your information. We simply wanted to ensure your arrival was met with the proper welcome. We informed all hotels that if they received a reservation under your name, they should notify us." Wang Zhe was taken aback by the level of attention afforded to him. "What? Are you saying my hotel reservation was canceled?" He frowned, finding the gesture somewhat impolite despite understanding the warmth behind it. "It's not quite that. We obtained your hotel information but prefer you to stay at the accommodation we arranged for you, which is conveniently located near the research institute," the guide explained patiently, sensing Wang Zhe's discontent. "So, I could still stay at the hotel, right? Where exactly is your arranged accommodation?" Wang Zhe weighed the options, concluding that living near the institute might not be a disadvantage, especially given the warmth of the welcome he had received. "Yes, I'm taking you there now," the guide confirmed, leading the way. After a brief drive, they arrived at a standalone property. "Please follow me," the guide said, opening the door. Wang Zhe followed, observing the comfortable surroundings. After the guide outlined some important information, he departed, allowing Wang Zhe to rest. Finally, Wang Zhe collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted from the day's events. Following the earlier welcome ceremony, he surveyed the charming little house and found it quite appealing. The simplicity was indeed comfortable, and he noted a study filled primarily with books on research topics. Sitting for a moment to acclimate to his new surroundings, he felt quite satisfied. "I believe Yang Yu would also enjoy this place," Wang Zhe mused, recalling how Yang Yu loved to arrange flowers at home to add vibrancy. There were ample spots suitable for floral displays. Just as Wang Zhe reveled in the ambience of his new home, his phone suddenly buzzed to life. Wang Zhe assumed it was Yang Yu and connected the call without hesitation. "Yang Yu, how are you?" His tone was filled with concern, tinged with a hint of fear. After a prolonged silence, Wang Zhe thought Yang Yu was still upset and deliberately ignoring him. Just as he was about to apologize, a voice interrupted him. I am Reba, not Yangyu. Taken aback, Wang Zhe glanced at the contact information, which displayed a string of numbers without Yangyu's name. What do you want? Wang Zhe's voice turned frigid. Reba, however, remained unfazed. Wang Zhe, I just finished filming a drama, and I'm exhausted. But now that I'm on break, have you returned to the country? I'd love to come visit you. Reba's enthusiasm was unwavering, yet she overlooked Wang Zhe's cold demeanor. Is there anything important? If not, I'm quite busy and prefer not to meet. Wang Zhe's tone was icily dismissive. He was more anxious about Yangyu not receiving his calls due to Reba's interruption. Oh, come on. Can't I reach out to you if it's not urgent? You can't be busy all the time. You need to relax. Where are you staying? I'll come visit. Reba, ignoring Wang Zhe's attitude, pressed on. Feeling helpless, Wang Zhe took a deep breath and replied, I'm in America, and I won't disclose my address to you. Wang Zhe's nonchalant tone stung Reba, yet she persisted. You went to America? Didn't you just return from the Eagle country? How can you be in America again? Reba felt a wave of despair wash over her upon hearing Wang Zhe's location. She had rushed through filming, waiting for Wang Zhe's return from the Eagle country, only to find him now in America. But Wang Zhe, didn't you promise to come back? Reba's voice was weak. She had already crumbled and slumped against the counter. When did I say I would return? Wang Zhe scoffed, eager to end the call. Fine. I won't dwell on it. I'll book a flight to America right now. Just wait for me. Reba's determination was evident, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Wang Zhe was startled. If Yangyu found out, it would only complicate matters further. What do you intend to do? Focus on your filming instead. Wang Zhe immediately rejected the idea, as he held no special feelings for Reba, not even qualifying her as a friend. His previous assistance stemmed solely from the entanglement she had with him. Wang Zhe, have you lost your senses? A stunning beauty coming to see you. And you're still refusing? The system could no longer contain itself. Wang Zhe had already driven Yangyu away. Could he afford to lose another? The system was simplistically optimistic, while Wang Zhe felt exasperated. Can you not be so superficial? Why must I accept every beauty you mention? Wang Zhe's tone was frosty. He didn't wish to engage with the system. Wang Zhe, if you continue down this path, you'll end up lonely for life. You must seize this opportunity. You cannot refuse again. The system countered, urging Wang Zhe not to turn down others so easily. Wang Zhe had more to say, yet the system interrupted him again. I wish to meet beautiful women. If you ignore Reba, I will not assist you with any future experiments. The system issued a stern ultimatum. Doubting Wang Zhe would still refuse at this point. Wait, do you comprehend your own words? Wang Zhe was taken aback, struggling to believe the system had the audacity to threaten him. Chapter 80, Direct Flight to America. The system's cheeky tone infuriated Wang Zhe, yet he felt cornered by its words. Do not overstep. Wang Zhe gritted his teeth. The system had been disgruntled ever since Yangyu had left. Overstep? You are the one refusing so many beautiful women. The system was now utterly unafraid, having abandoned all caution in its quest to see lovely women. Just as Wang Zhe was about to retort, the system reiterated its stance. I have stated that if you refuse Reba's visit, I will never assist you with experiments again. Wang Zhe could sense the seriousness in its tone. With no other choice, he reluctantly conceded, realizing he could not afford to lose the system's assistance for future experiments. Are you certain you want to come? Wang Zhe asked, somewhat begrudgingly, to the fatigued Reba on the other end. Despite sensing Wang Zhe's reluctance, Reba's response was filled with satisfaction. Yes, as long as you allow me to come, I'm fine with it. Though exhausted, the prospect of seeing Wang Zhe invigorated her. Very well, I'll send you the address later. Please be cautious. Wang Zhe wished to keep the conversation brief, and before Reba could respond, he hung up. Reba, taken aback, gazed at her phone with a look of disappointment after the call ended. Reba, what's the matter? From your tone, it seems Wang Zhe has agreed to your visit? Her assistant noticed her distress. Yes, he agreed to let me come find him. Quickly book me the next flight to America. Once I have the specific address, I'll reserve a hotel. Reba quickly masked her disappointment, donning a cheerful demeanor. Her assistant, seeing her change in mood, refrained from asking further questions. All right, I'll take care of it now. The assistant promptly pulled out her phone to check flight information. Just then, Reba's phone chimed with a message from Wang Zhe. Reba's eyes lit up as she quickly checked the address and searched for the nearest hotel. It seems there aren't many hotels in this area. Just find me the closest one. The environment doesn't need to be luxurious. Proximity is all that matters. Reba was indifferent about the hotel's quality as long as it brought her closer to Wang Zhe. The assistant observed the lack of high-end accommodations nearby. Reba, if you're spotted entering such a hotel, it might attract unwanted attention. Perhaps you should ask Wang Zhe if you can stay with him, as I believe he resides in a high-end neighborhood. The assistant expressed her concerns, knowing Reba had gained some notoriety internationally. Reba paused, staring at her phone for a moment before shaking her head. No, I'll stick with something in the vicinity. If that doesn't work, just find the nearest upscale hotel. I can always rent a car later. Reba understood how fortunate it was to be able to travel to America to see Wang Zhe and didn't wish to be overly ambitious. The assistant observed the glamorous Reba, who seemed transformed by her feelings for a man, and couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. All right, I'll secure a suitable arrangement for you and handle the car rental, so you can drive directly upon your arrival. The assistant chose not to delve deeper. Despite their frequent companionship, she was merely a staff member. That evening, Reba excitedly packed her belongings in preparation for her flight the next day. Unable to contain herself, she sent Wang Zhe several messages, hoping he would take her out and show her around. Yet, with each attempt to light up her screen, she was met with silence. As time trickled by, Reba eventually dozed off, only to be awakened the next morning by her alarm, perhaps due to her exhaustion from the preceding days. She felt somewhat unwell, but there was no time to dwell on it. Reba swiftly gathered her essentials, donned sunglasses and a mask, and set off for the airport. Unbeknownst to her, as Reba arrived at the airport and prepared for check-in, she was swiftly spotted by paparazzi from the Eagle Nation, who unleashed a flurry of flashes upon her. However, disoriented and unaware, Reba did not notice them. She managed to board her flight with relative calm, but at that moment, Wang Zhe was seething with anger. As Wang Zhe leisurely scrolled through her phone, she suddenly stumbled upon a news article featuring candid shots of Reba, taken by the paparazzi. The title revealed that the summer star Reba had flown to the United States that morning, seemingly to visit her rumored boyfriend. Upon reading this headline, Wang Zhe's temper flared. "What is happening?" she exclaimed, throwing her phone to the ground in frustration, relieved that the carpet cushioned the fall. "What's wrong?" Her assistant, startled by her outburst, hurriedly picked up the phone for a glance. Indeed, it was yet another piece about Reba. "Don't be upset. Reba just wrapped filming and is supposedly on vacation. Why not focus on finishing your last scenes? Afterward, you can go wherever you please," her assistant suggested, oblivious to the headline. Only noticing the photograph of Reba at the airport. "What do you know? Am I envious of her time off?" She has gone to find Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe's face flushed with indignation. After all, she was not inferior to Reba, even being a few years her junior. Why should age equate to shamelessness? Wang Zhe was utterly perplexed. "Let her go. Wang Zhe may not even acknowledge her. What matters now is completing your current film," her assistant reasoned. Well aware of the rivalry between Wang Zhe and Reba, both vying for Wang Zhe's attention. Yet, Wang Zhe had no interest in either of them and was oblivious to their petty competition. What do you know? Even if Wang Zhe ignores her, the mere fact that he with her means she one step ahead. "I cannot allow this to happen," Wang Zhe declared, snatching the phone back with determination. Intent on booking a flight immediately, her assistant, flustered, interjected, "No, Wang Zhe, what are you doing? Are you planning to fly to the United States right now?" Panicking, the assistant rushed forward, attempting to retrieve the phone from Wang Zhe's grasp. "Leave it to me. I'll explain to the director. Just inform your manager." With that, Wang Zhe swiftly booked her ticket, packing her bags with fervor. Before her assistant could react, she had already begun gathering her belongings, even turning off her phone when it rang, fearing the director would call. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe had spent a night adjusting to the time difference, feeling relatively refreshed. After a night's rest, he decided to take a stroll to the research lab without any prior contact. Upon arriving at the institute, Wang Zhe found that although the facial recognition and fingerprint systems had been implemented, he had not yet been given a proper introduction to his workspace due to the chaotic circumstances of the previous day. Wandering around, he searched for the responsible individual but found no one, as he had neglected to obtain their contact information amidst the rush. With no other choice, Wang Zhe relied on his memory to locate the office of the person in charge. Standing at the door, he hesitated, unsure if this was indeed the correct office. Just as he was about to turn away, he overheard voices inside, two unfamiliar voices discussing a virus. Curiosity piqued, Wang Zhe found himself rooted to the spot, unable to move as he listened intently. The conversation hinted at the development of a virus, leaving him puzzled and concerned. Wait a moment. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching, confirming that the researchers inside had noticed him. "Wang Zhe, what are you doing here? My office is right here." A familiar voice called out just as he was pondering how to explain his presence. "I finally found you. I couldn't remember your office, so I mistakenly came here to get my ID badge," Wang Zhe replied, stepping forward to present himself as casually as possible. "Oh, I was just about to get this for you. My assistant mentioned seeing you at the institute, looking for something," the person in charge said, handing Wang Zhe his identification badge and some official attire. At that moment, The two researchers from earlier emerged from the office. "Who are you?" they asked, their expressions serious, causing Wang Zhe to feel a twinge of anxiety. The supervisor, misinterpreting Wang Zhe's nervousness for confusion, quickly interjected, "This is Wang Zhe, a nominee for the Nobel Prize." The moment those words left his lips, the two American researchers exchanged glances, their gray eyes reflecting a hint of apprehension. "Ah, welcome to the United States," they said, visibly intimidated by Wang Zhe's credentials. Wang Zhe nodded in acknowledgement, donning his badge and lab coat. "All right, you two, get back to work. I need to take Wang Zhe to his position," the supervisor instructed, oblivious to the tension that had just unfolded. The researchers nodded and left, still wearing serious expressions, seemingly concerned about what Wang Zhe might have overheard. "Wang Zhe, follow me. They've already assigned you an experimental task, so it appears you'll be quite busy today," the supervisor reported as they walked. Wang Zhe was not surprised and nodded in agreement, indicating his readiness. "System, please check whether those two researchers are genuine Americans." Wang Zhe's demeanor turned serious. He had a lingering suspicion that the conversation he overheard was about developing a toxin, and something felt amiss. The system initially hesitated to investigate, believing Wang Zhe was being overly cautious. Yet, Wang Zhe's expression conveyed a different sentiment. Utilizing facial recognition, the system searched its database, confirming the two individuals were indeed American researchers with no unusual backgrounds. "They are American researchers, with no notable overseas experience. You are being overly cautious," the system concluded, unimpressed with Wang Zhe's concerns. "Are you certain?" Wang Zhe was taken aback by the answer, but felt reassured once confirmed. "Yes, I'm sure. Do you not trust me?" the system replied, slightly offended by the implication. Wang Zhe said nothing further as he arrived at his workstation, preparing for the experiment. The system, sensing his silence, ceased its internal musings. Wang Zhe, it seemed, was becoming increasingly dismissive of the system, which only fueled its frustration, yet as a system, it could do little. "Remember, this experiment is crucial, and your superiors hope for your success," the supervisor reminded Wang Zhe before departing, the weight of those words lingering in his mind. Although Wang Zhe had confidence in his abilities, ever since his uneventful passage from the Eagle Nation, he had been apprehensive that the officer he encountered might interfere with his work. If this experiment were to fail, the consequences would be dire. Wang Zhe shook his head, striving to remain focused. As for the two researchers he had just encountered, he decided to put them out of his mind for the moment. After lunch, Wang Zhe conducted the final checks on his experiment. The data aligned with his expectations, marking a successful conclusion. Strangely, despite the experiment not being particularly challenging, he felt an unusual tension. After encountering the flawless data, Wang Zhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once he organized his experimental notes, a considerable amount of time remained before the end of the workday. Unsure of how to occupy himself, the image of those two solemn researchers suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Were they researching the virus or seeking to prevent its emergence? This question lingered in Wang Zhe's thoughts, refusing to dissipate. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as his slender fingers adjusted the frames of his glasses perched on his nose. He recalled a model he had studied in Xia country, where one experimental subject had already shown success. He wondered how that situation had evolved. Wang Zhe reached out to a former colleague, requesting all data pertaining to the experimental subjects, as well as any others undergoing clinical trials. The colleague was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Wang Zhe to request such information. But fortunately, the daily assessments were meticulous, and the subjects were faring well. "All right, I'll send it over. Are you adjusting well abroad?" the colleague inquired, genuinely concerned for Wang Zhe's well-being. "I'm managing just fine. I've learned quite a bit, and will bring everything back for everyone to benefit from," Wang Zhe replied, the reflection in his glasses revealing his deep concern for the experimental subjects. His last departure had been rather hasty, and he had not had the chance to personally observe the antiviral subjects. Upon arriving in country, he had been preoccupied with research matters, leaving him with little time. Chapter 82. Delusions of grandeur. Had he not overheard the conversation between those two researchers today, he might have remained oblivious for quite some time. "Good. I've been waiting for that. Just don't be stingy. We're all counting on you," his colleague joked. Anyone who had worked alongside Wang Zhe knew him to be quite generous. "Of course not. Now, I need to examine this data, so I'll have to let you go for now. Take care of yourself," Wang Zhe replied, having glanced briefly at the data and noticing some discrepancies from his expectations, prompting further investigation. "You too," came the response. Such was the life of researchers. Neglecting their health for the sake of their work had become a customary parting remark. Wang Zhe delved into the dense data, drawing the attention of passing researchers who paused to observe. Naturally curious about Wang Zhe, They wished to witness his prowess on his first day of experimentation. "Oh, it's nothing, just some recorded data," Wang Zhe replied, seemingly indifferent to the onlookers, continuing to immerse himself in the data. However, one researcher could not help but inquire, "But you've only conducted one experiment today. How could there be so much data?" Wang Zhe frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable with others watching him work. "These are my previous experimental data, merely for reference," he explained tersely, wishing to avoid elaboration. The others sensed his reluctance and refrained from pressing further. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhe's habitual demeanor led to a considerable misunderstanding among the researchers. Could it be that Wang Zhe was also expelled from in-country and has no choice but to join our institute? They whispered among themselves in a language Wang Zhe could not comprehend. Even if he had understood, he was wholly focused on the data, oblivious to the surrounding murmurs. "I feel the same. Just look at his attitude. Why is he so aloof?" Another chimed in, recalling how Wang Zhe had responded coldly to his simple question. Yet, having received the Nobel Prize, it seemed unlikely he had been cast out. Still, his demeanor was certainly irksome. The others nodded in agreement, sharing their sentiments. "Well, since he is a Nobel Prize candidate, we ought to extend some warmth," a blond male remarked, rolling his eyes as he approached Wang Zhe. "If you need any additional data, we have plenty here. I can assist you." Wang Zhe finally shifted his gaze from the computer, regarding the boy with an expression that hinted at bemusement. "I believe I should be fine," he replied before donning his headphones, dismissing further conversation. The blond male was left feeling rebuffed, having intended to make an impression but realizing Wang Zhe was hardly interested in his presence. It was true that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, yet others continued to feign friendliness towards Wang Zhe due to his esteemed status, all the while whispering disparaging remarks behind his back. One day, Wang Zhe discovered an array of equipment within the institute that he had never truly engaged with, let alone operated. Noticing that time was still on his side, he resolved to explore each of the machines he had yet to use. He began with the quantum computer. Although there had been one in Xia country, only researchers of Chen Qiaqiang's caliber were permitted to operate it. Wang Zhe had merely observed from the sidelines, never having had the opportunity to touch it himself. The particle computer employed particle bits, capable of existing in multiple states simultaneously, thus resolving countless challenges. Wang Zhe's pupils flickered as he gazed at this machine, which could be deemed invincible, feeling a surge of excitement. The simple operations revealed to him why it had earned such a formidable reputation, prompting an involuntary sigh of admiration. What astonished Wang Zhe even further was the presence of the Singular Collider, an unparalleled machine globally. He regarded this invaluable piece of equipment with reverence, even changing into a fresh pair of gloves as he cautiously pressed the buttons. Time slipped away as Wang Zhe experimented with one machine after another, each providing immense satisfaction. Suddenly, he noticed that the new vision detector he was testing seemed somewhat different, having read about it in books and even researched it. He found it did not perform as smoothly as described. Had there been an issue? His curiosity piqued, yet time was running short, leaving him little room for contemplation. Glancing at the notebook in his hand, Wang Zhe diligently recorded the merits he discovered within each machine, hoping this knowledge would one day benefit Xia country. "What are you doing?" inquired the blond male from earlier, having observed Wang Zhe meticulously engaging with every machine without fail. This made it difficult for him not to question Wang Zhe's true intentions. I'm just testing these machines. Is that not permissible?" Wang Zhe feigned ignorance, his casual response leaving the blond male momentarily speechless. He had not recognized me. After the awkwardness of their last encounter, now Wang Zhe appeared utterly unfazed, leaving him at a loss for words. "Well, you can, but do be careful. These machines are world-class, and if you damage them," the blond male's voice trailed off, growing softer until it morphed into a mutter. Wang Zhe frowned, unable to catch his words. Are you feeling unwell?" Wang Zhe asked, noticing the boy's lackluster demeanor with concern. "No, you really shouldn't linger here any longer," he replied, impatience creeping into his tone. Just as he attempted to leave, Wang Zhe grasped his arm. "By the way, I wanted to ask, can we borrow these machines from our institute?" Wang Zhe recalled that some machines in Xia country were lent out to other countries lacking the capability to develop them, as a gesture of goodwill. Without question, Wang Zhe's words sounded utterly ludicrous to the blond male. "What are you thinking?" he scoffed, brushing Wang Zhe's hand aside with disdain. Wang Zhe furrowed his brow, bewildered by the contemptuous look directed at him. "The machines here are absolutely not for lending. Not even other research institutes in the United States can borrow them, let alone you, a Xia country national." The blond man found Wang Zhe increasingly ridiculous. How could such a precious machine be lent out? Wasn't that merely a fantasy? Wang Zhe gasped, suddenly understanding the peculiar look the blond man had cast upon him moments before. Initially, He had assumed this was a relaxed environment. But the fact that the United States, possessing such cutting-edge technology, could not even lend out a machine, indeed altered his perception. Chapter 83. Another agenda? Seeing Wang Zhe silent, the blond man assumed he was feeling guilty. With a cold snicker, he flicked his sleeves and departed. Wang Zhe felt a twinge of regret, but did not dwell on it as he left. Little did he know, once the blond man returned to his workstation, he became increasingly convinced that Wang Zhe's behavior was odd, prompting him to discuss it with the surrounding researchers. I went to test my model earlier and found Wang Zhe there too, and he experimented with every high-end machine. The blond man wore an expression that suggested he relished in the chaos. However, he did not state anything incorrect. Wang Zhe had indeed tested each machine. Yet, the blond man's demeanor was quite off-putting. What? You mean Wang Zhe actually tested every high-end machine? What on earth is he trying to do? As expected, the moment the blond man finished speaking, someone responded. Yes, I found it strange too, so I couldn't help but ask. But do you know what Wang Zhe said next? The blond man paused deliberately, igniting the curiosity of those around him to lean in closer. What? What did he say? Hurry up. The crowd grew increasingly impatient, harboring a disdain for this nominee for the Nobel Prize. You better spill it fast. A particularly arrogant girl could not help but pat the blond man's shoulder, her tone laced with subtle threat. The blond man turned to meet her gaze but quickly looked away, nervously swallowing. Wang Zhe actually asked me if these machines could be lent out. I was stunned. Upon hearing Wang Zhe's audacious request, the crowd reacted just as the blond man had, if not more dramatically. Wow, does this Wang Zhe think we are a charity? How naive. Do you think Wang Zhe has some ulterior motive for coming to the United States? Don't you find his actions quite suspicious? The girl furrowed her brow, reflecting on Wang Zhe's every move over the past few days, growing more perplexed. After her assertion, everyone began to reminisce. And they indeed felt that Wang Zhe's intentions were not pure. Yes, it didn't seem off at first, but now that I think about it, Wang Zhe succeeded in his first experiment, and he has such intricate and complex data. A silence fell over the group as they sunk into contemplation. Data, experiments, the utilization of machines, each aspect seemed odd. Wang Zhe's entry into their premier research facility certainly bore ulterior motives. He was not merely here to complete a project. His objectives starkly diverged from theirs, and he could not remain here indefinitely. Doubt permeated their tones. Yet, how could they expel Wang Zhe? One individual posed a pivotal question. Isn't it simple to have him leave? We could easily fabricate a reason. After all, none of us are collaborating with him. So we could just say he lacks a cooperative spirit? This suggestion was swiftly dismissed. Such a rationale would never compel those in charge to make the decision to remove Wang Zhe. Indeed, this is quite a conundrum. Wang Zhe was welcomed with great fanfare upon his arrival. They could not easily dismiss someone they had put so much effort into welcoming. Everyone bowed their heads in contemplation of their predicament. Eureka! A voice suddenly broke through the silence, drawing the attention of all. Since Wang Zhe's identity as a Nobel Prize nominee protects him from being expelled from the institute, we could simply have him transferred elsewhere. The group's eyes brightened, enlightenment dawning upon them. Exactly. As long as he is not here, those other research facilities will certainly be eager to welcome him. While this sentiment rang true, such a sudden transfer could spark discontent. If we report truthfully to those in charge, they will undoubtedly be troubled. However, if we suggest sending Wang Zhe to another research institute to serve as a supervisor, motivating everyone, that would surely succeed. Plans began to form, and the group nodded in agreement. All right, I will draft a formal proposal, and everyone can sign it. That will make the process smoother. The blond man, recalling how Wang Zhe had previously put him in an awkward position, felt a surge of anger. He could not let this opportunity slip away. With a consensus from the group, the blond man quickly composed the document, and it circulated for signatures. Wang Zhe, noticing the gathering, felt indifferent. He had never been one for crowds. The others lowered their voices, almost openly discussing their plans. The blond man submitted the signed proposal to the person in charge, taking the opportunity to criticize Wang Zhe for lacking the spirit of a scientist. Oh, do enlighten me on how Wang Zhe lacks the spirit of a scientist, the supervisor remarked, perusing the proposal while listening to the blond man's grievances. In no time, the supervisor grasped the situation, sighing deeply. So, you mean to suggest transferring Wang Zhe down a level to work at the lower research facility? The supervisor found the notion somewhat laughable. Even if the claims were true, Wang Zhe would not be easily reassigned. Indeed, we, the entire research team, unanimously believe that Wang Zhe lacks scientific spirit and that he came to our institute with ulterior motives. The blond man appeared confident in his assertion. Ulterior motives? What could they possibly be? As a Nobel Prize nominee, we are fortunate to have him here. And now you wish to have him transferred? The supervisor grew irritated. From their first encounter, he regarded Wang Zhe as an impressive individual, and the claims made by the blonde man required further verification. If the presence of Wang Zhe is all that is needed, should the diligent, unrecognized researchers among us simply depart? The blonde man bristled. Although Wang Zhe's status commanded admiration, he felt he was unworthy of it. That is not my intention. I recognize the contributions you all have made to our research facility. However, Wang Zhe, the supervisor hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. The higher-ups' decisions were not easily altered, and he was still unfamiliar with Wang Zhe's capabilities. Very well. I will investigate Wang Zhe's situation, and I will also clarify any alleged ulterior motives, but do not rush. Personnel transfers naturally require time. The blonde man found himself at a loss for words, understanding the supervisor's predicament. All right, I hope you can provide us with a satisfactory resolution. With that, the blonde man exited the office. The supervisor resolved to observe Wang Zhe closely, not only regarding his capabilities, but also his true intentions for being there. Chapter 84. Under surveillance, the blonde man returned to his workstation, seething with rage. He could not fathom why the supervisor was so apprehensive of Wang Zhe, doubting the validity of Wang Zhe's talents. The supervisor reported the blonde man's concerns, receiving a response that mirrored his own thoughts. It seemed prudent to keep a close watch on Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe had been diligently conducting experiments over the past few days, and the supervisor occasionally hovered nearby. Noting that Wang Zhe had been engaged in experiments for several consecutive days, which piqued his curiosity. At last, Wang Zhe successfully developed a machine and was eager to test it, discovering it to be even more precise than those in the research facility. Wang Zhe, what is this? The supervisor inquired, observing Wang Zhe's exuberance. I was just about to show you. This is a machine I have been developing over the past few days. Wang Zhe began to demonstrate his creation to the supervisor. Why does this one resemble the one at the lab? The supervisor furrowed his brow, his gaze laden with skepticism. Could it be that the speculations were indeed true? Yes, it was developed based on that machine, but this one is far more precise and sensitive. If you don't believe me, you may compare them. Wang Zhe remained unfazed, oblivious to the underlying implications in the supervisor's words. The supervisor decided to follow Wang Zhe's suggestion and tested both machines, confirming Wang Zhe's assertion. The device he had developed was indeed significantly more sensitive, operating 5 seconds faster and boasting an accuracy increase of 2 points compared to the lab's machine. While these figures might seem trivial to outsiders, the difference represented a significant leap in the realm of scientific research. What do you think? Wang Zhe asked calmly, feeling a surge of confidence as he recalled the supervisor's earlier doubt. It seems that we need to replace our lab's machine. However, the supervisor couldn't help but inquire. What inspired you to develop this machine? Perhaps it would lead to useful insights. I tested some machines in our lab that I hadn't used before, and I noticed this one had some lag. The supervisor was astonished. Discovering lag on a first-time use and subsequently developing a faster model was quite impressive. You mean you just tried it and noticed? Yes, I had seen data on this machine in literature, and something felt off. After a little investigation, I confirmed my suspicions. So I attempted to develop it myself. Wang Zhe dismissed the notion that it was particularly challenging. Have you researched this machine before? The supervisor couldn't help but ask, clearly impressed by Wang Zhe's capabilities. I wouldn't call it research. I've merely read about its structure and data. Wang Zhe contemplated for a moment, affirming that he had not conducted any actual research, and he answered truthfully. Splendid. Wang Zhe, we are indeed fortunate to have you here in America. The supervisor patted Wang Zhe on the shoulder, his face radiating satisfaction. Upon returning to the office, the supervisor reported the situation, his doubts about Wang Zhe dissipating. That evening, Wang Zhe returned to the accommodation arranged for him in America. Exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he collapsed onto the bed without changing clothes, seeking rest. For reasons unknown, he tossed and turned several times, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. Despite the windows and doors being tightly shut, he had the eerie sensation of being watched. This was a standalone house, and the security at the entrance was diligent. Such feelings should not arise. Ever since he moved into the accommodation provided by the Americans, he had felt a persistent unease. Was it simply an adjustment issue? Yet he had never experienced such discomfort before. What was it about this house that felt so unsettling? Wang Zhe muttered to himself as he got up from the bed and pressed down on the mattress, finding nothing amiss. You finally noticed something strange? The system interjected upon hearing Wang Zhe's murmurs. What do you mean? Have you already detected something? Wang Zhe questioned, realizing that the system seemed to have sensed the anomaly long before he did, indicating it was not merely his imagination. Indeed, while you were at the research lab, I took the liberty to conduct a check and discovered numerous hidden cameras in this house. The system's tone was nonchalant, but Wang Zhe was far from calm. His eyes gleamed with intensity. He had always adhered to the principle of not provoking others, yet the actions of the Americans were exceedingly excessive. Have you pinpointed their locations? Wang Zhe asked discreetly, wary of being recorded by the cameras. If he were to be captured speaking alone at home, the consequences would be dire. Of course. Your inquiry questions my capabilities. There's one behind you, along with cameras in the study, the living room, and several other places where you frequently linger. The system had conducted a thorough inspection of the entire house after detecting the cameras in the bedroom, astonished by the sheer number the Americans had installed. Wang Zhe let out a cold laugh. It seemed the Americans would not let him off as easily as the Eagle Nation had. Moreover, these aren't just surveillance cameras. They are equipped with audio devices. The Americans seem intent on capturing every detail of you. The system, too, was taken aback by the Americans' underhanded tactics. The locations of the cameras and audio devices left little doubt as to their purpose. If a prominent researcher were to have their private life exposed or exhibit erratic behavior, it would undoubtedly cause a scandal. Clearly, the Americans intended to keep Wang Zhe firmly in their grasp, employing tactics even more insidious than those of the Eagle Nation's officers. Wang Zhe's expression hardened as he contemplated how to navigate this predicament. Indeed, if you ultimately decide to leave America, the recordings of your activities during your stay here could easily spread overnight, jeopardizing your future prospects in research. The system recognized the gravity of the situation. Its concern for Wang Zhe palpable. The Americans were attempting to threaten him. If they couldn't retain him through these means, they would ruin him instead. Wang Zhe spoke softly, aware that he could not reveal to the Americans that he had uncovered their scheme. The thought of the supervisor's skeptical gaze upon learning about the machine he had developed flashed through his mind. It all made sense now. What do you plan to do? Every move you make is under the surveillance of the Americans. If you don't devise a strategy soon, you will find yourself in a precarious situation. The system realized the difficulty of assisting Wang Zhe, given that American technology was at the forefront globally. If the system acted impulsively, it could put Wang Zhe in even greater danger. I will not be manipulated by these despicable individuals. Wang Zhe felt a surge of anger but knew he had to feign ignorance, cautiously observing their actions from the shadows. For now, he held the advantage. While they remained unaware, all he could do was play the fool, maintaining composure and resolve, ensuring he did not reveal his awareness of their tactics. Chapter 85. An unexpected tenderness. As Wang Zhe pondered his next steps, his phone suddenly vibrated. Confused, he pulled it out and saw a message from Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe, I've arrived in America. Where are you? I'll come find you. Wang Zhe, already feeling frustrated, was further exasperated by this message. He was still dealing with the situation regarding Reba, and now another complication had arisen. Why was everyone flocking to America? Was there some event taking place here? Wang Zhe had not considered that Wang Zhe had come specifically for him, and thought little of it. Wang Zhe. Surely she didn't come just because she saw Reba had arrived? The system remarked. Suddenly, Wang Zhe had a thought. Without hesitation, he dialed Wang Zhe's number. As soon as it connected, Wang Zhe answered eagerly. Wang Zhe, why did you call me directly? I was worried you might be busy. Her voice betrayed her delight. She had not anticipated Wang Zhe would take the initiative to call her. No, did you just land? Do you want me to pick you up? Or have you already reached your hotel? Wang Zhe feigned a gentle tone, ensuring that the cameras picked it up. Wang Zhe on the other end was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Wang Zhe's unexpected warmth. I just landed and am heading to the hotel. Are you coming to find me? Her voice trailed off, uncertainty creeping in. Wang Zhe was surprised by her reaction. He had not expected that a simple shift in tone would elicit such a response. Are you tired? If so, you might want to rest at the hotel first. I can come pick you up tomorrow, considering the time difference. Wang Zhe glanced at the clock. It was getting late, and visiting her tonight seemed unwise, especially since she had just arrived. No, I'm not tired. Could you send me your address? I'll drop off my luggage and come find you. Wang Zhe sounded eager, disregarding her recent arrival as she expressed her impatience. Wang Zhe remained silent for a moment, while Wang Zhe on the other end of the phone was filled with regret. Why couldn't she have been a tad more reserved? What if she frightened Wang Zhe? Just as Wang Zhe was lamenting her impulsiveness, Wang Zhe suddenly spoke. No need. Just send me the hotel address later, and I'll drive over to find you for dinner. Wang Zhe's eyes widened as she listened to Wang Zhe's gentle voice, laced with a hint of affection, her delight palpable. Great. I'll send it to you right now. Wang Zhe was eager to see Wang Zhe. Before boarding, she had heard that Reba was looking for Wang Zhe, but upon arriving in Eagle Country, she found nothing. After persistently obtaining Wang Zhe's address, she had flown to the United States to find him. However, she was different. She received a call from Wang Zhe immediately after deplaning. If Reba were to find out, she would surely be furious. The thought made Wang Zhe chuckle softly. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Suddenly, Wang Zhe's voice pierced through her thoughts, startling Yang Zi. Oh, I forgot we were still on the phone, she exclaimed, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. I'm fine. Really, I'll hang up now. I'm almost at the hotel. Yang Zi squeezed her eyes shut, feeling quite shy, quickly adjusting her tone to a softer pitch. Thankfully, the phone was at a distance. Otherwise, she would have made a fool of herself. In truth, Wang Zhe hardly paid it any mind. All right, if you're not feeling well, just take a break, okay? His gentle concern was overwhelming for Yang Zi. No, I want to see you as soon as possible. She reveled in the warmth of Wang Zhe's voice, her heart blooming with joy as she curled up in the back seat. Well then, when we meet, you must tell me if you're feeling unwell. Wang Zhe's words caused him to frown slightly. He hadn't anticipated speaking in such a sentimental tone. The system observed Wang Zhe with newfound respect, having initially thought him too stubborn to change, only to be surprised by his sweet words. All right, I'll hang up now. I'm about to get off. Yang Zi felt bashful, already envisioning the tender scene of being cared for by Wang Zhe upon their meeting. Okay, see you soon. And don't forget the address. With that, Wang Zhe swiftly ended the call. Just as he was about to complain, he remembered the camera nearby and restrained himself. Wang Zhe, you truly are impressive, the system chuckled, not expecting this day would come for him. You think I wanted to? If not for my own safety, I wouldn't be this way. If I were to be found out. Wang Zhe, who had initially expressed disdain, was suddenly struck by the words that slipped from his lips, leaving him momentarily stunned. I do miss you a bit. The system was oblivious to Wang Zhe's change, merely noting that it had been a while since they had heard from Yang Yu. Wang Zhe felt similarly. They had planned for Yang Yu to come, but with the intense surveillance in the United States, it was safer for her to remain in Xiegu. Just as Wang Zhe was feeling down, Yang Zi sent him the hotel address. All right, I'm going to pick up Yang Zi now. Wang Zhe didn't bother changing his clothes, simply splashing water on his face to wake himself up, grabbing his keys, and heading out. What are you planning to do when you meet Yang Zi? The system asked, curious, knowing that due to the cameras and listening devices, Wang Zhe wouldn't divulge anything at home. You'll find out soon enough. Wang Zhe smirked, exuding confidence. The system was taken aback, not expecting Wang Zhe to respond in such a manner. Once in the car, the system attempted to continue questioning but noticed that even in this vehicle, there were listening devices and cameras. Wang Zhe, there are also devices in the car. The system remained calm, recognizing that the U.S. had indeed invested heavily this time. What? Wang Zhe exclaimed in shock, his voice rising before he quickly clamped his mouth shut, opting for a more subdued inquiry. There are cameras too? Yes, both. Wang Zhe felt speechless as he gazed at the steering wheel, lost in thought. His house and car had all been arranged by the U.S. No wonder the person in charge had insisted he stay here. Despite being so close to the lab, they still provided him with a car, supposedly for the sake of hospitality. It turned out the conspiracy was right here. Were they truly so reckless as to meticulously plot against him? Wang Zhe could hardly contain his frustration. However, mindful of the monitoring, he simply played a song to vent his anger. Throughout the drive, Wang Zhe maintained a rapid pace, seemingly releasing his pent-up fury. Consequently, he arrived quickly at the hotel where Yang Zi was staying. I've arrived, I'm right outside the hotel. Wang Zhe messaged Yang Zi before stepping out of the car and leaning against it, awaiting her arrival. Chapter 86. Playing along. Wang Zhe hadn't waited long when Yang Zi appeared. Wang Zhe, she exclaimed, visibly excited, having dressed up beautifully, complete with an exquisite makeup job and a carefully chosen dress. Following the sound of her voice, Wang Zhe turned to see Yang Zi approaching in high heels, almost jogging. However, he showed no intention of helping her, dressed casually in stark contrast to her elegant appearance. Yet, Wang Zhe didn't mind. His focus was solely on Yang Zi, who was oblivious to his attire. No need to rush, let us get in the car. Wang Zhe glanced at her heels, but said nothing more. Yang Zi, however, seized Wang Zhe's arm as he attempted to open the car door, eagerly pulling out her phone to take a picture. Wait, you finally brought me out. Let us take a couple of photos for memories. Seeing Yang Zi so enthusiastic, Wang Zhe felt he could not refuse. All right. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, reasoning that since they were pretending to be a couple, a photo would be prudent. Come on, it's best to let the female star take the lead in this. Yang Zi snapped several pictures, ensuring the car emblem was visible. Wang Zhe felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at her overt enthusiasm, but chose to endure it for the sake of their future plans. Okay, let us hop in the car. We're running out of time, Wang Zhe urged, unable to hide his impatience. Noticing his restlessness, Yang Zi smiled and nodded, not daring to say much. Wang Zhe opened the door and got in, leaving Yang Zi momentarily stunned, as she had expected him to assist her. She said nothing, settling into the passenger seat and proficiently opening a photo editing app. Wang Zhe, where are we going to eat? Yang Zhe asked eagerly. Though she was keen on editing her photos, she cherished the rare opportunity to be alone with Wang Zhe. You'll find out when we arrive. I think you'll like it. It's quite photogenic. Great. I'm looking forward to it. Yang Zhe was overjoyed. Quickly editing a few photos and sending them to a large group chat filled with fellow female celebrities, including Reba and Yang Mi, who also admired Wang Zhe. However, you must first come with me to my apartment. I have something to discuss with you. Wang Zhe suddenly said as they waited for a red light. Noticing Yang Zhe eagerly sending their photo, his expression darkening. Huh, so soon to your place? Yang Zhe, unaware of Wang Zhe's unease, was instead excited. So fast. Do I drive too quickly? Their thoughts were misaligned, as Yang Zhe blinked, shaking her head with a smile. It's fine, just follow your plan. Yang Zhe took a sharp breath, realizing she might have overthought things. Wang Zhe observed Yang Zhe continuing to send photos, with messages flooding the group chat. And he felt a sense of annoyance. What is going on? How did you two end up together? Reba was the first to inquire. Having never had a photo with Wang Zhe, only to see Yang Zhe beat her to it. Yang Zhe, how much effort did you put into this? Yang Mi couldn't help but scoff, finding Yang Zhe's smug demeanor irksome. There's nothing much to report. It's just that Wang Zhe was personally thrilled to pick me up upon my arrival in America and is now taking me to his home for dinner. With just a few sentences, Yang Zhe laid everything bare. On the other side of the screen, Reba and Yang Mi were seething at her words. After finishing, Yang Zhe was in high spirits, exiting the chat with an elated heart. We're here, let's get out. Wang Zhe initiated the conversation, while Yang Zhe occasionally posed trivial inquiries. Although Wang Zhe wasn't particularly warm, he answered each question, constrained by the surveillance system in the car. In truth, he was preoccupied with contemplating how to discreetly escape the accommodations arranged by the Americans. Evading surveillance was of utmost importance. After disembarking, Wang Zhe led Yang Zhe to a nearby location instead of returning to the residence. What's wrong? Yang Zhe noticed Wang Zhe's serious expression and assumed something was amiss. Actually, I have a favor to ask of you today. Wang Zhe intended to set his plan in motion, with Yang Zhe's cooperation being crucial for the act. A favor? Just tell me. There's no need for formalities, Yang Zhe replied, her eyes sparkling at the thought of being asked for help by Wang Zhe. If Reba and the others found out, they would surely be blushing with envy. What I'm about to say is quite serious, so please pay close attention. Wang Zhe said, slightly worried by Yang Zhe's excitement. Oh, don't worry. Yang Zhe waved her hand dismissively, signaling him to relax. At this point, Wang Zhe had no alternative. Once we return to the apartment, you should wander around a bit and pick out some flaws. I'll chime in occasionally. And you can feign anger, insisting I move in with you, or express a desire to travel together. Just make it clear that you want me to live with you. Wang Zhe succinctly outlined the plan, intentionally omitting details about his current surveillance situation. Yang Zhe grew increasingly animated, nodding enthusiastically in agreement. All right. Acting is my forte. You needn't worry. Caught up in her excitement, she paid no heed to Wang Zhe's urgency, nodding in compliance to everything he said. Remember, do not make any mistakes. Wang Zhe, observing her demeanor, felt an unease and couldn't help but reiterate his caution. Yang Zhe nodded solemnly, assuring him of her competence. However, the moment Wang Zhe turned away, she couldn't suppress a smile, finding the entire situation somewhat thrilling. The two entered the apartment, with Wang Zhe signaling her to begin. Is this your place? It looks decent, but compared to where I live, it's lacking. I prefer my place. Wang Zhe sighed in relief as Yang Zhe effortlessly slipped into character. What? This isn't good enough? I actually think it's quite nice. Please sit down. I'll get you some water. Wang Zhe deliberately countered her assertion, speaking at a volume that the living room surveillance system could certainly capture. You're too easily satisfied. Even though the Americans arranged a car and a house for you, it doesn't seem particularly great. But since it's free, I suppose I can manage. As Wang Zhe poured the water, a smirk crept onto his lips. It appeared Yang Zhe was truly immersed in her role, alleviating his earlier concerns. Well, I'm quite satisfied. It's south conveniently close to the lab. Hurry and drink your water. Wang Zhe passed her the glass, his eyes revealing a hint of amusement. Chapter 87. Is it just pretend? Satisfied? I may be unsatisfied. My place has a stunning sea view. You should move in with me. We haven't seen each other in ages. Yang Zhe took a small sip and set down the cup, continuing her performance. What? Move to your place? No way. This house was specially arranged for me by the Institute, and I think it's quite nice, so I'll pass. Wang Zhe feigned a troubled expression, repeatedly declining her suggestion. Wang Zhe, are you still my boyfriend? You've been too busy to spend time with me, and sometimes I can't even reach you by phone. Now that we finally have a chance to hang out, you must stay by my side. I've planned our outing, and you can't back out. Wang Zhe secretly chuckled while maintaining an outward appearance of distress. Yang Zhe, I know I've been too busy to accompany you previously, but since you're here now, I will certainly spend time with you. No need to move. Wang Zhe sat down, maintaining a certain distance from Yang Zhe. Seeing this, she leaned against him, intertwining her arm with his. I don't care. If you don't move in to stay with me, we might as well break up. Wang Zhe pretended to panic, deftly withdrawing his arm from her grasp. Don't mention breaking up so casually. We'll solve our problems together. Wang Zhe adopted a serious tone, expressing that her mention of a breakup pained him deeply. Yang Zhe, caught up in the moment, appeared genuinely upset, turning her head away from Wang Zhe. I've stated my issue, and you're not addressing it. What else can we do if not break up? My solution is for you to move in with me. I will not accept alternatives. Yang Zhe pouted, turning her back to him, while Wang Zhe continued to feign hardship. All right, I'll inquire at the research institute tomorrow. Please don't be angry. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhe's expression turned serious. Regardless of your approach, you must move in with me. Okay. I'll do as you say. Just don't be upset, all right? Wang Zhe endeavored to embody his character, envisioning her as a potato, striving for a more authentic performance. That's more like it. Don't let me down. Yang Zhe suddenly stood up, feeling that her act was nearing its conclusion. I swear, you won't be disappointed. Now, let us go eat. I've made a reservation at a fantastic restaurant. Wang Zhe rose in tandem, seeking to conclude this charade under the pretext of dining. As Wang Zhe anticipated, those monitoring the situation had witnessed everything that transpired. Hearing Yang Zhe insist that Wang Zhe move out, they grew concerned. After all, the Americans had invested considerable effort, and if Wang Zhe were to relocate now, it would render their efforts futile. As the two prepared to leave, the observers promptly reported the situation, detailing Wang Zhe's circumstances and requesting guidance on the next steps. They're leaving? Immediately dispatch a team to follow them. Keep a close watch on Wang Zhe's movements over the next few days. Any anomalies must be reported at once. After issuing these commands, several operatives were dispatched. It turned out that the Americans were closely monitoring Wang Zhe's every move. So how did I perform? Yang Zhe inquired, exhaling a sigh of relief as she closed the door, resembling a child seeking validation from Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe cautiously surveyed the surroundings, noting that it was unlikely a surveillance system was hidden in the yard. It was good, but we cannot let our guard down. When we get in the car, we must act as we did earlier. It's not over yet. Wang Zhe whispered a warning. Once Wang Zhe and Yang Zhe settled into the car and fastened their seatbelts, Wang Zhe paused, suddenly struck by a thought. He had already hinted at the possibility of moving out. According to their reasoning, they would likely increase their personnel and might trail him. Indeed, as soon as Wang Zhe started the engine, the vehicle behind them began to move as well. It seemed that they could not afford to relax their vigilance. A careful strategy was essential for a successful exit. Wang Zhe smirked, having identified the following car. He pressed the accelerator, swiftly reaching his prearranged hotel. After disembarking, he cautiously scanned the vicinity, finding no sign of the car from earlier, uncertain whether it was a matter of liberation or excessive worry. One could not deny that a degree of caution is always prudent. This place you booked, I absolutely adore it. I visited this restaurant during my previous trip to the United States. Thank you, Wang Zhe. Upon disembarking, Yang Zhe was taken aback, naturally believing that Wang Zhe had chosen it specifically according to her tastes. Wang Zhe, unable to elaborate further, was eagerly pulled along by her. Still feeling uneasy, he glanced back to ensure that all was well. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Wang Zhe found himself devoid of appetite, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of leaving the country. Yang Zhe eagerly perused the menu, selecting a few items, but as she handed it to Wang Zhe, he declined. Please order what you like. I am easy to please. Yang Zhe misinterpreted his refusal as a willingness to indulge her preferences and, feeling pleased, ordered several of her favorites. When the dishes finally arrived, Yang Zhe beamed with joy, snapping multiple photos with her phone. Wang Zhe, could you take a few pictures of me with the night view in the background? Her spirits were high as she skillfully posed after handing her phone to Wang Zhe, although somewhat reluctant. Wang Zhe felt it was only natural to help her since he had invited her out. All right, let us begin our meal. Yang Zhe glanced at the photos Wang Zhe had taken. While they weren't particularly flattering, her inherent beauty shone through, and there were indeed a few worthwhile shots. Hearing her compliment, Wang Zhe sighed in relief and began to eat. Suddenly, the system's voice interrupted. Wang Zhe, maintain the act completely. I just spotted those individuals in the restaurant. You mustn't behave carelessly. Caught off guard, Wang Zhe hesitated, wanting to survey his surroundings, but refraining out of fear of appearing too conspicuous. Try this. It's quite delightful, he said, placing some pasta onto Yang Zhe's plate. Her eyes lighting up. This cream is absolutely fragrant and delicious, she exclaimed enthusiastically. In truth, she was hesitant to indulge too much in the cream, fearing Wang Zhe's disappointment. But she forced herself to enjoy it nonetheless. Wang Zhe continued to play his part, occasionally feeding Yang Zi, feigning intimacy. She reveled in the moment, having long envisioned such a scene, never expecting it to materialize so swiftly. I am truly grateful for your company. I apologize for the events that transpired earlier. The system reminded Wang Zhe that those individuals were right behind him, prompting him to utter some intimate words meant for their ears. Yang Zi was overwhelmed by emotion upon hearing this, unable to suppress her tears. Chapter 88. Candlelight Dinner. Wang Zhe was astonished by Yang Zi's reaction. Initially believing she was still acting, and even admiring her ability to immerse herself so deeply in the role. He felt a bit flustered and quickly retrieved a tissue from his pocket to hand to her. What's wrong? Here, take this. In truth, Yang Zi completely misunderstood Wang Zhe's intent. She thought he was apologizing for his earlier rejection, while he was merely continuing the pretense. Upon receiving the tissue, Yang Zi feigned shyness, her sparkling eyes gazing at the flustered Wang Zhe, convinced he was merely concerned for her well-being. Excuse me for a moment. I'll be right back, she said, rising to adjust her makeup in the restroom, hastily drying her tears. Wang Zhe watched her retreating figure, pondering whether Yang Zi had taken their charade too seriously. What if she genuinely believed it? He suppressed his voice, worried that the Americans behind him would catch on to his words. If she believes it, then so be it. What choice do we have? You still need her to escape. The system seemed to revel in the unfolding drama, eager to see how Wang Zhe would navigate this predicament. Frustrated, he downed a glass of red wine in one go. Just then, Yang Zi returned and suggested they take a stroll. Wang Zhe, constrained by the American's presence, reluctantly agreed. Yang Zi naturally linked her arm with Wang Zhe's, leaning affectionately against him. Wang Zhe frowned, wishing to discreetly extricate himself from her grasp, yet she stubbornly held on. Satisfied, Yang Zi even attempted to take his hand. Wang Zhe sensed this and couldn't help but question her. However, upon turning, he noticed someone following them. Is that not permissible? Yang Zi flashed what she deemed an endearing smile, her voice almost coy. Ah, it's nothing, Wang Zhe replied, feigning cheerfulness while feeling somewhat awkward. With no other option, he resigned himself to the situation. The Americans, aware of Wang Zhe's circumstances, kept a close watch on his movements, seeking ways to thwart his attempts to break free from their surveillance. If there were any irregularities, they would report them immediately. The Americans shadowing Wang Zhe in the restaurant relayed their observations, and given the circumstances, it was clear that they were determined not to let him slip away. The two strolled hand in hand near the restaurant, with Yang Zi seemingly inexhaustible, continuously engaging Wang Zhe in conversation. Pausing occasionally, she would drape her hand over his shoulder, exuding intimacy. The night enveloped them in a soft haze, and the dim lights cast a warm glow, making them appear like a couple inebriated with affection. The Americans, too, were swept up in the atmosphere, hesitant to draw too near. Wang Zhe secretly wished for an interruption, fearing that Yang Zi might become entirely enraptured. Let me escort you back, he suggested, glancing around nervously, not spotting the Americans hidden in the night, mistakenly believing they had departed. So soon? We've only just begun our walk. Yang Zi pouted, genuinely believing herself to be Wang Zhe's girlfriend. Observing her expression, Wang Zhe saw her as the quintessential girlfriend and, without further ado, pulled her towards the garage. No matter how much she protested, it proved futile. However, an even greater source of frustration awaited Wang Zhe. As they entered the car, he spotted the vehicle tailing them in the rearview mirror. His eyes rolled in exasperation. Let us go. I'm heading to your place, Wang Zhe coldly declared, ignoring Yang Zi's reaction as he pressed the accelerator. Yang Zi bit her lip, stifling a laugh. Realizing that his hasty return was indeed to her residence, she secretly rejoiced, her mind already conjuring images of their intimate moments to come. Then may I borrow your coat for a moment? I worry about paparazzi. Earlier that day, Yang Zi had received a barrage of messages from her assistant. News of her arrival in the United States had spread widely. Even without her reminder, Wang Zhe was already aware of the potential repercussions. Go ahead. I'll wait a moment before entering. Just let me know your room number, he instructed, unbuckling his seatbelt and retrieving a bag from the back seat. Yang Zi gazed at Wang Zhe's chiseled jawline, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What is this? She asked, astonished as she took the item from him to inspect. A blanket? It was specially prepared for me. I'll use it to cover myself to avoid being spotted. Yang Zi smiled, finding his thoughtfulness endearing. All right, I'll head up now. My room number is 8231, don't forget it. With that, she exited the car. The air inside the vehicle was warm. But as soon as she stepped out, the cool night breeze of the U.S. made her shiver involuntarily, just as she intended to hurry back to the hotel. She remembered Wang Zhe was still watching her from the car, so she took a deep breath and walked back to the hotel with what she deemed an elegant stride. In reality, Wang Zhe hardly noticed her. A few minutes later, he exited the car and entered the hotel, deliberately avoiding brightly lit areas, unaware that the paparazzi from his homeland were not present here. Long before their intimate moments in the restaurant were captured, the two finally made it to their room, where Wang Zhe had already poured red wine and set it on the table by the floor-to-ceiling window. Meanwhile, netizens back home were already ablaze with speculation. A certain starlet shared a candlelit dinner with a prominent researcher. Within mere minutes, this headline surged to the top of the trending list in the Summer Kingdom. Upon clicking the link, everyone quickly discovered that the female lead was none other than Wang Zhe. At that moment, Wang Zhe's father also stumbled upon this news. What is this boy doing? Is he gallivanting about while sending potatoes back home? Upon glancing at the details, he realized that the researcher was Wang Zhe and, in a fit of rage, hurled his phone onto the sofa. Wang Zhe's father held a fondness for the girl named Wang Zhe, even having already accepted her as a potential daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe was leisurely enjoying her gossip, but when she saw the news, her head felt like it exploded. Her woman's intuition told her that the man in question was Wang Zhe. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, she recognized him immediately by his profile. So the reason he was so eager to send me away was to cavort with another woman? It appears I was merely a placeholder for him. The more she pondered, the more sorrowful she became, her vision blurred by unshed tears. Wang Zhe, you have truly gone too far. What am I to you here in the Eagle Kingdom? Disappointed, Wang Zhe shut her phone, unwilling to see any further news about Wang Zhe. Simultaneously, Ba was equally infuriated by the news, unable to comprehend how. During her brief stay in the United States, Wang Zhe always found excuses to avoid meeting her. How could Wang Zhe suddenly be dining with him? In a hotel room, Wang Zhe hastily drew the curtains upon entering, meticulously checking that the door was secured. Chapter 89, Successful Persuasion. Seeing this, Wang Zhe gasped. She had not anticipated Wang Zhe to close the curtains so quickly. Wang Zhe, should we take a shower first? She feigned shyness. Yet her wounded demeanor was unmistakable as she retrieved her pre-prepared nightwear from her suitcase. Wang Zhe, however, was too preoccupied to pay heed to her words, diligently inspecting the entire room to ensure there were no opportunities for surveillance. Once satisfied, he finally exhaled in relief, only to see Wang Zhe approaching him. Wait, please. After the earlier incident, he was parched. However, all he could see was the red wine Wang Zhe had prepared, and rationality warned him that he should not indulge. Rising, he grabbed a glass of ice water and gulped it down. Wang Zhe, noticing this, held up her wine glass and stepped towards him. But as she attempted to get closer, Wang Zhe sidestepped. Wang Zhe, do not get too caught up in the role. I appreciate your willingness to play along today, but I am only here out of necessity. Wang Zhe laid his cards on the table, yet he would not disclose the true reason for the American surveillance. Playing a role? Wang Zhe, do not deceive me. If it were merely an act, what was the nature of our dinner? Why did you engage in such intimate gestures with me? Wang Zhe did not relent in her advance, instead pressing closer to him. Wang Zhe took a breath and placed his hand defensively before him. Wang Zhe, you are well aware of my previous demeanor towards you. Do you truly believe my sudden change of heart is without motive? Do not be fooled by a man's charm. When a man alters his attitude towards you, it is often for a reason. I merely wish for you to cooperate with me in this charade so we can leave the United States without further complications. Though his words were harsh, they were devoid of deceit. Had Wang Zhe not harbored feelings for Wang Zhe, the situation would not have escalated to this point. Wang Zhe appeared somewhat perturbed, yet regardless, she was not one to easily let Wang Zhe off the hook. As soon as he finished speaking, she lunged at him. Enough. I made it clear from the start that you agreed to assist me in this performance, and you must distinguish between the act and reality. Wang Zhe pushed her away, albeit gently, creating distance between them, yet his tone lacked any tenderness. Wang Zhe, you. Wang Zhe, feeling defeated, slumped onto the sofa. Do you truly dislike me this much? No matter what I do. Disappointment washed over her as she gazed at Wang Zhe, unable to fathom what she had done wrong to warrant such distance. He wouldn't even get close enough to act. It's getting late. You've had a long day. Rest early. I'll sleep on the sofa outside. I'll leave first thing in the morning. With that, Wang Zhe turned and walked away, leaving behind a cold remark. Wang Zhe watched his indifferent retreat, filled with frustration and helplessness. The next morning, upon awakening, Wang Zhe found breakfast laid out on the table. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, and glancing at the time, he noted there was still some time before his work schedule began. Thank you for the breakfast. During this period, if you are willing, I may need your continued assistance in our performance, though though you may refuse if you wish. After what transpired the previous night, Wang Zhe had lost hope, but at the very least, he wanted to ensure the Americans knew he had a legitimate reason to vacate his residence. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you, Wang Zhe replied. Though she felt disappointed, yearning for more time with Wang Zhe was taken aback. He hadn't expected Wang Zhe to still be willing to help him. All right, I shall take my leave then. If you encounter any issues in the United States, do not hesitate to contact me. Once he entered the car, he noticed that the Americans were no longer present, which relieved him. At the very least, this indicated that they had begun to trust him. Upon arriving at the research institute, Wang Zhe intentionally donned a troubled expression as he entered the manager's office. Wang Zhe, what seems to be the matter? The manager had already anticipated Wang Zhe's intent, yet feigned ignorance. Well, I am grateful for your support, but my girlfriend has arrived in the United States. We haven't seen each other in quite some time, and she wishes for me to accompany her, possibly to move in together. After speaking, he cast a probing glance at the manager, eager to assess his knowledge of the situation. So sudden? But that apartment was specifically arranged for you. Its distance and location are quite suitable. Can't your girlfriend move in with you? The manager furrowed his brows, attempting to devise a solution while pretending to be shocked. Wang Zhe's expression darkened. It was evident the manager was already aware of the arrangement. How absurd. I've already discussed these arrangements with her. Yet, as you are well aware from your own research, once we become busy, we lose track of everything. We haven't even had the chance to travel together. If I do not comply with her wishes, I fear she may truly end our relationship. Wang Zhe feigned distress, determined to escape their surveillance. Is there really no other option? Have you shown her the apartment? Perhaps after seeing it, she will agree. The manager's demeanor suggested he was genuinely unaware. But Wang Zhe was not easily deceived. You dare install surveillance systems in my residence and vehicle. What is wrong with me staging a performance? He feigned helplessness. I did show her yesterday afternoon. She found a hotel by the beach, and from the balcony, she could see the ocean view, which she adored. The manager's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, indicating his firm resolve to move forward. However, using the girlfriend excuse was indeed difficult to counter. Very well then. During this time, focus on spending time with your girlfriend. Only after you have taken care of her can you return to work without worry. Ultimately, the manager capitulated. However, do you think this apartment is suitable for living? If it is still acceptable, I shall hold on to it for you to use once your girlfriend departs. The manager harbored some doubts internally, yet remained uncertain. Of course, the accommodations arranged for me are excellent in terms of transportation and amenities. I have been resting quite well. Wang Zhe responded with an air of familiarity, as if he had anticipated this line of questioning. I see. Then I shall refrain from allowing others to reside there for the time being, and you will be able to return when the moment arises. The person in charge is remarkably considerate. Very well, that is certainly agreeable. I was concerned that finding a place later might prove challenging, but with this arrangement, I need not worry anymore. Wang Zhe smiled, expressing his eagerness to continue residing there.